Several years after the power tournament, Kong Bei mysteriously vanished, and the seventh universe faced an unprecedented crisis. In this modern era, Neo Ma Xiao Tian traversed the Dragon Ball world, only to find himself as the most inept new generation Saiyan, Saiyan Wu-Tian. Fortunately, the Saiyan blood coursed through his veins. After witnessing Vegeta and Goku being consumed by a mysterious black hole, Xiao Tian embarked on a cosmic journey with Bulma, Trunks, and Bra in search of the Super Dragon Balls. Xiao Tian, as a Saiyan, I take immense pride. Vegeta, no way. I will not allow my daughter to marry you. This half-breed, good for nothing. Bold innovations built upon the original narrative, seamlessly integrating the worldview of the Dragon Ball universe. With fervent training, all to safeguard those dear to us, turning foes into allies, whether it be Frieza or others. The survivors of Planet Vegeta, guided by a mysterious noble, seek to reconstruct a new empire for the Saiyans. Behind it all, the fallen former god of destruction lurks in the realm of the prison god, plotting a grand scheme to overturn the entire order of the Omni King's universe. Charge forth, in the name of Earthlings and Saiyans. Chapter 1. I, Saiyan Wu-Tian, am about to steal the first kiss of Old Bai's daughter. In the year 798 of the AG calendar, years after the universe power tournament, a peaceful Earth. Saiyan Wu-Tian, you owe me my first kiss. If not, I will call my dad to teach you a lesson. A petulant yet indignant rebuke rang like thunder in his ears. Xiao Tian abruptly opened his eyes, his mind blank, feeling a lingering sweetness on his lips. First kiss? What first kiss? He instinctively raised his head, and a blue-haired beauty was shaking him vigorously by the shoulders, her exquisitely animated goddess-like face now etched with fury. Behind her stood two men, one tall and one short, clad in orange martial arts uniforms resembling armor, and sporting those signature gravity-defying hairstyles. Wait, Xiao Tian blurted out, what the heck? Is the cosplay convention this intense? Even Goku and Vegeta are cosplaying so accurately. No sooner had he spoken than the Vegeta furrowed his brows into a knot. Kakarot, what nonsense is your son spouting? The Goku scratched his head innocently. Is it possible Wu-Tian bumped his head? Xiao Tian was utterly bewildered. He distinctly remembered just exiting a convenience store when, in the next moment, an out-of-control truck struck him. Had he, perhaps, traversed into another realm? Into the Dragon Ball universe? Hey, Saiyan Wu-Tian, don't pretend to be foolish. The blue-haired girl, seeing him dazed, pressed on. You were the one who suddenly lunged at me. Me? Xiao Tian pointed at himself. Disbelief etched across his face. This was absurd. A lifelong singleton, never having even held a girl's hand. How could he possibly pull off such a monumental act? Yet it seemed that just before losing consciousness, he did feel his body uncontrollably lurch forward. Brah, the man resembling Goku advised from a distance. If Wu-Tian's actions were unintentional, then just forgive him. Brah, Vegeta's daughter? It dawned on Xiao Tian, and he scrutinized the girl before him anew. Her azure hair, striking features, and the red bodysuit accentuating her youthful curves. This was indeed Bra from Dragon Ball. Kakarot, what is wrong with your child today? Vegeta snorted, his arms no longer crossed, now clenched into fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. Fine, since you refuse to discipline him, I shall take it upon myself. He turned, his sharp gaze fixed on Xiao Tian, a chilling grin spreading across his face. Oh, someone is about to receive a lesson from my father. Bra immediately released him, retreating with a gleeful expression. Xiao Tian sighed in resignation. Well, a beating is a beating. After all, he had endured his fair share of bullying in school. What was it but a thrashing from an overly enthusiastic cosplayer? Perfect timing to claim a new vehicle. He instinctively reached for his phone in his pocket, preparing to open a car purchase app, rehearsing in his mind the familiar routine of lying down to select a vehicle when the fist landed. Yet, after rummaging for a while, his pockets were empty, and all he had was a plastic bag emblazoned with XX convenience store. Before he could ponder further, a searing rush of air approached. In the distance, Vegeta grinned, his voice echoing like a call from the abyss. Let me see if you have squandered your Saiyan heritage. If you've truly become like your brother, don't blame me for being merciless. As the words left his mouth, he vanished. Too fast. Xiao Tian had no time to react, only feeling an unbearable pain in his abdomen as he was sent soaring skyward like a kite severed from its string, propelled straight up into the air. A warm stream, tinged with the taste of rust, surged down his throat, and blood gushed forth. The sensation of weightlessness and excruciating pain instantly robbed him of all his strength. Just as his consciousness began to fade, a shadow materialized beside him like a specter. It was Vegeta. He had actually flown up. If I were to rate your performance, Vegeta's voice was frigid and piercing, brimming with unabashed disappointment. Suin Wutian, you are currently the most useless Saiyan. With a roar, he raised his robust right leg like a battle axe, the speed deliberately slow, as if to ensure that Xiao Tian could fully comprehend the despair of this impending strike. I hope you can still grow a little more. Huh? Xiao Tian turned his head to meet Vegeta's piercing gaze. Curiously, amidst the fury, there lay a hint of concern akin to that of an elder. Before he could ponder this further, a thunderous kick struck him squarely in the chest. With a resounding boom, the earth trembled violently, startling a flock of birds into flight. Xiao Tian's body plummeted like a meteor, creating a terrifying crater several meters in radius upon impact with the ground. It was over. He was going to die. His bones felt as if they had shattered, and his consciousness sank into an abyss of darkness. In a daze, a pair of warm hands caressed his face. He struggled to open his eyes, and a middle-aged couple with sincere smiles appeared in his vision. His parents, whom he had never met, only seen in old photographs. "Dad, Mom," he murmured instinctively. Gradually, their faces blended with the cartoonish visage of Kakaloata. "Wu Tian, are you feeling all right?" Wu Kong exclaimed as he pulled Xiao Tian from the pit, vigorously patting his shoulder. That pat nearly shattered him anew. Not far away, Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, half-lidded eyes leaning against a large tree, while Bulla wore an expression of smug excitement. Xiao Tian gazed back at the crater he had created, his pupils dilating in shock. This was no cinematic special effect. This was real. I have truly traversed worlds, and I nearly met my end at the hands of Vegeta. What a disappointment. Vegeta strode over and addressed Wu Kong. I never expected Wu Tian to have become so weak. Yes, indeed, Wu Kong replied, chuckling as he scratched his nose, seemingly unfazed by the fact that his son had almost been killed. Tisich, Vegeta raised his chin with pride. Though I hate to admit it, both Trank S and Wu Fan have lost interest in training. If Frieza or other foes return one day, what can these inept descendants accomplish? Frieza, huh? Wu Kong pointed to himself with a carefree smile. Ha, it's no problem. As long as I'm here, if I fall, it's up to you. You are mistaken. Kakaloata. Vegeta's tone suddenly turned serious. Though we Saiyans have a prolonged adolescence, our lifespans are ultimately limited. In 100 years, you and I will be old. What will we fight with? Frieza's lifespan far exceeds ours. After stating this, Vegeta looked at Wu Kong earnestly, only to find him counting on his fingers, muttering to himself. 32, 33. I shouldn't be that old yet. Hey, Kakaloata, I'm discussing serious matters with you. Vegeta roared, raising his hand to strike Wu Kong's head. However, just as the wind from his hand was about to connect, Wu Kong's figure shifted like a gentle breeze, effortlessly evading Vegeta's attack, even as he continued his counting. A master. This is a true master. Xiao Tian's heart raced. Vegeta. Wu Kong finally lifted his head, his smile now imbued with a fierce combativeness. Isn't it time we had a proper fight after such a long time? Vegeta paused, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a proud grin. Tisich, it has indeed been 5 or 6 years. What? Shall we have a match? That is precisely my intention. The moment the words left his mouth, the aura surrounding both warriors shifted dramatically. Wu Kong extended his right hand, lowering his center of gravity, adopting the familiar stance of the Kamehameha that Xiao Tian remembered so well. Opposite him, Vegeta also bent his legs slightly, arms spread wide, a violent energy swirling around him. A cataclysmic battle was about to erupt. Chapter 2, a classic reenactment, Goku versus Vegeta. Is it about to begin? Xiao Tian now stood completely still, his gaze fixed intently upon Goku and Vegeta. Even at this moment, he harbored a significant degree of skepticism, believing he was merely ensnared in a dream. After all, what was about to unfold before him was a monumental clash from the realm of anime. Memories of the scenes he had once viewed on DVD surged through his mind, igniting a fervor within him. In an instant, Goku made his move. Whoosh! A thunderous roar echoed through the air, reminiscent of the sound of fighter jets taking off that Xiao Tian had seen on television. The ground where Goku had been standing fractured and splintered, and he vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Vegeta, launching a powerful straight punch. Vegeta smirked, raising his hand to deflect the blow, and thus commenced a tempestuous counterattack. In that fleeting moment, their fists and feet intertwined in a dizzying dance of combat. Bang! Bang! The explosive sounds reverberated around them. And with each thunderous clap, the ground beneath their feet crumbled further. The craters grew larger until Xiao Tian could no longer discern their figures. Just then, a whistling sound pierced the air once more as two silhouettes erupted from the massive pit, soaring toward the heavens. So swift, Xiao Tian's eyes widened. Yet he could not capture the motions of Goku and Vegeta. From the onset of their confrontation to their ascent into the sky, everything had transpired in the blink of an eye. Their forms were obscured by thick clouds, yet the sonic booms that tore through the atmosphere reverberated back to the ground. Boom! Boom! The bamboo grove surrounding Xiao Tian began to sway violently, and the once tranquil surface of the lake before him rippled with surging waves. As he gazed upward into the sky, visible ripples erupted in the air. The heavy clouds dissipated rapidly, gradually revealing a vast expanse of cloudless sky beneath the blazing sun. Hey, you're not trying to locate Dad and the others, are you? A fragrant scent akin to orchids wafted near, and Xiao Tian abruptly turned, finding Bra had mysteriously appeared at his side. With a playful hum, she remarked, "Son Goten, you are proving to be far weaker than I had imagined. Can you even discern their movements?" "Of course," Xiao Tian retorted, slightly flustered. Bra, beaming with pride, placed her hands on her hips. "Brother taught me how to sense targets using ki long ago, whereas it seems you have long abandoned your training." With that, Bra leaned closer, her sparkling eyes fixed intently on Xiao Tian. "Hey, what are you doing?" he stammered, instinctively leaning back as her enchanting face drew nearer. At that moment, the sounds of battle that had echoed from above began to fade, overshadowed by the rapid thrum of his heart. Suddenly, everything seemed to return to its ordinary state. Bra retracted her slender waist, playfully tousling her azure locks as she blinked her eyes. "Do you know why I was upset just now, son Goten?" Goten, momentarily taken aback, replied, Is it because I kissed you?" "That is secondary," she replied, her gaze drifting back to the sky, leaving behind a breathtaking profile. "The main reason is that you seem rather peculiar today. I almost thought you had been possessed by some entity again." "Again? You mean baby, right?" Goten recalled the tale he had watched repeatedly. An artificial life form created by the Zenkai who, upon arriving on Earth, had taken control of everyone's bodies, ultimately leading Goku into a fierce battle. Bra chuckled and nodded. "I remember that time vividly. My father and I were driving home when you and Gohan stood in the middle of the road, transformed into someone unrecognizable, daring to damage my car." "Hey, that was never my intention," Goten protested, unconsciously placing himself in the shoes of son Goten. "Indeed, time flies. It has already been over 6 years." Bra cast a disdainful glance at Goten. "But you have become remarkably weak. You can't even withstand 2 of my father's moves. Have you spent all your training time chasing girls? Paris, Doria, Emily. You're just like Uncle Yamcha." "Wait, this is monumental news," Goten exclaimed, realizing that until now, he had merely perceived son Goten as someone distracted by romance, neglecting his training. Yet the names flowing from Bra's lips left him utterly astonished. Was the son Goten he remembered, the earnest and innocent boy, truly so fickle? "What are you thinking about now?" Bra snapped, extending her hand to gently poke Goten. Her brows knitted in concern. Nothing, Goten stammered, raising his gaze again towards the sky. This time, he sensed a distinctly different sensation within him. A fiery energy began to radiate from his spine, extending to every inch of his muscles and gradually surging toward his mind. Suddenly, he could hear a crackling sound in his ears. He realized that the sound was not external. It emanated from the tiny electrical impulses generated by each nerve ending. In the next moment, Goten's heart jolted violently. Miraculously, images of Goku and Vegeta engaged in combat began to materialize in his vision. Not the indistinct phantoms from before, but the 2 warriors actively exchanging blows. As time passed, the movements of the 2 fighters became increasingly vivid, to the point where Goten could discern each technique they executed. Whoosh whoosh. Goku executed successive instant transmissions, and each time he appeared behind Vegeta, the latter similarly vanished to another location. A sudden resounding boom echoed across the sky as Vegeta, after another swift flash, landed a precise punch to Goku's abdomen, sending him hurtling towards the distant ridge. With a thunderous crash, the ridge bore the impact of Goku's body, creating a massive crater. "What the devil? Kakarot, your body has grown rusty." Goku emerged from the rubble, his martial arts uniform torn with several large holes. He gazed up at Vegeta, who hovered in midair, and grinned. "You've become stronger. Haven to you, Vegeta." "Indeed," Vegeta replied, arms crossed and a proud smile adorning his face. "To defeat you, I have been undergoing rigorous training every single day." "Is that so? Well, It seems yours still the same, Goku continued, his smile unwavering, though his gaze sharpened. Now that we've warmed up, are you ready, Vegeta? Such a dull trick. Vegeta lowered his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. I knew you would respond this way. But can you withstand this move? Goku's eyes flickered with an unusual gleam, as if recalling their first battle. Vegeta spread his body wide, enveloped in a radiant golden light that swiftly erupted outward. In an instant, the previously tranquil skies turned tumultuous. Countless fragments of stone and branches rained down like a storm, forcing Shao Tian to shield his face with his hands. Faced with such a tangible sensation, he realized that he might truly have been reborn into the fantastical and fervent world of Dragon Ball. It was utterly breathtaking. Shao Tian strained to widen his eyes through his fingers, witnessing the brilliance surrounding Vegeta grow ever larger, ultimately transforming into a powerful energy wave that surged towards Goku on the ground. Goku stood resolutely atop the rocks, allowing the fierce winds to tousle his timeless hairstyle. A childlike grin still on his face. "Bring it on," he exclaimed. At that moment, Goku's pupils were entirely consumed by golden light. He stepped forward, his palms coming together beneath him. Me. The chaotic winds began to converge towards Goku, rapidly coalescing into a white energy sphere that expanded in his hands. This scene was all too familiar to Shao Tian, who had completely lowered his hands from his face. It was time to witness a miracle. Vegeta's final flash pierced through the clouds at a speed visible to the naked eye. And just as it was about to strike Goku, the energy sphere in the latter's hands had already coalesced, emitting a blinding white light in all directions. Goku roared towards the heavens, unleashing a radiance that eclipsed the sun. Shao Tian, witnessing the spectacle from a close distance, barely caught a glimpse of the flash before he was engulfed by an unstoppable tempest. On one side, the searing white light split the air. On the other, a golden brilliance replaced the sun. Goku's Kamehameha collided with Vegeta's final flash midair. The resulting shockwave was exponentially greater than the previous collision of their fists, sending a fierce gale sweeping across the ground. It was astonishingly powerful, indeed overwhelmingly so. Shao Tian shouted in exhilaration amidst the cacophony. Yet, he found himself shielding his face with his hands, leaning forward with all his might to brace against the gale that could uproot trees. To his astonishment, despite the two imprints left behind by the forceful wind, he remained standing. In that moment, Shao Tian felt he had inherited the remarkable physique of Goten, a descendant of the Saiyans. Otherwise, given his originally frail stature, he would have been swept away long ago. Where is Bra? Shao Tian suddenly recalled the blue-haired girl who had been beside him moments ago. In any official Dragon Ball narrative, there was no mention of Vegeta's daughter undergoing rigorous warrior training. In other words, apart from possessing half of the Saiyan warrior bloodline, she was no different from an ordinary Earth girl. Oh no! What if she got swept away by the wind? Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Shao Tian glanced around, but Bra was nowhere to be seen, causing his brow to furrow. Just then, he felt a sudden punch to his back, followed by a delicate voice exclaiming, "You fool! I'm right behind you." Turning back, he met Bra's bright eyes, filled with a hint of panic. "What are you waiting for?" she urged, gripping Shao Tian's shirt tightly and curling up behind him. "You need to gather your energy and shield us from their onslaught, or we'll be flung into the sky." "How do I do that?" Shao Tian was utterly bewildered, but with no other options, he strained every muscle in his body and attempted to imitate the energy-gathering shouts from the anime. Hua. In reality, no matter how loudly Shao Tian yelled, he could not withstand the force that relentlessly pushed him backward. You idiot! You idiot!" Bra continued to pummel him from behind, her voice laced with frustration. "As a Saiyan descendant, what have you been doing all these years?" "Wait a minute, you're a Saiyan descendant too," Shao Tian retorted, pouting without mercy. "You." Bra's face flushed, clearly confronted with an undeniable truth, as two individuals were on the verge of igniting a quarrel. A resounding roar echoed through the sky. Following this tumult, the tempest subsided, and the shock waves dissipated, allowing the surroundings to gradually return to tranquility. Bra firmly clutched onto little Tian's garment, and they both instinctively gazed upwards. After the clash of energy waves concluded, Goku ascended into the heavens, standing in opposition to Vegeta. "Vegeta, you are indeed stronger than I ever imagined. I nearly failed to counter that last move," Goku remarked, his gaze fixed upon his hands in contemplation. "Don't think I'm oblivious," Vegeta retorted disdainfully. "You claim the warm-up is over. Yet you haven't even transformed into a Super Saiyan. This was precisely why I have refrained from seeking you out over the years, every time we spar. It becomes a tedious affair, utterly nauseating to me. Chuckling, Goku scratched his nose if you hadn't team mentioned it. I might have thought your reluctance to come see me was due to that woman, Bulma. Speaking of which, hasn't she recently used the Dragon Balls to regain quite a bit of her youth? I imagine her figure has improved as well. Hey, Kakarot. Vegeta's face flushed crimson as he sharply interjected. We're in the midst of a battle. If you don't unleash your true power, I might as well head back. With that, Vegeta glanced downwards, prepared to return home. All right, Daddy, but all shoot pit. Peeking out from behind Little Tion and waving at the sky. Little Tion, Goku turned his gaze towards the young boy, hesitating for a moment before speaking. If there ever comes a day when neither I nor Uncle Vegeta are around, will you be able to stand on your own? Little Tion looked up, confusion evident in his eyes. The road ahead is long, but I hope you continue to grow. A glimmer shone in Goku's eyes. Even from a great distance, Little Tion could perceive it clearly. No matter how fragmented you may become, vow to protect those you cherish and those who cherish you, safeguarding all that is worthy of your defense. Remember, this is my expectation of you. The premature passing of his parents and his reclusive nature had caused Little Tion to live much like a zombie, indifferent to his surroundings and lacking direction in his bleak existence, with no one ever harboring expectations of him. Yet, in that moment, Goku's words resonated across the void, piercing his soul and jolting Little Tion into awareness. As he raised his gaze to the sky once more, ready to articulate his thoughts, he noticed a dazzling blue aura rapidly expanding. All right, Vegeta, let us engage in a truly exhilarating battle. Goku's voice thundered across the expanse, now fully enveloped in blue light. This azure glow swiftly transitioned to a deep blue hue, with layers of silver-tinged chaotic currents emerging at the fringes. Super Saiyan Blue, fully powered up. Initially, Vegeta's expression remained solemn. As the transformation of Wukong reached completion, a subtle smile began to grace his lips. It became evident that the realm, which only the supreme deity could command, remained a formidable challenge for you, even after many years. Well then, since you are serious, I shall no longer hold back. Subsequently, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his powerful roar resonating with an explosive force. Yes. Vegeta, too, transformed into the Super Saiyan Deep Blue form, enveloping the sky in a brilliant azure glow. Upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation, Wukong's gaze grew clear and resolute. In the blink of an eye, he had flashed to Vegeta's side, delivering a devastating elbow strike with immense force. Boom, boom, boom. In less than half a second, the two had exchanged 3 blows. Each collision of their bodies sent searing waves of energy radiating from the point of impact, rushing towards the ground where Shao Tian and Bra stood. Chapter 4, The Clash of Gods, Part 2. Shao Tian clenched his fists and raised them before him, attempting to shield against the impending force, but to no avail. He was still pushed back, leaving deep gouges in the grass beneath his feet that extended for several meters. As the Super Blue Wukong and Super Blue Vegeta continued their fierce exchange, the sky rumbled incessantly. The vast lake before them began to churn, and a massive whirlpool erupted in front of Shao Tian and Bra. This whirlpool formed directly beneath Wukong and Vegeta, spinning faster as their battle intensified. Ultimately, the whirlpool transformed into a spiraling water vortex, intertwining with energy storms and billowing steam as lightning danced within. Roar! In his super blue state, Wukong unleashed another surge of energy, darting around Vegeta in a rapid flight, completing 2.5 revolutions before executing a sweeping kick akin to a lance. Vegeta raised one hand, intending to block the attack, only to realize it was merely a feint. Mere centimeters from Vegeta, Wukong abruptly unleashed a powerful punch at an impossible angle, defying the laws of physics. Shimada. Oh no. Splash. Not only Shao Tian and Bra, who were watching from the ground, but even Vegeta was momentarily stunned. The punch struck Vegeta squarely on the left side of his face, the tremendous force sending him hurtling towards the ground. The sound of shattering mountains followed. Boom! Boom! After crashing through 3 mountains in quick succession, Vegeta came to a sudden halt. Slowly raising his head, he noticed 3 trails of blood trickling down his jawline. Fixing his gaze on Wukong, who stood in the sky, Vegeta's eyes narrowed. Wukong had plunged his right hand deep into the rock, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he pulverized the rubble to dust. TCH. Vegeta spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Clearly, the The force of that last attack had exceeded his expectations. Dad! Bulma dashed to the lakeshore, calling out in the direction where Vegeta had fallen. Don't worry, he's fine. Little Tion followed closely behind, standing beside Bulma, as he remarked. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, he is not easily defeated. Bulma turned to glance at little Tion, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. He did not meet her gaze, but remained calm, observing the distant battlefield. In that fleeting moment, little Tion sensed the fluctuations of the battle ahead. The true fight was about to commence. Vegeta's aura gradually stabilized as he slowly ascended into the sky from the mountain range. With his eyes closed and arms crossed in an X shape before his chest, a deep blue energy core began to radiate light outward. At that moment, Goku's expression shifted from his usual ease, his brows furrowed in concern. The energy surrounding Vegeta transformed dramatically the moment he took flight, reaching a realm even Goku had yet to comprehend. Indeed, you have been concealing your true power, Goku murmured toward his opponent. Let me see for myself. A smile crept across Goku's lips as he unleashed a surge of red energy, his hands converging once more as the energy of the Kamehameha swirled within his palms. The center of the energy torrent suddenly erupted in a spiral of crimson light, and Goku thrust his hands forward. The Kamehameha waved piercing through the clouds toward Vegeta. Yet, just as it was about to strike, the form of the energy wave began to change. The once red beam was gradually replaced by a shifting violet hue, ultimately shattering into dissipating energy in midair. What? Little Tion and Bulma, along with Goku, exclaimed in astonishment. In the distance, Vegeta stood unfazed amidst the tempest, impervious to the lightning that crackled around him, his entire being enveloped in deep blue flames. He began to transform toward the violet energy. You truly do not know? Vegeta, still with closed eyes, murmured softly. Goku shook his head with a smile at first. It was a bit perplexing, but now it's clear. I never expected you to reach such fighting prowess in just a few short years. Kakarot, why didn't you unleash the 20-fold Kaioken during that last attack? At your current strength, you should be able to handle it, Vegeta inquired. Indeed, Goku nodded, somewhat resigned. But that was the Kamehameha executed under the 20-fold Kaioken. Upon hearing that Goku had used the 20-fold Kaioken, little Tion's eyes widened in shock. It was important to note that this was not the ordinary 20-fold Kaioken, but rather the 20-fold Kaioken stacked under the Super Saiyan Blue state. This was one of the few ultimate techniques Goku possessed, yet even this was effortlessly neutralized by Vegeta. This indicated that Vegeta's combat strength had far surpassed the limits achievable by any ordinary being. Perhaps, he had already entered the realm of deities. I see. Vegeta's voice resonated, deep and magnetic. It appears that the outcome of this battle is already determined. Haha. Wukong brushed the dust off his clothing and smiled, perhaps, but not today. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta's eyes snapped open, and he distinctly perceived the silver starlight swirling within Wukong's pupils as a glimmering aura began to emanate from him. The searing omen had finally arrived, the fabled divine technique, the Ultra Instinct. A smirk crept onto Vegeta's lips, followed by a hearty laugh directed skyward. Then let me test my mettle, Kakarot. With the sheer force of his will, Vegeta traversed the several kilometers separating him from Wukong, materializing behind him in an instant, delivering a knife-hand strike aimed directly at Wukong's neck. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, such that the small observer below had not even blinked. His gaze remained fixed upon Vegeta's original position. Too swift. By the time the observer comprehended that Vegeta had vanished, the resounding crack of air had already reached their ears. With a swift motion, Wukong seized Vegeta's arm, having already anticipated the attack in his Ultra Instinct state. He did not make any evasive maneuvers. His body moved as if guided by instinct, narrowly avoiding Vegeta's strike. Surprised by the failure of his assault, Vegeta quickly regained his composure, channeling a purple energy sphere with his other hand and thrusting it toward Wukong, effectively cutting off all avenues of escape for the latter. However, Wukong's next action shattered Vegeta's expectations. Suddenly, he released his grip, leaned back, and propelled himself off Vegeta's chest like a spring, soaring hundreds of meters away, while simultaneously unleashing 7 circular energy slashes. Vegeta crossed his arms to absorb the shockwave, and a series of clattering sounds echoed through the air as the previously invulnerable technique was utterly dismantled into mere energy remnants, dissipating into the atmosphere. Vegeta, thanks to you, I'm feeling increasingly exhilarated. Wukong focused his energy, raising his hands high like a lightning rod, channeling the electric force into his body, causing his aura to explode. The air crackled with energy, a primal roar escaping his lips. At that moment, from the depths of Vegeta's typically fierce eyes, a flicker of unbidden joy unique to warriors ignited, a spark of exhilaration that even he had not recognized. Indeed, it is only through battling you that I can truly gauge the fruits of my training over these years, Kakarot. Beerus and Whis could never achieve this. Only you, Kakarot. Ahahaha. As both Wukong and Vegeta drew their hands to their waists, their gazes locked, an unspoken battle intent surged in the air. With the intensity of their respective auras deepening, the Earth's atmosphere lamented under the chaotic energy converging. Streams of silver and deep purple energy intertwined, shooting out into outer space. As fierce winds howled across the ground, this was naught but a glimpse of the apocalypse. Daddy, Uncle Wukong, please stop fighting, Bra shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth, calling out to the two combatants with all her might. At this moment, Goku and Vegeta were utterly oblivious to the sounds of the world around them. Their eyes were solely focused on one another. The lakeside heaved with tumultuous waves, as a robust tree trunk, several meters in length, was uprooted by the raging winds, hurtling toward the two boys. Bra, watch out. Goten swiftly pulled Bra behind him, his fists raised protectively before his forehead. With a thunderous roar, he opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in a radiant white aura. The formidable tree trunk was effortlessly deflected away by his newfound power. Goten, are you all right? Bra grasped Goten's arm, noticing some scrapes. I'm fine, he replied softly, still in disbelief over the strength he had just unleashed. Yet in the next moment, his gaze fixated upon the horizon. The Earth was on the brink of destruction. A dark purple torrent of energy split into countless rays in the vacuum, creating a rift that manifested out of thin air. Every clash between Goku and Vegeta caused the rift to expand exponentially. Final flash. As the Kamehameha collided once more with the final flash, the dark fissure was completely torn apart. In a state of confrontation, Goku and Vegeta immediately sensed the anomaly, turning to observe their surroundings. To their astonishment, the world around them had vanished entirely. The rift rapidly widened, engulfing them into a void of darkness. Vegeta, what is happening? Goku exclaimed, his eyes filled with confusion as he scanned the area. The seasoned warrior Vegeta quickly regained his composure, his face mirroring Goku's astonishment. I have no idea how this happened. We must break free, Kakarot. With a glance at Goku, Vegeta unleashed his energy, preparing to charge through the still gaping rift. No, it feels as though a tremendous force is pulling me inward, Goku shouted, straining with all his might but remaining anchored to the spot. Damn it! Vegeta, soaring into the air, was swiftly yanked back, helplessly watching as the rift consumed him and Goku. Their final cries echoed with defiance and fury, only to vanish in an instant. The storm gradually subsided, and the apocalyptic scene that had just unfolded was now completely erased, leaving only the absence of Goku and Vegeta. Daddy, where are they? Bra's eyes widened, her long eyelashes fluttering. They've disappeared? Chapter 5. The arrival of the duo, Piccolo and Gohan. Daddy, Daddy, Bra cried out to the heavens, amidst the chaotic aftermath of the fierce battle by the lakeside, where uprooted trees and shattered branches lay strewn about. The mountains were fractured, and the lake's waters surged back ominously. The once tranquil lake surface has expanded several-fold due to the destruction of a dam, with water seeping through the cracks in the ground. Shao Tian slowly closed his eyes, attempting to sense the auras of Goku and Vegeta. During their recent fierce battle, Shao Tian had entered an unprecedented state of transcendence, feeling as though he were a hero from a martial arts novel who had unlocked the meridians. With both his vision and hearing heightened exponentially, it was precisely this state that allowed him to momentarily perceive the moves of Goku and Vegeta. He was uncertain whether this was what the Dragon Ball world referred to as ki, but it was evident that Shao Tian had awakened such abilities through the foundation of Son Goten himself. Have you detected any trace of my father or yours, Goten? Bra inquired anxiously from the side. Shao Tian paused briefly before slowly opening his eyes and shaking his head. How could that be? Bra shot a glance at Shao Tian and complained. Did they go to another planet, making them undetectable for you? Fool, are you even training? Faced with the temper of the first daughter of Dragon Ball, Shao Tian found himself at a loss for words. He had just saved her, yet she unashamedly blamed him. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to clarify that he was not the real Son Goten. Just as he prepared to speak, he was struck by a sudden sense of foreboding. What a formidable presence. Xiaotian quickly focused on the southeastern horizon, where two dark figures were approaching at an alarming speed. Could it be Goku and Vegeta? No. Within half a second, Xiaotian realized that the energy emanating from these two individuals was entirely different from that of Goku and Vegeta. Who could they be? Clenching his fists, Xiaotian felt a surge of anxiety. If a powerful adversary like Frieza were to appear now, both he and Bra would undoubtedly face doom. With such thoughts racing through his mind, the two dark figures drew nearer. It was only when Xiaotian discerned their forms that his heart finally settled. Among them was a striking figure clad in green skin, adorned with white silk draping from his head and shoulders, accompanied by a rather handsome young man with short hair. They were both individuals Xiaotian knew all too well. Wonderful! It's Uncle Piccolo and Brother Gohan. Bra exclaimed joyously upon recognizing the two approaching figures. Hey, Goten! Bra! Gohan called out, waving from a distance, and then, with a powerful burst of energy, he accelerated, leaving Piccolo behind, and almost instantaneously landed before Xiaotian and Bra. Gohan! Xiaotian began to call out, but recalling his current identity as son Goten, he opted to avoid the painful incident of earlier and instead inquired, Brother, what brings you here? As Sun Wukong was about to speak, Piccolo descended before the group and remarked, At home, Gohan and I suddenly sensed the energies of Goku and Vegeta. Initially, we thought they were merely sparring, until their energies abruptly ceased. At that moment, Gohan approached Goten and Bra, offering them a gentle smile. Uncle Piccolo and I unanimously concluded that something peculiar must have occurred to Dad and Uncle Vegeta, so we followed the direction of their vanishing presence. What exactly transpired, Goten? Piccolo inquired, furrowing his brow. Faced with Piccolo's green visage, Goten felt a shiver run down his spine. While watching the anime, he had not perceived this fear, but now, with Piccolo's intense gaze upon him, it felt as though his thoughts were being scrutinized. Goten? Son Gohan noticed the anomaly and patted Goten's shoulder, asking, Why do you seem so dazed? He has been like this since earlier, Bra interjected, crossing her arms with a hint of annoyance. Gohan, Uncle Piccolo. Let me explain. She promptly recounted the events that had transpired. Vanished? Piccolo gazed toward the battlefield where Goku and Vegeta had clashed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Suddenly, he turned sharply, exclaiming, Gohan, understand. Gohan grasped the implication and stepped forward, closing his eyes. In that fleeting moment, Goten observed that Gohan had transformed entirely. His aura no longer resembled that of a refined scholar. A gentle breeze caressed the lake's surface, stirring the remnants scattered upon the ground. Gohan's eyelids began to twitch, and his brows knitted tighter. After a brief pause, he abruptly opened his eyes. No, I cannot perceive Dad and Uncle Vegeta's energies at all. Piccolo glanced over, resting his chin in his hand. If they're not in a combat state, and given the vast distance, it is indeed possible that we cannot detect them. Not even Gohan can find Dad and the others. Bra asked worriedly. Gohan slowly nodded, responding to Bra. I'm sorry, Bra. However, this is not entirely surprising. Piccolo's deep, resonant voice interjected. Their powers have ascended to the realm of the divine. In their Super Saiyan blue forms on Earth, Gohan and I could still sense some traces. Yet, if they have attained a new form beyond that, it is likely that no mortal can capture such energy. With this revelation, even Goten began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Yet, one crucial question lingered. Where exactly were Goku and Vegeta? Son, just what level of power have you and that Vegeta fellow reached? Piccolo turned away from the trio, his gaze fixed upon the sky. Could it be that even Lord Beerus has been surpassed by you? Gazing at Piccolo's silhouette, a sudden flash of realization struck through Goten's mind. He diverted his gaze from Piccolo and turned to Bra, saying, Bra, please contact Aunt Bulma immediately and inform her of the current situation. Huh? Call Mom? Bra, though puzzled, obediently nodded and proceeded to activate the display on her wristwatch. After a brief wait, a languid voice emerged from the other end. Hello, is this Vegeta? Finally decided to call your beautiful and gentle wife. Huh? Hey, you Saiyans. Mom, it's Bra. With a resigned sigh, Bra continued. Have you been drinking with Aunt Ties again? Yeah. Bra, where are you? Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Bulma seemed to become half awake. The situation is at my father end. Just as Bra was about to explain the events, Gohan approached Goten. Goten, why do we need to contact Aunt Bulma immediately? Does she know the whereabouts of Dad and the others? It's about the Dragon Balls. Before Goten could respond, Piccolo turned to Gohan. Through the dragon, we could directly inquire about the current locations of the two. To collect the Dragon Balls, we need the Dragon Radar. Ah, I see. Gohan suddenly understood and cast a glance of admiration toward Goten. Smart Goten. Hee hee. Goten seemed taken aback by such straightforward praise, feeling somewhat awkward. However, at that moment, Piccolo calmly interjected, "Yet, Goten is only partially correct. What concerns me now is that even the dragon may not be able to ascertain their locations. The reason we need Bulma's assistance is that being can only be contacted by her." Whis. Both Goten and Gohan exclaimed simultaneously. Indeed, just as their conversation concluded, Bulma's piercing exclamation came through from Bra's end. "What? Vegeta and Goku are missing?" "Yes, Mom," Bra replied, glancing at the holographic image projected from her wrist. After a moment of silence, Bulma addressed the three, understood. "You all come to my place. Gohan, notify Chi-Chi and the others. Bra, you must go to Capsule Corporation headquarters to find your brother. He should still be in the office handling paperwork." Understood. After assigning tasks to everyone, Bulma said no more and promptly ended the call. It was only then that Goten regained his composure. Bulma truly is a woman who has weathered many storms. He mused internally. At that moment, Gohan patted Goten on the shoulder and said, "Goten, you and Uncle Piccolo should head to Aunt Bulma's house. I'll go pick up Mom. It's a perfect opportunity to see Trunks. It's been a while since you last met." "Got it." Upon finishing his words, son Gohan cast a glance at the others before erupting with energy and soaring into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. "Goten, let us depart as well." Piccolo directed a look towards Little Tion and then ascended into the heavens. Bulma huffed at Little Tion, retrieving a capsule the size of a fingertip from her pocket and tossing it onto the ground. After a cloud of dust settled, a beautifully designed aircraft materialized on the previously empty ground. As Bulma stepped slowly into the cockpit, the engine's roar echoed forth. "What's the matter, Goten?" came Piccolo's stern and impatient voice from above. "What are you dawdling down there for?" Little Tion felt like a fool, standing frozen in place. When he suddenly remembered a crucial detail, he still could not fly. Chapter 6, Long-Lost Friend, Trunks. Endless waves of wheat danced in the gentle breeze, while the calls of pterodactyls echoed through the mountains. A few men, resembling hunters armed with double-barreled rifles, gazed curiously at something above. In the clear sky, a long, white, feathery trail streaked across as Bulma piloted her personal aircraft at hundreds of kilometers per hour through the clouds. Meanwhile, Little Tion sat in the co-pilot seat, filled with curiosity about everything around him. Reflecting on his 20-some years of youth, he realized he had never traveled to a distant place requiring an airplane. Turning to observe, he noted that this aircraft, though small, was indeed well-equipped. Behind the seat, he inadvertently discovered a modest storage compartment brimming with haphazardly arranged plush dolls. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to a peculiar impulse or a touch of obsessive compulsiveness, Little Tion began to reorganize the dolls, returning them to their rightful places. Unexpectedly, mishaps often occur at such moments. Among the array of feminine dolls, he discerned a few edges of pink fabric. Initially unsure of what it was, he curiously tugged at it, pulling it forth. With a soft pop, upon seeing the complete object he had extracted, Little Tion felt his face flush, his blood racing. A warm rush surged uncontrollably from his nostrils, and he quickly clamped his nose shut, but Bulma, focused on piloting, sensed something amiss. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Bulma turned her head, bewildered by the sudden panic of son Goten, who had seemed perfectly fine moments ago. She hastily pulled his hands away from his face, only to be horrified to find his nostrils gushing blood. "Huh? Did you get hurt?" she exclaimed. "No, it's nothing really," Little Tion hurriedly explained. He thought to himself, if Bulma discovered he had inadvertently revealed her undergarment, how could he ever navigate this world again without facing her father's wrath? Thus, he shook his head vigorously, attempting to brush off the incident, but the more he did so, the more Bulma's attention was drawn to him. "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" Burrow exclaimed, her face a canvas of feigned annoyance, yet tinged with an undeniable concern. After setting the spacecraft to autopilot, she leaned in, reaching over Xiao Yan's seat to rummage in the storage compartment behind him. "Consider yourself fortunate. My mother, worried about my safety, placed a first aid kit back here. Just wait a moment while I fetch something to staunch the bleeding." No, I'm perfectly capable of cleaning myself up," Xiao Tian replied, pressing himself tightly against the seat back, too intimidated to move in the proximity of Burra. "Stop trying to be so brave. You should really train more with Gohan and the others. Otherwise, you'll struggle even against mere minnows." "What if?" Burra's words trailed off suddenly, leaving Xiao Tian with an ominous sense that something was amiss. The cockpit, already confined in space, was enveloped in an unsettling silence, as if a storm were brewing on the horizon. "Son, go!" Tion. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the aircraft, previously gliding smoothly through the clouds, encountered violent turbulence. The rear engine burst forth with a dazzling blue light, rocketing the craft to its maximum velocity. "I'm sorry. Let me explain," Xiao Tian, pinned firmly in his seat by the immense inertia of the sudden acceleration, watched as the scenery outside the cockpit canopy began to whirl chaotically. "Go explain it to the King of Hell," Bulla shouted, yanking the control stick as the aircraft spiraled like a tornado, oscillating wildly between clockwise and counterclockwise directions. After nearly 20 minutes of torment, it seemed that Bulla's energy was waning, and the flight path gradually stabilized. Xiao Tian, dazed and pressed against the side window, gazed down at the emerging clusters of buildings as Bulla's icy voice pierced through the fog of his mind. "Next time, you won't be so lucky." As the buzzing in his head subsided, Xiao Yan's eyes widened, beholding the towering and surreal architecture that filled his view, causing him to swallow hard. "Where are we?" "West City. Please refrain from asking such foolish questions. It only makes you seem foolish as well." Ignoring Bulla's sarcastic remark, Xiao Tian remained transfixed, his gaze locked onto the succession of skyscrapers racing past. As the aircraft slowed its pace above the city, a variety of other flying devices flitted about beneath them. The ground below was alive with traffic, people bustling to and fro, painting a vivid tableau of a futuristic metropolis. West City, the most prosperous city on Earth within the Dragon Ball universe, was also the headquarters of Bulma's family and the Capsule Corporation. Suddenly, a grand edifice came into view, distinguished by its striking open balconies that spiraled upward on every floor, setting it apart from the surrounding structures with its palpable sense of advanced technology. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could see numerous individuals engaged in work at their computers. At the pinnacle of the building looms a colossal logo, emblazoned with the letters Capsule Corp, signifying the Universal Capsule Corporation. The name is one that Goten is intimately familiar with, murmuring it softly to himself. Under Bulma's deft guidance, the aircraft descends onto a hovering helipad atop the skyscraper, and with a click, the cockpit hatch opens. Eagerly, Bulma unfastens her seatbelt and leaps out, with Goten promptly following suit. A young woman clad in professional attire greets them with a warm smile, quickly approaching to bow upon seeing Bulma and Goten's arrival. "Miss Bulma, you have arrived." "Yes," Bulma replies with a slight nod, then inquires, "Is my brother still busy?" "Yes, President Trunks is currently in a meeting with the shareholders." The professional woman responds, "Honestly, I informed him in advance of my arrival. Miss, it cannot be blamed on the young master. After all, he's been inundated with numerous affairs lately," she adds. "All right, let us wait then," Bulma dismisses with a wave of her hand. Shortly, the professional woman escorts them into an elegantly adorned reception room. After placing a meticulously crafted cup of coffee before Bulma, she turns to Goten and asks, "Young Master Goten, would you prefer tea or coffee?" I'm fine with either," Goten replies politely, glancing at Bulma, who is reclining on the luxurious sofa. "Very well. Please hold on while I prepare coffee to match Miss Bulma's taste," the woman says with a smile, turning to head toward the coffee machine, only to be halted by Bulma's voice. "Wait, just get him a cola." Bulma points at Goten, then mutters, "I don't want to drink the same thing as him." "Understood," the woman replies respectfully, without further consulting Goten, and retrieves a chilled beverage from the refrigerator, placing it on the table before him. She bows once more to the two before exiting. The reception room falls silent, as Bulma sips her coffee and sinks into the sofa, closing her eyes to rest. Perhaps due to the day's thrilling encounters, Goten feels a wave of drowsiness wash over him, his eyelids growing heavier. However, just as he is on the verge of drifting off into the plush embrace of the sumptuous sofa, a vibrant and clear voice calls out from afar. "Apologies for keeping you waiting." Instantly, Goten opens his eyes. Meanwhile, Bulma has sprung up from the sofa, rushing into the arms of the approaching man. "Brother, you're so late." Hey, you're all grown up now. Save the theatrics for another time, or Mother will scold us again," the man says, gently patting Bulma's back while his gaze settles warmly yet keenly upon Goten. "Goten, you finally decided to come." With the sight of the newcomer, Goten's fatigue dissipates entirely. The man, clad in an exquisite suit, effortlessly showcased his tall and slender physique, his light lavender hair styled in a center parting, complementing his mature and sharply defined handsome features. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Vegeta, at least 7 or 8 parts alike. It has been quite some time." Xiao Tian collected his thoughts and approached gently, calling out the name of this figure buried deep within his memories. Trunks. Chapter 7. Gathering at Bulma's home. In search of the two who have disappeared. Standing before him was Trunks, the eldest son of Vegeta, the most dashing character in Dragon Ball. Just moments earlier, while aboard the spacecraft, Xiaotian had envisioned countless scenarios of their meeting. However, he had not anticipated that Trunks' attire, coupled with his handsome visage, would epitomize the quintessential modern CEO from a short drama. "Brother, you must be finished here, right? Let's hurry home," Bra said, tightly clutching Trunks' arm, her demeanor a stark contrast to the earlier haughty arrogance. "Yes, I already heard about Dad and Uncle Goku from Mom," Trunks replied, nodding before glancing at the two. "Shall we depart? Time to head home." With that, the trio prepared to stride towards the runway, but just a few steps out, a woman's urgent voice called from behind. "Young master, please wait. There are several contracts you haven't approved yet." Trunks sighed, as if he had anticipated this interruption upon leaving the company, and without turning back, he declared, "For the time being, I will leave these matters to you. I have more pressing concerns. Hurry. I do not wish to be encumbered by these people." He quickened his pace, leading Bra and Xiaotian along with him. It was not until they boarded the spacecraft that Trunks reclined on his seat, exhaling a sigh of relief. "What? Is there someone besides Dad and Mom who can instill fear in you?" "Bra chocolate covering harmot." Trunks quickly removed his suit and replied, "As a matter of fact, there is indeed someone I dare not provoke." "Oh." Bra turned to him eagerly, not wanting to miss any secrets. "Is it that legendary being named Beerus? I heard he even held me as a child. He should be quite approachable." Trunks turned to Xiaotian, who was crouched in the storage compartment, and they shared a knowing smile before he said, "That person is of course you, my sister." At this revelation, both he and Xiaotian burst in hearty laughter. "Honestly, my serious brother at work reveals his true self once outside." Bra quickly grasped the situation, looking at the two with mock annoyance as she activated the spacecraft. "Then it is settled. Once we return home, I shall tell Mom about how you both bullied me." With a sudden roar of the engine, the spacecraft jolted upward, causing Xiaotian, without a seatbelt to secure him, to bump his head against the ceiling. "Oh, that hurts," he exclaimed. "Serves you right for laughing at me with my brother. Furthermore, please remain seated and refrain from any erratic movements, or you shall be ejected." After a series of operations by Bulma, Trunks' cheeks twitched slightly as he sat in his place, daring not to make a sound, while casting a gaze laden with sympathy towards Goten, clearly conveying the message, "You're in for it, my friend." The Capsule Corporation was not far from Bulma's residence. Within 10 minutes of flight, a familiar semicircular edifice came into view. Surrounding the building, which bore the emblem of the Capsule Corporation, was an expansive courtyard, featuring several uniquely designed areas. Goten peeked out, recognizing it as the gravity chamber used by Vegeta for intense training. He pondered how much gravity he could withstand in his current form. By the age of 7, Goten had mastered the Super Saiyan transformation effortlessly. He glanced down at his body, aware that the potential within was undoubtedly on par with Gohan's. In a world filled with imminent peril, he could not afford to exist like an ordinary individual, merely waiting for fate to unfold. Recalling the motivating words spoken by Goku, Goten resolved to dedicate himself to rigorous training henceforth. Otherwise, he would be incapable of protecting others, let alone himself. The flying vehicle landed steadily in a courtyard, and Goten followed Trunks and his sister across the grassy pathway into Bulma's home. Upon entering, Goten was awestruck by the exquisite interior design, marveling at Bulma's status as the wealthiest individual on this planet. The decor of the living room alone could eclipse the opulent mansions he had often seen on television in his own world. At that moment, several familiar faces were gathered in Bulma's abode. He immediately recognized two bald figures, Krillin and Tien. Additionally, on the sofa sat a drowsy Yamcha, flipping through a pink magazine, while the elderly Master Roshi was also present, conversing with Android 18, who was animatedly chatting with a blonde girl strikingly similar to herself. Meanwhile, Gohan was seated alongside three women, Chi-Chi, Videl, and Pan. Piccolo remained aloof, standing against the wall with his arms crossed. Upon their arrival, conversations ceased, and all eyes turned towards them. "Hey, Goten, why did you take so long?" Krillin greeted with a smile and a wave. Before Goten could respond, Bulma interjected with a hint of annoyance. "It's because this guy insisted on cramming into the flying vehicle with us. Honestly, he could have arrived in the blink of an eye if he had flown himself." Yamcha, upon hearing this, suddenly woke with a peculiar laugh and hurried over to pull Goten aside, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "You rascal, you've managed to charm Bulma. You certainly have my flair from back in the day." That was merely a coincidence. Just a coincidence." Goten quickly waved his hands in denial. "No need to explain," Yamcha said, placing a finger to his lips with a knowing expression. "I have faith in you." In the blink of an eye, Bra has grown up, and that character of Vegeta would never permit an ordinary Earth boy to engage with her. Thus, the only fitting candidate among the new generation of warriors with Saiyan blood is you, Goten. Yamcha, Goten, what are you two conspiring about over there? Just as Yamcha was about to say something, a woman's voice from the center of the living room pierced through, causing him to startle. The two turned to see a woman with blue short hair clad in a white lab coat, exuding an aura of remarkable competence with every movement. Bulma, you finally emerged. Yamcha chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Bulma merely cast a fleeting glance at him before turning to the others, stating, everyone is aware of the situation with Goku and Vegeta, correct? The circumstances are dire. We must devise a plan immediately. Upon her utterance, the room fell silent. Since the power tournament held by the Omni King, Earth had enjoyed an extended period of tranquility. Enemies like Baby, who should have been capable of annihilating the world at some juncture, were vanquished by Goku in his Super Saiyan Blue form due to their delayed appearances. Yet, no one could foresee that the pinnacle of strength in Universe 7, Goku and Vegeta, would mysteriously vanish into the void. Aunt Bulma. Gohan glanced at Piccolo, rising to propose. The best course of action now is to harness the Dragon Ball's power or contact Lord Whis for assistance. Gohan's assertion was indeed accurate. This was the most feasible approach at present. The individuals in the living room nodded in agreement. Bulma snapped her fingers, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, that aligns with my thoughts. I conveniently gathered the Dragon Balls just last month. She then reached into the ample pocket of her lab coat, retrieving a palm-sized tablet. Contemplating before stating, let us contact Whis first. Perhaps there will be further need for the Dragon Balls down the line. Speaking of which, Bulma, it seems that someone has been summoning the dragon every year. Krillin stepped forward, squinting with a teasing glint in his eye. Could it be that someone is still using it to maintain their youth? A clang resounded as Bulma, producing a frying pan from seemingly nowhere, brought it down upon Krillin's bald head, causing him to yelp in pain. Serves you right. Number 18, crossing her legs, observed the unfolding events with an expression devoid of any emotion on her stunning face. Bulma's use of the Dragon Balls was almost an open secret, and Little Trunks was undoubtedly well aware of this. At some point, the Dragon Balls had been monopolized by the protagonist group centered around Goku, and with Earth enjoying prolonged peace, their wishes had become increasingly absurd. After reprimanding Krillin, Bulma adeptly began tapping on the tablet until a pulsating graph appeared on the screen. Upon witnessing the scene, all those present gathered around, eagerly anticipating the long-awaited voice of the celestial being. However, as seconds ticked by, the flat screen continued to display the same repetitive image, devoid of any sound. How frustrating it is that my calls are always unanswered during critical moments. Bulma paced back and forth, her countenance growing increasingly agitated. Perhaps Whis is preoccupied, Piccolo remarked gravely, analyzing the situation. It seems we have no choice but to summon the Eternal Dragon and inquire. Well, it appears we must proceed in that manner. Bulma nodded in agreement before turning to Trunks. The Dragon Balls are secured in the innermost safe of the storage room. Please retrieve them. Certainly. Trunks immediately soared into the air, propelling himself along the hallway toward the living room. Chapter 8. Arise, Eternal Dragon. Before long, in the expansive lawn of Bulma's residence, Trunks had arranged the Dragon Balls in perfect order. Everyone congregated, collectively gazing upon the 7 orbs that had altered their fates. Arise, Eternal Dragon, grant me my wish. With Bulma's triumphant call, the atmosphere fell silent for but 2 seconds before the Dragon Balls erupted with golden radiance, shooting skyward. The skies above Bulma's home, The entirety of West City became a tempest of thunder and lightning, dark clouds swiftly enveloping the area. Countless pedestrians on the streets were already accustomed to such phenomena. They merely glanced upward before resuming their activities. It is no wonder, for the inhabitants of this world, this is merely a routine spectacle that occurs nearly every year. The faces of the gathered crowd were illuminated by the golden light, and the soaring beam did not dissipate but gradually faded. As the brilliance subsided, the emerald-hued form of the great dragon began to materialize. Little Tian stood utterly astonished. At such close proximity, the dragon's size far exceeded his expectations. Merely lifting his gaze, he found his entire field of vision nearly obscured by the dragon's pristine white underbelly. The dragon descended gracefully from the sky, its massive head glowing with a crimson hue as it gazed down upon the assembly, its 2 pairs of whiskers gently swaying. Now, speak your wishes, and I shall fulfill them. The dragon's voice was deep and resonant, precisely as Tian remembered. Bulma contemplated for a moment before addressing the dragon. Please bring Goku and Vegeta back here. I understand, the dragon replied succinctly. And with a flash of red light in its eyes, it acknowledged her wish. After Bulma's request, the crowd held their breath, eagerly awaiting the dragon's response. However, the process of granting the wish took far longer than anyone had anticipated. Minutes passed, yet the dragon's eyes remained closed. What was happening? Bra could not contain her curiosity and questioned aloud. Even as the youngest in attendance, she had witnessed Bulma make wishes to the dragon on several occasions before. In the past, wishes were granted almost instantaneously. Never had there been such an unusual delay. Hush! Bulma glanced at her daughter, placing a finger to her lips to signal her to wait patiently. Just as everyone was lost in speculation, the dragon's eyes abruptly opened, revealing a hint of disarray on its eternally composed face. I apologize, but this wish exceeds my capabilities. I cannot assist you. What? Although they had anticipated this outcome, the crowd could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Bulma frowned and, looking up at the dragon with dissatisfaction, remarked, "What is the matter?" "It is merely a matter of teleporting two individuals back to Earth. Could it be that they have perished?" At this revelation, Bra instinctively covered her mouth with her hands, her face a mask of incredulity and fear. The dragon, however, seemed unfazed by Bulma's demeanor and continued to elaborate. "No, I have not sensed them in the realm of the dead. Goku and Vegeta should still be alive." "What do you mean, should be?" Bulma inquired. "Because I cannot be certain. In any case, their souls are not present in the underworld of Universe 7. Please make another wish, Bulma. I remind you, you may still request 3 wishes this time." The dragon's expression was slightly awkward, and its tone softened. It was quite surprising that the dragon would address Bulma by name. Evidently, over the years, it had become quite familiar with the main characters. No wonder the existence of a longtime patron could lead to the fulfillment of 3 wishes. Xiao Tian found this somewhat amusing, but under the current circumstances, he stole a glance at Bra, who was clearly worried, and suppressed a smile. Minutes slipped by in silence. "So what is your wish? You must decide quickly, or I shall take my leave." The dragon's voice echoed once more. "What should we do? Should we wish for time to reverse to when they were fighting?" Bulma inquired of the group. "This way, we could prevent their disappearance." "That sounds like a good idea," exclaimed Krillin and Yamcha in unison, with others nodding in agreement. Yet at that moment, a sudden voice interrupted no. Everyone turned to Xiao Tian, who had just concluded his contemplation and was now approaching. "First of all, we cannot be sure if the dragon can accomplish that. Bulma, do you not remember that manipulating time is a grave offense?" Before Bulma could respond, a deep voice from the side chimed in. "This is precisely what I wanted to convey. If Whis and Beerus detect a disruption in the timeline, they certainly will not merely offer a verbal reprimand this time." Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression shifted dramatically. "What is it, Mom?" Bra asked, linking her arm with Bulma's. "In nothing," Bulma replied, turning her gaze to Xiao Tian and nodding earnestly. "I understand." Xiao Tian was certainly aware of what Bick was alluding to. It harked back to many years prior when Bulma sought to replicate a time machine using notes from her future self, only to be thwarted midway by Beerus. Whis had sternly warned Bulma that time was a domain reserved for the gods. Not even deities could manipulate it at will, let alone mere mortals. Had it not been for the cordial rapport he shared with Bulma, Beerus might have already executed her on the spot. Thus, Bulma's aspirations crumbled, leaving everyone pondering their next course of action. At that moment, Xiao Tian surveyed the group before his gaze fell upon the dragon. Perhaps it would be prudent to convey the news of the 2 missing individuals to Whis, requesting him and Lord Beerus to arrive on Earth forthwith. "Surely, that is within your capabilities?" "Ah, merci délivrer un message." "That, of course, I can accomplish," the dragon replied promptly. This time, the dragon did not make the assembled company wait long. Mere seconds elapsed before a response resonated from it. "The accounts of Goku and Vegeta's predicament have been conveyed to Lord Whis. That wish has been fulfilled." "Splendid." Bulma's eyes sparkled, and simultaneously, her communication tablet emitted a signal. "By the way, it seems there are still 2 wishes remaining. Since the dragon has appeared, we ought not to squander this opportunity," Number 18 reminded the group. At this juncture, at the edge of the afterlife, on King Kai's planet, the North Kai, enjoying a leisurely drive, suddenly sneezed and slammed on the brakes. As if he were cognizant of events unfolding in another realm, he immediately transmitted his voice through telepathy. "Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Did any of you catch that sound?" Vidi looked at Gohan before addressing the others. "That voice seems familiar." Krillin scratched his head in contemplation. "Yes, it's Lord North Kai. Father has always wished to revive him. Gohan's mind sparked with realization, and he turned towards the dragon in the sky, exclaiming, "Dragon, please bring forth what is currently on King Kai's planet." However, before Gohan could finish his request, the dragon interrupted, stating, "Apologies, while there were indeed 2 wishes remaining. Transmitting the message to Lord Beerus' divine abode consumed a significant amount of my energy, thus. As for that, farewell everyone," with the dragon hastily concluding this final sentence. The sky was illuminated with a golden hue, and the dragon balls that lay upon the ground suddenly soared into the air, swiftly scattering in 7 different directions. Following this flurry, the previously overcast sky transformed into a clear expanse, sunlight once again gracing Bulma's courtyard. Bulma, it has been quite some time." At that moment, an oddly pitched voice emanated from Bulma's tablet, rendering it difficult to discern its gender, yet imbued with an ethereal quality. Upon hearing this voice, the hearts of those present felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. Chapter 9. Hurry to Earth, Lord Whis. It is Whis. Having made contact so swiftly? Upon hearing the sound emitted by the communicator, everyone was instantly captivated and drawn closer. The voice of Bulma's was continued. "The eternal dragon of your Earth has informed me that Goku and Vegeta have vanished during their battle. Therefore, I wish to confirm the authenticity of this event with you." Indeed, Bulma glanced at Goten and Bra, and upon receiving their simultaneous nods, she felt more assured and added to Whis, "That is correct. Bra, Goten, you both witnessed it firsthand. Please describe it to Whis." Hearing Bulma's words, Bra leaned in closer to the communicator screen. Upon seeing Whis's image, she experienced an indescribable sense of familiarity. Ever since Bra could comprehend, she had only heard of such a deity from Bulma's stories, but had never seen one in person. "Are you the angel my mother often speaks of?" Bra asked, pointing at Whis on the screen. "Curious, but you seem to lack wings?" Whis chuckled softly. "Bulma, is this your second child with Vegeta?" Yes, indeed," Bulma replied with an awkward smile. Whis then turned his gaze towards Bra, quietly listening to her account. After a brief moment of contemplation, Whis' unique tone resonated from her daughter's description. It appears that the intensity of Goku and Vegeta's battle was such that it tore the fabric of space, subsequently drawing them into it. Torn space? Everyone gasped in astonishment. "Indeed," Whis nodded, then elaborated, "this is entirely plausible, and it has indeed occurred in the past. Bulma, you should have witnessed it as well." "Me?" Bulma pointed to herself, and, as she pondered deeply, it seemed she recalled something. "Are you referring to the battle between Goku and Broly?" "Precisely, to be specific. It pertains to the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, known as Gogeta, and his confrontation with Broly. The tremendous energy unleashed by the two during their clash tore open the nearby space, creating a gateway to another realm." "What, another realm?" Everyone felt as if they were listening to an arcane text. "Wait a moment, Whis, are you implying other universes?" Bulma inquired calmly. "Within the universe of Dragon Ball, there exist 12 universes in total, and the one Goku and his companions inhabit is the 7th universe, a detail that Goten clearly remembered. The 2 universes that sum to 13 are considered twin universes, sharing a general consistency in species and evolutionary processes, such as the 7th and 6th universes." As the group contemplated this, they felt a slight relief, for if Bulma's conjecture were correct and Goku and Vegeta had indeed ventured into another universe, retrieving them would not be overly difficult, especially with Whis' assistance. Yet, to their surprise, Whis shook his head the next moment, stating no, the rift does not connect to another universe. In the cosmic laws crafted by the deities, the passage between universes can only be unlocked by angels, gods of destruction, or supreme beings. Even if Goku and Vegeta were to multiply their current fighting prowess 100-fold or even 1,000-fold, they would remain powerless to breach this rule. Such a proclamation plunged everyone present back into a profound silence. Whis cleared his throat and continued, "Beyond the 12 universes governed by the Grand Zeno, there exists another realm. In this domain, the concepts of time and space are non-existent, making it the most desolate and shadowy place among all universes." This description bore a resemblance to the void, prompting the previously silent little Tion to speak up. After his remark, he noticed that everyone was staring at him, astonished. The void had been the venue for the Tournament of Power many years ago, and it was only after little Tion's mention that the memories of that event resurfaced. Their astonishment stemmed from the fact that Goten had not been present to witness the event, aside from the 10 representatives of the 7th universe. The rest had remained at Bulma's home. "Ha! Little Tion chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. You all forgot, but Mr. Whis mentioned it before we set off. Indeed, I did, Whis nodded in agreement. The two places are indeed quite similar, yet the void was merely a discarded blueprint of a universe. The realm I speak of is a forbidden zone of the divine realm, a place even I cannot fathom. Huh? Even you, as an angel, cannot enter there? Indeed, Whis replied succinctly before shifting the conversation. However, this remains merely a hypothesis. To ascertain whether Goku and the others ventured there, we must investigate the site, as it is likely that the location of their disappearance harbors the essence of another space. That would be splendid, Whis, Bulma exclaimed with excitement. I invite you and Lord Beerus to visit Earth. Ahem, Bulma, that is precisely what I wish to convey. Unfortunately, I cannot come to Earth just yet. Why not? Regrettably, Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa are engaged in a wager regarding who can sleep the longest. During Lord Beerus' slumber, as his attendant, I cannot depart. Who would be so dull as to compete over sleeping? Bulma frowned, voicing her discontent. Bulma, please mind your words, Whis interjected with an impassive expression. Since Lord Beerus awakened, he has not had a proper rest due to his association with Goku and the others. For his well-being, he must sleep for another 30 years without interruption. What nonsense! Bulma pouted. Wasn't it you who frequently brought Lord Beerus to Earth for a feast? Indeed, Whis replied, his eyes half closed. After a moment's contemplation, Bulma feigned resignation, saying, Very well, then I shall have to remove the lavish feast that was being prepared. Upon hearing the phrase, sumptuous food, Whis's eyes brightened momentarily. But he quickly regained his composure. No, it simply cannot be done. I shall not budge an inch until Lord Beerus awakens. What a pity it is, for there are so many delectable dishes to savor. Assorted tempura, curry udon, sushi, and unagi, Bulma continued to enumerate, showing no signs of pausing. Unfortunately, you've already taken me to experience all of these. Whis's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a serene demeanor. I regret that I am unable to assist. Oh, Bulma raised an eyebrow, as if she was finally reverting to her true self. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Whis stated, preparing to terminate the communication. Hey, wait. Just as everyone seemed at a loss, a faint voice from little Tion emerged. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, I could prepare a dish for Lord Whis that he has never tasted before. Chapter 10. Who would have thought that a dish capable of moving the divine would be? What? Everyone present turned to little Tion, their expressions a mixture of incredulity. You can cook? Bra furrowed her brow, the first to voice her skepticism. Well, I know a little bit. Although he feigned modesty, little Tion thought to himself, if I cannot even cook, then I would have wasted these 20-odd years of my life. After all, in the land where I once lived, it was truly a paradise of culinary delights. Goten. Chi-Chi approached, grasping little Tion's hand to scrutinize it before shaking her head and saying no. You science appear as if you cannot even hold a spoon properly. Don't overestimate your abilities. Let your mother handle it. For the first time, little Tion heard someone refer to him as mother, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chi-Chi's attire and demeanor were exactly as he remembered, yet with the passage of time, her once beautiful face bore the marks of aging, resembling a housewife worn by the years. With that, Chi-Chi turned towards the outdoor kitchen in the courtyard. However, before she could take more than a few steps, Whis's voice resonated once again from the communicator. Ho ho ho. To savor a meal prepared by the battle-hardened Saiyan is indeed a rarity. Chi-Chi, please allow him to proceed. Upon hearing this, little Tion shifted his focus from Chi-Chi and nodded at the others. Judging by the dishes Bulma had just listed, it seemed that Whis had merely sampled Japanese cuisine over the years. Although little Tion often relied on takeout in his world out of sheer laziness, he did possess a few culinary skills of his own. However, little Tion suddenly recalled something and dashed towards Bra's aircraft. Moments later, he emerged with a plastic bag in hand, hastily making his way to the outdoor kitchen counter. Certainly, with the tool in his hand, he was confident he could attract even the divine. With this thought, Xiao Tian busied himself at the kitchen counter. However, as he skillfully cracked the eggs and blended them in a bowl, Chi-Chi's eyes widened in astonishment. Speaking of which, Bulma, I recall that last time. Vegeta struggled even to crack an egg. It truly is a challenge for him, considering their race is not particularly adept in this area. As Whis recounted these memories, Bulma chuckled in agreement. Indeed, Vegeta and Goku are quite similar, she exclaimed. I wonder if Gohan and Goten have picked up some culinary skills from Chi-Chi. Should Whis dare try? Aunt Bulma, Gohan said, somewhat bashfully scratching the back of his head, then glancing at his companion, Videl. I feel quite embarrassed. Usually, it's Videl who cooks at home. Yet Videl showed no signs of concern, gently reassuring Gohan. It's perfectly fine. You should focus on what you love. Hey Mom, have you forgotten about me? Xiao Fong tugged at Videl's sleeve. Over the years, both she and Bra had blossomed into graceful young women. Their Saiyan heritage was evident, manifesting in the spirited aura and striking features that distinguished them from ordinary Earth girls. How could I? Videl's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she tenderly replied, at home. Xiao Fong and your father are my most cherished ones. Whis, on the other end of the communicator, stifled a laugh, then mused wistfully, ah, what a heartwarming family scene. Alas, I fear it will be another 30 to 50 years on Beer's planet before I see everyone again. By then, Bulma, you all will have aged, I presume. Well, that may not be the case. Bulma interjected with a hint of mischief in her voice, for I have my secret to eternal youth. A voice from the crowd chimed in with a playful tone. Oh dear, time is of the essence, Whis noted, his staff shimmering with a faint glow as he squinted at the purple gem at its tip. Lord Beerus' sleeping habits have truly become more chaotic. Goten, how much longer will you need? Almost done, Lord Whis. Xiao Tian replied, deftly lifting the iron pan, his wrist flicking as the grains of rice danced like waves within. This spectacle left not just Chi-Chi, but everyone present in utter disbelief, their jaws nearly grazing the floor. Goodness, is this really Goten? Am I dreaming? When did you acquire such skills? Bra's pupils dilated with incredulity as she tightened her grip on Bulma's hand. With a final flip of the pan, Xiao Tian set a plate before him, quickly piling glistening golden rice like a small mountain. Chopped scallions floated down from above, blanketing the fried rice. In a mere 10 minutes, a dish that was visually appealing and fragrant was completed. It's done, Lord Whis. Little Tian cradled a freshly prepared egg-fried rice in his hands and hurried to the communicator to present it. Vados leaned in, scrutinizing it with a twitch of his nose, as if he could smell the delectable aroma through the screen. It appeared to be merely an ordinary fried rice, something Bulma had previously taken me to taste. Vados stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked in a leisurely manner, well, it just so happens that it is time for a meal. A brief departure should not trouble Lord Beerus. Upon hearing Vados' concession, expressions of delight spread across everyone's faces. Prophetic fish, should Lord Beerus awaken mid-meal, kindly inform him that I am off in search of new delicacies, he added. And remember to pack some for me. A goblet floated gracefully beside Vados, responding in a gentle murmur. Need I even mention it? Vados chuckled lightly, then raised his divine staff to the individuals on the other end of the communicator, declaring, everyone on Earth, I shall be with you shortly. Goten, I hope your culinary creation does not disappoint. A splendid rainbow hue illuminated the communicator's image, and then Vados vanished without a trace. Greetings, everyone. Vados' voice resonated almost instantly among the group, followed by the sudden appearance of his tall figure before them. Bulma nearly stumbled backward, her eyes wide with astonishment as she exclaimed, how did you arrive so quickly? I remember it used to take quite a while to fly here. Ha! Vados waved at the crowd, his eyes half closed in a smile. I too can teleport. However, I previously preferred to admire the scenery before meals. All for the sake of Lord Beerus' well-being. Vados approached Little Tian, gazing down at the new generation Saiyan Goten. The last time I saw you, you were but a mere child. Now, I sense an invisible power within you, as if a soul from another realm resides within. Upon uttering these words, the surrounding crowd remained oblivious, but Little Tian's heart trembled at the realization. He never expected Vados to perceive that he was not the true Goten. Could this be the manifestation of the seventh universe's mightiest god's prowess? With a flick of his hand through the air, a small steel spoon materialized from his slender fingertips, and he prepared to poke at the grains of rice. Wait, Lord Vados. Little Tian suddenly halted his actions, retrieving a jar with a striking red packaging from a plastic bag, the fiery chili oil inside clearly visible. With a swift motion, the lid that would typically require considerable strength to open was easily twisted off by Goten's newfound vigor. Little Tian poured the chili oil over the fried rice and looked at Vados, saying, please enjoy this with the egg fried rice. Vados nodded without hesitation, taking a half-spoonful of the egg fried rice mixed with the chili oil, savoring it slowly. All present watched in silent anticipation for his reaction. Suddenly, a prolonged "oh" resonated from deep within Whis' throat. This sound gradually spread, reaching even the farmers toiling in the fields on the outskirts of West City, who paused in their work to gaze in bewilderment. Why did I feel an overwhelming urge to weep? How long had it been since I experienced such an emotion? It must be the onion. I added onion. Whis opened his eyes wide, fixating intently on the jar of spicy oil in Goten's hand, marveling at this extraordinary concoction. The spiciness tantalized my taste buds without causing discomfort. Instead, it ignited an insatiable appetite. Paired with the fluffy, perfectly separated egg fried rice, personally crafted by Goten, it was a match made in culinary heaven. Whis tossed his divine staff skyward, his body swirling gracefully in the air, his delight evident. It appeared that after the instant noodles, this secret visit to Earth, away from Lord Beerus, had yielded yet another unexpected gastronomic delight. Everyone, let us soon embark on a quest to locate Goku and Vegeta. Whis, hovering above, gazed down at the assembled crowd in the courtyard, gradually descending. However, before that, I must relish this unparalleled flavor. Chapter 11. Confirming their whereabouts. Goku and Vegeta in another realm. Indeed, Whis was feeling a tad hungry. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, his small steel spoon, moving in a trajectory unfathomable to mortals, swiftly cleared an entire plate of egg-fried rice. Goten, I am exceedingly pleased with your culinary skills, especially with this bottle in your hand. What was it called again? Lao Gan Ma. Yes. The image of the elderly figure on the label brings me great comfort. Only after setting down his utensils did Whis's expression take on a slightly more serious demeanor. Now, back to the matter at hand. Let us promptly head to the location where the two vanished. Time was of the essence. Everyone, quickly form a circle around me. Whis extended his arms, and the group immediately drew closer, clasping one another's hands. Bulma, please have your daughter describe the approximate location. Upon hearing Whis's directive, Bulma turned to Bra, who nodded in response. It should be about 100 kilometers south of West City. Bra looked up thoughtfully and added, There's a large lake there. Whis replied, closing his eyes. Suddenly, the divine staff hovering behind him began to emit a faint glow and gradually floated to the center of the circle formed by the group. The lake, 100 kilometers south of the city. Whis's staff unfolded a three-dimensional image, showcasing a variety of landscapes that flashed before them. Found it. Whis opened his eyes. Everyone, please hold on tightly to one another. Be cautious of the descent. No sooner had he spoken than Goten heard a swift whoosh beside his ear. In an instant, amidst a whirlwind of shifting scenery, the group found themselves standing outside a forest, facing the expansive lake before them. The terrain here has been irrevocably altered. Vast craters and melted rock walls bear testament to the ferocity of the battle. Whis hovers above the center of the battlefield, his staff glowing once more. This time, the radiance does not disperse, but rather converges like a spotlight, swiftly directing little Goku's gaze to the past. There lies the very epicenter of the clash between Goku and Vegeta's energies. In the air, strands of imperceptible energy, akin to black fissures, are forcefully delineated from the void by the light of the staff. Everyone watches intently as this process unfolds. The black energy appears anything but static. It writhes and struggles as if imbued with life, emanating a profoundly unsettling, chilling aura of desolation. Whis furrows his brow slightly. For the first time, his usually cheerful visage betrays a grave expression. Residual energies of destruction linger, yet they are not those of Lord Beerus. This power is far older and infused with a certain will of hatred and void. A god of destruction? Has another from a different universe come to Earth? Trunks inquires in astonishment. No, Whis replies slowly, shaking his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the void toward an unfathomably distant source. This power should have long been sealed. With that, Whis snaps his fingers. At the sound, the ethereal energy that had appeared moments before is swiftly enveloped by the light of the staff, disappearing from everyone's sight. So, did Goku and Vegeta truly venture to that place? A trembling question arises from Krillin among the crowd. Oh, Whis, please stop teasing us. Hurry and share what you know, exclaims Chi-Chi, Goku's wife, concern evident in her eyes. Whis' gaze sweeps over the group before finally resting on Chi-Chi's face. His refined tone now tinged with an unusual weight. Kiki, I completely understand. Rest assured, I shall soon disclose what I know to all of you. Having spoken, Whis gracefully descends from the air to stand before them. He nods slightly, and the crystal atop his staff shimmers gently, as if retrieving ancient and distant memories. Where shall I begin? Whis muses aloud. In simple terms, the universe we commonly perceive, no matter how vast, operates under the rules established by Lord Zeno, with the flow of time, space, energy, and life. Even the realms of the afterlife, the Kaioshin realm, the realm of destruction. And even the void beyond the universe remain within this grand system. Do you all understand this? The group nods in unison. The little Goku appears somewhat hesitant. Reflecting on the timeline, he had only just risen from his modest 600 yuan rental room that very morning. After all, who could have anticipated that after a day of arduous labor, he would inexplicably materialize in this familiar, yet foreign world? Undoubtedly, he has fully embraced the reality of being reborn as Son Goten. Yet, as he listened to Whis' calm narration, a long-overlooked thought suddenly crossed his mind. If he retained his consciousness while becoming Son Goten, taking over this body that flowed with the blood of both Saiyans and Earthlings, where had the true Son Goten's soul gone? Perhaps they had exchanged souls, with Goten ultimately transported to a reality devoid of Dragon Balls. Or perhaps the answer to this mystery would only be unveiled by Goten himself in due time. In any case, he felt it prudent to keep this secret for the moment. Revealing his true identity to those before him could lead to unforeseen troubles. What are you thinking about? The sound from beside him roused Goten from his contemplation. Turning his head, he found Bra gazing at him intently, her eyes sparkling. Did I grow flowers on my face? He retorted, not at all. You're just being rather narcissistic. Bra pouted, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she quickly turned her head away. However, her interruption dispelled Goten's train of thought, and he redirected his gaze to Whis, who continued to speak with a voice that resonated with divinity. That was an era long past, so distant that even I have forgotten the exact year. Hundreds of billions of years ago, Lord Zeno created the multiverse from a realm of chaos and void. The number of universes at that time far exceeded the present count. As we spoke, his staff wove images in the air, and soon a magnificent vista of the universe's infancy materialized around them. Goten and the others quickly noticed a childlike figure, round and robed, emerging amidst the infinite canvas of void. In that boundless, absolute nothingness, there was neither time nor space, neither light nor darkness. Then existence itself was defined. A child's innocent yet indifferent thought crossed. This place is so monotonous. It was not a sound, but rather a will emanating from that supreme and unfathomable existence, Lord Zeno. In an instant, a singularity erupted. Countless primordial nebulae surged forth from the void, like vibrant paint splashed onto an infinite canvas, swirling, expanding, and colliding. Enormous nebulae were shaped and molded under invisible forces, coalescing into colossal and blazing stars. They served as the hearts of a nascent universe, radiating immense heat and illuminating the dark age with their first light. Stars drew upon one another, forming magnificent galactic arms. Stardust cooled and coalesced into planets. Scattered around the stars, some barren, while others, under the nurturing of cosmic laws, quietly birthed the initial sparks of life. Countless galaxies, nebulae, and star clusters were created and arranged in a single moment, collectively forming a complete, intricate, and functioning universe. And this is merely the beginning. The same will flows once more. The second, third, 11th, and 12th universes, like bubbles, were successively birthed and unfurled in this exalted realm. While all marvel at such divine craftsmanship, the Omni King sits in his palace, transcending comprehension, gazing upon these newly born universes akin to exquisite toys with his childlike eyes. When the Omni King's gaze fixes upon one universe, the ensuing words send a shiver through all present. Such a world is no longer needed. Perhaps with a gentle touch of his diminutive finger, a universe would vanish into oblivion. Chapter 12, Tales of the Divine Realm, the Imprisoned Ancient Deity. Among those present were Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, Master Roshi, Android 18, and Tien. They had all participated in the power tournament that gathered the elites of multiple universes years ago. They had witnessed firsthand the moment when the Omni King pressed the annihilation button for the eliminated universes. A single universe typically harbors countless civilizations, each requiring eons to cultivate an enlightened race. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all is rendered void, returning to nothingness. Perhaps having witnessed the demise of too many universes, Whis maintained a serene expression, seemingly disinclined to elucidate further, instead remarking, "In the primordial dawn of the universe, due to the scarcity of divine positions, the responsibilities of the gods were not as clear-cut as they are today. For instance, as you are aware, each universe has designated gods of destruction and supreme kais, the former responsible for annihilation, and the latter for creation. These rules have only been established in the last several billion years. In ancient times, destruction and creation were often the domain of a single deity. The cosmic records of the divine realm once listed 18 original universes, managed by 5 gods dispatched by the Omni-King. Each of these gods possessed immense power. Hence, they were referred to as the original deities. At this juncture, Whis paused, seemingly weighing his words. For instance, the 6th and 7th universes were once governed by a single deity. His might and wisdom were unparalleled, even regarded by the Grand Priest as the most promising candidate to inherit part of his responsibilities. One god overseeing 2 universes, embodying both destruction and creation? Piccolo found this notion somewhat incredulous, entirely surpassing his understanding of the divine hierarchy. Not merely 2. In fact, the original deity I am about to mention presided over 4 universes. Whis nodded emphatically. His name is Karlstos. The moment this name was uttered, the lingering black fissures in the air seemed to quiver slightly. Karlstos stood apart from other deities in every conceivable way. Whis continued, his tone imbued with an objective commentary. He was neither entranced by the ecstasy of destruction nor languid in his duties like the later Lord Beerus. On the contrary, he possessed an almost obsessive and profound inquiry into the balance between destruction and creation. Frequently, he would gaze at the starry heavens from his temple, his vision spanning millennia, observing the birth, flourishing, conflict, and demise of civilizations, endeavoring to distill some ultimate law. This, it seems, is not entirely negative? Goku cautiously inquired. Indeed, Whis gently sighed. Under his governance, both the 6th and our 7th universes had experienced an extraordinarily stable period. However, at some point, his thoughts began to stray from the path. He started to question the very fabric of order. He believed that the existing cosmic rules, particularly the supreme yet seemingly capricious will of the Omni-King, represented the pinnacle of imbalance. He seeks to rebel against the Omni-King? Gohan's voice trembled with disbelief. That innocent yet omnipotent figure, whom Gohan had inadvertently locked eyes with during the Tournament of Power, left an indelible impression of being scrutinized by the universe's supreme deity. Indeed, Whis' expression turned gravely serious. For a time, Lord Chaos refused to fulfill his duty of periodic planet cleansing and, during the million-year audience with the Omni-King, audaciously requested the pardon of certain star systems in the presence of the gods, seeking to spare them from annihilation. This action was met with condemnation from the Grand Priest, ultimately inciting the wrath of the Omni-King. The Omni-King was angry. Yes, all who had laid eyes upon the Omni-King were somewhat astonished, including the seasoned Dragon Ball enthusiast. Little Tion, allow me to add a side note. Whis' gaze swept over the faces of the assembly. The Omni-King is the ruler of all existing universes. Should anyone be fortunate enough to encounter him, they must maintain the utmost respect. An attitude as casual as that of Goku is perilous. Should the Omni-King feel offended, it could spell disaster not just for Earth, but for the entire 7th universe, and even others. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. And little Tion couldn't help but recall how Goku, each time he met the Omni-King, either approached for a handshake or spoke with casual familiarity. The consequences of such behavior from anyone else would be unfathomable. Now, returning to Lord Chaos, Whis cleared his throat. It was his impetuous audience that permanently altered the celestial hierarchy. By decree of the Grand Priest, the positions of God of Destruction and Supreme Kai were allocated across all universes, with each party fulfilling their roles independently. Yet, regardless of how these positions were distributed, the power of the God of Destruction would always surpass that of the Supreme Kai. Thus, the Grand Priest established a law. Should a Supreme Kai perish, the corresponding God of Destruction of that universe would also cease to exist. You should be well aware of this rule. Little Tion bit his lip, as he was indeed very much aware of it. Once, Zama's wielded unchecked power in the 7th universe of the future timeline, for he had slain the Supreme Kai, which subsequently led to the disappearance of Beerus. So Whis, where did those primordial deities ultimately go? Bulma inquired. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, broken only by the gentle rustling of the wind through the mountains in the desolate wilderness. After a moment, Whis' voice lowered, responding with serene calmness. They have returned to the stars. Huh? The crowd replied, bewildered. The primordial beings, in essence, were the star souls formed from the cosmic will at the dawn of creation, shaped by the Omni-King. Once their roles were usurped by the Destroyers and Supreme Kais, the Grand Minister restored them to their original forms. However, regarding the individual you mentioned, Lord Karlstos, Whis interjected, seemingly reluctant to allow any mortal present to utter that name. Indeed, his fate was meant to unfold thus. Yet his power was exceedingly formidable. The 4 universes he governed, 6th, 7th, 16th, and 17th, imbued him with a will that the Grand Minister could not dismiss. Ultimately, the Grand Minister exiled him, confining him within a desolate dimension where even time nearly stands still, a realm known as the Otherworld. It is a place where even angels cannot tread lightly. Everyone believed he would remain there, silent until the end of eternity. Whis' gaze shifted once more to the nearly purified black fissure, stating, however, "It seems there are unsettling omens afoot. This essence, though faint, exudes a hatred born of endless ages." He lowered his eyes to the gathered individuals, his elegant countenance devoid of any trace of ease. Goku and Vegeta's disappearance harbors deeper implications. I must promptly report this matter to the Grand Minister and the Omni King. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the desolate mountains. The news was profoundly shocking, surpassing any prior invasion by formidable foes or the emergence of malevolent beings. This was no longer a crisis confined to a planet. It was an ultimate storm that threatened the very fabric of the universe and posed a challenge to the highest divine authority. What shall we do then? Bulma's voice trembled. Whis' gaze swept across the assembly, eventually resting upon her. To maintain the balance of the cosmos, the ancient dragon god, Salama, created the Super Dragon Balls, the last use of which was during the conclusion of the Tournament of Power. Seek out those Dragon Balls scattered throughout the universe, Bulma. With them, we shall rescue Goku and Vegeta from the Otherworld. Chapter 13, A Cosmic Adventure. Let us gather the Super Dragon Balls. Whis' proclamation fell upon the hearts of the assembled like a massive stone cast into still waters, stirring ripples of unrest that were difficult to quell. The Super Dragon Balls, legendary orbs created by the ancient dragon god Salama, possess the power to grant any wish of cosmic magnitude. The quest to locate them is, in itself, a near-desperate endeavor, akin to sifting through an endless sea of stars to find a singular grain of sand. After a brief silence, little Tion inhaled deeply, summoning the courage to voice his doubts. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear present. Lord Whis, if my memory serves me well, each Super Dragon Ball possesses a size so immense it rivals that of a planet. Even if we were fortunate enough to locate one amidst the boundless cosmos, how would we proceed with its collection? Should we drag a planet through the universe? This presents an exceptionally pragmatic dilemma. Nearly all present have encountered a Super Dragon Ball, and such an object appears far too formidable for mere mortals to gather. The imagery is profoundly surreal, a diminutive spacecraft towing one or several colossal planets through the abyss. It is worth noting that, while obliterating a planet may be a trivial task in the Dragon Ball universe, transporting a planet across vast distances exceeds the limits of their understanding of technology and individual capacity. Even Bulma furrowed her brow tightly. As a leading scientist, she is acutely aware of the astronomical figures pertaining to the engineering paradox and energy requirements involved, rendering it nearly an insurmountable conundrum. Upon hearing this, Whis displayed a fleeting expression of realization coupled with a perfectly measured apology on his elegant countenance. He gently tapped his temple with his fingertip, maintaining his composed demeanor. "Oh dear, I truly overlooked that. So preoccupied was I with explaining the gravity of the situation that I nearly forgot to provide the most crucial tool. That was my oversight." His gentle gaze swept across the assembly, as if in search of something. Ultimately, that profound gaze settled upon Bulma, more precisely, on her alabaster neck. There rested a necklace, designed with simplicity yet exuding opulence. At its center a magnificent gem, radiating a deep, icy blue luminescence. "Bulma," Whis remarked with a smile, his tone laced with admiration, "the adornment you are currently wearing, that gem, is remarkably unique. Its material structure is exceptionally stable, and more intriguingly, it seems to resonate profoundly with your life frequency. Clearly not of terrestrial origin." Bulma was momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising her hand to delicately touch the cool surface of the sapphire. A complex array of emotions flickered across her gaze, a subtle blend of sweetness, irritation, helplessness, and eventual clarity. This, her voice softened unconsciously, as if ensnared in a distant reminiscence, was a birthday gift prepared in secret by that exceedingly obstinate fellow, Vegeta, several years ago. "What? Dad did what?" Trunks' eyes widened in astonishment, his voice brimming with incredulity. The father he envisioned was the ever-proud Saiyan Prince, a warrior who immersed himself in the gravity chamber, indifferent to all worldly affairs save for growing stronger and surpassing Kakarot, with little room in his lexicon for love or family. For a prolonged period, Trunks had grappled with doubts regarding whether his father, Vegeta, held any affection for his mother? Perhaps the answer to that query resides solely within Bulma herself. Dad actually gave a gift, and did so in secret? Bulla's eyes widened in curiosity. It was the first time she had heard of such a matter. Oomph. Bulma let out a soft hum, the corners of her mouth betraying a tender, nostalgic smile. She thought her secret was impeccably concealed, yet I still uncovered it. You should have seen him at that moment. Mimicking Vegeta's usual crossed arms pose, with her chin slightly raised, she attempted to portray a fierce expression. His face had flushed crimson, and he vehemently denied it, exclaiming that it was merely a useless glowing stone he had picked up after the last battle. Not something intended for a boring woman like me. Although Bulma's words were laced with complaints, her tone brimmed with an inescapable nostalgia and a hint of sweet pride. The others, especially little Tian, could not help but envision Vegeta's rare, flustered demeanor, his pride manifesting as a blush. The previously tense atmosphere lightened, and smiles of goodwill crept onto everyone's faces. Even the usually stern Piccolo seemed to soften a little. Bulma, are you truly unaware of the origins of this gem? At that moment, Whis' voice emerged from the cheerful ambience. Bulma's eyes widened in confusion. She recalled Whis mentioning that it was not of earthly origin. She gently shook her head and replied that Guy Vegeta has never disclosed anything, so I remain in the dark. I have encountered this gem once before. Upon reflection, it must be linked to an event from many years ago when I accompanied Lord Beerus to Planet Vegeta. At that time, it was enshrined atop King Vegeta's throne. What? The group was left in astonishment after Whis' revelation, particularly for Bulma, who had once speculated that Vegeta might have casually picked it up from a shop or some corner of the world. Never had she imagined that this blue gem was intertwined with the long-extinct Saiyan royal lineage. Bulma cradled the blue gem against her chest, scrutinizing it with an unprecedented attentiveness. Indeed, she soon discerned a white pattern resembling a trident, composed of a fibrous substance, at the very core of the gem. It was evident that this was not a natural formation, but rather a product of advanced technology. At that moment, Whis smiled softly and remarked, "It is evident that it symbolizes the honor of the Vegeta royal family and the entire Saiyan race." Subsequently, a gentle and pure blue aura, seemingly imbued with cosmic energy, flowed from Whis' staff. It was unlike any known energy beam. It resembled a living, warm stream that gracefully enveloped the necklace around Bulma's neck. Ultimately, like rivers returning to the sea, it tenderly infused the blue gem. The gem's glow intensified slightly, as if a nebula began to swirl within, before its radiance receded, returning to its original state. Upon closer inspection, one would discern within the profound azure a faint yet sacred halo, pulsating as if it were the very breath of life, seemingly encapsulating a miniature universe. Chapter 14, Super Saiyan 2, Trunks. Very well. Whis nodded gently, his tone remaining nonchalant. It now possesses the power of the divine realm. When you can clearly observe the Super Dragon Balls with the naked eye amidst the cosmos, be mindful of the distance. Being too far or too close may affect the outcome. Simply concentrate your thoughts upon this necklace, and it shall gather them. Furthermore, Whis added, his gaze taking on a slightly more serious demeanor. Through it, you can now actively reach out to me. Should you encounter, certain troubles that are entirely beyond your capacity to manage during your search, you may attempt to send me a message through it. Of course, I must caution you that I cannot guarantee a timely response each time. Bulma clutched the necklace at her chest tightly, beneath its cool touch. She felt a gentle yet vast power coursing quietly. Whis nodded, his elegant and towering figure beginning to blur slightly, as if he were gradually merging with the surrounding light. Thus, the ensuing matters are entrusted entirely to you. Remember, time does not favor us. This may very well be the greatest crisis ever faced by the seventh universe. Please depart at once. His words dissipated like a vanishing breeze, his figure rippling like a reflection in water before completely disappearing into the air, leaving no trace as though he had never existed. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the mountains remained by the lakeside. It seemed this would once again become a long and arduous adventure. The preparation of the spaceship is entrusted to me. As for the remaining tasks, Bulma took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over the group before finally resting on Trunks. Trunks, the quest for the Super Dragon Balls is far more pressing than the affairs of Capsule Corporation. You have not trained in quite some time. Accompany Gohan and reclaim your rusted physique. Upon hearing this, Trunks nodded earnestly. All right, Mom. At that moment, Goten also turned to son Gohan. In truth, ever since witnessing so much, he had been constantly contemplating the cultivation of his own potential. If he could grow stronger, Training alongside son Gohan would indeed be a splendid choice. Big brother, I want to train with you too. Goten stammered, clearly finding it exceedingly challenging to utter terms like brother or Onaikin, which filled him with a sense of embarrassment. Gohan turned back, regarding Goten with a peculiar expression before breaking into a smile. Of course, Goten. But tell me, who is stronger now, you or Trunks? It's definitely Goten. Trunks interjected cheerfully, as Goten pondered how to respond. In recent years, I have been preoccupied with matters concerning the company, and perhaps even a Super Saiyan would struggle to maintain their form at this point. Trunks spoke as he strolled to the forefront, his hands gradually clenching. Ah. With Trunks' roar, a sudden gust of wind swept across the meadow. Centered around Trunks, powerful currents of energy began to surge outward. Everyone gazed expectantly, including little Tion, who observed as Trunks' originally light purple hair began to stand on end, its color transitioning from the roots to a radiant gold. Super Saiyan, little Tion silently mused. The white aura enveloping Trunks expanded into a golden blaze with a thunderous eruption, and his eyes transformed from pure black to a brilliant jade hue. Sparks of lightning began to dance within the golden flames, the energy seemingly boundless. Well done, Trunks, Krillin exclaimed, applauding. Beside Krillin, Android 18 held their daughter Marin, her long lashes fluttering briefly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, Gohan nodded in agreement. Trunks maintained his fist-clenching stance, offering a slight smile to the crowd before retracting his aura and reverting from his Super Saiyan transformation. Haha, as expected, you're the most handsome, brother. Bra cheered joyfully. Little Tion, having witnessed Trunks' transformation in its entirety, contemplated the latter's strength. Maintaining the Super Saiyan 2 form demanded immense physical prowess. And, judging by the slight strain evident on Trunks' face during his transformation, it was clear he had not been training diligently. It appeared that since the Tournament of Power, Earth had indeed experienced a prolonged period of relative tranquility, so much so that even a warrior as exceptional as Trunks had remained at the Super Saiyan 2 level. Little Tion, it's your turn. Gohan's voice reached Little Tion's ears, catching him off guard. All eyes turned to Little Tion, reminiscent of his school days when a teacher would call upon him to recite in front of the class, an experience that was distinctly uncomfortable. The crowd instinctively created space for him, their expressions filled with anticipation akin to what they had shown for Trunks moments before. Taking a deep breath, Little Tion endeavored to recall the details of Trunks' transformation, striving to recapture that sensation of energy gathering. This is impossible. The manga suggested that one must maintain tranquility to gather energy, yet his thoughts were in disarray, making it utterly impossible to sense any ki. Just as he felt he might falter before the crowd, a sudden, urgent ringing sounded, and Bulma promptly retrieved her communicator from her pocket. Are you saying there are still issues with the structure? Understood. I'll be there immediately. Bulma terminated the communication device, her brow furrowing in evident displeasure at the recent news. She deftly extracted a finely crafted capsule bearing the emblem of the Universal Capsule Corporation from her pocket and casually tossed it onto the vacant land by the lakeside. With a soft thud, accompanied by a puff of white smoke, a sleek, silver spacecraft materialized before everyone. Its size was ample enough to accommodate around 10 individuals, exuding a modern and technologically advanced aesthetic. Honestly, why didn't T-Wise see fit to ensure everyone returned before he departed? Bulma muttered with a hint of complaint, before gesturing for everyone aboard. Come aboard. There are urgent matters to address at headquarters, and it's a perfect opportunity for you to experience our latest invention. The spacecraft ascended silently, swiftly making its way towards the Capsule Corporation headquarters in West City. Inside the cabin, Trunks gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, lost in thought, while Goten continued to reflect on Trunks' recent transformation and his own unfinished attempts. The vessel soon landed at the headquarters, and Bulma was the first to rise, heading toward the elevator. Follow me, she instructed, leading the group through several brightly lit corridors until they arrived at a massive alloy door. With her iris scanned granting access, the door slid open, revealing an extraordinarily spacious and well-lit construction workshop. At the heart of the workshop, an astonishingly large spaceship stood quietly, its design unlike any traditional aircraft Goten had ever encountered. The lines were elegant and fluid, the hull showcasing a matte silver-gray finish. Yet parts of it revealed the intricate internal circuitry and framework. Clearly, the spacecraft was still in the final stages of construction. Chapter 15, The New Hope. Bulma's Cosmic Blueprint. Aunt Bulma. This is Goten couldn't help but exclaim in awe, even having seen various flying machines in the Dragon Ball world. He had seldom encountered a design of such magnitude. Surely, only Frisia's circular flagship could rival this. Bulma huffed, crossing her arms as she regarded the ship with a tinge of dissatisfaction. This is a new type of patrol ship commissioned by that scoundrel Gak for the Galactic Patrol 6 months ago. He claimed it was to combat the increasingly dire cosmic crime. Yet now, I can't reach him at all. She paused, her tone growing more irate. Daring to stand me up, I shall make him rue the day we meet again. With that, she signaled everyone to follow her up the adjacent staircase into the ship's interior. The interior space was even more expansive and comfortable than it appeared from the outside. With a cockpit offering a panoramic view, its control panel adorned with holographic interfaces and precision instruments. Goten stared in astonishment, thinking that if such a colossal marvel could be constructed in the real world, becoming the richest person on Earth would be a foregone conclusion. Since Gak is unreachable, this ship is merely sitting idle. Bulma gently tapped the cold metallic wall beside her, a glimmer of excitement shining in her eyes. It now belonged to us. With a few targeted modifications, such as an energy detection array and a slight optimization of its weapon system designed for Galactic Patrol, it was practically tailor-made for the quest of seeking the Super Dragon Balls. She turned around, her gaze sweeping over the individuals who had followed her into the spaceship, her expression growing serious. However, before we commence with the modifications, we must first ascertain one crucial matter. Who will embark on this mission? Space travel is no trivial matter, especially given the unknown destination, the lengthy duration, and the potential challenges that might prove daunting even for Whis. Bulma's gaze first settled on Trunks. I must go personally. The piloting and final adjustments of the spaceship cannot be accomplished without me. Trunks, you will remain by my side, tasked with security. Trunks nodded without hesitation. Understood, Mom. Bulma's eyes then turned to her daughter, Bra, who looked back at her with eager anticipation. Bra, you cannot go. Bulma's tone was unwavering. But Mom, Bra looked at her mother, determination evident in her gaze. I want to contribute to rescuing Dad. Upon hearing this, Bulma's tone softened. As she patiently explained to Bra, it's not that I don't want you to go, although both you and your brother are Saiyans. You have not undergone any training. The universe is truly perilous. It's important to remember that I nearly lost my life on a dreadful planet long ago. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression changed, and he cleared his throat a few times. Well, Bulma, I must correct you. That Namek was not the dreadful planet you speak of. Moreover, if I recall correctly, the first lethal threat you encountered on Namek was that fellow named Vegeta, wasn't it? Bulma nearly lost her composure at Piccolo's interruption, shooting him an annoyed glance. Hey, Piccolo, I'm trying to educate my child here. Don't undermine my efforts. The focus is not on which planet it is, but on the universe. Do you understand? The universe is dangerous. She turned her attention back to her daughter, her tone softening yet remaining resolute. Bra, I understand your intentions. You wish to aid in rescuing your father, which is commendable. However, that is precisely why I cannot allow you to take such risks. You are not like your brother. Trunks has grown up amidst battles and training, whereas you, Bulma reached out to tousle her daughter's hair. Though Bra's eyes still reflected reluctance, her tightly pressed lips relaxed slightly. She recognized her mother's words as truth. She had indeed never undergone rigorous combat training like her brother. Nevertheless, Bra still sought to negotiate. How about this? Bulma raised her index finger, suddenly smiling at Bra. If you can learn to fly before the spaceship is completed, I will agree to your going. Upon hearing such terms, Bra's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Mom, of course. Bra excitedly glanced at Xiao Tian, then turned to Gohan, saying, Brother Gohan, please allow me to train alongside my brother. Of course, Bra, Gohan chuckled. You possess the blood of Saiyan, and I believe you will soon master the instant transmission technique. Remember, Xiaofang could fly even at birth. Is that true, Xiaofang? Bra asked, looking curiously at her. Xiaofang smiled knowingly in response. I hardly recall those early days, but generally speaking, instant transmission is quite a fundamental combat skill. I've heard from Mom that Uncle Goten mastered it swiftly as well. Xiao Tian nearly lost his balance. He suddenly realized that if Bra were to train alongside him under Gohan, given his current abilities, he would likely be at the mercy of this headstrong young lady in the days to come. Hey Goten, are you worried that this lady might bully you from now on? Bra teased, noticing Xiao Tian's reaction. She approached him with a playful smile. Rest assured, while my talent is exceptional, I have no desire to train until my hair turns multicolored. All right, Bra, Bulma interjected, stepping up to the spacecraft's control panel, seemingly ready to make an announcement. That fellow Gak said the name of this ship is what? The Spear of the Galaxy? How utterly dreadful. The New Hope. charging forth for the new hope brought by the Super Dragon Balls. Bulma's voice rang out, clear and resolute, echoing within the spacious confines of the ship. This name momentarily stunned everyone present, but soon, their eyes ignited with recognition and agreement. Indeed, Bulma declared proudly, lifting her chin, quite pleased with her moment of inspiration. Forget about spears and shields. They sound heavy and barbaric. Our spacecraft is meant to seek hope and facilitate reunions, so it must be called the New Hope. The more she spoke, the more fitting the name seemed. The Super Dragon Balls can fulfill any wish. They're our greatest hope for bringing back Son Goku and Vegeta. Xiao Tian silently committed this name to memory, feeling it bore more weight and significance than any previous title he had heard. All right, the name is settled. Bulma clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention back to reality. Now it's time to get to work. Trunks, Gohan, Goten, here. The three responded immediately. The spacecraft would be completed in about a month, and during this time, they were to focus on their training. Do not forget, we are about to face an entity potentially more powerful than Lord Beerus. Chapter 16, A Return to Familiar Grounds, Dinner at Bowsy Mountain. Having completed her arrangements, Bulma dove into her work with her engineers, leaving the others in Capsule Corporation exchanging glances. If we were to train, wouldn't it be better to use my family's gravity room? Trunks suggested, looking at Gohan. Hee hee. But then Bra wouldn't be able to learn instant transmission, would she? Let's head back to Bowsy Mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, Gohan uttered the name of the place, which served as our most cherished training ground, serene, expansive, and brimming with memories. Gohan approached and patted Goten on the shoulder, saying, Goten, let us return home. Return home? Goten was about to voice his thoughts, yet upon turning back, he discovered that Bra had already boarded a flying vessel with Trunks, the engine's roar resonating through the air. Hey, while you're lost in thought, Gohan has already taken off. If you don't hurry, my brother and I want to wait for you, Bra called out. Hearing this, Goten wasted no time and dashed towards the spacecraft. In the distance, the undulating mountain ranges were silhouetted against the twilight sky, painted in hues of blue and purple, while towering trees and peculiar vegetation swayed gently in the evening breeze, producing a rustling sound. The air was refreshingly crisp, infused with the earthy aroma of soil and foliage, intermingled with the ethereal calls of nocturnal creatures from afar. After a brief flight, Goten and Trunks descended beside a semicircular structure nestled within the woods. It seemed that Kiki had already returned home. As she hurriedly tied on an apron and dashed into the kitchen, her voice drifting out, You all should rest for a moment. You must be famished from your journey. I'm preparing a few extra dishes. With practiced ease, Trunks approached the well in the courtyard and drew up a bucket of cool, refreshing water. Bra, come try this. The well water from Bowsy Mountain is exceptionally sweet. Curiously, Bra leaned in, cupping her hands to drink. Wow, it's truly delightful. How do you know this place so well? Trunks smiled, reminiscing. I often accompanied my father here to train with Uncle Goku when I was young. Though he would always feign reluctance, he took the sparring sessions with Uncle Goku very seriously. As he spoke, a nostalgic glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Goten mimicked him, taking a sip of the cool, sweet water, which invigorated him instantly. Noticing Gohan standing in a corner of the yard, gently caressing a massive tree, its trunk remarkably thick, measuring several meters in width, adorned with several indents resembling fist marks, Goten inquired, What are those? Upon hearing the question, Gohan turned with a gentle smile. These are the remnants of my father's secret training sessions with me during my childhood. Just then, Bra approached, examining the tree closely, her eyes widening in astonishment. Did you possess such strength as a child, Gohan? Indeed, Gohan nodded slightly before continuing. At that time, even I was astonished by the latent power within me. However, just a few days later, my mother gave my father a stern reprimand, forbidding me from training any longer. But Gohan, your strength remains formidable. Trunks exclaimed earnestly from his side. Hee hee, the truly strong ones are Trunks and Goten, Gohan replied, glancing at Goten. You two have been able to transform into Super Saiyans since you were very young. To comprehend, my father, Uncle Vegeta, and I have endured quite rigorous trials to transform into Super Saiyans. It is not merely a trial, Xiao Tian silently mused. The legendary Super Saiyan, a rarity among 1,000. For Goku, it was an awakening achieved only through the sacrifice of Krillin. As he contemplated this, he was suddenly interrupted by Bra's voice. Some people probably can't even handle a mere fish now, can they? In response, Xiao Tian awkwardly smiled at the three of them, while also estimating his current strength. He wondered what his battle power might be. Goten and Gohan's gazes turned towards him, making Xiao Tian feel somewhat uneasy. Indeed, the latter expressed his concern. I sense an unprecedented weakness in you. Has something happened? I don't know, Xiao Tian stammered, feeling flustered and unsure how to explain himself to the trio. Should he confess that he had traversed from another world into Goten's body? At least, not at this moment. Just then, Chi-Chi emerged, carrying a large platter of freshly prepared dishes, providing Xiao Tian with a timely reprieve. Dinner is ready. Gohan, Goten, hurry up and set the table. Trunks, bra. Make yourselves at home. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian and Gohan quickly sprang into action. Soon, the dining table in the courtyard was adorned with Chi-Chi's culinary masterpieces. Xiao Tian had already braced himself for the delicacies of the Dragon Ball world, but upon seeing the dishes laid out by Chi-Chi, he couldn't help but shudder. There were wings from unknown birds, tentacles resembling those of an octopus, and cylindrical pieces of meat reminiscent of sausages. What is wrong, Goten? Gohan placed a piece of unfamiliar red meat into Xiao Tian's bowl, saying, "This is Mom's dish, your favorite." Gohan, do you all eat these kinds of things at home? Bra queried, her tone somewhat awkward as she glanced at Xiao Tian, then at her brother. This is delicious, Trunks replied with a smile. It's so good. Xiao Tian eagerly stuffed the meat into his mouth. He had known the taste of these dishes from the start. After all, how could food that made the Dragon Ball's #1 foodie, Goku, devour it ravenously be anything less than exquisite? The moment the meat entered his mouth, an indescribable wild and savory flavor exploded within. The meat was cooked to an incredibly tender consistency, almost melting in his mouth, with a rich meaty aroma intertwined with a unique herbal fragrance, as if it encapsulated the purest essence of nature from the Baozi Mountain, far surpassing his expectations in flavor. Xiao Tian's eyes instantly lit up, unable to resist taking another large piece. Noticing this, the previously hesitant Bra decided to close her eyes, as if resolutely committing to tasting a golden, crispy insect leg. Crunch! After a slight crisp sound, Bra's expression transformed from one of dread to one of incredulous delight. Wow, this is really, really delicious. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, her face adorned with wonder, as she savored the exquisitely fragrant fried shrimp, which were not only crispier, but also fresher. Brother, you must try this. How is it? I am not mistaken, am I? Trunks could not help but burst into laughter. Goten, how could you keep such delectable food from me for so long? Their shared laughter echoed in the air. Goten's first meal in the Dragon Ball world unfolded in this delightful and warm atmosphere, continuing until its conclusion. The affection exhibited by Chi-Chi and Gohan, and Trunks' concern for his dear friend, were experiences he had never encountered in his own world. This was Goku's family. This was the realm in which he lived. There were no office intrigues, no urban clamor or congestion, only the most primal flavors, the purest emotions, and the expansive embrace of nature. Goten began to immerse himself in this environment naturally, occasionally interjecting with a few words or laughing at Bra's exaggerated eating expressions. As night fell completely, the starry sky over Mount Paozu appeared exceptionally clear and bright, the Milky Way stretching majestically across the heavens. Goten opened the window, allowing the cool mountain breeze, infused with the scent of night dew, to sweep into the room. He slowly seated himself on the edge of the bed, his fingers gliding over the surface of the desk, as a surge of inexplicable emotions welled up within him. Where had the true Goten gone? Had he exchanged souls and awakened in that cold, stark reality of a rented room, lost and bewildered? Or had he already vanished? I'm sorry, he murmured softly, as if apologizing to the true owner of this room. And thank you, Goten. Thank you for this powerful body, for all the familial love and bonds you possess. I do not understand why I am here. He clenched his fists, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. I will strive to grow stronger. I will exert every effort to bring Goku and Vegeta back. As if in response to his vow, or perhaps merely a psychological effect, Goten felt a gentle, faint warmth emanating from his heart, circulating throughout his body, ultimately calming and fully merging with his soul. Outside the window, the expansive forest surrounding Mount Paozu lay silent and vast, the distant mountains appearing soft and mysterious under the starlight. If Goten had previously felt a lingering unease about his transposition, at this moment, he understood that he was no longer merely an interloper occupying another's body. He was Son Goten, and he would embrace all that this identity entailed as he embarked on this journey fraught with the unknown and peril. Chapter 17. Training from Scratch, Reclaiming the Soul of the Saiyan. The following morning, Mount Paozu was still shrouded in a thin veil of mist, the air infused with the crisp fragrance of grass and trees. Goten's slumber was abruptly interrupted by a sharp pain in his ear. "The sun is up, and you're still sleeping." Bra's clear yet slightly overbearing voice rang in his ears. Goten, still half asleep, blinked open his eyes to meet Bra's sparkling gaze. At this moment, the young genius noticed that Bra and Trunks had not returned to West City last night. Instead, their two cozy capsule rooms had materialized in the courtyard of Goku's home. Trunks was nearby, engaged in stretching exercises, and upon noticing the commotion, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. "Bra, be gentle with Goten." "I'm being gentle." Bra pouted, tugging at Goten once more. Thus, Goten was dragged out of the room by Bra. The crisp morning air instantly invigorated him. And Gohan was already standing in the yard, his aura calm and steady, clearly having completed his morning practice. Upon seeing Goten being pulled out by Bra, he smiled gently. "Awake? Perfect timing. Let us head to a more suitable place for training." Instead of utilizing the instant transmission technique, Gohan led the trio along a dew-kissed path, deeper into the mountains. After walking a short distance, Goten's surroundings opened up magnificently. It was flat and spacious, with a crystal-clear stream bubbling beside them, while towering cliffs and dense forests bordered the other side. This secluded area, far from the bustle of humanity, was serene and brimming with natural energy. Indeed, an exceptional training ground. "All right," Gohan smiled at the three of them, his gaze finally resting on Bra. "Since Aunt Bulma has given you a goal, we shall start with the fundamentals, the instant transmission technique. Trunks, your foundation is solid. Although a bit rusty, you should regain your proficiency swiftly. Begin with some warm-up exercises." Gohan then turned to Goten. "Goten, stretch your body a bit and find your rhythm. We will commence combat practice shortly." Bra eagerly nodded, her blue locks swaying gently with her movements. Goten felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart, but managed to maintain a calm facade, mumbling, "All right, combat practice?" He had yet to grasp the very basics of flying. Once finished, Gohan's attention shifted back to Bra. "The essence of the instant transmission technique," he began, his tone gentle and clear, "lies in understanding the nature of ki and learning to manipulate it with precision. Ki is the embodiment of our life energy and the source of our power. It is not an ethereal concept, but rather a tangible force that can be perceived and directed." As he spoke, Gohan extended his palm. Without any visible effort, a gentle white aura began to emanate from his hand, enveloping it like a flickering flame. "See, just like this." Goten and Bra watched in awe, captivated by the stable energy that seemed almost alive. "The principle of the instant transmission technique," Gohan continued, as the aura gradually dissipated and his body began to lift slightly off the ground, hovering a few inches above the earth, "involves using your ki to sense and subtly repel the ground beneath your feet. It is not a leap, but rather a continuous and stable flow of energy that elevates you." After finishing his explanation, Gohan gracefully descended back to the ground, his movements light and silent. "Imagine your energy flowing within you like water. You must focus your mind, introspect, and feel the presence and movement of energy within your body. Then, with your intention, a resolute thought of wanting to rise, gently guide it to gather at your feet. Flow like water, direct it, softly repeating key phrases." Bra's small face tightened as she earnestly attempted this, closing her eyes and concentrating fully. Meanwhile, Goten, warming up beside her, appeared to be mindlessly flailing his limbs. Yet his gaze was magnetically fixated on every subtle movement and explanation from Gohan. His ears perked up as he mimicked Gohan's actions. He subconsciously began to retrace the harrowing moments when he and Bra faced danger not long ago, that critical instant when a massive tree hurtled towards them. In that moment, he felt an uncontrollable, searing power within him, eventually bursting forth. That was the sensation. A jolt surged through Goten. It felt as if his blood were boiling, every cell in his body screaming, a torrent of potent heat surging uncontrollably. He strained to remember, to capture that thrill once more. Initially, his body remained silent, like a dry well. Following Gohan's guidance, he attempted to introspect and feel, but aside from the pounding of his heart and his breath, he sensed nothing. A tinge of anxiety crept in, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Stay calm," he admonished himself. "Breathe deeply, dispel distractions, and immerse your mind within." Suddenly, he recalled an interview with Bruce Lee from a documentary he had watched. The legendary martial artist, a figure from his own world, left behind not only cinematic classics, but also a unique, philosophically rich martial arts theory. Clear your mind, be formless and intangible, like water. Just as Gohan suggested. Regard the energy within you with observation and sensation rather than force. Goten attempted to harness his energy again, and this time, the energy flowing within him began to respond. The sensation was as faint as fireflies, yet undeniably real. When he opened his eyes once more, he was astonished to find his feet had lifted off the ground, his entire body rising and falling in midair. Goten gasped, his heart racing with exhilaration. The feeling of defying gravity through his own power filled him with an indescribable sense of accomplishment and freedom. Goten, you've demonstrated quite well, Gohan's voice echoed. Brah, don't rush, you can do it too. Encouraged by Gohan, a circle of white energy began to envelop Brah, lifting her into the air as well. I'm actually flying. I can fly. Her joyful voice rang out. Gohan looked upon the scene with a satisfied smile. Wonderful. Remember this moment, practice diligently, and you will master in no time. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens with a slight whoosh, landing gracefully beside the trio. It was Trunks, who had completed his warm-up and adaptability training. His purple hair was slightly dampened by sweat, and his aura had become more refined and potent, indicating that he had begun to acclimate to the training. Just in time, he witnessed Bra successfully levitating, a broad smile spreading across his face. Bra, it seems you won't be needing a flying machine for much longer. Trunks crossed his arms and glanced over at Goten. At that moment, a spirited smile formed at the corner of his mouth as he suddenly spoke. Goten, shall we begin our battle now? Like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, Goten, who had just been basking in the joy of success, felt a jolt of anxiety upon hearing those words, nearly losing control and plummeting from the low altitude. A battle? With Trunks? What nonsense! He had only just mastered the flight technique. Gohan pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, after all, it has been quite a while since you two last met. Trunks' eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Bra wore an expression of excitement, eager to watch the unfolding spectacle. Goten felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, yet at this moment, he had no reason to refuse. He could only muster the courage to force a natural smile and nod. Okay. I'll look forward to your guidance, Trunks. Chapter 18, Goten vs. Trunks. Let us grow stronger through combat. Trunks smiled, acknowledging that it had indeed been far too long since he had sparred with his dear friend before him. What he did not realize was that the Goten standing in front of him was no longer the 8-year-old Z warrior capable of transforming. Come on, Goten. Just like we did when we were kids. Before his words had fully left his lips, Trunks' figure flickered and he closed the distance, launching a simple, straightforward punch accompanied by the sound of rushing wind aimed at Goten's face. Although the speed was not particularly fast, it was evident he was testing the waters. Goten's heart raced, instinctively wanting to retreat and evade. However, in that fleeting moment, Trunks' speed seemed to slow dramatically in his eyes. Confused yet quick to seize the opportunity, Goten executed an exceptionally fluid sidestep, narrowly dodging the punch. The movement was so light that even he was taken aback. Oh, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Trunks' eyes, followed by a chuckle. Not bad, Goten. How about this? He accelerated his assault, fists and feet raining down like a tempest, though he still held back. The relentless barrage blocked all of Goten's escape routes. Goten found himself flustered, his hands relying on a vague instinct to block and dodge. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of arms colliding echoed dully. With every block, Goten felt his arms tingle from the impact, Trunks' strength far exceeding his expectations. Gradually, a peculiar sensation began to surface. After the initial panic subsided, he realized that his body was not as painful as he had imagined, and it was slowly adapting to match his opponent's speed. The motions of blocking became less rigid, and his footwork grew increasingly agile. Trunks' attack trajectory appeared to him with a newfound clarity, no longer merely an elusive blur. He even began to instinctively anticipate some of the strike's landing points, enabling him to mount a more effective defense. As Trunks launched another punch, he attempted not to resist forcefully, but rather to follow the instincts of his body, placing his palm upon Trunks' wrist, not to counter with brute strength, but to deftly redirect the force outward. Astonishingly, Trunks' punch was diverted slightly, striking nothing but air, leaving him exposed for a fleeting moment. Excellent. Gohan, observing from the sidelines, could not help but exclaim, while Bra's eyes widened in astonishment. Trunks, too, was taken aback, but he quickly adapted, sinking his elbow to dissipate the redirected force. Interesting, Goten. With that utterance, the pace of the battle escalated dramatically. Goten found himself increasingly immersed in the fight. Though still under pressure and on the defensive, he no longer appeared as frantic as at the outset. His dodges became more fluid, and his blocks more cunning, Each move revealed an unexpected sense of fluidity and ease that even he had not anticipated. Could this be the essence of Goten's strength? He felt his body's coordination and agility rising at an astonishing rate, as if the dormant instincts within him were being awakened by the clash. Each block, each dodge, and each instinctive counterattack became more natural and seamless. He even began to partition a fraction of his focus to attempt to harness the faint flow of energy within him, concentrating it within his fists and feet. When he successfully guided a surge of energy to his fist for the first time and struck, a faint white aura emanated from his knuckles, producing a soft hum as it sliced through the air. Although its power paled in comparison to Trunks, this was undoubtedly a monumental advancement. Yes, just like that, Trunks grew increasingly exhilarated. He recognized that while Goten's strength was somewhat diminished, his control over his body was recovering and improving at an astonishing pace. It appeared that he was quickly regaining his form. Be careful, I shall accelerate my pace. Trunks' aura shifted slightly, enhancing his speed and strength, and the pressure intensified. Goten immediately felt the strain. If his previous agility had allowed him to barely contend with the gradually awakening instincts of his body, now, Trunks' earnest speed and power surged like a sudden tsunami, effortlessly breaching the barriers he had painstakingly erected. Trunks' punches and kicks transformed into mere shadows, the sound of whistling wind merging into a singular chorus. Goten's eyes faltered, unable to keep pace with the movements, relying solely on the blurred sensation of ki and his fading instincts to block the onslaught. Bang! Crack! Thud! The dull thuds intensified. Goten's arms, shoulders, and sides were struck in rapid succession. Though Trunks moderated his strength, each blow carried a substantial penetrating force, causing Goten to grimace in pain, his breath becoming uneven. He attempted to employ the technique of fluid guidance once more, but Trunks' speed was overwhelming. The instant Goten's palm grazed Trunks' wrist, a more potent force jolted him back. With his defenses wide open, his chest received a light tap. Had this been a real fight, that strike would have surely inflicted severe damage. Ugh! Goten grunted, staggering backward several steps before barely regaining his balance, his chest heaving, breaths quickening, sweat beading on his forehead. The fluidity he had just begun to grasp vanished, replaced by a profound sense of exhaustion. His body could no longer keep up with his mind, and the flicker of potential he had just awakened seemed to be extinguished beneath the tempest of attacks. Trunks, undoubtedly the son of Vegeta, exemplified the stark disparity in their strengths at that moment. Goten let out a soft sigh. Trunks did not pursue. He reined in his aura, standing still, his brow slightly furrowed, a glimmer of confusion and curiosity in his eyes. He found Goten's current state peculiar, displaying moments of exquisite grace and keen responsiveness, yet at times appearing awkward and rigid, as if a subtle dissonance existed between his body and consciousness. Particularly, his foundational strength and speed had diminished more than expected. Goten. He was about to voice his inquiry. Just then, Gohan's gentle voice resonated, revealing he had approached the edge of the arena unnoticed. Gohan's gaze fell upon Goten, who was slightly out of breath and appeared somewhat disheveled, his expression imbued with concern and a hint of perceptive scrutiny. He sensed clearly that Goten's ki had become scattered and unstable under the recent pressure, his stamina severely depleted, evidently nearing his limits. Let us call it a day. Gohan nodded at Trunks and then turned his attention to Goten, his tone as consistently gentle as ever. Goten, your reactions and awareness are still intact, which is commendable. He then shifted his focus, continuing, however, your foundational strength, speed, and ki control have regressed far more than I anticipated. It seems the years of peaceful living have indeed led to some complacency. Goten parted his lips, yet no words of defense emerged. He could only lower his head in silence, his emotions complex. Only he understood that this was not complacency, but rather that he had yet to genuinely inherit the full legacy of this body. No need to worry. Gohan stepped forward and gently patted Goten's shoulder, offering words of comfort. The foundation remains, and it seems you've begun to regain some semblance of your former self. However, mastering your powers anew requires time. It cannot be achieved instantaneously. It is not just you, Trunks, but even for me, my skills have noticeably waned compared to the past. Henceforth, we must engage in more rigorous training to thoroughly make up for what we have lost. Gohan cast a final glance at everyone, a faint smile gracing his lips. The night was profound, and the starry sky over Mount Puzu was exceptionally clear and bright, the Milky Way resembling a brilliant jade belt stretching across the heavens. The evening breeze swept through the forest, bringing with it a refreshing coolness and the fragrant essence of foliage. Goten lay on his soft bed, yet sleep eluded him. The images from the day played in his mind like a revolving lantern. Trunks' fierce onslaught, his own clumsy attempts at defense, Gohan's gentle yet piercing critique. He tossed and turned, his heart a tumult of emotions. This body, belonging to son Goten, harbored immense potential, destined to be a prodigy at the pinnacle of power. Yet now, in his possession, he found himself unable to transform, barely having grasped the fundamentals of flight, and utterly powerless against Trunks, who, despite his own decline in strength, remained a formidable opponent. What am I to do? Goten gazed at his outstretched hands, questioning himself. How can I truly harness this power? He sat cross-legged on his bed, attempting to recollect and capture the elusive sensation he had experienced earlier, a state in which he felt truly in harmony with his abilities. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. It was akin to a novice wielding a top-tier gaming account, adorned with maximum-level gear and skill points, yet unable to execute even the most basic maneuvers. Super Saiyan, Goten murmured to himself. This term had once been merely a fervent legend from an anime. Yet now, it stood as a formidable barrier he must surmount. He closed his eyes, striving to concentrate, seeking within himself the pathway to transform into a super warrior. He recalled the countless times he had watched Dragon Ball Z, particularly the iconic moment when Goku first transformed into a Super Saiyan on Namek, his resolute gaze and the surging golden aura that erupted forth. It was born of rage. Bardock's fury at the annihilation of his kin, Goku's wrath over the death of his dear friend, Trunks, from the future, anger at Gohan's tragic demise, and Vegeta's indignation at his perceived inferiority to Kakarot, whom he regarded as a lower-tier warrior. For an ordinary Saiyan, the initial transformation often necessitated an extreme level of fury. Goten, however, had failed. Over the course of 20 aimless years, he realized he could not unearth even a trace of genuine anger within himself. It seemed rather absurd. A modern-day worker, adhering to a monotonous routine, found the emotion of anger to be utterly extraneous. To display it before others would likely earn him the label of childishness, and he could not escape becoming the subject of ridicule in the workplace. Ultimately, Goten's gaze inadvertently fell upon an old photograph resting on the bedside table. That is a photograph of Wukong and his companions. In the image, Wukong radiates his usual sunny disposition, one arm affectionately wrapped around the newly born Xiaofang, while the other gently ruffles the hair of little Wutian. Gazing at Wukong's pure smile, Wutian finds a sense of tranquility washing over him. He cannot help but reminisce about all the tales he has encountered regarding son Wukong, the innocent child emerging from the mountains, transforming into a Saiyan warrior who, time and again, confronts dire circumstances and relentlessly pushes his limits to protect his friends. The arduous training on King Kai's planet, his rebirth following near-death experiences on Namek, and even in the face of excruciating heart pain, he persists in battling formidable androids. In the room of spirit and time, he diligently trains alongside Gohan, and at the conclusion of the Cell Games, he bravely sacrifices himself for the sake of Earth. Even after ascending to become a formidable being at the pinnacle of the 7th universe, he retains that childlike heart, forever striving for strength to safeguard those around him. There has never been innate power, only resilience and optimism through repeated falls and the determination to forge a path in adversity. Kakarot. Wutian softly utters Wukong's birth name, as if drawing strength from it. Indeed, even son Wukong commenced from humble beginnings, advancing step by step. Although his starting point may differ now, the essence of the challenges he faces remains the same: understanding and mastering power. Impatience and anxiety do not resolve any issues, as Gohan wisely stated. What is required is a gradual approach to training. With this realization, the immense weight upon his chest seems to lighten considerably, and drowsiness begins to wash over him like a tide. As Wutian's consciousness gradually fades, he carries with him the memories of that legendary warrior and a newfound determination, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 19. My battle power is 4,700. Since the day of his battle with Trunks, a month has quietly slipped by. Bra's mastery of the flight technique is no longer a challenge. She can effortlessly keep pace with Trunks, swiftly traversing between Capsule Corporation and the Baozi Mountain. Trunks' power recovery has been nothing short of astonishing. Wutian has witnessed firsthand his fierce confrontation with a normally powerful Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 full power state, their roars echoing throughout the forest. The golden aura, enveloped in layers of lightning, is both ferocious and stable, and Trunks' rapid onslaught momentarily forces Gohan to retreat. Wu Tian realizes that his understanding of energy has been somewhat misguided all along. Perhaps influenced by modern thought, he has always perceived energy as an elusive theoretical concept. Thus, despite his prolonged presence in the Dragon Ball world, he had yet to grasp its essence. Now, however, Wu Tian can distinctly sense that he has fully embraced his identity as Son Goten. The instincts of this body are accelerating their fusion with his soul from another realm. In each training session with Trunks, although the outcome remains inevitably a defeat for him, he is no longer disheartened. He can distinctly perceive that his movements are becoming increasingly fluid, and the sensation of gradually mastering his power is exhilarating in itself. The only obstacle remains that seemingly attainable yet elusive threshold, the Super Saiyan transformation. No matter how fervently he attempts to channel his emotions and concentrate his energy, that pivotal metamorphosis has yet to occur. What is happening? Why is this so? Could it be that his actual combat prowess has not yet reached the critical point requisite for transformation? Goten stands amidst the wilderness of Mount Pozu, the gentle breeze caressing his ears, mingling with the moisture of dew. He retrieves a silver, single-lens mechanical device from his pocket. This was something he had glimpsed in a corner during the day he summoned the Eternal Dragon at Bulma's house, for which he had pleaded with Bra for several days before she finally agreed to bring it to him. The battle detector, once a standard tool for Saiyans, was originally a high-tech invention of the Frisia Force, designed to assess enemy strength prior to conquering planets. However, as Goku and his companions have grown stronger, this device has long since lost its utility. Yet for Goten, it serves as a valuable instrument to gauge his own progress in real time. 4,700. Is this truly all he has achieved? Goten presses the activation switch, directing it towards himself, silently contemplating the displayed number. As he recalls, this figure reflects the level of Nappa when the Saiyans first appeared alongside Vegeta. Nevertheless, he is not in a combat state at the moment, so a lower reading is expected. Hey, Goten. At that moment, Gohan's voice echoed from above, interrupting Goten's thoughts. Gohan and Trunks descended from the sky, landing steadily before him. TSK. So you sneaked off here alone, Bra remarked, hands on her hips, striding over with a playful huff. Gohan said gently, his demeanor calm. Wait a moment. Trunks and I will continue our training. You can assist Bra with her flight technique. Huh? She want me to be her sparring partner? Accompanying me in practice is a privilege, so will you cooperate or not? Let me think. Goten felt that only by engaging in real combat with Trunks or Gohan could he gradually refine his fighting skills. If he stayed behind to assist Bra with her flight technique, he would essentially forego any chance for improvement in combat strength today. Gohan and Trunks exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile that left no room for Goten's dissent. In an instant, two powerful auras erupted. That settled then. Goten, you're in charge of Bra. Trunks nodded at him. Soon after, the ground trembled gently as the two shot into the sky like arrows released from a bow, swiftly becoming two dark spots against the horizon, vanishing into the clouds. Brother, please clarify your words before you leave. Brooklyn should have feasts. Her cheeks flushing with a visible hue, as her long eyelashes fluttered momentarily. She gazed in the direction where the two had vanished and muttered, I refuse to remain here. The atmosphere grew still, and perhaps to alleviate the awkwardness of their solitude, after a prolonged silence, Goten coughed lightly, covering his mouth, and suggested, ahem, should we continue our flight practice? It's rather dull. With her hands behind her head, Bra stretched lazily, seemingly unwilling to respond. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck her, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she proposed, how about we take a flight around? I've heard tales at school about the peculiar creatures deep within Baozi Mountain, and even dragons soaring in the sky. It appeared that this young lady truly lacked exposure. After all, dragons flying in the sky were hardly rare in the context of Dragon Ball lore. Goten pondered for a moment, since basic flight was no longer a challenge for him. He agreed, that sounds good. Great. Bra cheered, instantly taking to the skies. She called down to Goten, you lead the way, but if this young lady encounters any danger, we must work together to handle it. I have no objections, he replied with a chuckle, shrugging nonchalantly. After all, he was now a warrior with a power level exceeding 4,000. In a world where a single bullet equated to a weakling, what dangers could possibly arise? Goten smiled softly, then focused his energy, propelling himself into the air to follow her. The two soared gracefully above the lush bamboo forest. The strong winds generated by their rapid flight bent the bamboo tops below, creating a rippling sea of green that rustled continuously. Bra, flying ahead, appeared utterly joyful. At least to Goten, Her current smile radiated a purity and freedom far greater than during their time in West City. Et son Goten, but also ne slowed her pace. Matching his speed, her voice tinged with rare sentiment. She continued, gazing down at the boundless green sea beneath them. I've always dreamed of flying freely in the sky like my father and Uncle Goku, without constraints. How wonderful that would be. After saying this, Bra deftly maneuvered, gliding between towering bamboo stalks. The gust of wind she created sent bamboo, leaves swirling, and the fragrance of her hair wafted into Goten's nostrils. Goten steadied himself, slightly puzzled, and inquired, "Then why didn't you start training earlier? With your talent, it should be quite easy for you to learn." Bra hesitated for a moment, pouting slightly as she replied, "Mom wouldn't allow it. She and Dad used to argue about it quite a bit." Goten found this somewhat strange at first, but upon reflection, it made sense coming from Bulma. This world had enjoyed an extended period of peace, and, as the daughter of the richest person on Earth, it was reasonable for her to believe there was no need to become a battle enthusiast. Given the circumstances, why then did she agree to let Bra join the cosmic adventure, contingent upon her mastery of the void technique? Perhaps it was the absence of Vegeta that prompted a shift in her perspective, a willingness to provide her daughter with the opportunity to grow stronger, at the very least to ensure her own survival. With this thought, Goten refrained from further inquiries. The two fell silent, their forms gliding effortlessly, leaving behind the expansive emerald bamboo forest. Before them unfolded a breathtaking vista, replaced by jagged peaks that pierced the sky like the fingers of a colossal giant, reminiscent of scenes from beloved anime. In the distance, the deep woods echoed with the haunting roars of unfamiliar beasts, adding a touch of primal wilderness to the atmosphere. Over there, Bra suddenly pointed towards a remarkably stout ancient tree. It stood majestically atop a small hill, its canopy resembling a lavish awning. Clearly the highest point in the area. All right. The two intuitively released their energy simultaneously, shooting forth like arrows and landing securely upon the robust branch. The trunk was wide enough for them to sit side by side. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it the refreshing scent of foliage and earth. Bra inhaled deeply, swinging her legs as she gazed at the sun sinking behind the mountains, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Now I understand why you never come to my home anymore." "Why is that?" "At Bowsy Mountain, even the air is sweet. It's far better than the metallic and exhaust-laden streets of West City." Goten paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement, recognizing that the untouched nature of Bowsy Mountain could indeed bring tranquility to the mind, reminiscent of his childhood in the countryside. In an unguarded moment, Goten's gaze lingered on Bra's delicate profile, unable to look away. In many ways, Bra epitomized a perfect blend of traits inherited from both Vegeta and Bulma. With a charmingly lively visage, she harbored a proud and imperious spirit. It is no wonder that among the new generation of Saiyans, only Bra and Pan have grown up in an era of complete peace. If Pan has been somewhat influenced by Goku, acquiring some combat skills, Bra's been confined by her privileged upbringing, which stifled her innate power. What kind of female Saiyan would she have become had she been born on the untouched planet Vegeta? Goten continued to stare at Bra, lost in thoughts of alternate narratives that should not exist. After a while, the once vibrant expression on her face gradually dulled, enveloped in a veil of subtle melancholy. "Daddy," she whispered softly, her voice barely audible against the wind, wondering where he was now and if he was well. "Don't worry. Don't think too much." Goten managed a faint smile. Vegeta is the second strongest Saiyan after Goku. There are few things in the universe that can challenge him. I believe he can handle whatever situation arises. To his surprise, Bra abruptly turned her head, casting him a glance and emitting a soft huff. "Humph. Indeed. Still an impolite fellow. Is my father's name something you can utter so casually?" Chapter 20. Breath of the Wilderness, the Test of Battle. Goten was on the verge of apologizing for his earlier indiscretion when a piercing shriek, reminiscent of a wild beast, echoed from above. Suddenly, a massive shadow descended. Goten felt an overwhelming sense of weightlessness as he plummeted toward the ground at an alarming speed. Struggling to suppress his instinctive panic, he summoned the familiar energy within him, unleashing it in a powerful surge. "Huh!" he growled, abruptly halting his descent, suspended in midair. However, before he could comprehend the situation, he heard Bra's startled exclamation from below. Goten swiftly lowered his gaze and beheld the blue-haired girl plummeting uncontrollably toward the earth. She appeared so taken aback by the sudden turn of events that she seemed momentarily stunned, or perhaps her strength was insufficient to adjust to such an unexpected predicament. But without a moment's hesitation, Goten unleashed his energy and dove downward at breakneck speed, leaving a swift white trail behind him. The wind howled in his ears as the ground loomed closer. Just as Bra was about to collide violently with the ground, Goten's arm encircled her waist. The tremendous impact weighed down his arm, yet he engaged his core, twisting his body with determination. Broken branches and leaves scattered in all directions as dust billowed slightly. Using the momentum from his dive, Goten executed a backflip, finally landing firmly on the ground, stabilizing his stance. "Are you all right?" Goten asked, leaning down with urgency. Bra, still shaken, had her azure eyes trembling slightly. Upon realizing she was being held by Goten, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She seemed to want to say something, but found herself unable to articulate her thoughts in time. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted nearby, causing the ground to tremble violently. They both turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Before them stood the enormous shadow that had just landed, revealing a colossal pterosaur. Its rough, dark green skin was covered in rippling muscles, and its fearsome head bore cold, yellow, slitted eyes that fixated on the duo, radiating primal hunger and ferocity. As its massive wings folded, they resembled towering walls, casting a shadow that enveloped Goten and Bra entirely. Un menacing aura surgi forte. The beast's yellow eyes scrutinized Goten and Bra as if assessing prey, lingering on them for an unnerving duration. Viscous saliva dripped from the corners of its razor-sharp maw, exuding a foul stench. Goten clenched his fists, beads of sweat dampening his back. Although his combat prowess was sufficient to confront the beast, when faced with the overwhelming primal intent to kill, his heart raced uncontrollably. Without any warning, the colossal pterosaur unleashed a deafening roar. Its powerful hind limbs thrust against the ground, propelling its massive form like a cannonball directly towards the two individuals. Its gaping maw, capable of engulfing them along with the very rocks beneath their feet, opened wide. "Hold tight," Goten commanded in a low voice, reacting with remarkable speed as he grasped Bra's arm, tightening his hold. The ground beneath them erupted with energy as they narrowly soared above the pterosaur's razor-sharp teeth. The fierce winds whipped at their faces painfully. With a thunderous crash, the ground they had just occupied was shattered by the pterosaur's bite, sending debris flying and leaving behind a daunting crater. Failing to capture its prey, the pterosaur furiously raised its head, its enormous wings unfurling suddenly, stirring up clouds of dust. Clearly, it was intent on not letting its meal escape, as its powerful hind limbs propelled it once more, soaring towards the suspended duo. "This is infuriating." Bra, regaining her composure, allowed her temper to rise, freeing herself from Goten's embrace with a single hand, attempting to gather her energy into a ki blast to strike it down. "Don't move," Goten urgently cautioned, executing a nimble roll in midair, narrowly evading the pterosaur's sweeping claws. "It's too fast. We need to create some distance." Goten pushed his flight technique to its limits, awkwardly weaving through the pterosaur's violent strikes and claw slashes while carrying Bra. Each of the pterosaur's lunges carried a devastating force, easily snapping ancient trees as the ground resounded with the sound of splintering wood. "This won't do." Sweat beaded on Goten's forehead. Evading with another person was draining his energy significantly. Spotting an opening, he abruptly hurled Bra towards the safety of a nearby treetop, shouting, "Get to safety." Almost simultaneously, the pterosaur seemed to be thoroughly provoked by Goten's continual evasions. It abandoned its pursuit, its massive form suddenly ascending to a height far surpassing Goten's. The sunlight was eclipsed by its gargantuan silhouette, casting a suffocating shadow. In the next moment, that immense shadow descended, accompanied by a piercing shriek that sent chills down the spine as the pterosaur folded its wings and dove like a meteor towards the isolated Goten below. The fusion of speed and power created an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if the very air were being torn apart. Goten found himself with no way to evade. "Goten!" Bra cried out from the treetop in alarm. In the face of impending doom, Goten became unexpectedly calm. No longer frantic, he quickly drew his hands to his waist, palms facing each other. "Huh!" he shouted with all his might, as his energy surged towards his palms at an unprecedented velocity. A brilliant azure sphere of energy rapidly formed, its radiance intensifying, the energy pulsating violently, emitting a resonant hum. It was the essence of the Kamehameha technique. Hame. At the very moment the pterosaur was about to collide with him, Goten thrust his arms forward with great force. A resounding boom echoed as a robust blue energy beam surged upward like a furious dragon emerging from the sea, boldly confronting the diving giant beast. The radiant light instantly engulfed the pterosaur, striking precisely at the base of its massive wing, which was essential for its flight. Amidst the blinding brilliance, the anguished cries of the pterosaur and the brittle sound of something snapping resonated. As the energy beam dissipated, it became evident that the colossal pterosaur's wing had twisted at an unnatural angle, having been thoroughly severed. It lost its balance, shrieking as it tumbled from the sky, crashing heavily into the forest and scattering countless birds in its wake. Goten, breathless, collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving and sweat pouring from his forehead. He did not feel particularly fatigued. Rather, he was exhilarated by the recent confrontation with the pterosaur. "Are you all right?" Bra hurriedly descended from the treetops, landing beside him. "I'm fine," Goten replied, shaking his head as he rose. Just then, two swift sounds of breaking air drew near, and the figures of Gohan and Trunks swiftly descended. They had evidently been attracted by the energy surge from the Kamehameha. "Goten, Bra, what happened?" Gohan exclaimed, taken aback by the chaotic scene. Trunks approached his sister, scrutinizing her closely. "Bra, are you hurt?" "We're fine," Bra said, brushing off the dust from her clothes, her demeanor returning to one of slight arrogance as she pointed at Goten. This guy, though clumsy, managed not to falter in the end. Chapter 21. Bulma's Commission. Journey to Storm Island. Goten was nearly left speechless by the sight of the girl who had been terrified moments ago, now standing with a nonchalant air. Just then, a rapid series of notification sounds suddenly emanated from Trunks' wrist. He pressed the answer button, and Bulma's holographic image was instantly projected before them. She appeared to be in the cockpit of A New Hope, with various screens flickering in the background. "Mom, what is up?" Trunks inquired. "How is the training going?" Bulma did not turn her gaze to the group, but remained focused on the display nearby, her fingers tapping away at something. "Everyone is progressing quickly. Bra has already mastered the instant transmission technique, right, Bra?" Trunks smiled at his sister. "Indeed, brother is correct," Bra replied, looking at the busy Bulma with anticipation. "Can we go look for the Dragon Balls together, Mom?" "Of course, but I fear it may not be possible just yet." At that moment, Bulma finally paused her work and looked toward the group. Goten noted that Bulma's once radiant face appeared somewhat haggard, the faint shadows under her eyes and the weariness etched between her brows betraying her lack of restful sleep. "Aunt Bulma, you need to take care of yourself. It wouldn't be good if you wore yourself down," Goten expressed with concern. Despite enduring several sleepless nights, every moment has proven worthwhile. Bulma's tone lifted, imbued with a hint of excitement. The main body of the spacecraft and its outer armor had long been completed, and I had additionally installed a small gravity chamber within, ample enough for Trunks and Goten to train during our voyage. She shifted her focus, her fingers dancing rapidly across the virtual keyboard, her brow furrowed slightly. Yet, we are now confronted with a critical issue. Upon hearing this, Goten, Gohan, and Trunks immediately gathered around to sustain prolonged space travel, while also having the capability to activate the warp system when necessary. We require a special energy crystal as the core catalyst, akin to the type I once had Goku procure from the Earth's core when replicating the time machine. Goten was well aware of this narrative. Yet the thought of venturing to the Earth's core, where the heat could potentially melt him, filled him with trepidation regarding his current abilities. However, this time, it would not be so troublesome, as Bulma's lips curled into a knowing smile, seemingly perceiving Goten's apprehension. "I have detected via satellite a small island, approximately 400 kilometers from the coastline of West City, named Storm Island, which recently experienced a violent volcanic eruption. The eruption was triggered by tectonic movements that exposed high-purity energy crystals, resulting in a fierce energy reaction." Her gaze swept over Trunks and Goten, finally resting decisively on them. Her tone crisp and clear. "Thus, the mission is at hand. Trunks, Goten, you two must make a trip to that island and retrieve the crystals for me." She paused, adding, "With this, the energy dilemma for the New Hope will be resolved, and we shall soon embark." Trunks immediately stood tall, responding without hesitation. "Understood, Mom. We shall set off at once." Goten inhaled deeply, nodding in agreement. The cosmic adventure in search of the Super Dragon Balls was imminent, and even without Bulma's urging, he would have felt compelled to assist. "Excellent." Bulma nodded with satisfaction. "I have sent the coordinates and energy characteristics of the crystals to Trunks' receiver. There is no time to waste. Prepare yourselves and depart immediately. Gohan, I leave Bra in your care to return home." "Rest assured, Aunt Bulma." Gohan nodded in affirmation. "Trunks, let's set forth." As he spoke, Goten had already soared into the sky, taking in the entire expanse of the Baozi Mountains. Above the azure skies of West City, two blazing trails of energy streaked through the heavens like comets, racing towards the southeastern sea at an astonishing speed. Goten and Trunks flew side by side, the fierce wind pressure howling around them, the city beneath them shrinking rapidly, soon replaced by the vast, cerulean ocean. During their flight, Trunks gazed at the horizon where the sea met the sky and suddenly spoke, his voice somewhat ethereal amidst their high-speed journey. You know, after a month of sparring with Gohan, I have truly come to realize how much I have squandered over these years. His tone carried a subtle hint of self-mockery and heaviness. As Vegeta's son and a scion of the Saiyan royal lineage, I ought to be stronger and more responsible. If my father were to witness my current abilities, he would surely be gravely disappointed. Goten cast a sidelong glance at him, lost in thought. To be candid, his impression of Trunks as an adult was largely shaped by another timeline, that of future Trunks. Although both bore the name Trunks, the experiences of future Trunks were far more harrowing than those of his main timeline counterpart. Witnessing the deaths of loved ones and the relentless invasions by formidable foes had shattered his world, forcing him into a resolute and unyielding demeanor. In stark contrast, the Trunks before him had evidently not endured such tribulations. He had grown up in an environment of unparalleled happiness. Even when faced with the arrival of formidable adversaries like Frieza and Zamasu, the sun continued to rise over Earth, sheltered by the guardianship of Vegeta and Goku. Goten snapped back to reality and spoke to Trunks. Do not dwell on it too much, Trunks. Vegeta, your uncle, is no longer that cold-hearted Saiyan, though I am unsure how to express this. I recall how he regarded me when I first arrived in this world. It was a look filled with concern for the younger generation. What he cares about more is whether you possess the determination to grow stronger. In other words, it is never too late to start catching up. At these words, Trunks paused, memories flooding back of the day many years ago when he waved his hands to his future self, declaring, "You can do it. Future me, I too will become stronger." The recollection brought a mist to his eyes in that moment. You are right, Goten. As the two conversed in the distance on the horizon, a dark spot shrouded by dense clouds gradually grew larger. The closer they drew, the more palpable the anomaly in that area became. The inky clouds swirled like a vortex, with lightning dancing within, while fierce winds whipped up towering waves that relentlessly battered the island's outline. That was their destination, the mysterious island referred to by Bulma. The Island of Storms. Stay close to me, Goten, Trunks declared, his expression sharpening as his aura suddenly expanded. We will charge straight through. Before he could finish his sentence, he adjusted his trajectory and surged forward like a comet, hurtling towards the tempestuous barrier that seemed capable of devouring everything in its path. Chapter 22. Fierce Battle. The mysterious poaching group. Are they androids? Goten took a deep breath and followed suit without hesitation. Upon making contact with the storm's edge, violent gusts and torrential rain assailed them, drastically reducing visibility. The tremendous force of the wind threatened to lift Goten off his feet, while thunder roared in the clouds. Deafening in its intensity, Trunks forged ahead, his golden aura resembling the bow of a ship cleaving through the waves, forcefully tearing through the wall of wind. Wuqian clenched his teeth, pushing the sky dance technique to its utmost limit, closely following the turbulent energy trail of Trunks, struggling to stabilize his form. This brief sprint proved more mentally taxing than their previous practice bouts. At last, after penetrating an exceedingly thick curtain of rain, the pressure suddenly eased. The two successfully broke through the storm's embrace, arriving above the island. The extraordinary sight before them left them breathless. Around them, dark clouds roiled with flashes of lightning. Yet above the island, the sky was clear and tranquil. The island appeared as though it had been scoured by the wrath of a giant, the ground charred black, with solidified and slowly flowing dark red lava evident everywhere. The air was thick with the pungent scent of sulfur and the acrid odor of burnt materials. In the distance, the volcano continued to billow thick smoke. They descended to the edge of the devastated scorched earth, where a particularly gloomy primordial jungle lay ahead. Drip, drip, drip. The detector indicated a direction over there. Trunks glanced at the receiver on his wrist. This device, reminiscent of the Dragon Ball radar, displayed numerous bright points scattered throughout the higher terrain of the jungle deep within the island. Following the flickering indications of the detector, they cautiously navigated through the eerie, silent jungle. The ground beneath their feet remained warm, and the surroundings were littered with the grotesque corpses of peculiar animals, covered in volcanic ash or scorched by intense heat. Their forms twisted in a manner that sent a chill through Wuqian. This calamity, Wuqian couldn't help but murmur, was devastatingly terrifying. Trunks, his expression grave, nodded in agreement. But compared to past experiences, these were, His words trailed off as a rustling sound suddenly erupted from the dense thicket nearby. Unmistakably distinct from the wind and rain, a rapid, unsettling friction. The two instantly halted, turning sharply, their gazes piercingly focused on the source of the sound, instinctively concealing their energy and entering a state of alertness. Wu Tian and Trunks exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively lowering their bodies as they peered through the gaps in the dense foliage. The sight before them caused their pupils to constrict. A group of individuals clad in standardized gray protective suits equipped with breathing filters, wielding peculiar weapon-like devices, scanned the surviving or injured strange creatures on the island. From the front of the instruments emanated an eerie green beam. Any creature illuminated by this beam, regardless of its previous condition, would swiftly wither and contort amidst agonizing shrieks, ultimately transforming into charred remnants indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. It became clear that this area of death was not solely the result of volcanic eruption, but rather the handiwork of these mysterious individuals. A surge of fury welled up within Wu Tian. He cast a glance at Trunks, who also bore a glint of cold resolve in his eyes. Stop! Wu Tian could no longer contain himself, leaping from his hiding spot in the grass and shouting vehemently. Trunks appeared almost simultaneously, standing steadfastly beside him, his icy gaze sweeping over the unwelcome guests. This sudden turn of events startled the group clad in protective gear, who abruptly halted their actions, staring in astonishment at the two youths who seemed to have descended from the heavens. Clearly, they had not anticipated the presence of outsiders on this desolate island, isolated by storms. After a brief silence, a man wielding a large launcher stepped forward, removing his mask with one hand, his voice laced with disdainful fury. Where did these wild brats come from? Get lost. You are the ones who should leave. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the figure of Goten suddenly blurred. Bang! With a dull thud, the leading man was sent flying, the launcher slipping from his grip. He crashed heavily against a charred tree trunk in the distance, collapsing in a heap, motionless. Almost simultaneously, Trunks sprang into action, his golden aura flickering momentarily. Dealing with these ordinary individuals did not necessitate his transformation into a Super Saiyan. His figure flitted through the crowd like a wraith. Thud! 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 The remaining members of the protective team had no time to react, collapsing one after another, swiftly dispatched. The battle commenced with great speed and concluded even more swiftly. The only sounds left were the occasional crackle of electrical equipment. Trunks reined in his energy, frowning slightly at Goten. Goten, did we act too hastily? We should have at least inquired about their intentions. Goten, taking in the sight of the unconscious body strewn about, felt a twinge of regret. Indeed, but their actions hardly suggested they were benevolent. Just as the two contemplated their miscalculation, a shadow darted from the side, a figure moving with incredible speed, targeting the unsuspecting Goten. Goten felt a fierce wind rush towards him, as if struck by a massive hammer to the chest. Before he could mount an effective defense, he was propelled off the ground by an unimaginable force, crashing through two stout, withered trees before landing heavily on the ground. Blood surging in his chest as his vision darkened. Goten! Trunks shouted, instantly adopting a combat stance, his piercing gaze fixated on the sudden assailant. There stood a man of immense stature, cloaked entirely in a voluminous black robe, exuding an oppressive aura reminiscent of an iron tower. In the very spot where Goten had previously stood, the robe swayed slightly as a hand, clad in a black metallic glove, slowly emerged from the sleeve. Coughing, Goten grasped his chest and staggered to his feet, shaken but determined. That blow had indeed been brutal. Nevertheless, shaking his head, he realized that apart from a slight disruption in his breathing, he was relatively unscathed. The Saiyan constitution, coupled with a month of rigorous training, had evidently rendered him far more resilient than he had anticipated. His seemingly effortless rise caused the figure cloaked in black to pause momentarily, the direction of the mask shifting slightly, betraying a hint of incredulity. Who are you? A muffled voice emanated from beneath the mask. That is a question we ought to pose to you. Wu Tian twisted his neck, the joints cracking softly as the oppressive pain in his chest rapidly dissipated. His gaze sharpened, fixating on his opponent. Indeed, he had been somewhat careless earlier, yet he was now prepared for the imminent confrontation. Trunks, Wu Tian spoke in a low voice. Adopting an offensive stance, you need not intervene. Allow me to confront him. Chapter 23. The Mystery of the Androids. Trunks hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took a step back, tempering his aura and maintaining a vigilant posture. Be cautious, Wu Tian. This fellow is rather peculiar. Understood. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath Wu Qian erupted, propelling him forward like a cannonball, delivering a swift and forceful punch aimed squarely at his opponent's face. The cloaked figure reacted with remarkable speed, his gloved hand intercepting the blow with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! The collision of fist and palm produced a sound akin to metal clashing. Wu Qian felt as though his fist had struck an indestructible alloy, the recoil causing a slight tingling sensation in his arm. So formidable, Wu Qian thought in astonishment. Yet his movements did not falter. Using the rebound, he spun and unleashed a sweeping kick, slicing through the air towards the figure's head. The black-robed individual raised his hand once more to block, the precision of his actions almost inhuman. The clash of leg and arm resonated with a disconcerting metallic sound. After several rapid exchanges of offense and defense, Wu Tian discerned that his opponent's blocking technique was exceptionally efficient, devoid of superfluous movements, and possessed tremendous strength, though the speed and adaptability appeared somewhat rigid. Seizing a fleeting opening after a block, Wu Tian abruptly altered his attack, bending low to execute a sweeping kick aimed at the opponent's lower body. Caught off guard by this maneuver, the figure's balance wavered slightly. In that instant, Wu Tian propelled himself into the air with a powerful push from the ground, channeling all his energy into an elbow strike that descended upon his adversary's chest like a battle axe. Boom! This time, the cloaked figure could not fully defend against the blow, the heavy elbow strike landing squarely against the fabric of his cloak. The sound of tearing fabric resonated in the air. The immense force sent the black-robed figure staggering backward, revealing not flesh and blood beneath the tattered cloak, but a biotic structure glimmering with metallic sheen and intricate circuitry. An android? Wu Qian and Trunks exclaimed in unison. The cloaked figure steadied himself, the electronic eyes beneath the mask glowing ominously, seemingly incensed. With a low growl, he violently shook his arms, completely shredding the remnants of his cloak, unveiling his full form, a being with partial human characteristics, yet predominantly composed of high-strength alloy and energy conduits. He lunged toward Wu Tian with even greater speed than before. Since you are no longer human, this simplifies matters. Wu Tian's eyes gleamed with determination, and he resolved to hold nothing back. Faced with the oncoming heavy punches of the android, Goten refrained from meeting them head-on. Instead, he adeptly utilized the techniques he had honed over the past month during his training sessions with Trunks, slipping aside an extraordinarily clever angle. Simultaneously, he swiftly drew his hands to his waist, where a brilliant blue radiance began to coalesce in an instant. At zero distance, almost pressed against the android's chest, Goten unleashed a beam of light. Boom! The dazzling blue column instantaneously engulfed the figure of the android. The immense energy impact violently sending it flying, crashing into several large trees before collapsing to the ground. Upon closer inspection, its body was marred with numerous damages, crackling with electric sparks, and the crimson light in its eyes had completely extinguished. Goten, breathing heavily, approached cautiously and gently nudged aside the half-destroyed mask on the android's face with his toes. Beneath the mask lay a bizarre visage, half human and half mechanical, devoid of life at that moment. Indeed, it was a modified android. Trunks stepped forward, his expression grave as he examined it. The technology appeared rougher and more aggressive than that of Android 18, suggesting a more complex situation at hand. Goten also advanced, furrowing his brow. Aunt Bulma should find this intriguing. Yes, Trunks nodded. Let us bring it back for Mom to analyze. Perhaps we can uncover their origins and intentions. The two swiftly followed the signals from their detector, discovering several crystals emanating gentle energy waves not far away, which they carefully secured. Subsequently, Trunks hoisted the incapacitated android over his shoulder. Let's go, Goten. It's time to return. The two figures once again ascended into the air, breaking through the serene sky above the island, soaring past the relentless storm barriers, racing towards West City. In West City, at the advanced underground laboratory of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma furrowed her brow, her fingers gliding rapidly across the holographic projection screen. The screen vividly displayed a cross-sectional view of the damaged android brought back by Goten and Trunks. The intricate energy conduits, non-standard alloy skeletal interfaces, and a design for an aggressively powered core were starkly different from the android she remembered. It appeared to resemble an early prototype design. Bulma stroked her chin thoughtfully and turned to the golden-haired woman beside her. 18. Have you ever encountered similar research by Dr. Guerrero? This marked the second occasion Goten had seen 18 up close since their last encounter at Bulma's residence. she still bore her signature appearance. Her neatly cropped golden hair falling to her shoulders, with a few strands casually resting on her forehead, accentuating the clarity and depth of her ice blue eyes. With her arms crossed, the passage of time seemed to leave little mark upon her flawless synthetic form, though her gaze, fixed on a holographic image, held a depth of scrutiny absent in her youth. The ice blue pupils of 18 subtly shifted, absorbing every detail of the holographic display. No, Doctor. Jero's style relentlessly pursues the perfection of biological realism and the efficient circulation of intrinsic energy. She gestured towards several particularly rugged energy conduits and the exposed reinforced joints in the image. It appeared more like a clumsy imitation, with the design of the energy circuits rife with unstable redundancies, seemingly crafted to extract maximum power in a short span, indifferent to the longevity of the host. Pausing briefly, a barely perceptible cold smile graced her lips as she remarked, "I never imagined that even after all these years, someone would still be clandestinely researching these matters." "Completely different," Bulma murmured, her tone imbued with an unprecedented gravity. "If this is not a remnant of Dr. Jero." She turned to the few individuals gathered around. It was nearly conclusive, Bulma deduced. There existed an unknown force that was secretly developing new models of androids. Their intentions remained unclear, but the technological trajectory appeared far from aimed at preserving peace. The atmosphere in the laboratory grew noticeably heavier. However, in the face of pressing urgency, Bulma inhaled deeply, her gaze sweeping over the group. Their immediate priority was to venture into the cosmos to seek the Super Dragon Balls. Rescuing Goku and Vegeta was paramount. This decision was both rational and urgent, prompting Gohan and Trunks to subconsciously nod in agreement. Aunt Bulma, at that moment, Goten stepped forward, his tone tinged with a subtle urgency. "I believe we cannot entirely dismiss this newly emerged threat." All eyes swiftly turned to him. Goten took a deep breath, striving to articulate his thoughts. Androids do not require the same rigorous training as we do. They merely need the combat techniques inputted as code to undergo continuous iterative evolution. In all the Dragon Ball narratives I have encountered, the emergence of Super Android 17 posed a crisis to Earth that surpassed even that of Perfect Cell. What we are facing now may merely be a more rudimentary model. Wouldn't you agree? And 18. "Indeed, one could argue that," 18 replied, glancing over at Goten. A sly wink exchanged. Goten then turned his attention to the figure lying on the operating table. This was the very opponent he had defeated, and continued. "If this is indeed a trial run or merely a failed product in their development process, neglecting it could very well be akin to nurturing a tiger at our door. The vastness of the universe renders the search for the Super Dragon Balls a task not to be accomplished overnight. A few days' delay in departure would make little difference. Yet we cannot assure that Earth would remain unscathed during our absence from potential direct and fierce assaults." After a moment of contemplation, Trunks' gaze sharpened. He recalled the animals on the island that had been ruthlessly treated, as well as the unrelenting attack methods of this modified being. He spoke solemnly, "Mom." Goten makes a valid point. The operational style of this force is exceedingly perilous and insidious. Should we mobilize entirely towards the cosmos, Earth's defenses would be unprecedentedly vulnerable, and the risks may be far greater than we can fathom. Chapter 24, Bras hidden talent. Bulma crossed her arms, her fingertips gently tapping against her arms, her gaze flitting between Goten, Trunks, and the damaged android on the control panel. The laboratory was enveloped in the faint hum of the machinery. Goten and Trunks' perspectives undoubtedly cast a shadow over the previously clear plan, yet they also presented an issue that must be confronted. After a moment of silence, Bulma suddenly snapped her fingers, a glint of resolve flashing in her eyes. Upon reflection, she began, her tone regaining its usual sharpness. "Perhaps we need not choose between the two. Both tasks could be executed concurrently." She picked up several energy crystals emanating a soft glow from the control panel and weighed them in her hand. "I will promptly inject these crystals into the ship's engine to address our journey to the cosmos." Her gaze then shifted towards Trunks and Goten, ultimately resting on Bra. With a meaningful smile, Bulma stated, "As for investigating the clues about this mysterious group, Bra, I entrust this task to you to assist them." "What?" The moment those words escaped her lips, not only Goten, but even Trunks looked at Bulma in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. "To involve Bra, who possessed almost no practical experience in the investigation of such a perilous organization, seemed utterly frivolous and uncharacteristic of Bulma's usual demeanor. Bra herself was momentarily taken aback. But then, a spark ignited in her azure eyes. She scoffed lightly at the bewildered Goten before turning to Bulma. Don't worry, Mom, leave it to me. Bulma regarded her son and Goten's astonishment with indifference, merely nodding at Bra. Yes, Mom believes you can be of help. Her tone was calm, yet seemed to carry a deeper significance. Having said this, she offered no further explanation. Clutching the energy crystals as she turned and strode directly towards the isolation door leading to the spaceship assembly workshop until she vanished from their sight. The remaining individuals in the laboratory exchanged glances. Trunks looked at his sister, his brow still furrowed. Brah, this is too dangerous. I know, Bra replied nonchalantly. But Mom trusts me, and besides, you and this idiot are here too. She cast a glance at Goten, who was still processing this decision. Goten, observing the confident young lady before him, felt his own helplessness somewhat dissipate. Although he did not comprehend Bulma's deeper intentions, the situation had reached this point, and they could only take it step by step from here. All right, Trunks sighed, seemingly accepting their mother's decision, his expression turning serious once more. Since Mom has made this choice, let us commence. Wu Qian nodded and articulated his analysis. I believe we should seek clues about the origin of this wreckage. And 18. I presume this should not be too arduous, correct? Upon hearing Wu Qian's words, a glimmer of barely perceptible amusement flickered in 18's ice-blue eyes. Ah, you clever lad. You certainly have a knack for pinpointing the essentials, she responded, her tone imbued with a hint of playful mockery, yet her actions were decidedly resolute. She approached the control panel, extending her slender fingers to precisely press against the damaged android's temple, a faint current seemingly coursing through her fingertips. As she operated, she elucidated in her characteristic cool voice that even this rudimentary model possessed essential components, such as a core processor and memory storage unit, provided the core had not been utterly obliterated. Before she could finish, a holographic screen beside the control panel suddenly illuminated, rapidly displaying a cascade of intricate codes and waveforms. There will always be something to uncover, she remarked. Bra, intrigued, leaned closer, fixated on the rapidly flickering screen. Is this jumbled data its memory? That is one way to interpret it, 18 replied, her fingers swiftly dancing through the air as if sifting through irrelevant information. Bra, the next steps are entrusted to you. She paused momentarily, magnifying a segment of a recurrent anomalous signal waveform. Bra hastened to the main console, seizing the keyboard, her fingers gliding across the keys in a manner reminiscent of a skilled pianist. The complex codes and waveforms on the screen transformed under her focused gaze into clear directives. Occasionally furrowing her brow in contemplation, she swiftly inputted several lines of commands for filtering. Her proficiency belied her novice status, resembling that of a seasoned technician. Trunks observed in astonishment. The sister he remembered seemed perpetually linked to fashion magazines and patisseries. 18 noted their surprise. A subtle yet meaningful smile gracing her lips as she teased. Why the bewildered expressions, you two rascals? She gestured toward Bra, who was wholly absorbed by the screen. She is the daughter of Bulma and Vegeta, with the blood of Earth's foremost scientific genius and a warrior race coursing through her veins. Surely, you do not think she has only indulged in a life of luxury? Wu Qian was utterly astonished. Indeed, how could he have overlooked this fact? As Bulma's daughter, it was inconceivable that she would be ignorant of the technological marvels of the Dragon Ball universe. The demeanor of a privileged young lady perceived by outsiders might merely be one facet of her existence. Found it. At that moment, Bra's clear voice rang out, laced with a spark of triumph. She pointed at a specially amplified and stabilized signal on the screen. This recurring encrypted signal source exhibiting an unusual intensity and employing an archaic coding method, unlike any existing technological style on Earth. Her analysis instantaneously redirected everyone's attention back to the crux of the matter. Is it possible to trace the signal's source? Goten inquired urgently, his expression grave. I'll give it a try. Bulma nodded, her fingers dancing adeptly across the keyboard. My mother has left myriad hacking tools in the database. Grant me a moment. Observing Bulma's transformation from a carefree demeanor to focused determination, Goten's initial doubts began to dissipate, replaced by a burgeoning understanding. Perhaps Bulma's meticulous planning was not a mere whim. This seemingly spoiled young lady harbored untapped potential capable of altering their circumstances. While Bulma intently pursued the signal, her fingertips flying across the keys, Goten shifted his gaze toward Android 18, who leaned against the console with an air of indifference. Taking a deep breath, he approached her, his demeanor becoming earnest. 18, I would like to request a duel with you, he stated, his tone infused with sincerity and unwavering resolve. Chapter 25, Goten versus Android 18. His declaration elicited a look of astonishment from Trunks, who stood nearby. Android 18's exquisitely beautiful eyes subtly turned toward him, her lips curving ever so slightly. Oh, what has prompted this sudden notion? Her voice remained cool and devoid of discernible emotion. If Bulma successfully uncovers the lair of the creators of these androids, Goten clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through him. I believe it is imperative for me to familiarize myself with combat against androids. He met her gaze resolutely. Engaging in a battle with you, 18, seems most appropriate. Moreover, only by sparring with a seasoned fighter who has faced countless battles can I truly recognize my shortcomings. Therefore, I implore you. A momentary stillness enveloped the laboratory air. Bulma paused her work, casting a curious glance their way. Android 18 did not respond immediately. She merely regarded Goten quietly. After a brief pause, she straightened her posture, flexing her wrists with the faintest sound of joint friction. Interesting, she remarked, her tone ambiguous, neither wholly approving nor otherwise. However, I'm no seasoned warrior. Yet, since you seem eager for a challenge, I shall oblige you. She gestured toward the training facility above. Let us proceed to the dedicated training arena. This space cannot withstand our exertions. Splendid, Goten exclaimed, his heart soaring. Trunks opened his mouth, seemingly inclined to voice a thought, but ultimately settled for a resigned smile. He understood Android 18's nature and recognized that this was a rare opportunity for Goten. The two ascended in the internal elevator and soon arrived at an exceptionally spacious training arena within Capsule Corporation, its walls reinforced with a special alloy. Android 18 casually positioned herself at the center of the arena, arms crossed, observing Goten as he took his stance, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Child, summon the skills you once displayed at the martial arts tournament when you masqueraded as an adult and faced me in combat. A subtle smile graced her lips, revealing a striking dimple. I shall not be as lenient as Trunks in teaching you my moves. I understand. Goten inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening instantaneously. With a thunderous roar, he ceased to hesitate. His feet propelled him forward with the swiftness of lightning, initiating the attack. His velocity far surpassed that which he had exhibited against the androids before. However, in the face of his rapid straight punch, number 18 merely shifted her body slightly, effortlessly evading his strike by a hair's breadth. Her movements so graceful as if she had already anticipated his every action. A chill ran through Goten's heart as he swiftly altered his approach, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks reminiscent of a tempest. The sound of impact echoed in the training ground, thuds and crashes resonating as Goten unleashed the techniques he had honed over the past month with Trunks. Yet, number 18's figure was akin to a specter, deftly maneuvering at the most critical moments, evading or blocking each of his attacks with minimal effort. Her movements were efficient and succinct, imbued with an almost ruthless elegance, as though she were performing a meticulously choreographed dance of death. The training ground was filled with the muffled sounds of fists and feet colliding, predominantly the sounds of Goten's strikes being deflected or falling short. While his speed was commendable, his intentions were all too apparent. Number 18 even found the leisure to point out, in her icy voice, each flaw and shortcoming in Goten's techniques without the slightest hint of mercy. Gritting his teeth, Goten pushed his aerial technique to its limits, revolving around number 18 at high speed, desperately seeking an opening. He launched a few energy blasts as a distraction, but they were effortlessly batted away by number 18. The vast disparity in strength was starkly evident at that moment. Frustrated by his inability to land a blow, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Goten's eyes. He abruptly retreated a step, swiftly drawing his hands to his waist, where azure light began to converge furiously. A flicker of appreciation crossed number 18's expression as she nodded slightly. Goten bellowed, exerting all his strength to unleash the most formidable attack he could muster. A dazzling blue beam erupted forth, akin to a furious dragon surging from the sea, roaring towards number 18, who appeared unperturbed at the prospect of evasion. Beep beep, Goten, your battle power is on the rise. 3-900-000. It seems there's a hint of promise, number 18 remarked within the training arena. Yet, in the face of this formidable energy wave capable of obliterating a planet, she calmly raised a hand. Buzz! An invisible barrier seemed to materialize before her palm. The overwhelming Kamehameha wave collided with it, dispersing like waves crashing against rocks, scattering violently in all directions. In an instant, the energy wave transformed into a myriad of scintillating energy particles, scorching fine marks into the surrounding metallic walls, yet failing to disturb number 18 in the slightest. As the brilliance faded, Number 18 gently lowered her hand, brushing back the fine strands of hair that adorned her forehead, her attire remaining impeccably arranged. Remember, the most vulnerable aspect of an artificial being is invariably its power reactor, she remarked, gesturing toward her heart and the back of her head, indicating that it resided either here or there. Subsequently, she ceased her discourse and turned to stride towards the training grounds exit. Just then, a triumphant voice echoed through the training grounds communicator. I found it. I've pinpointed the approximate location of the signal source. Even as number 18's words lingered in the air and the intense energy aftershock within the training area had yet to subside, Bra's exuberant announcement reverberated clearly in every corner. I found it. I've pinpointed the approximate location of the signal source. Number 18, on the verge of departing, paused momentarily, her ice-blue eyes glancing towards the communicator, appearing somewhat surprised by the efficiency. Yet she offered no further commentary and continued her unhurried walk towards the exit. Goten, panting heavily, still struggled to regain his breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The overwhelming impact of his previous all-out strike had been effortlessly neutralized by number 18, leaving a more profound shock than the fatigue in his body. However, Bra's message acted as a tonic, instantly redirecting his focus. He dispelled the remnants of his aura, wiped the sweat from his brow, and refocused his gaze. Excellent, exclaimed Trunks, his face lighting up with enthusiasm upon hearing the news. He hastened to Goten's side, patting him on the shoulder. Well done, Goten. It seems the special training has yielded results beyond our expectations. This affirmation served both to commend Goten and to uplift their spirits regarding the current progress. The trio swiftly departed the training grounds, taking the elevator back to the underground laboratory. As the elevator doors opened, they beheld Bra standing before the main console, her hands deftly manipulating the virtual keyboard, the holographic star map expanding and sharpening before her. Quite swift, Bra, Trunks remarked with a smile as he approached. Indeed, Bra replied without lifting her gaze, her tone tinged with a hint of pride, yet primarily focused. When I take charge, this level of encrypted signal is hardly a challenge. The decryption tools in Mom's database are truly effective. Goten leaned closer to the screen, observing the marked star regions, and curiously inquired, what is the precise location? Is it far from us? Brum magnified the star map, pointing to a specific area that flickered and was marked with a unique ice crystal symbol. The coordinates are accurately pinpointed to the icy continent of the polar region. The icy continent? Trunks furrowed his brow slightly, aware that the area was perpetually cloaked in snow and ice, its environment notoriously harsh, with virtually no permanent inhabitants. No wonder it has remained undiscovered. It is indeed an excellent location for establishing a secret base. Exactly, Bra nodded, retrieving environmental monitoring data. The signal source emanates from deep beneath a massive ice cap on the continent, with energy readings that are highly concentrated and active, certainly not a natural phenomenon. She paused for a moment, her expression growing somewhat grave. Furthermore, the pattern of energy fluctuations bore a striking resemblance to the core frequency of the previous android remnants. This could undoubtedly be one of their primary strongholds. Without delay, Goten's gaze sharpened as he made an immediate decision. They must set out at once to dismantle the base before it was discovered, preventing the creation of further androids. It seems I too must stretch my limbs, remarked number 18, rubbing her wrist. I'm coming too. Bulma promptly raised her hand. Brother, do not forget. This location was my discovery. Trunks pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement. All right, Bulma, you will handle technical and intelligence support. Goten, we will take the lead. Prepare to depart immediately. The four moved swiftly, boarding the specialized high-speed aircraft stationed atop Capsule Corporation skyscraper. In a short while, the vessel ascended silently into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as it sped toward the polar regions of Earth. Chapter 26, The Assault Approaches, the secret base of the ice continent. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was tense and focused. Bulma continuously adjusted the equipment, monitoring the energy fluctuations and any potential defensive scans directed toward the ice continent. Trunks closed his eyes, centering himself to prepare for the impending battle. Goten replayed every detail of his recent encounter with number 18 in his mind, particularly her final reminder about the android's vulnerabilities, the energy reactor, heart, or back of the head. The aircraft swiftly traversed the vast distance, and the scenery beyond the window gradually transformed from the azure ocean to an endless, blinding expanse of pure white. Enormous glaciers loomed like slumbering behemoths, coiling across the continent, while the biting cold winds whipped up ice shards, severely reducing visibility. "We are nearly there," Bulma stated intently, her eyes fixed on the screen. The signal source lay just beneath the largest glacier ahead. The detector indicated the presence of a massive artificial structure. "Wait," her expression suddenly shifted. "They have detected us. The base's defense system is activated. High-speed energy entities are approaching." No sooner had she spoken than the aircraft's alarm system blared sharply. Outside the viewport, several small dots, trailing white streaks, surged upward from the glacier's crevices, charging toward them with ferocity. Automated defense drones. Trunks' eyes snapped open, golden energy flaring as he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan. "Bulma, steady the aircraft. Goten, Ant 18, prepare for combat." "Understood." Goten inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as white energy enveloped him. Without hesitation, Trunks opened the hatch, and the frigid wind rushed into the cabin. He leaped out, unleashing a barrage of precise energy blasts from his hands. Boom! 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 The leading drones were instantly obliterated mid-air, bursting into fiery fragments. Goten followed closely, employing a technique to stabilize his form as he targeted a drone attempting to flank the aircraft, delivering another swift energy blast that shattered it into pieces. Although the cooperation between the two was somewhat unrefined, their Super Saiyan-level strength and speed proved more than adequate to deal with the swarm of drones. In no time, the defensive drones were thoroughly dispatched. "Let us charge in." Trunks decisively pointed towards a massive entrance that was evidently man-made, carved into the glacier below. Under Bra's deft control, the aircraft swooped down and hovered steadily near the entrance. The three swiftly leaped out, landing on the frigid metal platform. The heavy alloy gate at the entrance had already descended, completely sealing off their path. "The gate is closed," Goten exclaimed, surprised. "Leave it to me." Bra produced a portable computer from a multi-functional capsule and connected it to the control interface beside the door. "This antiquated encryption system will be dealt with in 3 seconds. Indeed. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, a deep rumble echoed as the heavy gate slowly began to rise, revealing a brightly lit corridor that extended downward, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. Beyond the gate was not the dark passage one might expect, but rather an immense underground space. The ceiling soared above, supported by massive alloy beams, while the walls were adorned with an array of pipes and cables. In the center of the space lay a vast production workshop, where dozens of cylindrical incubation pods stood in orderly rows, each containing artificial bodies in various stages of completion. Some still bore human features, while others had transformed into grotesque, half-mechanical forms. The air was permeated with the chilling scent of a mixture of disinfectant and machine oil. "Who goes there?" A piercing alarm reverberated through the workshop. A squad of guards in gray uniforms, armed with energy weapons, surged forth from every corner, opening fire without hesitation. "Dodge!" Trunks barked, his figure instantly blurring as he plunged into the ranks of the guards like a tiger among sheep. Wherever his fists and feet landed, the guards fell, utterly defenseless. Goten moved with equal swiftness, swiftly dispatching the henchmen before him. "Stop them. Activate the defense protocol. We cannot allow them to approach the mainframe." A figure, seemingly the leader, shouted hoarsely from behind a control console. Suddenly, the walls on either side of the workshop slid open, revealing several larger chambers behind. Accompanied by the heavy thud of footsteps and the sound of hydraulics, 3 grotesquely designed, massive combat androids emerged, their bodies clad in thick armor. Their electronic eyes flickered with a sinister crimson light, instantly locking on at Trunks and Goten. These ones look even tougher. Goten sensed that the aura of these 3 was far more formidable than that of the previous minions. "One each. Let us take them out quickly," Trunks declared without hesitation, his golden aura surging as he charged at one of them. The battle erupted instantaneously. These 3 heavy-duty androids possessed astonishing power and defense, their fists leaving deep indents in the alloy ground as energy beams swept chaotically around them. Trunks and Android 18 maintained a firm upper hand against their adversaries with absolute strength, while Goten found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. His attacks struggled to penetrate the formidable armor of his opponent. He could only rely on speed and agility, constantly seeking opportunities to exploit any potential weaknesses. Number 18 cast a glance at Goten's battle and spoke in a chilling tone. "Child, do not focus solely on brute force. Remember what I previously advised." At these words, Goten's eyes sharpened. He ceased his assault on the impenetrable chest plate and redirected his efforts towards the nape of the heavy android, the sole area devoid of a protective shield. With a swift motion, a precise energy blast struck, damaging the shield. One opportunity, Goten. His eyes sparkled with determination as he surged forward, azure light gathering fervently in his hands. Ame. Ah. At point-blank range, he unleashed his full power. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, and the colossal android swayed momentarily before crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, Trunks obliterated his opponent's head along with its internal sensors with a powerful energy cannon. The last adversary met its end at the hands of number 18, who effortlessly pierced its energy core at the nape with a precise finger shot, leaving it frozen in place. At that moment, a slow and distinct applause emanated from behind the control console. A disheveled middle-aged man clad in a lab coat emerged, his eyes brimming with fervor and madness. A near-manic smile etched across his face. Marvelous. Truly an extraordinary battle. His voice, tinged with excitement, was sharp and piercing. Indeed, you are capable of defeating my failed creations. Perfect battle data. Who are you? Trunks stepped forward, eyeing him warily. Me? The man exaggeratedly spread his arms, as if showcasing his masterpieces. I'm Dr. Galadu, the most brilliant yet underestimated student of Master Gero. He fervently gestured to his surroundings. All of this base, these perfect creations, they have all arisen from the great blueprint of my master. And I, Galadu, have fulfilled my mentor's unfinished legacy. Student of Dr. Gero? Goten furrowed his brow. Indeed, Dr. Galadu paced excitedly. My master was far too obsessed with the perfection of biological replication. He neglected that the essence of power lies in destruction, in conquest. He abruptly pointed at the incubation pods, and I have discovered a shortcut. I have invented a revolutionary neutralizer. By merging it with the DNA essence of formidable beasts, one can achieve a flawless union of organic ferocity and mechanical obedience, creating the ultimate weapon of slaughter. So that's why you've been hunting those animals. Bra's voice echoed with indignation. Hunting? No, it is extraction. It is sublimation. Dr. Galadu waved his arms dramatically. Their power shall be immortalized in my masterpiece. And now, it is finally complete. With a fervent press of a colossal red button on the console, a manic grin spread across his face. Let you be the first sacrifice to my lifelong endeavor. The android number 22, Ultral. A piercing hum echoed as the largest cultivation pod, shrouded in a thick energy barrier, slowly opened in the deepest part of the workshop. A chilling white mist seeped forth, from which emerged a tall figure. She possessed cascading silver hair, a finely crafted visage devoid of expression, and eyes as dull as the coldest depths, betraying no hint of emotion. Her physique was both fluid and powerful, not encased in heavy armor, but rather cloaked in a layer of dark silver biometal skin that shimmered faintly, exuding an aura of lethal and uncanny beauty. It was an atmosphere of frigid silence, yet it bore an overwhelming sense of dread. Awaken, Android 22, Ultral, Dr. Gero exclaimed, arms outstretched in a frenzy. Go, tear them apart. Suddenly, her emotionless crimson eyes slowly swiveled, precisely locking on Trunks, Goten, and Android 18 ahead. She slightly raised her hand, and an invisible, suffocating terror enveloped the entire workshop in an instant. The true battle had only just commenced. Chapter 27. The transformation into Super Saiyan. Goten's awakening. The emotionless crimson eyes of Android 22, Ultral, functioned like the most precise scanner, instantly targeting the three before her. As she raised her right hand, the air began to distort, and an alarming, terrifying energy coalesced at a visible pace, compressing and emanating an ominous dark red glow. Be careful, Trunks warned, his golden aura surging once more as he resolutely positioned himself at the forefront. With a roar, a robust, dark red energy beam erupted from Ultral's palm, carving a searing trench into the alloy steel floor as it passed. Trunks crossed his arms defensively, enduring the cataclysmic impact. The tremendous force drove his feet deep into the ground, leaving behind two profound tracks, and his golden aura flickered violently, clearly struggling to withstand the onslaught. Such formidable power. Trunks marveled inwardly. Almost simultaneously, Ultral's figure blurred, appearing at Goten's side with near-instantaneous speed. Her other hand, fingers poised like a blade, sliced through the air with a shrill whistle aimed directly at his ribs. The swiftness and precision far exceeded any adversary he had faced before. Zulfust. Goten's pupils dilated, and in a hurried attempt, he concentrated his energy into his arms for a block. The collision was staggering. An unimaginable force sent Goten hurtling sideways. Crashing against the distant alloy wall, his arm tingling from the impact. Goten. Trunks turned to assist, but he found himself ensnared by Ultral's relentless barrage of dark red energy blasts, explosions erupting around him. Android 18's eyes flickered, her figure darting into the fray, executing a precise side kick aimed at Ultral's head, seeking to rescue Goten from peril. Ultral appeared to have anticipated the confrontation, raising her other hand with astonishing speed to block. A dull thud resonated as the kick from number 18 was firmly intercepted, at the point where their arms met. An invisible wave of energy surged forth. Oof. A barely perceptible twitch at the corner of Ultral's otherwise impassive face suggested that her strength was not in the slightest inferior to that of number 18. Her crimson eyes scrutinized number 18, and her voice, laced with a chilling mockery, declared the outdated failure of a prototype. Number 18 felt a chill in her gaze, her offensive suddenly intensifying, fists and feet raining down like a tempest. Yet, Ultra-less responses were equally precise and effective, transforming their battle into a dazzling display of blurred motion, each collision unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that resonated through the surrounding incubation pods and equipment. Goten extricated himself from the indentation in the wall, shaking off his numb arms, his expression turning gravely serious. The speed, strength, and defense of number 22 were utterly terrifying, devoid of any discernible weaknesses. "Brah, get out of here!" he shouted into the communicator, and once again plunged into the fray, joining Trunks and number 18 in a concerted assault against the android number 22. The trio formed a triangle, encircling number 22, their fists and feet striking from every conceivable angle. However, the latter functioned like a flawless combat machine. Her reaction speed was astonishing, always managing to evade or block lethal strikes with minimal movement. A dark crimson energy coursed across number 22's surface, forming a formidable protective field that significantly diminished the impact of their attacks. The battle reached a stalemate, yet the three could sense that number 22's energy was inexhaustible, much like that of other androids. At that moment, it seemed that number 22 was incensed by their relentless assault. She forcefully deflected number 18's attack, taking a punch from Trunks and retreating a half step, her crimson eyes suddenly gleaming with intensity. She spread her arms wide, a massive surge of dark red energy swirling chaotically in front of her, compressing into an extremely perilous energy sphere. "ZZZ, ZZZ, not good, disperse," Trunks shouted urgently. Yet, the expansion of that energy sphere was beyond imagination, on the verge of detonating. In this critical moment, Bra's voice pierced through. "It seems the only option now is to forcibly disrupt her energy circuit. I will attack her back with the focusing ray of the aircraft." No sooner had she spoken than a slender yet highly concentrated beam of pure white energy, akin to a surgical scalpel, descended from above, striking a specific point on number 22's back with precision. "Now's the time, Trunks," number 18 commanded sharply. Understanding her intent, Trunks erupted with golden lightning, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and charged towards number 22 like a golden comet. The red light in number 22's eyes intensified as she forcibly stabilized her energy, meeting Trunks with an open palm. Boom! The tremendous impact sent Trunks flying backward. "Brother," with wide eyes, Bra shouted in the direction where Trunks was falling. At that moment, an ominous smile curled upon the lips of Android 22 as she glanced at Bra, swiftly raising her hand to unleash a deep crimson beam of destruction. "Bra, be careful." Goten instinctively leaped from the ground. Trunks and Android 18 had been momentarily pushed back, unable to provide assistance. At that instant, Goten was the only one closest to Bra. Hearing someone call her name, Bra turned around in a daze, only to realize that the red beam, potent enough to obliterate her, was drawing ever closer. No! In a heartbeat, Goten's long-buried emotions erupted forth. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar, the energy within him surged like a chaotic torrent, a blinding golden radiance engulfing his form in an instant. Boom! A powerful energy cyclone erupted violently from his center, scattering debris in all directions, including the deadly beam aimed at Bra. As the dust settled, Goten's hair stood on end, transformed into a brilliant golden hue, his emerald eyes ablaze with furious flames, surrounded by a swirling tempest of golden energy. Son Goten. Bra's tear-filled eyes reflected the golden glow. "Trunks, and 18, let us go together." Bang, bang, bang. 3 energy cyclones surged towards Android 22, instantly turning the tide of battle. Now awakened as a Super Saiyan, Goten experienced a qualitative leap in speed and strength. He became a streak of golden lightning, dashing in front of Android 22, his fists fueled by rage, raining down like a torrential downpour upon her. Facing two Super Saiyans and an Android 18 whose strength rivaled that of a Super Saiyan, 22 could no longer maintain her previous composure. The right side of her chest. It is the best protected, yet also her greatest weakness. Android 18 coldly advised during her rapid movements, drawing upon her extensive experience and understanding of her own kind structure. As she finally pinpointed the critical target. Understood. Trunks' eyes sharpened, his fist striking relentlessly at Android 22's front, forcing her to retreat continuously. Now, Goten grasped the cue, channeling a brilliant blue light into his hands. Meh. Almost simultaneously, Trunks maximized his energy, thrusting his palms forward. Ultimately, shining flash. The two energy waves were unleashed simultaneously, while Android 18 performed a backflip from the sky, charging towards the back of Android 22, firmly grasping her and coldly taunting. Now, let us see who the failure truly is. No. As she gazed at the approaching powerful energy beam, 22 roared, attempting to break free from the grasp behind her, yet 18 held on with an iron grip, unyielding. Rumbling, Goten's Kamehameha and Trunks' final flash utterly consumed the form of Android 22. The radiance gradually faded, leaving the scene in disarray, with dust swirling through the air. Android 18? Goten gasped for breath, the golden aura around him slowly retracting, as a wave of self-reproach surged within him. What would he say to Krillin if something happened to Android 18? Fools, you little brats, your feeble powers cannot harm me. At that moment, a familiar voice emerged from the haze, instantly transforming Goten's despair into joy. As the trio focused their gaze, a graceful figure materialized from the smoke, and Android 18 emerged, surrounded by a dissipating faint green protective shield. Chapter 28, Bulma's Concern. Trunks and Goten exhaled in relief, their auras dissipating. The intensity of the battle had left them both breathless, especially Goten, who had just undergone his first Super Saiyan transformation. Feeling as though his body had been drained, yet his spirit was unusually exhilarated. Wonderful. We won. Bra exclaimed. A mixture of excitement and fear on her face as she turned to Goten. Thank you for that, Goten. It was nothing. I couldn't just stand by and watch you get hit, Goten replied, scratching his head, feeling a bit bashful. Trunks, however, remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Where's Dr. Gero? The group immediately glanced toward the control console, only to find it utterly deserted, leaving behind an empty chair and a control panel still flickering with various data and alarms. He got away, Bra lamented, striking the console in frustration. Suddenly, an unprecedentedly sharp and piercing alarm echoed throughout the base. The workshop's lights abruptly shifted to a haunting crimson, flashing wildly and casting the bewildered expressions of everyone in a flickering glow. What is happening? Goten felt a wave of intense unease wash over him. Bra dashed to the main control panel, her fingers flying over the virtual keyboard, her face draining of color. No, this is bad. Her voice trembled with fear. It's the self-destruct sequence. The reactor core is overloading. A massive countdown timer on the main screen mercilessly ticked down. 0500, 0459, 0458. Less than 5 minutes. Everything here will be blown to smithereens. Bra's voice cracked. The entire ice dome will collapse. Damn it. Trunks cursed under his breath, his gaze sharpening. We need to evacuate. Back the way we came. The entire base began to tremble violently, the alloy beams overhead groaning under the strain, while shards of ice and dust rained down from the ceiling. There must be an emergency escape route. Android 18 spoke calmly, her eyes scanning the complex interface of the control panel. A secret base of this magnitude surely had a contingency plan. Bra, find it. I'm working on it. Bra forced herself to remain composed, her fingers dancing over the keyboard, revealing the structural map of the base. 0430, 0429. The tremors intensified, accompanied by the distant roar of explosions. There it was. Bra abruptly lifted her head, pointing towards an inconspicuous narrow corridor on the side of the workshop. Now illuminated by a red light, it led directly to the surface. Let us go. Trunks, without hesitation, grasped Bra's hand and surged towards the passageway. Goten and Android 18 followed closely behind. Inside the corridor, red emergency lights flickered, and it was steep and narrow, with shards of ice and metal parts continually falling from above. The four of them pushed their speed to the limit, sprinting through the violently shaking passage. 0300, 0259. The explosions behind them grew increasingly closer, with searing gusts of heat and thick smoke relentlessly pursuing their steps. Hurry, a bit faster, Trunks shouted, a golden aura enveloping him as he shielded Bra from behind. Goten also unleashed his energy, striving to keep up. Having just endured a fierce battle and undergone his first transformation, his energy was severely depleted, and he relied solely on sheer willpower to continue. Android 18 showed no signs of fatigue. Her figure moved like a specter, effortlessly clearing away falling obstacles at critical moments, paving the way for the team. 0130-0129. They finally spotted a glimmer of light ahead. It was the exit of the corridor. But just before the exit, a heavy alloy gate was slowly descending. This was the final safety barrier. There's no time. Bra exclaimed in alarm. Trunks. Android 18 barked sharply. Understood. Trunks and Goten exchanged a glance, instantly comprehending each other's intent. Both concentrated the little energy they had left into their hands. Ame. At last, a brilliant flash. Two powerful beams of energy, one blue and one gold, roared forth, crashing violently into the descending gate. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the gate was blasted open, creating a massive gap. Go! The four of them rushed through the opening without hesitation. The moment they emerged, the corridor behind them collapsed completely in a series of thunderous explosions. Outside, they were met with a biting cold wind and swirling snow. They stood at the edge of a glacier. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted beneath them as the entire glacier began to tremble violently, fracturing. Behind them, at the entrance of the base, a massive ice cap suddenly arched upwards before collapsing with a resounding crash, forming a vast pit. Fiery flames and smoke erupted from the crevice, soaring into the sky. The shockwave from the explosion hurled ice and debris towards them. Get to the aircraft, Trunks shouted, pulling Bra towards the hovering vehicle nearby. The four of them rushed into the cabin at lightning speed, and Bra yanked the control stick upwards. The aircraft's engine roared under the strain, just narrowly escaping the impending collapse and explosion of the glacier, soaring into the raging blizzard. Gazing down through the porthole, the once majestic glacier now lay in ruins, a vast charred pit having supplanted the former base's location, shrouded in dense smoke and steam. Is it over? Goten slumped in his seat, gasping for breath as he beheld the devastation below, still trembling with residual fear. Indeed, Trunks nodded, his expression a tapestry of emotions. The base and Android 22 had been obliterated. Yet, it was regrettable that the mastermind, Dr. Zeno, had managed to escape. Android 18 remained silent, staring out the window, lost in her thoughts. With a whoosh, the craft pierced through the clouds above West City, gently descending into the expansive courtyard of Capsule Corporation. As the hatch opened, Trunks, Goten, Bra, and Android 18 disembarked in succession. In the courtyard, Bulma awaited their return, flanked by Gohan and Piccolo. Upon seeing the quartet safely return, a palpable sigh of relief escaped Bulma. How is it? Did everything go smoothly? She inquired, hastening toward them. Trunks shook his head and recounted the events in brief. His tone grew somber as he concluded, "We destroyed the base, and that fearsome android 22 has been vanquished. However, Dr. Zeno activated the self-destruct mechanism at the last moment and slipped away amidst the chaos. He got away." Piccolo regarded Trunks with a serious expression, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Both the androids and Zeno are now elusive. Finding them on Earth would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Bulma's gaze shifted between Goten and Trunks. Piccolo is correct, and based on past experiences and my understanding of these villains, it is highly likely, no, certain, that they will resurface at some point in the future. Should we not eliminate this threat once and for all before we set off again? That may delay us significantly, Bulma mused, crossing her arms and tapping her fingers against her arm. At that moment, the sapphire pendant at her chest began to emit a faint vibration. Is that Whis? Bulma quickly composed herself, cradling the gemstone and glancing at it in confusion. But how do I answer this? Just then, Whis's voice resonated clearly from within, audible to all present. "Hello, everyone. I am merely testing this communication device. Bulma, please caress the gemstone 3 times. Following his instructions, Bulma complied, and the sapphire's brilliance coalesced into a figure before her. As the light particles intertwined, Whis materialized before them, maintaining his characteristic calm demeanor, even holding what appeared to be a cup of milk tea. Chapter 29. The Disappearance of the Planet. The message from Whis. "Good afternoon, everyone," Whis said, taking a gentle sip of his beverage while surveying the group. "It seems you have just endured a battle." "Lord Whis." Goten inhaled deeply. "Regarding our quest to seek the Super Dragon Balls in the cosmos." "Ah, I was just about to address that." Whis set down his cup and nodded slightly. "I have provided a brief report to the Grand Minister regarding the situations of Goku and Vegeta, as well as the potential risks posed by the awakening of Karstos. The situation may be somewhat troublesome. Following the last use of the Super Dragon Balls, which occurred during the Universal Power Tournament hosted by the Omni King, the Super Dragon Balls have now scattered across 12 universes." He paused before continuing. "However, after some communication, the Grand Minister has made an exception, granting temporary permission for your spacecraft to traverse the boundaries of universes." "What?" Bulma exclaimed upon hearing this. "Are you saying that we must venture to other, more distant universes in addition to the 7th and 6th universes?" "Indeed," Whis replied succinctly. "However, there is no need for concern. The Divine Realm has ascertained that the 7 Super Dragon Balls are actually distributed among only 6 of the universes. Our 7th universe, having utilized the Super Dragon Balls last time, currently possesses 2. The remaining universes, the 2nd, 6th, 8th, 10th, and 12th, each contain 1. Yet, Whis's tone shifted slightly, adopting a more serious demeanor. "The Grand Minister hopes that everyone will expedite their collection efforts, as reports from the Supreme Kais of the aforementioned universes indicate a perplexing phenomenon of planets mysteriously disappearing." "Planets mysteriously disappearing?" The group gazed at Whis in astonishment. "Yes. To put it simply, the annihilation of a planet, particularly one that has developed civilization, can only be executed by a being of destruction, such as Lord Beerus. Of course, it could also be carried out by ordering others to do so on behalf of the destroyer, as in the case of the annihilated Planet Vegeta." Goten interjected. "Precisely. Planet Vegeta's destruction was indeed the result of Lord Beerus delegating the annihilation order to Frisia," was stated candidly. "So, what has happened to those mysteriously disappearing planets?" Goten pressed on. "It is the minions dispatched by Lord Karstos from his realm," Whis said, looking at everyone intently. "They too seek to locate the Super Dragon Balls. Although their precise intentions remain unclear, it is highly probable that they aim to restore their master." "Wait a moment, Whis." Bulma called out to the image of Whis. "If that is the case, wouldn't it be faster for your angels or other deities to collect the Super Dragon Balls? Moreover, wouldn't it be easier to eliminate those minions?" Upon hearing Bulma's words, everyone present suddenly understood. Indeed, rather than risking their own safety in gathering the Dragon Balls, having the angels intervene would undoubtedly expedite the resolution of this crisis. However, Goten mused, it seems that the situation cannot be so straightforward. He glanced at Whis, noticing that his expression remained impassive, which confirmed his suspicions. "You are thinking far too simplistically, Bulma-san." "Indeed." After a brief moment, Whis spoke. "In order to prevent deities from repeatedly using the Super Dragon Balls to threaten the universe, the Dragon God Zalama established a rule during the creation of the Super Dragon Balls. When these Dragon Balls are collected and utilized by gods, their accessibility duration multiplies, beginning with 1 year and continually increasing. It is well known that the Super Dragon Balls rewarded at the Tournament of Power are gathered by the gods. Prior to this, Lord Beerus also used them to restore Lord Kampa's universe. Therefore, as of now, there remains approximately 80 Earth years of cooling time for the Super Dragon Balls collected by the Divine Realm. Although this period may seem brief to us, it provides ample opportunity for the minions of Karstos to act." "Ah, so that is how it is." Bulma furrowed her brows. "Had I known earlier, I would have been more frugal. Wishes to restore planets can be achieved without the Super Dragon Balls, can't they?" "This is not the time for reflection, Bulma-san," Whis remarked thoughtfully as he turned to her. "In any case, you should depart as soon as possible." After Whis concluded the communication, a brief silence enveloped the group. The magnitude of the information was immense, spanning 6 universes, competing against unknown formidable foes for the Dragon Balls, with time pressing and crises lurking. Bulma was the first to shatter the stillness. She clapped her hands decisively, the sharp sound capturing everyone's attention. "All right, everyone understands the situation now." Her tone regained its assertiveness, her keen gaze sweeping across each individual. "The final adjustments to our spaceship, the New Hope, have been completed, and we should be ready to depart within the next couple of days." She turned to Trunks and Goten. "Trunks, you will immediately conduct the final inventory and equipment check." "Understood." Trunks nodded promptly. But all, Bulma directed her attention to her daughter. You will accompany me to the workshop, since we are heading into the cosmos. Your mother must teach you how to pilot the spaceship. Okay, Mom. Bra replied eagerly. At that moment, Gohan stepped forward, his demeanor gentle yet resolute. Aunt Bulma, I will not be joining you on the cosmic voyage. The group turned their gazes towards him. Gohan adjusted his glasses, a steady smile gracing his face. The crisis with the androids has not yet been resolved, and the Earth requires someone to remain behind. Uncle Piccolo and Aunt Number 18 will assist. But in the face of the potential return of Dr. Gero or other unforeseen threats, I believe we may lack sufficient manpower. His gaze shifted between Trunks and Goten before finally resting on Bulma. The crucial task of locating Dad and Uncle Vegeta will be entrusted to you. I will stay with Uncle Piccolo and the others to safeguard the Earth while also pursuing any leads on Dr. Gero's whereabouts. Piccolo nodded in agreement, arms crossed, and Number 18 also acknowledged his decision with a nod. Gohan's strength was indisputable. His presence on Earth would grant everyone peace of mind. Bulma took a deep breath and nodded. All right, the Earth will be in your hands. Be sure to exercise caution. Wait. At that moment, Goten suddenly spoke. As if he had recalled something of utmost importance, his brow furrowed in thought. Everyone halted their steps, casting puzzled glances in his direction. What's wrong, Goten? Trunks inquired. Goten lifted his head and addressed the group. The Senza beans. We've forgotten the most crucial item, the Senza beans. Indeed, Trunks exclaimed, slapping his hands together. A mix of chagrin and relief crossing his face. How could we have overlooked that? Bulma, too, had a moment of realization, exhaling deeply. That's right. At a critical moment, they are absolutely essential. Mom, where's Senza beans? Are they tasty? Bra asked. Well, to put it simply, they are items that can restore one's energy in an instant, Bulma explained. I'll go fetch them. Goten volunteered eagerly. He was now exceedingly confident in his flight technique, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies, a delight for someone like him, who had traversed from a modern world. As for Corinne Tower, he didn't even need to know its precise location. From their vantage point in West City, a towering pillar reaching toward the clouds was faintly visible in the distant eastern forest. Corinne Tower, Bra blinked. Is it the legendary tower where the Guardian lives? Indeed. Goten nodded, turning to Bulma. Aunt Bulma, we need as many Senza beans as possible. The Senza beans are still cultivated and safeguarded by the Cat Sage, right? Yes. Bulma quickly rifled through her mental archive of information. After a brief pause, she added, however, the yield of Senza beans has always been low. He may not be generous in giving us too many. Regardless, we must make the journey. We'll take whatever we can get, Goten stated with resolute determination. I'll set off for Corinne Tower right away. I'm going with you, Bra suddenly declared, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Goten hesitated, glancing at her. Bra, what's wrong with that? Bra placed her hands on her hips and raised her chin defiantly. I am the future navigator of the universe. If that cat guarding the Senzu beans proves difficult, how could you, with your clumsiness, manage to obtain them? Trunks observed his sister, then looked at Goten, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. Very well, let Bra accompany you. She might indeed prove helpful. Goten, I leave Bra in your care, Bulma said thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. However, you two must remember, time is of the essence. Depart immediately. Understood. Goten and Bra replied in unison. Wasting no time, they exchanged a glance and simultaneously unleashed their energy. Boom! Boom! The two auras enveloped their forms, shooting skyward like arrows released from a bow, racing toward Corinne Tower. Chapter 30. Final Preparations. The Magical Beans of Corinne. The fierce winds howled past their ears as the city below rapidly diminished in size. Goten focused intently on mastering his flight technique, pushing his speed to its limits. Bra followed closely behind, although her technique was not as refined as Goten's. Her stable control of energy allowed her to keep pace. Hey, son Goten. In the midst of their flight, Bra's voice cut through the howling winds. The towering Corinta loomed ahead, seemingly as magnificent as the legends described. Was it not insurmountable for ordinary folk in days gone by? Goten responded with a hint of nostalgia, slightly reducing his speed to match hers, affirming that it indeed used to be the case. Wow, Bra exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with longing. It must be exhilarating. Alas, now that we can fly, we cannot experience that thrill. Goten chuckled softly, advising her against yearning for the past. As he had heard that the ascent was fraught with hardship, the duo soared through the skies, skimming over mountains and rivers, the landscape shifting rapidly beneath them. Approximately 20 minutes later, a slender pillar that appeared to connect heaven and earth gradually came into view on the distant horizon. That was Corinta. Even in this era, it stood resolutely, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. As they drew closer, the intricate details of the tower became discernible. Its apex was shrouded in clouds, but the silhouette of its summit was vaguely visible. "Let's ascend directly," Goten declared, adjusting their course and accelerating towards the pinnacle. Bra followed eagerly, her excitement palpable. Before long, they landed steadily on the platform atop Corinta. The area was modest, dominated by a quaint, Eastern-style temple at its center. A delicate fragrance permeated the air, invigorating their spirits. As they touched down, a resonant voice emanated from within the temple. "Welcome to Corinta, Goten and Bra." Upon closer inspection, they beheld a figure slightly taller than Goten, adorned in traditional Namekian garb, gracefully emerging. He bore a resemblance to Piccolo, yet with softer features that conveyed youthfulness and vitality. "Dandi!" Goten exclaimed, recognition lighting up his face, overwhelmed with delight. Since Dandi had ascended to the role of Earth's deity, their encounters had become infrequent. "Goten, it has been quite some time," Dandi replied warmly, then turned to Bra. "And you must be Bra, the daughter of Bulma and Vegeta. Your poise is indeed remarkable." Bra, feeling a touch bashful as the wind tousled her blue locks, greeted him. "Hello, Dandi, I have heard much about you." "Dandi, how did you know we were coming?" Goten inquired, his curiosity piqued. Dandi's smile waned slightly, taking on a more serious demeanor. "Though I am not as battle-focused as Uncle Piccolo was, as a deity, I remain attuned to the energy of Earth. The sudden disappearance of Goku and Vegeta's formidable auras, coupled with the ensuing anomalous spatial fluctuations, alerted me to the impending crisis." As he spoke, he gestured for them to follow him into the temple. "Kami has sensed even more. He anticipated that you would require assistance and has been awaiting your arrival." Goten and Bra exchanged a glance, both registering the surprise mirrored in one another's eyes. "Indeed," Dandi confirmed. Dandi guided them through the humble yet solemn interior of the temple, leading to an extraordinary courtyard at the rear. The center of the courtyard was devoid of a traditional floor, instead composed of countless intertwining vines that spiraled gracefully, emanating a soft golden radiance. These vines formed a vast, natural platform. Amidst them, sporadically scattered were verdant green pods, and a plump white cat, leaning on a wooden staff and adorned with a peculiar headdress, stood with its back to them, seemingly observing something intently. "Master Karen, they have arrived," Dandi respectfully announced. The white cat slowly turned around, a signature grin, somewhat mischievous yet brimming with wisdom, gracing its face. With a distinctive tone, it remarked, "Here you are. Well, the little one from Goku's family and the young lady from Vegeta's clan. You're even quicker than I anticipated." "Master Karen," Goten quickly bowed. "No need for excessive formality. This is not the time for such niceties." Master Karen waved a paw dismissively, his gaze sharpening. "You two youngsters bear the unmistakable marks of recent combat, and your energies are somewhat chaotic. It seems there is unrest below." Goten nodded, briefly recounting the events involving Dr. Gero and Android 22. Master Karen stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Ah, remnants of Dr. Gero, are they? Truly haunting. However, compared to what you are about to confront, that may merely be an appetizer." He then gestured towards the senzu beans entwined in the surrounding vines. "Dandi must have informed you about this. I am aware that you require these." "Indeed," Goten replied promptly. "We are about to embark on a quest through the cosmos in search of the Super Dragon Balls. While we are uncertain of the dangers that await, the senzu beans are indispensable." The Super Dragon Balls, Master Karen's eyes glimmered with a hint of nostalgia. "Those are enigmas even the Supreme Kai treats with utmost caution. Your journey is destined to be far from easy." He turned his gaze to Goten, his expression scrutinizing. "Especially you, young lad. With Goku and Vegeta absent, the burden falls upon your new generation. Has your power awakened?" Goten paused momentarily, then comprehended what Master Karen meant. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated and shouted, "Ha!" Instantly, a golden aura surged from within him. His hair transformed to a brilliant gold, and his eyes became vibrant green. He had attained Super Saiyan form. "Oh!" A flicker of surprise crossed Master Karen's eyes, but he promptly added, "Your energy is considerably weaker than before, Goten, though I am unaware of what has transpired within you. I harbor concerns about this journey." Bulla observed Goten's transformation into a Super Saiyan, her eyes reflecting an inscrutable brilliance. Goten reverted to his normal state, knowing he could not admit to everyone that he was an imposter. Breathing slightly heavier, he stated, I find it immensely difficult to control, and it depletes my energy significantly. That is only to be expected, Master Karen replied matter-of-factly. Peace on Earth has lingered for too long. It is only natural that you have neglected your training. He paused for a moment, gesturing with his wooden staff towards the edge of the courtyard, where a small pool brimmed with crystal-clear liquid. Before you embark on your journey, perhaps you might want to try this. What is it? Bra inquired curiously, leaning closer to catch a whiff of its faint, delicate fragrance. Super holy water? Goten recalled the Dragon Ball saga from his past. No. Master Karen shook his head vigorously. That stuff has long since vanished. This is memory water, crafted from the dew atop the tower, infused with a trace of the lingering essence of super holy water and nurtured with the roots of senzabean. It won't enhance your strength, but it may aid you in focusing your mind in the short term, providing a slight assistance in stabilizing your current state. So, what do you think? Care to give it a try? Goten gazed at the pool, then at Master Karen and Bra, nodding resolutely. I'll give it a shot. He approached the water's edge, crouching down, inhaling deeply before plunging his hands into the icy liquid. Initially, he felt nothing extraordinary, but as he closed his eyes and concentrated, an unusual sense of resonance began to emanate from the water, and to his astonishment, blue ripples started to dance across its surface. Fleeting images and sensations brushed past his mind, all belonging to the spirit of Goku, resilient, pure, and unwavering. Observing Goten immersed in the experience, Master Karen turned to Dandy. Divine One, please fetch the senza beans you prepared. Certainly, Dandy replied, turning towards the depths of the temple. Moments later, he returned with 2 small bags, each containing around 6 or 7 senza beans. This is all the stock we currently have. It should suffice for you to navigate through a period of crisis. Bra accepted the beans, examining one with keen curiosity. At that moment, Goten slowly opened his eyes. Goten clenched his fists tightly, once more erupting with golden energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. This time, he distinctly felt the searing aura coursing through his body, his transformation markedly more composed than before. Thank you, Master Karen. I feel as if I have grasped something, Goten expressed with gratitude. That's wonderful. Master Karen nodded with satisfaction. Remember this sensation. The essence of power lies not in ferocity, but in control. Especially in the cosmos, when facing unknown adversaries, a calm mind holds greater significance than a strong fist. He lifted his gaze towards the boundless blue sky beyond the tower, his tone becoming contemplative. Go forth, children. The future of Earth may very well rest upon the shoulders of your journey. Remember, no matter what you encounter, do not forget the reason for your fight. Goten and Bra exchanged a glance, and in that moment, they both recognized a flicker of determination igniting in each other's eyes. We will bring back Dad and Uncle Goku. Right, Goten? Bra asserted with unwavering conviction. Goten nodded emphatically. Yes. Let us set off, Bra. Trunks and Aunt Bulma are waiting for us. After bidding a solemn farewell to Master Karen and Dandy, the two once again executed their aerial technique, transforming into 2 streaks of light as they departed from the ancient Corinta, racing towards the West City. A new journey was about to commence. Chapter 31, Forward. Destination, the depths of the 7th universe. Deep within the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation in the West City, the vast spaceship assembly workshop lay in a tranquil state. The New Hope was quietly docked in its designated berth. Compared to a month ago, its exterior appeared far more complete. Once exposed, pipeline interfaces were now covered with sleek armor plating, exuding an aura of latent power. Bulma stood before the control console, her fingers gliding swiftly across the virtual interface. Her expression was one of intense focus, occasionally issuing hushed commands into the communicator, directing the engineering team below to conduct the final adjustments. Trunks had changed into casual attire, standing beside the ladder, meticulously inspecting the accompanying equipment. He wore a calm demeanor. At that moment, 2 figures descended upon the workshop entrance, accompanied by a soft whoosh of air. It was Goten and Bra, who had just returned. We're here, Bra exclaimed, dashing forward, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Goten followed closely, his aura much steadier than when he left, his gaze resolute. Trunks straightened up, speaking in a low tone. We are ready, Mom. Goten clenched his fist, feeling the faint but manageable flow of energy within him. All right, Bulma said decisively, waving her hand to signal it was time to depart. The 4 of them ascended the ladder in succession, entering the interior of the New Hope as the hatch slowly closed behind them with a reassuring, muffled sound of airtight sealing. The interior of the spaceship was spacious and futuristic in design. The control room offered a panoramic view, with a massive arched observation window overlooking the grand workshop scene, where various holographic displays and control interfaces radiated a soft glow. Trunks quickly took his seat beside Bulma in the co-pilot's chair, positioning his hands on the auxiliary control interface. Goten and Bra hurriedly settled into the comfortable seats behind, fastening their seatbelts. All systems, final check. Bulma's voice was calm and clear. Life support system, normal. Navigation system, normal. Cosmic coordinate module loaded. Power core, stable output. Energy crystal charging at 100. Defense matrix, standby. Gravity simulation system, calibrated. A series of system reports emanated from the spaceship's synthetic voice, accompanied by the rhythmic pulsing of green confirmation signals on the control panel. Excellent, just like that. Bulma took a deep breath, gripping the main control stick before her. The next step was to initiate the main engine's low-power preheat. A resonant and powerful vibration surged from the depths of the spaceship, reminiscent of a slumbering giant awakening, while the thruster nozzles at the rear began to glow with a ghostly blue light. The workshop's ceiling gradually slid open to the sides, revealing the dimming sky of the West City at dusk. Indeed, Aunt Bulma, we must possess a device akin to the Dragon Ball radar, correct? Goten suddenly inquired, as if a thought had struck him. Bulma, momentarily taken aback, responded with a smile. What are you thinking, Goten? This is an essential tool for our adventure. How can we possibly leave it behind? With that, she gently tapped the floor of the spacecraft with her foot, revealing the Dragon Ball radar beneath us. Wait, it's right beneath us? Both Trunks and Bra exclaimed in unison. Indeed, I've installed the Super Dragon Ball radar at the bottom of the ship, close to the tip. It took considerable effort to create this device, Bulma stated, lifting a cup of coffee from the console and downing it in one gulp before tossing the cup into a sealed cabinet. Shall we activate the Dragon Ball radar now to ascertain our direction? No need, Bulma explained. The ionosphere on Earth restricts the radar's power. We must venture into space to activate it. Her gaze sharpened as she placed her hand on the control lever, preparing for takeoff. With a clatter, Goten felt the vibrations beneath him. The New Hope gracefully detached from the dock supports, ascending steadily and silently through the opening in the workshop's ceiling, hovering above the Capsule Corporation courtyard. Below, the news had reached Chi-Chi, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and number 18, who gathered in the courtyard, gazing up at the ship poised for its journey. Chi-Chi, with tears in her eyes, waved fervently. Piccolo, arms crossed, nodded solemnly. Let's go, everyone. Gohan and Krillin shouted in unison. Through the observation window, Goten beheld the familiar figures below, a warm surge of emotion filling his heart. Brace yourselves, Bulma cautioned, then abruptly thrust the throttle to its maximum. Boom! The immense thrust instantly pressed the four of them firmly into their seats as the spacecraft surged forward like an arrow, piercing the heavens. The cityscape of West City rapidly diminished outside the window, swiftly replaced by an increasingly dense layer of clouds. After a mere few minutes of traversing through the clouds, the curve of the Earth appeared beyond the window, revealing the profound expanse of the starry sky. Countless stars sparkled like diamonds against the black velvet of the cosmos, serene and magnificent. We have truly departed from Earth, Bra exclaimed, leaning against the observation window, her eyes wide with awe and disbelief. Goten, too, felt a swell of excitement. This experience was utterly distinct from the universe he had observed on screen in his past life, instilling a sense of immersion in the vastness of space. All right, let's initiate the Super Dragon Ball radar scan, Bulma declared, pressing a prominent orange button. A deep hum resonated from the bottom of the ship, and, simultaneously, the largest holographic screen in the control room cleared the star map, replaced by a continuously rotating, intricately complex galactic diagram. The edges of the map continuously expanded outward, signifying a rapid increase in the scanning range. Countless points of light flickered on the screen, representing known stars, nebulae, and even unknown energy sources. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the screen, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the unique point of light that signified the Super Dragon Balls. However, after several minutes of scanning, no particularly large signals or those characteristic of the Super Dragon Balls appeared. Instead, two distinctly different regions at the edges of the star map revealed a series of blurred, flickering patches of light rather than clear points. What could this mean? Goten furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering whether there were no specific coordinates, only two approximate directions. Bulma, arms crossed, scrutinized the patches of light, her fingers gently tapping against her arm. As expected, it aligned closely with my predictions. The sheer size of the Super Dragon Balls rendered their signals extremely diffuse and indistinct after traversing such vast cosmic distances, making precise localization challenging. Thus, what the radar captured were not pinpoint signals like those of the Dragon Balls on Earth, but rather broad areas. Nevertheless, this was sufficient, Bulma remarked. Goten gazed at the star map and recalled a proverb deeply ingrained in his memory. Every beginning is difficult. Bra, hearing this, cast a puzzled glance his way and mumbled, "When did you become so eloquent?" Indeed, Bulma agreed with a smile, affirming Goten's words. She magnified one of the light patches, yet the details remained obscure, revealing only that it was an unknown star region. We must first reach this area before conducting more detailed local scans to ultimately pinpoint the location of the Dragon Balls. She grasped the control stick once more, aligning the spaceship's trajectory toward one of the indistinct patches on the star map. Decision made. Let us seek the Dragon Balls in this direction. Bulma's voice brimmed with excitement as she gently nudged the control stick, initiating the space warp engine. Power level raised to 70. We're commencing. Bone! An indescribable force instantaneously enveloped everyone, as if the very fabric of space were being relentlessly compressed and stretched. As Goten gazed out the window, he noticed that the stars no longer retreated swiftly. Instead, they twisted and contorted, all celestial bodies elongated into vibrant, multicolored ribbons of light. A powerful wave of dizziness and weightlessness surged through him. As if his very organs had been displaced, his vision blurred, with only the relentless, deafening roar of the cosmic tumult resonating in his ears. This sensation persisted for an indeterminate duration, feeling both fleeting and eternal. Suddenly, all pressure vanished abruptly. The cacophony ceased, replaced by an eerie silence. The dazzling flow of light outside instantly calmed, reverting to the profound expanse of the night sky. Yet this celestial vista was entirely different from that glimpsed mere moments ago near Earth. The arrangement of constellations has become unfamiliar, and the colors and shapes of distant nebulae are distinctly different. The spaceship hovers steadily in the vastness of space, as if the cataclysmic leap that just occurred had never transpired. As the leap concluded, Trunks was the first to regain his composure, releasing a long sigh, his voice still quivering. Bulma also relaxed her taut nerves, a victorious smile gracing her face. Indeed, according to our star chart comparison, we have arrived at the edge of the area where the first Super Dragon Ball resides. No sooner had she spoken than, before the others could exhale in relief, an alarm blared abruptly throughout the ship. Warning, warning. Numerous unidentified targets are rapidly approaching. Chapter 32. Uninvited Guests. The Frisia Four Strikes. The jarring sound of the alarm shattered the silence that followed the leap, with red warning lights on the control panel flashing wildly. On the holographic radar screen, the previously empty expanse of stars suddenly revealed dozens of swiftly moving light points, converging from various directions in a menacing encirclement. What was happening? Goten sprang from his seat, rushing to the radar screen, his expression shifting dramatically. The numbers, so many, and they are exceedingly fast. Bulma reacted swiftly as well, her hands flying over the control panel, magnifying the radar image and activating the external observation system. The count exceeds 30, no, over 40. They are moving at great speed. Bulma's voice was tinged with tension. How is this possible? Trunks furrowed his brow. We have only just arrived in this area. It's as if they were already waiting for us. Goten and Bra immediately rushed to the observation window, gazing into the depths of space. In the distance, against the backdrop of starlight, small dark silhouettes rapidly grew larger, revealing their menacing outlines. They were small attack ships, all of a uniform design, led by a large, familiar disaped vessel. The prow of the enemy ship flickered ominously with red targeting beams, closing in silently like a pack of wolves. Their intentions were unmistakable, to block every possible avenue of escape. Is it space pirates? Bra's voice trembled as she gripped the window frame tightly. It seems likely. Goten observed the designs of the ships intently, a sense of familiar unease washing over him. The style of these vessels reminded him of a known faction. Just then, the communication channel of the New Hope's control console was forcibly interrupted, emitting a harsh static before a holographic image abruptly appeared in the center of the screen. The image depicted an alien with gray-blue skin and a grotesque appearance. He had a large bald head, pointed ears, and tiny eyes that sparkled with greed and cruelty. His mouth twisted into a grin that revealed jagged teeth. TSK, TSK, look who we have here, a lost little lamb. The alien spoke with a sharp, mocking tone. How dare you brazenly intrude into our territory? Have you submitted your identification for clearance? Hey, pay attention. The alien leader tapped the screen. I am the esteemed Lord Galama of this star region. Present your passage permits at once, or this vessel shall belong to us. His maniacal laughter reverberated through the communication channel, grating on the nerves. We are merely passing through. If you wish to avoid being apprehended by the Galactic Patrol, you ought to depart immediately, Bulma remarked, casting a glance at the screen. Uncertain of their identity, she could only hope that the Galactic Patrol, led by Jack, would intimidate them into retreating. The Galactic Patrol? Galama scoffed, his small eyes narrowing further. I apologize, madam, but before the Cosmic Sovereign, Lord Frieza, no one can escape. This is your final ultimatum. Disarm immediately and open your ship's hatches. Otherwise, do not blame my fleet for reducing you to cosmic debris. The Frieza Force. The mere mention of this name chilled Goten and Trunks to their cores, their pupils constricting in fear. Even Bulma's complexion turned ashen in an instant. So it is the remnants of Frieza. Trunks muttered through clenched teeth, his fists involuntarily tightening. So it seems that on that circular battleship, Goten mused, gazing out the viewport at the approaching vessel. After the conclusion of the power tournament, Frieza had been resurrected by Whis as a reward for his victory. Although he had come to Earth with the absurd wish of growing 5 centimeters taller, after witnessing the formidable power of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, Frieza had led his forces away, vanishing from sight. Upon realizing that they were indeed members of the Frieza Force, a flicker of dread surged within Bulma. Yet she managed to suppress it, forcing a smile as she addressed Lord Galama. Oh, so we are all acquainted, haha. Mr. Galama. We are old friends of your Lord Frieza. Many years ago, during the Tournament of Power, Lord Frieza fought alongside us to safeguard our 7th universe. Oh, Galama's expression shifted to one of confusion, his large bald head tilting slightly as if deep in thought. The Tournament of Power, the 7th universe? He murmured, his stubby fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest of his throne. Bulma internally exhaled in relief, believing she had managed to bamboozle him, and was about to fabricate further details to enhance her credibility. However, Galama's moment of confusion quickly morphed into a more sinister and cunning grin. He leaned forward abruptly, nearly pressing his grotesque face against the communication screen, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Woman, since you claim to be an old friend of Lord Frieza, that makes this even better. Why not accompany me back to meet the king himself? What? No sooner had he spoken than the communication was abruptly severed, the screen plunging into darkness. Almost simultaneously, dozens of blips representing enemy ships on the radar screen surged forward, ruthlessly converging on the New Hope where Goten and the others were situated. Curse be, if only we could go out and eliminate them. Goten glared at the encroaching vessels. He has now mastered the control of his ki in the Super Saiyan 1 state. With the formidable Trunks by his side, their combined might would render their adversaries utterly powerless, provided that Frieza himself was not aboard that spacecraft. This is unacceptable. Bulma cast a glance towards Goten and pointed out the window. Even someone as powerful as her father or Uncle Goku could not survive in the vastness of outer space. Damn it, Bulma muttered under her breath, her hands flying across the auxiliary control panel to activate the protective shield. Children, brace yourselves, she commanded, then forcefully thrust the engine's power output to its maximum, maneuvering the ship into a perilous sideways roll, narrowly evading 2 shots from the enemy's main cannons aimed at their engines. The New Hope's engines roared with an overload, its rear spewing forth a dazzling blue flame as it attempted to break free from the encircling onslaught. No, it's too overwhelming. Their firepower is too densely packed. Goten fixated on the control panel screen, where the red lines representing enemy fire trajectories wove a vast net. At that moment, energy beams rained down upon the ship's protective shield, creating violent ripples. Shield energy down to 65. 58. Trunks shouted urgently. It's a gamble. Seize the opportunity to plunge into the planet's gravitational pull. Utilize the complex terrain to shake them off. Bulma cried out, steering the ship directly towards the colossal pink planet. Understood. Trunks immediately complied, concentrating the shield energy at the front of the vessel. The New Hope shot forth like a silver lightning bolt, ignoring the incoming attacks from both sides as it raced towards the gigantic pink sphere. Behind them, Galama's fleet pursued relentlessly, their firepower becoming increasingly fierce. Just as the ship was about to breach the planet's atmosphere, a heavy laser cannon, charged for some time, fired from an enemy ship concealed behind an asteroid, striking the starboard thruster of the New Hope with tremendous force. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from the right side of the hull, causing the entire ship to lurch leftward and spin out of control. The shrill alarm blared throughout the cabin. Starboard thruster damaged. Power imbalance. We've lost control. Trunks shouted in alarm. Damn it. Bulma struggled to steady the control stick, but the ship continued its uncontrollable spin, being violently dragged down by the planet's immense gravitational pull. This cannot continue. We will crash. Initiate emergency landing procedures. Everyone hold on tight. Bulma decisively commanded. The ship plummeted like a meteor, trailing smoke and flames, plunging into the thick atmosphere of the pink giant planet. The intense friction with the air caused the exterior of the vessel to glow a fiery red, emitting a piercing wail. Enormous G-forces pressed the occupants firmly into their seats, their view completely filled with the searing pink currents outside. After an indeterminate amount of time, the descent finally began to slow. The spaceship breached the thick cloud cover, revealing an endless expanse below, composed of enormous pink vegetation, with distant towering purple crystal jungles piercing the sky. Hold tight, we're about to crash, Bulma exclaimed, mustering her last ounce of strength to pull the control stick, striving to glide the ship down at a relatively gentle angle. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by a dizzying impact and the jarring sound of metal tearing, the New Hope ultimately slammed down onto a relatively flat plain of pink foliage. After carving a deep trench several kilometers long, it finally came to a trembling halt. Inside the cabin, chaos reigned. The lights flickered erratically, and alarms continued to sound feebly. Is everyone all right? Bulma asked hoarsely, releasing the sweat-soaked control stick. I'm fine, what about you, brah? Trunks unfastened his seatbelt, shaking his slightly dazed head, then turned back. We're okay. Goten and Bra responded in succession. Though disoriented from the impact, they were fortunate that the seatbelts and cushioning systems had worked effectively, leaving them unharmed. We succeeded, Bra remarked, gazing out at the unfamiliar pink world, a shiver of unease coursing through her. But this is only temporary safety. Bulma scrutinized the damage report on the control panel, her brow furrowed. This is dire. The ship's propulsion system is completely destroyed. We are stranded here for the time being. Trunks approached the observation window, gazing at the pinkish-purple sky and the bizarre extraterrestrial landscape as trails streaked across the horizon from which they had just plummeted. Those minions of Frisia won't easily relent. They will likely land on this planet, searching for us. Goten clenched his fists, a surge of frustration and determination swelling within him. He had not anticipated that their first combat experience in the universe would culminate in such a disheveled crash landing. However, he was relieved that Frisia was not aboard that ship. Bulma stood up, donning her breathing apparatus. Come on, children, let us venture outside to explore this world. Chapter 33, The Pink Inferno. With a mournful hiss of escaping hydraulic gas, the battered door of the New Hope slowly creaked open. A wave of humid air, mingled with the earthy scent of soil and the peculiar fragrance of exotic plants, rushed in. Bulma was the first to don her breathing mask and descend the gangway, followed closely by Goten, Trunks, and Bra. The quartet stood upon this unfamiliar terrain, awestruck by the spectacle before them. Beneath their feet lay soft, resilient pink grass, actually composed of countless minuscule, sponge-like fungal organisms. Cotton-like pink spores floated through the air, reflecting a mesmerizing glow under the illumination of 3 varying-sized purple moons. In the distance, a forest of colossal purple crystals rose majestically into the clouds. What a beautiful place, Brahm murmured, momentarily forgetting her fear. Do not be deceived by appearances. The voice of Bulma emerged from behind the mask, shattering the brief silence. The multifunctional detector in her hand emitted a piercing alarm, indicating a complex composition of air filled with a high concentration of unknown spores, posing a risk of hallucination and nerve paralysis to ordinary individuals. The situation aboard the spacecraft was even more dire. The main propulsion engine and energy core had sustained severe damage, rendering their departure impossible for at least 10 days to half a month. This singular statement thrust everyone back into the harsh reality. Mom, look at the sky, Trunks exclaimed, his expression grave as he pointed upwards. Above them, the pastel purple sky was streaked with glowing comets, hurtling into the atmosphere, precisely in their direction. It was the fleet of Galama. They were in pursuit. Goten clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly as he felt a surge of frustration and defeat, igniting an unprecedented fire of combat spirit within him. We cannot remain here. We are living targets, Bulma decisively declared. Trunks, Goten, you must immediately scout that crystal forest. Bra and I will stay here to activate the ship's ghost mode, minimizing energy output and setting up some camouflage. Understood. Goten and Trunks exchanged a resolute glance. Hesitating no more, in a flash, they transformed into two streaks of light, racing towards the distant purple crystal forest. As they flew over the soft pink terrain, Goten's senses were heightened to an extraordinary degree. Everything here was imbued with the unknown. The energy swirling in the air, the tactile sensation of the vegetation beneath their feet, and the distant hum emanating from the crystal forest stirred the Saiyan blood within him, awakening a primal excitement. This sensation was entirely different from their training sessions on Baozi Mountain with Gohan. This was a genuine, life-risking combat environment. Soon, the duo plunged into the crystal forest. The sights here were even more fantastical. Each crystal tree soared to a height of 100 meters, its translucent purple crystalline structure pulsating with shimmering light. What a splendid location! Goten's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, recognizing this environment as a natural battlefield prepared just for them. Do not be careless, Trunks cautioned, exhibiting greater composure as he retrieved a small detector from his waist. These crystals harbor unique energy fields that will interfere with our perception of ki. This presents both an advantage and a disadvantage, as it also complicates our ability to detect enemies in advance. The two swiftly navigated through the forest for several minutes, ultimately discovering a natural cave obscured by vines behind a massive cluster of crystals. Just as they prepared to return and inform Bulma, an overwhelming malevolence descended upon the land. They're here. Goten and Trunks simultaneously looked up, gazing beyond the forest. They witnessed several small attack ships landing violently around the wreckage of the New Hope. The hatches opened, and squads of soldiers clad in standard combat uniforms surged forth, led by the imposing figure of Galama himself. A pack of mice that can only run away. Galama gazed upon the wreckage of the Hope, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Did he think that crashing in this forsaken place would ensure his survival? He raised his wrist and pressed the communicator. All personnel, listen up. Equip the energy detectors, form pairs, and search inch by inch for me. Remember, the woman piloting the spaceship must be captured alive. The other two can have their hands and feet broken first. Understood. Dozens of soldiers from the Frisia force scattered like a net cast wide, gradually advancing towards the crystalline jungle. Their energy detectors flickered with faint responses, the residual auras of Goten and Trunks not yet fully subdued. In the cave, the four regrouped, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The situation was worse than anticipated. They possessed energy detectors. The jungle will interfere, Trunks murmured, but as long as we get close, we will be detected. Then we cannot afford to wait passively. Goten's gaze was sharp as a blade. Sitting idle is not the Saiyan way. We must take the initiative and eliminate them one by one before they can encircle us. Goten is right. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Bulma's eyes. We cannot rely on luck. Trunks, Goten, this battle rests solely upon you. Strike swiftly and do not linger. Mom, brah, stay in the cave and do not come out. Trunks cautioned, then turned to Goten. Let them witness our power. All right. A brilliant golden light erupted from Goten in an instant. Without hesitation, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair soaring skyward, his emerald eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent. He now possessed the confidence to control his power in this form with precision. At that moment, two Frisia soldiers, armed with energy guns, cautiously approached their vicinity. Hey, the detector is reacting just behind that patch of crystal. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the detectors before the two Frisia soldiers detonated. Battle power? How is this possible? How could such a level of being exist in this remote locale? Who cares? If we capture him, we'll earn a hefty reward. The two exchanged a glance, greed overpowering their fear as they raised their energy guns and flanked from both sides. However, as they rounded the enormous purple crystal, they beheld a golden-haired youth, arms crossed, waiting leisurely for them. Are you looking for me? Goten's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable oppressive aura. Fire! Quick fire! One soldier shrieked. Two destructive beams shot toward Goten, but his figure flickered and vanished from sight. Where is he? Behind you. A cold voice whispered like the breath of death in one soldier's ear. He turned in terror, only to see a fist enveloped in golden flames rapidly enlarging in his vision. Boom! Before a single scream could escape his lips, the soldier's combat suit shattered in an instant, propelling him like a cannonball against the crystal wall, rendering him utterly silent. Another soldier, paralyzed by the horror of the scene, felt his legs weaken, instinctively reaching for his communicator to call for aid. Yet, Goten denied him that opportunity. with his right index and middle fingers aligned. He aimed at the soldier, a brilliant light igniting at his fingertips. This technique, taught by Uncle Piccolo to his brother, and then imparted to me, is the Misenko, a spiraling beam of golden light, moving at a velocity surpassing sound, instantly pierced through the soldier's chest. Having completed this grim task, Goten did not even glance at the two lifeless bodies. The swift and decisive execution left him devoid of discomfort. Rather, he felt an exhilarating rush, a primal thrill coursing through his veins. This is the instinct of Saiyan, born for battle. Too slow, Goten murmured to himself as he flexed his wrist, noting that compared to his sparring sessions with N18, these foes moved as if in slow motion. However, the commotion of battle ultimately attracted the attention of distant enemies. Galama's roar echoed through the jungle via loudspeakers. They've been discovered. All units converge on the designated coordinates. Crush them. Malicious energies surged from all directions, wildly converging upon Goten's location. Here they come. Trunks appeared at Goten's side, also transformed into a Super Saiyan, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, poised for a fierce confrontation. Yet at that moment, an overwhelming, suffocating energy, brimming with primal savagery and brutality, inexplicably awakened from the deepest depths of the crystal jungle. This aura was frigid, ancient, and immensely powerful, as if a colossal beast, having slumbered for eons, was roused by the preceding battle. In an instant, it eclipsed the combined presence of all Frieza Force soldiers present. The fighting spirit in Goten and Trunks' faces froze, replaced by unprecedented shock and horror. They turned abruptly toward the dark, uncharted depths of the jungle. This energy did not belong to the Frieza Force. Trunks' voice trembled with fear. Goten felt goosebumps rise on his skin, a profound terror originating from the depths of his soul, rendering him immobile. Was there something else on this planet? Chapter 34. The primordial beast, the crystal Fong dragon lizard. The sudden surge of energy erupted like a dormant volcano that had lain silent for millions of years, violently erupting from the depths of the crystal jungle. Cold, savage, and imbued with a primal hunger, it enveloped the entire battlefield in a stifling aura of pressure. The malevolent energy of the Frieza Force soldiers appeared insignificant, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, before this colossal entity. What in the world is that? The soldiers of Frieza's army, advancing towards Goten and Trunks, abruptly halted, their faces etched with a terror far more intense than when they had first encountered the Super Saiyan. Instinctively, they turned their weapons towards the direction of the ominous energy emanating from the shadowy depths of the crystal jungle. What was happening? In the cave, Bra sensed the terrifying pressure and turned pale, gripping Bulma's arm tightly. Bulma's expression was unusually grave as she stared intently at the wildly fluctuating energy readings on her device. The values had exceeded the instrument's limits, transforming into a blinding array of red garbled numbers. This planet harbored such a monstrous entity. In the jungle, Goten and Trunks stood side by side, their backs to the approaching Frieza army, their full attention focused on the unknown, awakening terror. Goten, prepare yourself. Trunks' voice was unusually serious. This energy is abnormal. It likely surpasses our own. Goten remained silent, merely nodding. His emerald eyes were fixed ahead, the golden aura around him blazing even more fiercely. The Scion's combative instincts evoked both fear and an undeniable thrill within him. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. The distant purple crystal trees collapsed in clusters, as though some colossal creature was traversing beneath the surface, hurtling towards their location. It's coming. Just as Trunks uttered these words, the ground beneath them erupted violently. A massive head, covered in purple crystalline scales, burst forth from the earth. It possessed a pair of vertically slitted eyes that burned like molten lava, a mouth filled with razor-sharp crystalline teeth, and nostrils exhaling scalding white steam. The mere head was the size of a small spacecraft. A deafening roar erupted, unleashing a devastating sound wave. The surrounding crystal trees shattered instantly, and a violent shockwave sent several nearby Frieza soldiers hurtling into the air. It's the planet's native beast, the crystal Fong dragon lizard. Run! Some soldiers recognized the terrifying creature documented in the Cosmic Beast Compendium, releasing desperate cries. But it was already too late. The beast, known as the Crystal Fong Dragon Lizard, seemed to have been roused from slumber, descending into a fit of extreme rage. Its massive body emerged fully from the ground, stretching hundreds of meters long, resembling a moving crystal mountain. It showed no distinction between foes, and its colossal tail, adorned with sharp crystalline spikes, swept across with ferocity. The ground was plowed into a massive chasm dozens of meters wide as 7 or 8 Frisia soldiers, along with their weapons, were instantly transformed into a mist of blood and metal fragments. A monster! This is a monster! The remaining soldiers were utterly shattered, discarding their helmets and armor, firing wildly as they fled frantically in the direction from whence they came. The crystal-toothed dragon lizard evidently had no intention of sparing any intruder that dared to disturb its serene slumber. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a searing beam of violet energy from its throat, deftly harvesting the fleeing lives. Explosions and screams echoed, as the once formidable Frisia force now appeared as fragile as mere ants before the true sovereign of the planet. Excellent opportunity. Let's depart, Trunks exclaimed, seizing Goten by the arm, prepared to retreat amidst the chaos. Wait. Goten remained rooted in place, his gaze fixated on the rampaging behemoth. Just moments ago, the dragon lizard's fiery, slit-like eyes had also locked onto them. To the monstrous creature, these two diminutive figures, ablaze with golden auras and radiating immense energy, were no different from the other minions. They were intruders that had awakened it. With a thunderous roar, the crystal-toothed dragon lizard abandoned its pursuit of the remaining minions. Its colossal head swung around, and it unleashed a beam of destruction aimed directly at Goten and Trunks. Watch out! Trunks' pupils dilated as he unleashed a surge of energy, forcefully pushing Goten aside. Boom! The spot where they had just stood was left with a bottomless molten crater, the crystalline edges sizzling and vaporizing. Damn it! This creature perceives us as foes. Trunks steadied himself, his expression grim. Such is the way of things, Goten replied, a fierce smile emerging upon his face. If it desires a fight, then let us engage. Meanwhile, behind a massive crystal in the distance, Galama, having narrowly escaped, hid with several loyal subordinates, their eyes wide with terror as they observed the unfolding chaos. Boss, what should we do? That monster is terrifying, one trembling subordinate implored. Galama's eyes glinted with malice and cunning. Observing the standoff between Goten, Trunks, and a crystal-toothed dragon lizard, a cruel grin spread across his lips. What shall we do? Hell, let them battle. Ideally, they will both suffer. Once those two boys have exhausted themselves, we shall emerge to collect the spoils. Boss is brilliant. The crystal-toothed dragon lizard, enraged by its missed strike, surged forward with astonishing speed, its massive body defying its size. With its enormous claws raised, it descended with the intent to rend everything asunder. Scatter! Trunks bellowed. The two swiftly evaded to either side as the giant claw crashed down, triggering a small earthquake. Where lies its weakness? Goten shouted, dodging the tail swipe of the dragon lizard. Unknown. We must search while we fight. Trunks swiftly formed seals with his hands before thrusting forward. Let's test this. Burning attack. A colossal fireball, infused with intense heat, soared through the air, striking the face of the crystal-toothed dragon lizard with tremendous force. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from the head of the dragon lizard. Yet the colossal beast merely shook its head, leaving only a charred mark upon its crystalline-scaled cheek, without even breaching its defenses. What formidable resilience! Trunks gasped in astonishment. Roaring in fury, the dragon lizard violently swung its head, unleashing an even thicker beam of energy. Goten, above! Trunks bellowed, diving down to evade the oncoming beam. Goten understood instinctively, igniting his energy beneath him, propelling himself skyward like a golden rocket, perfectly evading the sweeping beam. He ascended to a position parallel to the dragon lizard's head, his hands forming a triangular shape before his forehead. Solar flare! A blinding white light erupted instantaneously. The unprepared crystal-toothed dragon lizard emitted a piercing cry of agony, its enormous head thrashing wildly, temporarily blinded. Now, its eyes! Goten shouted. Well done! Trunks was already poised, raising both hands above his head as a dazzling purple energy sphere rapidly coalesced. Final flash! A beam of blue energy, as thick as a barrel, surged forth with thunderous might, crashing directly into the dragon lizard's gaping mouth, which was open in pain. This time, the attack was effective. The energy beam penetrated the dragon lizard's body unimpeded, triggering a violent explosion from within. A howl of unprecedented anguish erupted from the crystal-toothed dragon lizard as its massive form trembled violently, crimson blood mingling with purple energy shards, streaming from the corners of its mouth. Staggering back, It crashed into a vast expanse of crystalline forest, its enormous body collapsing heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Have we succeeded? Goten landed beside Trunks, panting heavily. The series of coordinated attacks had taken a toll on his stamina as well. No, not yet. Trunks' expression remained grave. Its energy, though weakened, had not dissipated. As the dust slowly settled, the silhouette of the crystal-toothed dragon lizard emerged. It struggled to rise, yet the grievous wounds within rendered it temporarily incapacitated. Its molten lava-like eyes fixed intensely upon Goten and Trunks. The fury within them gradually faded, replaced by an emotion akin to pleading and warning. Goten noticed a shift in its gaze, momentarily taken aback. He followed the dragon lizard's line of sight behind it. Beyond the shattered crystalline forest, a vast cave radiating a gentle light could be faintly discerned. The source of the aura that incited such rage, compelling it to protect at all costs, emanated from the depths of that cave. It seemed to be guarding something? Goten murmured to himself. However, at that moment, lurking in the shadows, Galama's eyes gleamed with avarice. Ha ha ha! One opportunity. The two Saiyan youths and the monstrous creature were rendered immobile. You little ones, advance. With a commanding shout, he surged forth from his hiding place, accompanied by the last remnants of his followers. They disregarded the fallen dragon lizard and the distant Goten, instead making a beeline for the enigmatic cave. Oh no! Trunks' expression shifted dramatically. They were headed for that cave. The grounded crystal-toothed dragon lizard, witnessing this unfolding scene, was filled with despair and fury. It emitted a desperate, wrathful roar, exerting its final ounce of strength in a futile attempt to rise and thwart Galama and his entourage, only to collapse helplessly to the ground. Turning its head, those enormous eyes fixated on Goten, revealing a glimmer of what seemed to be a plea. Goten, meeting the gaze of the colossal beast, and then glancing at the advancing Galama, suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted to Trunks, "Trunks, we must aid it." In an instant, his form vanished from sight, like a streak of golden lightning, directly intercepting Galama and his men. What? Galama was taken aback by Goten's sudden appearance, only to sneer, "You little brat, you must be at your wits' end. Dispose of him." Instantly, several Frisia soldiers raised their guns, unleashing a barrage of energy beams that sealed off all of Goten's escape routes. Yet Goten merely regarded them coldly, his hands gradually lifting, gathering energy at his waist. A brilliant blue radiance ignited within his palms. Meanwhile, Trunks also grasped Goten's intentions. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze upon the soldiers poised to fire, his expression sharpening with resolve. He too had to act swiftly. The chaotic melee was on the verge of escalating into an even more tumultuous confrontation, sparked by this unforeseen turn of events. What lay deep within that cave? Fiercely guarded by the crystal-toothed dragon lizard? The answer to this question seemed tantalizingly close. Chapter 35. The Hunter and the Prey. Facing dozens of intertwining energy beams, Goten neither flinched nor evaded. The blue light in his palm had coalesced to its zenith. With a powerful shout, a robust Kamehameha erupted forth like a raging dragon unleashed. The torrent of blue energy swiftly engulfed all incoming projectiles, retaining its momentum as it surged towards Galama's ranks. The soldiers of the Frisia army, paralyzed by fear, scrambled to evade in disarray. Boom! The Kamehameha skimmed the ground, carving a scorched trench several hundred meters long through the crystalline jungle, the explosive aftermath hurling several unfortunate soldiers into the air. Damn that wretched brat! Galama, rising from the ground in a state of disarray, glared at the significant reduction in his forces, infuriated and shouting in outrage. After unleashing that strike, Goten did not linger in battle. Seizing the moment of chaos among the enemy ranks, he swiftly rejoined Trunks' side. "How'd it go?" Trunks inquired, his vigilance unwavering as he scanned their surroundings. "The consumption is greater than anticipated, yet remains bearable." Goten exhaled, his eyes unusually bright. "Trunks, we cannot confront them head-on. Though they may be mere fodder, their numbers are overwhelming, and that colossal creature has yet to be fully subdued." His gaze flickered towards the struggling crystal-toothed dragon lizard nearby, and a bold plan rapidly crystallized in his mind. Since their objective is the cave, and that beast seeks to protect it, why not let them battle amongst themselves first? Trunks instantly grasped Goten's intent, a glimmer of agreement flashing in his eyes. Using a third party to eliminate them? Precisely. Goten grinned, revealing a hint of cunning in his expression. We will lure Galama and his crew towards the crystal tooth dragon lizard, and then, from the shadows, we will take them out one by one. Excellent idea. Trunks nodded, noting the intricate terrain and chaotic lighting, which form a natural hunting ground. Today, let them witness who the true hunters are. With their plan set, they hesitated no longer. Hey, Frisia's lackeys! Goten shouted provocatively in Galama's direction. After speaking, he deliberately hurled an energy blast towards the fallen crystal tooth dragon lizard. The explosion occurred not far from the lizard, and though it caused no substantial damage, the intense energy waves were undoubtedly a blatant provocation. Roar! The already enraged crystal tooth dragon lizard was thoroughly incited by this action. It struggled to raise its upper body, its eyes ablaze with fury, locking onto Goten and Trunks. Those two little bastards. Galama fumed upon witnessing this. He assumed Goten and Trunks aimed to seize the treasure in the cave first, and immediately commanded, "Pursue. Do not let them succeed." With that command, Galama charged ahead with the remaining soldiers towards the crystal tooth dragon lizard. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks exchanged a knowing smile and transformed into two streaks of golden light, swiftly navigating through the crystalline jungle, intentionally slowing their pace to draw the pursuers closer, leading them step by step towards the trap they had set. The massive form of the crystal tooth dragon lizard served as the perfect focal point for the impending confrontation. As Galama and his men panted and drew near, they beheld Goten and Trunks hovering on either side of the lizard's head. The gigantic beast was thoroughly annoyed by the two agile figures, wildly swinging its enormous claws and tail, yet failing to even graze their clothing. Now, Goten signaled to Trunks with a glance. The two simultaneously unleashed a surge of energy, then instantly retracted it, vanishing like lightning into the intricate depths of the crystalline forest. The crystal tooth dragon lizard, having lost its targets, found its pent-up rage directed towards Galama and his band of unwelcome guests, perceiving them as enemies in its simplistic mind. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the crystal tooth dragon lizard unleashed its wrath upon Galama and his companions. With its gaping maw wide open, a devastating beam of energy surged forth, laced with boundless fury. "This is bad. Quickly disperse," Galama exclaimed in sheer horror, never having imagined that he would be used as a pawn by those two Saiyan youths. But at this moment, it was too late for regret. The violent torrent of energy swiftly engulfed the group, with explosions and screams echoing through the air. The soldiers of Frisia's army once again fell victim to a unilateral massacre at the hands of the planet's tyrant. Meanwhile, the true hunt was just beginning. Atop a colossal crystal tree, hundreds of meters from the battlefield, the figures of Goten and Trunks materialized silently. The plan had succeeded. Trunks remarked gravely as he surveyed the chaos in the distance. "Now it is our time to hunt." Goten's gaze turned cold and focused. He closed his eyes, acutely sensing the faint auras of those fleeing amidst the chaos. "Over there, too." Goten abruptly opened his eyes and pointed toward a relatively sparse area of crystal forest to the left. "Leave it to me." In an instant, Trunks vanished from sight. Goten then shifted his attention to another direction, where three soldiers stood back to back, their faces filled with terror as they remained alert to their surroundings. "Found you." Like a phantom, Goten appeared silently on a branch above them, looking down upon his three unsuspecting prey. One soldier seemed to sense something, tremblingly lifting his head. What he saw were emotionless, emerald green pupils. Up there, just as he let out a cry, a golden energy wave descended from above, striking precisely between the three of them. Boom! There were no screams, no struggles, just a fleeting flash and then utter silence. On the other side of the jungle, Trunks employed a more direct approach in his combat style. Like a flash of purple lightning, he darted between the two soldiers. Though they maintained their armed stance, their bodies froze in place. In the next instant, a fine line of blood appeared on their necks, and their heads rolled away as their lifeless bodies collapsed. Done. Trunks wiped his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Thus, the identities of hunter and prey underwent a complete reversal in this fantastical crystal jungle. Goten and Trunks transformed into the epitome of hunters, employing their exquisite perception of energy combined with speed and strength that far surpassed their foes, executing a textbook-style encirclement and annihilation within this natural labyrinth. They would sometimes feign attacks to lure small groups of enemies into the crystal tooth dragon lizard's line of fire, while at other times, like phantoms, they would appear behind isolated foes, delivering a fatal strike. The number of Frisia's soldiers diminished at a visible pace. "Boss, we've been played. Those two are assassinating us. Help!" I don't want to die here. This is not a battle. It is a massacre. The communication channels are filled with the desperate wails of soldiers facing their demise, their cries reaching Galama's ears, twisting his already grotesque visage into a mask of fear and rage. He is left with only two loyal confidants, the three of them huddled against a crystalline rock wall, their terrified gazes darting to the dark corners where shadows dance, as if the Grim Reaper might leap forth at any moment. You wretched little scum, I shall tear you to shreds. Galama roared in fury, though his voice betrayed an unmistakable undercurrent of fear. He had believed himself the master of the situation, only to realize that from the very beginning, he and his subordinates had merely been pawns in another's game. The humiliation of being crushed by both intellect and strength drove him to the brink of madness. Boss, we must retreat. Let's return to the ship and leave this cursed place. One of his confidants pleaded, his voice trembling. Silence. You worthless fool, Galama retorted, striking him with a swift slap. If we run now, we will become living targets, picked off one by one. We will fight them. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from above. Fight? What do you intend to fight with? Galama and his men looked up in terror to see Goten and Trunks hovering in the air, gazes fixed on them like three lambs awaiting slaughter. Galama's pupils dilated to the size of pinpricks. The game is over. Trunks slowly raised his hand, palm directed towards them. No, I, Galama, am one of Frisia's most capable lieutenants. How could I perish at the hands of rural brats from some backwater planet? Faced with the specter of death, Galama descended into madness, shoving aside his two subordinates, using them as human shields. He pressed an inconspicuous red button on his wrist, a savage grin spreading across his face as he committed to his desperate gamble. Did you think this means you have won? Such naivety. I anticipated this eventuality and specifically requested such a device from the Legion. It resides aboard our mothership. Prepare to experience the pinnacle of Frisia's technological prowess. Arise. My ultimate weapon. With his roar, a blinding red beam shot up from the distant circular mothership, tearing through the lavender sky. A powerful surge of energy, purely mechanical in nature, descended with a thunderous crash. Goten and Trunks exchanged alarmed glances, both turning towards the mothership. They witnessed the top deck of the circular ship slowly cracking open, revealing a massive, menacing black silhouette rising from within. Chapter 36, The Unknown Fawn. The soaring red beam, like a sword piercing the heavens, emanated an aura of foreboding and destruction. In the distance, the top of Galama's disc-shaped mothership peeled away, reconfiguring itself layer upon layer. A menacing, colossal black silhouette gradually ascended amidst the blinding crimson light, its outlines starkly contrasting with the surrounding fantastical natural landscape. What could that be? Goten furrowed his brow, sensing a formidable energy surging rapidly. It is a battle mech. Trunks' expression turned unusually grave, and it appeared to be a heavy-duty mech. He never anticipated that the Frisia force would equip such a machine to someone who seemed like a mere weakling. Before he could finish his thought, the immense mech was fully revealed before them. Towering at about 50 meters, it was cloaked in a dark purple hue, emblematic of the Frisia force. Its streamlined body was riddled with a multitude of cannon ports and energy emitters, while two massive particle cannons rested on its shoulders, and four metallic appendages extended from its back. Behind a dark red composite armor, the maniacal laughter of Galama echoed. Ha ha ha, you two monstrous little brats. Surprised, are you? Did you think that becoming that golden-haired form rendered you invincible? Now, what do you two possess to contend with me? Just your pitiful biological energy? The mech's enormous single eye illuminated, instantly locking onto Goten and Trunks. Become cosmic dust, Galama roared, as the particle cannons on the mech's shoulders unleashed fire simultaneously. Two beams of red energy, thicker and more concentrated than any previous assault, tore through the air, hurtling towards the two. Scatter. Trunks and Goten swiftly dodged in opposite directions. Boom! Crash! Behind them, the crystal forest was cleaved by the beams, leaving two unfathomably deep, fan-shaped chasms. As countless massive crystal trees were vaporized in the torrent of energy, leaving not even a trace of powder. Such astonishing destructive power. Goten steadied himself, gazing at the cataclysmic scene, a wave of dread washing over him. Goten, do not confront it head-on. Trunks communicated rapidly. Its armor is too thick. Engaging directly would deplete too much energy. We must find its weakness. Weakness? Goten evaded the dense barrage of fire from the mech while observing swiftly. Although the mech boasted ferocious firepower, Its massive size rendered it relatively clumsy. The cockpit. It's located right at its chest. Trunks pointed out incisively. If we can breach that composite armor, we can take down Galama directly. Understood. The two reached a consensus in an instant, with Trunks taking on the role of the frontline distraction, drawing fire, while Goten sought an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Hey, you ugly brute. Is that all your tin can is capable of? You're as slow as a tortoise. Trunks hovered midair, defiantly gesturing at the mech, indulging in provocation. You damned golden-haired brat. How dare you mock the pinnacle of Frisia force technology? You seek death. Galama erupted in fury, abandoning his attack on Goten and directing all his firepower towards Trunks. In an instant, an array of weapons surged towards Trunks like a tempest. Trunks has pushed the speed of the Super Saiyan to its zenith, darting swiftly through the impenetrable barrage, leaving behind trails of golden afterimages. Now is the moment. Seizing the instant when all firepower is drawn towards Trunks, Goten springs into action. Rather than charging head-on, he takes a wide arc, utilizing the complex terrain of the crystal jungle as cover, stealthily maneuvering to the back of the mech. How naive. Do you think I lack defenses? My mech is equipped with comprehensive scanning capabilities. Galama's maniacal laughter reverberates once more. Suddenly, four spider-like metallic appendages spring forth from the rear of the mech, striking at Goten from various angles like venomous serpents. At the tips of these appendages glimmer high-frequency blades, radiating a chilling light. Oh no! Goten is taken aback by the mech's 360-degree attack capability. Exhausted and without time to evade fully, he twists his body desperately, crossing his arms to shield his chest while concentrating his energy into his arms. Clang! Clang! The harsh sound of metal clashing resonates as Goten successfully blocks two of the appendage's strikes, yet the other two viciously pierce his side and shoulder. Ack! Intense pain surges through him, blood instantly staining his battle attire. Goten lets out a muffled groan, propelled by the overwhelming force and crashing heavily against a crystal rock wall before finally coming to a halt. Goten! Trunks witnesses this scene, his eyes widening with fury. Ha ha! Did you see that? This is your limit. Galama cackles with pride. I will deal with you, troublesome purple-haired brat, before savoring the torment of him. He maneuvers the mech, aligning all cannons towards Trunks. You bastard! Trunks roars in anger, no longer evading, instead unleashing a formidable aura that surpasses all previous thresholds, even crackling with a hint of electricity amidst the golden flames. I will not spare you. At last, a radiant flash, a sphere of energy hotter than any before, rapidly forms in his palm, radiating such intense heat that it begins to melt the surrounding crystals. Futile. Your energy attack is insufficient to penetrate neutron star armor. Galama shrieks, unleashing dozens of energy beams simultaneously towards Trunks. Yet Trunks stands firm, channeling all his strength into this singular strike. He thrusts the energy beam forward, charging into the onslaught of light. The fiery assault collides with the barrage of energy, igniting a series of violent explosions that engulf the battlefield in flames and smoke. Meanwhile, on the other side, Goten leans against the rock wall, stifling his pain as he gasps for breath. He understands that Trunks is risking his life to create an opportunity for him. Only one chance remains. Goten grits his teeth, slowly raising his right hand. He begins to gather all remaining energy within him towards the tips of his index and middle fingers. The magic convergence light cannon requires immense energy, is exceedingly difficult to control, yet its power is unparalleled. A golden energy cyclone began to swirl at his fingertips, compressing and emitting a sizzling sound. As the smoke dissipated, Trunks knelt on the ground, battered and gasping for breath. Although he had successfully breached the barrage, he had been severely injured by the explosive aftermath, nearly exhausting his strength. Before him stood the Tyrant Type 4 mech, its chest armor-charred and emitting wisps of smoke, yet remained unbreached. Ha ha, do you see it? Galama's voice was laced with fatigue, clearly indicating that the recent clash had drained the mech's energy significantly. He maneuvered the mech, the remaining functional right arm's cannon slowly rising, aimed at the weary Trunks. It's over, you golden-haired brat. Not yet. A cold voice suddenly echoed in Galama's ear. Startled, he turned to see Goten's figure had inexplicably appeared to the right of the mech, his right hand's index and middle fingers aligned, pointing directly at the charred armor on the mech's chest where Trunks had struck. At his fingertips, a golden point of light, condensed to perfection, radiated a murderous aura. When did this happen? Galama gasped in horror. Magic penetrating light cannon. Without a moment's hesitation, a spiraling beam of golden light, infused with all of Goten's conviction and strength, shot forth at a speed beyond visual perception. This strike struck with pinpoint accuracy at the mech's most vulnerable point. Sizzle. The neutron star armor, which had barely resisted burning attacks before, crumbled like paper before the terrifying penetrative force of the magic penetrating light cannon, instantly pierced through. The spiraling beam penetrated the armor, the cockpit, and even the distorted face of Galama, twisted in fear. Galama's eyes dimmed quickly. He stared in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest, finally surrendering to weakness as he lowered his head. Boom! Boom! The now uncontrollable tyrant-type 4 mech began to explode in succession, electric sparks dancing across its surface. Ultimately, the formidable killing machine collapsed, its massive form tilting forward and crashing heavily to the ground, transforming into a pile of blazing scrap metal. Panting, Goten, having expended every ounce of his strength with that final blow, reverted from his Super Saiyan state, his black hair drenched in sweat as he weakly knelt on the ground. The battle had finally come to an end. Minutes later, Goten and Trunks supported each other as they, the two of you, beheld him with a weakness that reflected a tumult of resentment and confusion. What schemes does Frieza truly harbor? Trunks asked bluntly, his voice icy, questioning the purpose of your gathering here. Ha, ha, ha. Galama emitted a hollow laugh. He was unaware of the identities of the two before him, merely seeking to boast of his master's grand designs in his final moments, grasping for a semblance of feudal solace. Do you think defeating me equates to victory? You have no inkling of the monumental being you face. King Frieza shall soon transcend all that exists in the cosmos, including the exalted deities themselves. What does that mean? Goten inquired. Galama's gaze grew distant, as if lost in recollection, and with his last breath, he spoke in fragmented whispers. He is in search of a legend, an ancient source, one that would grant him the power to slay gods. Once he finds that sacrificial offering, King Frieza will obtain a power that even the destroyers would tremble before. The moment the words escaped him, Galama's head tilted, and he succumbed to the silence of death. Goten and Trunks exchanged a glance, both reflecting shock and bewilderment in their eyes. The power to slay gods? A sacrificial offering? When the world is Frieza plotting? Such phrases were but an enigma to them. Chapter 37. The Dragon Lizard's Gift, a Beacon of Hope. The crystalline forest lay in ruins, the charred earth and shattered crystals narrating the ferocity of the recent battle. Goten and Trunks, on the brink of exhaustion, leaned against each other, gasping for breath. The fragmented information gleaned from Galama loomed over them like a dark cloud, yet survival remained paramount. Mom, we've finished here. Trunks spoke wearily into the communicator. That fellow Galama has been dealt with. Well done, Trunks, Goten. Bulma's voice came through, laced with relief from their narrow escape. But soon turned grave. However, do not celebrate prematurely. I have just intercepted the last distress signal from Galama's mothership. A significant force of Frieza's army is likely en route here. We must repair the ship and leave at once. But the ship's engine core is severely damaged. With the materials we currently possess, we cannot effect repairs, Trunks replied, his brow furrowed in concern, recognizing their dire predicament. At that moment, a deep, rumbling growl echoed through the air. The two immediately turned their attention, spotting the crystalline dragon lizard, the very creature that had first engaged them in battle, dragging its wounded body slowly towards them. Its gaze, once filled with hostility and malice, now bore a hint of complexity, as if mingled with curiosity and scrutiny. What is it intending? Trunks whispered, instinctively adopting a defensive stance, though a sharp pain coursed through him, causing him to grimace. Do not be alarmed. It appears to harbor no ill will, Goten reassured. He observed that the gaze of the dragon lizard lingered primarily on the entrance of the cave behind them. As if to affirm his words, a timid little head emerged from the shadows deep within the cave. It was Bra, quickly return. It's dangerous. Trunks shouted urgently. However, Bra did not heed his warning. She boldly stepped out from the cave. To everyone's astonishment, she cradled a miniature dragon lizard in her arms, one no larger than a puppy, its body shimmering with a crystalline clarity. Adorning one of its legs was a crooked yet charming bow made from the bandages in Bulma's first aid kit. The little dragon lizard seemed to revel in its position, nuzzling Bra's cheek and emitting delightful purring sounds. Brother, Goten, Bra exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. Look, I've made a new friend. Its name is Shanshan. Goten and Trunks exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Bulma's resigned voice crackled through the communicator. This child, while we were hidden in the cave, discovered this little one had injured its leg from falling rocks during the previous battle. And now here we are, the massive adult crystalline dragon lizard. Upon noticing the unharmed little lizard in Bra's embrace, felt its violent aura gradually dissipate, replaced by an almost gentle glow in its fierce eyes. It lowered its colossal head and emitted a low, soothing hiss towards Bra and Shan Shan. It became clear that the cave was its nest and that this little creature was its offspring. Goten suddenly understood. No wonder it had been so frantically attacking all creatures that approached the cave. It was not purely malevolent, but rather a mother fiercely protecting her young in its own way. With this realization, the last vestiges of caution vanished from Goten and Trunks' hearts. They no longer regarded this formidable beast as an adversary, but rather as a fellow survivor, striving to endure in the chaos. The adult dragon lizard seemed to sense their shift in attitude. It gently nudged Bra's head with its massive snout and then regarded Goten and Trunks, observing their wounds. It turned and let out a long, resonant call into the depths of the cave. Subsequently, it took heavy steps further into the cave, glancing back to beckon them to follow. Is it inviting us in? Goten ventured uncertainly. It appears so. Trunks nodded in agreement, glancing towards Bulma. Mom, what do you think? Let's go in and take a look, came Bulma's voice. Its vital signs are stable, and it bears no malice. Moreover, I've detected a strong and peculiar energy response deep within the cave. Perhaps the turning point we need lies inside. Without further hesitation, they followed in the footsteps of the crystalline dragon lizard and ventured into the profound cavern. The interior of the cave was far more spacious than one could imagine, with countless luminous mosses and small crystals adorning the walls, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day. The air was imbued with a refreshing aroma, reminiscent of damp earth. After traversing a long passage, the surroundings suddenly opened up. A colossal underground cavern unveiled itself before the group. At its center lay a crystal-clear, subterranean lake. And rising majestically from the lakebed was an immense, semi-transparent blue crystal column, extending to the cavern's ceiling and radiating an ethereal glow. Countless slender streams of energy flowed within the colossal crystal, akin to veins, converging at the top to form a dazzling core of energy. The overwhelming and pure energy permeated the entire space. "Oh my goodness, this is magnificent!" Bulma exclaimed, gazing at the footage transmitted by the drone. This crystal column is truly the heart of this planet. The adult dragon lizard approached the lakeshore, delicately placing the injured young dragon lizard into the water. A miraculous scene unfolded as ripples danced across the lake's surface. Gentle energy enveloped the young lizard's wounded leg, and astonishingly, the visible wounds began to heal at an extraordinary pace. Does this lake possess healing properties? Goten marveled. Not merely healing, Bulma replied, her voice trembling with excitement. I have analyzed the composition of this energy. Trunks, look at that enormous crystal column. Do you see the flowing energy streams within it? Yes, Mom, what is that? That is energy resonance crystal, a legendary material that only exists in theory. Bulma explained, her enthusiasm palpable. It possesses perfect energy conductivity. Not only can it completely repair the spaceship, but it can also enhance the engine's output by at least 30. This revelation was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline. Goten and Trunks' faces lit up with long-lost joy. Within the realm of despair, the light of hope had finally emerged. The adult dragon lizard appeared to comprehend their conversation. It let out a low growl and gently nudged the enormous crystal column with its head. Several energy resonance crystal fragments, each the size of a human head and brimming with pure energy, detached from the main structure and floated upon the lake's surface. It has gifted us the crystals, Bra exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands. This was a present from the dragon lizard, a token of gratitude for saving its child and an acknowledgement of their newfound lack of hostility. This is wonderful. Trunks immediately flew over, carefully collecting the crystal fragments. Aunt Bulma, is this enough? Goten inquired. More than enough. Bulma responded exuberantly. I will return to the spaceship right now. Give me 3 hours, and I assure you, I will have it soaring once more. The crisis seemed to be gradually dissipating. Trunks handed the crystal to the arriving Bulma, who immediately took the crucial material and piloted a small aircraft back to the spaceship, initiating a frantic repair effort. Meanwhile, Goten, Trunks, and Bra remained in the safety of the underground cavern. Trunks gazed at the enchanting subterranean lake and then at the myriad of wounds adorning his and Goten's bodies. And an idea sparked within him. Goten, let us descend into the water. It would be an excellent opportunity to restore our strength. Absolutely. Goten eagerly agreed. Hey, brother. Brawl. Blushing, hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands. The two boys shed their tattered shirts and leaped into the lake. The warm, comforting energy enveloped them instantaneously, and a delightful, tingling sensation coursed through their wounds. This feels wonderful, Goten sighed contentedly, stretching his body. However, as they reveled in this rare tranquility, a new and somewhat troublesome report emerged from Bulma. Trunks, Goten, I have both good news and bad news. The good news is that the repair of the engine core has gone exceedingly well. The energy resonance crystal is perfectly compatible with our ship S systems. But Bulma's tone shifted. The bad news is that to operate the upgraded engine for long-distance interstellar jumps, our current energy reserves are woefully insufficient. Insufficient? By how much? Trunks inquired. By a considerable margin, Bulma replied seriously. I estimate we need to supplement our energy by at least 1/3 of the ship's total energy reserves. Otherwise, we can only manage short-distance flights, rendering us unable to escape the encirclement of Frisia's forces. Where can we possibly find such a vast energy source? Goten's smile faded, replaced by a look of despair. In the cavern, the flickering flame of hope seemed once again shrouded in shadow. Chapter 38, The Fountain of Rebirth. Bulma's disheartening news cast a pall over the once kindled hope. Energy deficiency. Trunks rose from the warm waters of the lake, his brow furrowed. He understood all too well that without the ability to make an interstellar jump, they would become trapped on this planet, ensnared like fish in a barrel by Frisia's army. Goten also ceased his playful splashing, the carefree joy vanishing from his face. He had never imagined that they could find themselves in such dire straits due to a lack of fuel for the spaceship. This was far more disheartening than confronting a formidable adversary. The atmosphere in the underground cavern grew heavy with tension. Only Bra and a small dragon lizard named Shan Shan continued to frolic carefree, their laughter echoing through the vast space. Is there truly no other way? Goten gazed towards the massive crystal pillar in the center of the lake, unwilling to accept their fate. Trunks followed his gaze, a glimmer of inspiration lighting up his eyes as he seemingly grasped an idea. Wait, Goten, you are onto something. He hurried to the lakeside, once more plunging his hand into the water, closing his eyes to attune himself to its depths. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment gracing his features. The water of this lake, it possesses not merely healing properties. Trunks' voice was laced with excitement. I can sense that it harbors an immense and pure life energy. This energy is of the same origin as that crystal pillar. The mature crystal dragon lizard seemed to comprehend Trunks' words. It emitted a low, rumbling sound and gently tapped the lake's surface with its head, as if affirming his discovery. Do you mean to say that this entire lake is a colossal source of energy? Goten immediately grasped the implication. Precisely. Trunks nodded. It functions like a natural battery. If Mom can devise a conversion device, we will be able to channel the energy from here into the spaceship. Splendid. Goten exclaimed, splashing the water joyously. Trunks promptly relayed this discovery to Bulma via communicator. After a few seconds of silence on the other end, the sound of rapid keystrokes filled the air, accompanied by Bulma's signature, confident laughter. I see. I understand now. The ecosystem of this planet represents a flawless energy cycle. The crystal pillar is the core, while the lake serves as the storage medium. Bulma's voice resonated with assurance. Give me half an hour, and I will design a simple energy siphon blueprint for you. As for materials, we can utilize the remnants of that scrap mech. The conundrum was swiftly resolved, and the gloom that had shrouded their hearts dissipated. While awaiting Bulma's blueprint, tranquility once again enveloped the cavern. Trunks sat cross-legged on the rocks by the lake, eyes closed in meditation, fortifying the power he had just regained. Meanwhile, Goten submerged himself once more in the lake's embrace. This time, he refrained from play and sought to mimic Trunks, attempting to quiet his mind. The warm water enveloped his body, and that pure life energy flowed into him like countless gentle tendrils, permeating his limbs. He could distinctly sense the energy he had expended in battle replenishing at an astonishing rate. He endeavored to guide this energy within him, performing the circular breathing technique his father and brother had taught him. Initially, it felt somewhat awkward, but soon he became immersed in this extraordinary sensation. The external energy and his internal ki seemed to resonate with one another. He felt as though he was no longer an independent entity, but had merged with the pulse of the lake, even the entire planet. All surrounding sounds faded away. He glimpsed the flow of energy within the crystal pillar and heard the subtle sounds of plants growing in the distant forest. This sensation was clearer than any previous training he had experienced. Gohan had once said that combat is not merely a clash of strength, but a profound understanding and application of ki. To protect is not a mere slogan. It is the natural inclination to act when one possesses sufficient power. He recalled the days on Earth, living each day like a beast of burden, to the extent that he had never truly contemplated the reason behind his desire to grow stronger. It was only when confronted by formidable adversaries that he felt, for the first time, the stark reality that without power, he could not even protect those most dear to him. A profound realization quietly blossomed within Wu Tian's heart. Unbeknownst to him, his state of mind underwent a metamorphosis. With this shift in perspective, the energy within him became increasingly refined and concentrated. Although there was no explosive increase in total energy compared to before, its quality was now worlds apart. If his previous energy had been likened to loose cotton, now it resembled steel, forged through relentless trials. Wu Tian, Trunks' voice roused him from his reverie. Wu Tian opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He rose to his feet, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength, erasing all traces of weariness and pain. My mother has sent over the blueprints. We must get to work. Trunks exclaimed, waving a portable device that displayed a complex schematic of a device. Without hesitation, the two sprang into action, soaring out of the cavern and locating the heap of mecha debris, still emitting wisps of smoke, commencing the dismantling and assembly as per the blueprints. An hour later, an energy siphoning device, somewhat rugged in appearance yet intricately designed, took shape in their hands. They connected one end of the device to the lake's water, while the other linked to an ultra-long, high-strength energy conduit extending from the spaceship. As Trunks activated the device, a visible stream of blue energy flowed through the conduit, continuously drawn away and directed toward the newly christened Hope ship. The energy reserves of the vessel began to rise at an astonishing rate. Observing this, Wu Tian and Trunks exchanged a knowing smile and exchanged a hearty slap of camaraderie. 2 hours later, Bulma finally delivered the long-awaited good news. The engine repairs and upgrades are complete. Energy replenished by 100. We can depart at any moment. The group returned to the spacecraft, where Bulma and Bra occupied the pilot's seats, while Wu Tian and Trunks stood behind them. Are we ready, everyone? Bulma turned with a smile. Our interstellar journey is about to recommence. She pressed the ignition button, and the Hope ship emitted a gentle roar, gradually ascending and silently departing from the beautiful planet that had offered them assistance. Once they entered the pitch-black cosmos, Bulma activated the super radar. All right, let us see where the first Super Dragon Ball of the 7th universe lies. On the screen, points of light representing the 7 Dragon Balls flickered. 5 were located in other universes and temporarily undetectable, leaving only 2 in the 7th universe still glowing. Bulma locked onto the nearest one. Soon, a navigation route appeared on the star map, marked with a red cross at its destination. However, when the star map system automatically retrieved the destination's data, the atmosphere in the cockpit plunged to an icy chill. On the screen, a region marked in ominous crimson indicated extreme danger, accompanied by a shocking warning inscribed by the Galactic Patrol Organization. Warning: target coordinates lie within the Mobius Dead Zone. Description: this star domain is a region of temporal and spatial turbulence, rife with spatial rifts and high-energy radiation storms. No recorded ship that has entered this area has ever returned. Codename: Ship Graveyard. Chapter 39, Ship Graveyard, Death Zone. Within the cockpit, the air seemed to solidify. The bright red text flickered ominously on the screen. Ship Graveyard? Bra's voice trembled slightly. Trunks' expression grew unusually grave as he stepped forward to pull up detailed data on the star domain. A series of disappearance reports, anomalous energy analyses, and failed exploration records filled the screen, each entry representing a vessel and the eternal disappearance of all its crew. No, he asserted decisively, his tone brooking no argument. This place is far too perilous. We cannot enter. According to the data, the temporal structure here is exceedingly unstable. Even unmanned probes lose signal completely within minutes of entry. To force our way in would be tantamount to suicide. What then? Take a detour? Goten inquired. That appears to be our only option, Trunks replied, magnifying the star map. The coordinates of another Super Dragon Ball in the 7th universe remain unknown. We can only choose to venture into other universes. However, this will require time, considerable time. And time is precisely what we lack. A calm and confident voice shattered the impasse. The group turned to see Bulma, arms crossed. Her gaze not filled with fear, but rather sparkling with the excitement and curiosity characteristic of a brilliant scientist. Mom? Trunks said, somewhat perplexed. What you see are the records of the failures, Bulma approached the control panel, her fingers swiftly gliding across the screen, bringing forth a series of complex formulas and the ship's performance parameters. But what are they piloting? An old freighter? Can their engines and shields be compared to our newly upgraded Hope? She patted the control panel, her face radiating absolute confidence. Our ship has just undergone upgrades. Equipped with a new type of jump engine stabilized by energy resonance crystals, and its shield strength far exceeds conventional standards. These so-called spatial rifts are, in my view, merely equations that require precise calculations. This is too risky, Trunks insisted. Calculations can also have errors. If we make a mistake, we won't even have a chance to call for help. For the first time, a significant divergence of opinion arose between mother and son. Just then, Goten, who had remained silent, spoke up. I believe Aunt Bulma. His voice was soft, but exceptionally resolute. Trunks and Bulma turned to him in surprise. As Goten faced their gazes, he earnestly declared, during our time at the Fountain of Rebirth, I contemplated profoundly. We embarked from Earth not merely for adventure, but to retrieve Father and Uncle Vegeta. If we falter in the face of danger, how are we any different from remaining on Earth? Clenching his fist, a flame ignited in his eyes, one that had truly been kindled only after the last battle. Moreover, Frieza is also in pursuit of these artifacts. If we lag behind, he may seize them first. We cannot afford to squander time in hesitation. Goten's words plunged Trunks into deep contemplation. He regarded his former friend and, for the first time, sensed a resolute determination akin to that of his father, son Goku. Indeed, they were Saiyans, the final guardians of Earth. In the lexicon of Saiyans, when has there ever been a notion of retreat? Observing her son wavering, Bulma seized the moment to propose a compromise. We need not rush into the heart of the star domain immediately. We can first conduct a short-range incursion into its peripheral areas. She delineated a relatively stable zone, suggesting they enter the storm's edge to test the ship's systems under extreme conditions. If the data confirms my calculations, we shall proceed. If not, we will retreat immediately. It's your call, Trunks. We can venture to another universe. This proposal offered an opportunity for technical validation while preserving a safe escape route. After a moment's reflection, Trunks finally nodded. All right, let it be so. Goten, we shall be responsible for addressing any unforeseen circumstances. Understood. Goten replied immediately, comprehension dawning upon him. With the decision made, the atmosphere within the spacecraft grew tense yet orderly once more. Brah, come sit beside me, Bulma beckoned, patting the co-pilot's seat. Observe closely how I operate, and assist me in monitoring the energy shield's output. Yes, Mom. Brah inhaled deeply, nodding firmly as she suppressed her fears. The New Hope adjusted its course, gradually steering towards the ominous, dark red nebula that emanated a sense of death. The closer they approached, the more bizarre the cosmic expanse appeared. Surrounding them were the remnants of countless ships, some seemingly torn apart by colossal forces, while others appeared corroded by the ravages of time, silently narrating the horror of this place. Occasionally, tiny fissures resembling scars streaked through the space, distorting and consuming the surrounding light. Prepare to enter the warning zone. Bulma's voice remained calm and composed. Shield output increased to 70. Engine energy stabilized directly from the resonance crystal as the ship's bow submerged into the dark red nebula. A violent jolt abruptly struck. Alarm! Alarm! The starboard side is encountering spatial distortion. The shrill alarm echoed through the cockpit. Stay calm, Bulma shouted, her hands dancing over the console with precision. Brah, report the shield status. The shield has dropped to 68. It is rapidly recovering. Brah focused intently on the screen, vocalizing the data loudly. Excellent. The engine switched to manual fine-tuning mode. Bulma fixed her gaze upon a seemingly tranquil, yet tumultuously dangerous expanse ahead, suddenly yanking the control lever. The New Hope emitted a subtle hum. The vessel tilted, narrowly gliding past a nascent spatial rift at an astonishing angle. Through the porthole, one could glimpse the abyss within the rift, darker than the night itself. Steady now. Trunks and Goten had already maximized their energy, ready to act at a moment's notice. Under Bulma's masterful guidance, the New Hope deftly navigated the storm's edge, at times accelerating through turbulent energy flows, and at others, urgently hovering to evade invisible gravitational traps. The core crystal of the ship radiated a gentle yet resolute glow, soothing every tremor of the spacecraft with remarkable swiftness. 10 minutes later, the ship successfully emerged from the other side of the nebula, returning to relatively safe cosmic space. We did it. Bra observed the stabilized data and let out a long sigh of relief, slumping into her seat. A piece of cake. Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow, her face betraying an unmistakable sense of triumph. The successful test validated her theories entirely. This realm of death was not an insurmountable chasm. Wonderful Aunt Bulma, Goten exclaimed sincerely. Trunks also breathed a sigh of relief, his admiration for his mother deepening. He called up the previous navigation data and began collaborating with Bulma to plan a safe route into the core area. However, just as the ship took a brief respite, preparing for its next jump, an exceedingly faint signal flickered unexpectedly in the corner of the communication channel. Beep beep. That sound, mingled with the cosmic background radiation's noise, was nearly imperceptible. Bulma, with her keen ears, immediately paused her work and isolated the unusual frequency. As she continuously filtered and amplified the signal, the faint static gradually became clearer. It transformed into a fragmented yet patterned distress signal. Help, this is Galactic Patrol, PTRL, besieged by unidentified enemies. Requesting urgent assistance. The signal was intermittent, the voice severely distorted by intense interference. But that distinctive, slightly panicked tone left everyone in the cockpit momentarily stunned. Goten and Trunks exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief. That voice, Trunks furrowed his brow, struggling to recall. It sounded somewhat familiar. Bulma purified the signal one last time, and the distorted voice finally became clear for a fleeting moment. It's me. I'm Jack from the Galactic Patrol. Is anyone listening? Jack! Goten and Trunks exclaimed in unison. Chapter 40. Emergency Maneuver. Rescue Jack. Jack! The simultaneous exclamation echoed loudly in the quiet cockpit. Bulma's brows initially lifted in surprise, only to furrow tightly together, a hint of unmistakable ire blossoming on her exquisite face. Oh, you wretched Jack! She exclaimed, hands firmly planted on her hips as she gazed at the intermittent distress signal. I thought you had been sucked into some black hole. Do you have any notion of how many brain cells I've squandered over your wretched commission? The ship is ready, yet you've vanished without a trace. Not a single word. Despite her scolding tone, an undercurrent of familiarity and reproach tinged her words, with worry clearly prevailing. Trunks chuckled helplessly. His mother's forthrightness remained unaltered regardless of the circumstances. It seemed he was in a predicament. Goten pointed at the screen, where the coordinates automatically marked based on the signal source lay within a dense asteroid belt not far from them. The distress signal continued intermittently, interspersed with the ominous sounds of energy weapons firing. It was evident that Jack was embroiled in a fierce battle. What should we do? Bra inquired nervously. Should we go rescue him? Of course we should. Bulma replied without hesitation. Though that fellow is somewhat unreliable, he is nonetheless an old acquaintance. As she spoke, she began adjusting the ship's course towards the source of the signal. Trunks did not dissent. Although their mission was to search for the Super Dragon Balls and time was of the essence, abandoning a friend in distress was not in their nature. The New Hope executed a seamless turn, its engines emitting a soft blue glow as it sped towards the asteroid belt like a streak of light. As they drew closer, the battlefield began to come into clearer view. A small, round spaceship emblazoned with the Galactic Patrol insignia was desperately maneuvering amidst the colossal asteroids. Its hull bore numerous charred marks, and the energy shield flickered erratically, clearly on the brink of collapse. Surrounding it, a dozen battleships adorned with skulls and crossbones formed a tightening encirclement, relentlessly unleashing lethal energy beams in an attempt to obliterate Jack's vessel. Space pirates? Trunks speculated, observing the ships. Who cares what they are? Goten retorted, his fists clenched and a fervor igniting in his gaze. Let's just charge in. As they spoke, the New Hope arrived at the periphery of the battlefield. Aunt Bulma, should we just head straight in? Goten asked. No. Bulma shook her head, analyzing the situation with professionalism. The asteroid belt is too complex. The New Hope is too large, and it would be an easy target for concentrated fire. Not to mention the risk of collateral damage to Jack. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes fell upon an object in the ship's hangar. Eureka! She exclaimed, snapping her fingers. Goten, do you remember that mech you dismantled on our planet? I've repurposed its parts to craft a small device for you. She proceeded to display the footage from the hangar. In the scene, a sleek, compact single-pilot aircraft, reminiscent of a fighter jet, rests silently. Its design draws inspiration from the spherical spacecraft once used by the Saiyans, yet it exhibits a far more aggressive demeanor, equipped with small energy cannons on either side. How cool! Goten's eyes glimmer with excitement. This Meteor-class vessel has been specifically engineered for your Saiyan kin. Boasting exceptional maneuverability and extraordinary speed, sufficient for you to create chaos amidst the asteroid belt. Bulma declared proudly. Fantastic. Leave it to me. Without a moment's hesitation, Goten turned and dashed toward the hangar. Moments later, accompanied by the alert of the launch bay opening, a white streak of light shot forth from the belly of the New Hope, precisely entering the tumultuous asteroid battlefield. What is that white aircraft? Reinforcements? A pirate pilot exclaimed, bewildered over the communication channel. Who cares what it is? Shoot it down. The pirate captain bellowed harshly. Several pirate ships immediately adjusted their cannons, focusing their firepower on the newly entered meteor-class vessel. Dozens of energy beams converged, blocking Goten's every escape route. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The white aircraft, as if imbued with life, executed maneuvers that no human pilot could possibly achieve amidst the dense barrage of fire. It rolled swiftly at times, drifted sideways at others, each movement narrowly evading the lethal beams. How is this possible? How can he evade them? Is he a monster? The pirate's terrified shouts formed a chaotic backdrop to Goten's performance. This exhilarating sensation was intoxicating. Goten laughed joyously. He did not solely rely on the ship's operating system. Instead, he intertwined his energy with the vessel. At that moment, the meteor-class ship felt like an extension of his own body, moving in harmony with his thoughts. After deftly dodging several waves of attacks and playing with his adversaries, Goten initiated a counterattack. He yanked the joystick sharply, causing the meteor to execute a graceful tailspin, instantly positioning itself behind an enemy ship. Try this. He pressed the firing button, channeling a fragment of his energy into the energy cannons. Two beams, thicker and brighter than standard fire, struck the pirate ship's engine with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the pirate vessel erupted into a splendid display of fireworks in the vastness of space. This act ignited the battlefield. Well done, Goten. Trunks cheered over the communication channel. This is just the beginning. Goten piloted the meteor like an elegant dancer, weaving through the deadly asteroids and cannon fire. He skillfully used the massive asteroids as cover, suddenly bursting forth to deliver fatal blows, and at times, he zipped past enemy ships at blinding speeds, slicing through their armor with his wings. Within mere minutes, 3 more pirate vessels had been reduced to cosmic dust under his relentless assault. The pirates were utterly bewildered. They had never encountered such a bizarre and formidable opponent. It was no longer a matter of mere driving skills. It was an art form, a crushing display of dominance. Retreat, retreat. All hands fall back. The pirate captain finally succumbed to fear, issuing a frantic command. The remaining pirate ships, as if granted a reprieve, hastily turned about, desperately fleeing toward the safety beyond the asteroid belt. Goten was poised to pursue when Trunks' voice reached him just in time. Goten, first prioritize saving Gak. Understood. Goten altered his course and approached Gak's dilapidated spacecraft. The communication link was established, and Gak's familiar face appeared on the screen, his expression one of sheer panic. Upon seeing Goten, he was nearly overcome with emotion. Lord Goten, Lord Trunks, and Bulma, it's truly you. EM saved. All right, enough with the theatrics, Bulma interjected, a hint of impatience in her tone. Quickly, what is going on? Didn't TU receive an urgent mission? How'd you end up being pursued by a band of pirates? At the mention of this, Gak's expression turned grave. He glanced around, seemingly ensuring his safety, then lowered his voice to utter a chilling revelation that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Bulma, this mission is of utmost importance. I discovered that the Frisia force is collaborating with these cosmic pirates. Gak took a breath, continuing, they seem to be in search of some ancient relics scattered throughout the universe. I was caught while attempting to steal a portion of their star chart data, which led to my entrapment. Frisia collaborating with pirates to seek ancient relics? Trunks furrowed his brow, pondering the motive behind it. I don't know, Gak shook his head, a look of dread crossing his face. I only managed to download a small portion before I was forced to abort, but I did see some peculiar annotations. What annotations? Goten inquired eagerly. Gak inhaled deeply, recalling the fleeting glimpses of information, and slowly replied, on that incomplete star chart. Every marked relic point was accompanied by an identical annotation. Can be used to disrupt divine power. Chapter 41. The Evil Emperor. Frisia's invitation. Disrupt divine power? The weight of Gak's words hung heavily in the cockpit, pressing down on each individual present. The smugness and teasing demeanor on Bulma's face vanished, replaced by profound contemplation. She understood better than anyone the terrifying nature of Frisia. He was cunning, cruel, and possessed an insatiable thirst for power. Should he acquire the means to counteract the divine The consequences would be catastrophic. It seems we must hasten our pace, Trunks declared solemnly, his gaze sharp. Frieza's new maneuvers undoubtedly added an urgent dimension to their already pressing mission. My ship is beyond saving, Gak lamented, eyeing his craft, which still crackled with sparks. Could you take me along for a stretch? Upon reaching the safe starport, I shall contact headquarters. Certainly, there is no issue. Bulma activated the towing beam of the New Hope, carefully dragging the dilapidated small spacecraft of Jack into the spacious hangar. Moments later, Jack himself arrived in the cockpit. He removed his helmet, expressing heartfelt gratitude to everyone, before handing a data chip to Bulma. This data chip contained a portion of the star map I had risked my life to acquire. Though incomplete, it marked several coordinates of ruins already explored by Frieza. Bulma accepted the chip and promptly inserted it into the main computer. On the star map, several distant galaxies were marked with red dots, each situated far from conventional routes. Deep within the desolate cosmos, these coordinates did not overlap with the location of the Super Dragon Balls. Trunks glanced at the display and drew a conclusion. This indicated that Frieza's current objective was not the Super Dragon Balls. Goten deduced that he likely sought first to find a method to subdue the deities before pursuing his ambitions. For him, this was the most prudent course of action. Bulma nodded in agreement, recognizing that eliminating the greatest threats posed by the god of destruction and the angels first would allow him to act with impunity. That fellow is meticulous in his endeavors. Their brief exchange rendered the outline of Frieza's plot increasingly clear. Well then, enough of idle chatter. Bulma grasped the control stick once more. Jack, you should take a rest. We still have a Dragon Ball to locate. There is no time to waste. You intend to delve deeper into the ship graveyard? Jack exclaimed in shock, as that place is. Rest assured, my ship is incomparable to your patrol vessel. Bulma smiled confidently, maneuvering the New Hope to turn around, resolutely plunging into that dark crimson domain of death. With the experience gained from the previous journey, this voyage appeared far more composed. Under Bulma's command, the New Hope glided like a nimble fish through the interstices of temporal turbulence and energy storms. The crystal at the vessel's core emitted a steady glow, dissipating the majority of spatial anomalies into nothingness. Along the way, they encountered more floating remnants of spacecraft, some even originating from ancient civilizations thousands of years ago. This star region truly served as a graveyard for the ambitions of countless adventurers. Just as they navigated through the most perilous outskirts of the star region, on the brink of reaching the coordinates of the Super Dragon Balls, an alarming siren suddenly echoed throughout the entire ship. Alert! Detection of a large-scale spatial transition reaction. It is not a temporal rift. Bra glanced at the radar screen, her complexion instantly paling. It is the fleet. Before she could finish her sentence, the space surrounding the ship began to warp violently, akin to ripples on the surface of water disturbed by a stone. In the blink of an eye, dozens of enormous spatial wormholes opened up. 1 ship, 10 ships, 50 ships. Hundreds of identical saucer-shaped warships surged forth from the wormholes, encircling the New Hope in mere seconds, leaving no avenue for escape. Upon every warship's hull is imprinted the emblem that instills dread among the beings of the cosmos, a mark belonging to the Frieza Force. It is the army of Frieza. Gak fell to the ground in terror, exclaiming, "We are surrounded. How could they possibly know our route?" Trunks, equally astonished and enraged, protested. This path was a last-minute decision. There is no way it could have been leaked. It's a tracker, Bulma exclaimed, striking the console and retrieving Gak's spacecraft's scan records. There's a miniature tracking beacon on Gak's ship. We brought it in, and with it, we led the enemy here. Yet, realizing this too late rendered their situation dire. All personnel, prepare for battle. Trunks commanded decisively, unleashing the golden aura of a Super Saiyan. Goten, prepare to engage. Understood. Goten ignited his own golden energy. However, to their astonishment, the Frieza fleet, after encircling them, did not immediately open fire. They hovered silently in the cosmos, their numerous dark cannon muzzles resembling cold eyes, unblinkingly observing the solitary ship. The suffocating stillness proved more oppressive than a tempestuous assault. At that moment, a flagship, far larger than the other warships, slowly emerged, positioning itself directly before the New Hope. A communication request was forcibly accepted. On the screen appeared an alien clad in standard Frieza Force battle attire, with a stern visage and dual horns protruding from its head. "EOM Colt, commander of the 3rd Fleet of the Frieza Force." His voice emanated through the speakers, cold and devoid of emotion. "By the command of King Frieza, I have awaited your arrival for some time. His gaze swept over Trunks and Goten on the screen, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Cease your futile resistance at once. Shut down your ship's engines and surrender. Never, Trunks bellowed, preparing to charge forward. Wait, Trunks. Goten intercepted him. He forced himself to regain composure, staring coldly at Colt on the screen. What exactly does Frieza intend? Seemingly pleased with Goten's calmness, Colt inclined his head slightly and proclaimed, King Frieza has not commanded your annihilation. Rather, he has sent me to invite you aboard his flagship as guests. The word invite struck all present as profoundly absurd and ominous. Colt remained silent, merely awaiting their response, while the formidable fleet behind him silently showcased its overwhelming might. Only two choices lay before them: accept this bizarre invitation or be reduced to cosmic dust. Trunks gradually dissipated his aura, his tightly clenched fists trembling with exertion. Taking a deep breath, he made the only decision that could safeguard everyone. We accept the invitation. A wise choice, Colt replied. Cardi let out a cold laugh and severed the communication. In the next moment, the flagship unleashed several robust tractor beams from its underside, firmly ensnaring the vessel known as the New Hope. Confronted by this irresistible force, the engines of the New Hope automatically shut down. Like a captured prey, it was slowly and helplessly dragged towards the massive mothership, into the gaping, abyss-like dark hangar below. Chapter 42, The Enemy of My Enemy. The vibrations of the New Hope ceased. Through the porthole, they could only see the frigid, immense metallic grating and the distant, flickering indicator lights on the inner walls. They had completely been swallowed by the belly of Frieza's flagship. After a brief moment of silence, the powerful hangar lights illuminated one by one, casting a daylight-like brilliance around them. It was only then that they could discern their surroundings, a terrifying expanse capable of accommodating dozens of large warships. The New Hope was docked in the center, appearing diminutive and out of place compared to the neatly arranged standard warships of the Frieza army. Thousands of soldiers busied themselves at their posts, their movements synchronized and devoid of any sound. This extreme discipline was far more chilling than the chaos of a battlefield. With a creak, the hydraulic sound of the hatch opening echoed. Outside, Commander Cardi awaited, flanked by two squads of elite soldiers clad in armor, their energy detectors flashing red as they meticulously locked onto everyone inside the cabin. Please proceed. Cardi gestured with a dismissive air, devoid of any respect. As Frieza did not wish to wait long, Goku took a deep breath and stepped out first, followed closely by Trunks, whose hand remained poised at his waist, eyes scanning their surroundings warily. Next came Bulma, Bra, and the trembling Jack. As they stepped onto the deck of Frieza's flagship, a wave of icy air met them. This way, Cardi instructed curtly, turning to lead the way. They traversed the vast hangar and entered a broad, main corridor wide enough for tanks to pass side by side. What a massive spaceship! Bra couldn't help but whisper in awe. Kviet, Bra, Bulma kuhuned softly. She sensed countless hidden gazes, like venomous snakes, locking onto them. On this ship, their every move was under strict surveillance. After a lengthy walk, Cardi finally halted before a pair of enormous double doors. Frieza is within. Cardi gestured for them to enter. The doors slid silently apart. However, the scene beyond was not the bloodthirsty command center they had envisioned. Instead, it was an exceedingly spacious circular room. Directly facing them was a massive curved floor-to-ceiling porthole. Through the porthole, they could gaze down upon the magnificent yet perilous starfield of the ship graveyard. The room was adorned more like an opulent parlor than a military command center. The ground is adorned with a soft carpet crafted from the pelts of unknown creatures, while the air is suffused with a faint, peculiar fragrance. At the heart of the chamber, a diminutive figure leisurely occupies his signature white floating chair, his back turned toward the visitors as he gently swirls a goblet filled with a violet liquid. Without turning around, he speaks in that eerily familiar, high-pitched yet graceful voice. Ah, welcome, esteemed guest from Earth. Then, Frieza slowly pivots to face them. He retains his familiar visage, the final form of his white body, adorned with purple shoulder armor, and wearing that iconic, polite, yet cruel smile. Yet, both Goten and Trunks can distinctly sense the profound, unfathomable power emanating from him. Far more refined than when they last encountered him on Earth. It has been quite some time since I last saw you, son Goku's child and Vegeta's offspring. Frieza's gaze flits over Goten and Trunks, tinged with amusement. Frieza, Trunks grits his teeth, instinctively assuming a combat stance. If the initial sight of Frieza in television or manga was enough to instill despair, witnessing him in person causes Goten to tremble. unable to quell the dread surging within him. "Do not be so tense, young Science," Frieza states with elegant nonchalance as he takes a sip from his glass, seemingly unfazed by their hostility. "I am aware that your purpose in the universe is to seek the Super Dragon Balls and rescue son Goku and Vegeta. Oh, what a touching tale of familial bonds." His tone drips with unabashed mockery. "However, it appears you have encountered an adversary even more troublesome than I, have you not? What was his name, Karshtos? To be honest, I am quite intrigued by his power." Bulma steps forward, arms crossed, meeting Frieza's gaze with unwavering courage. "So, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza requires assistance from us Earthlings to confront an enemy?" "Ah, still as sharp-tongued as ever, Princess of Vegeta," Frieza chuckles. "You are partially correct. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. However, they can become temporary allies, can they not?" His gaze shifts away from Bulma, eventually landing upon her fair neck. More precisely, it fixates on the necklace sparkling with a deep ice blue luminescence under the parlor lights. A subtle shift occurs in Frieza's smile, transforming from pure mockery and amusement to one laced with surprise and avarice. The floating chair glides forward slightly as he squints, seemingly admiring a rare treasure. Before we discuss cooperation, Frieza's voice deepens as he extends a slender finger, pointing towards the sapphire from a distance. "May I inquire first, Bulma, where did you acquire that exquisite gemstone adorning your neck?" Frieza's question drew the attention of all present to the sapphire nestled upon Bulma's chest. Before departing from Earth, Whis had bestowed divine power upon this necklace, endowing it with the ability to gather the Super Dragon Balls. Yet, Goten was taken aback by Frieza's astute perception, capable of detecting such anomalies from afar. Instinctively, Bulma took a step back, shielding the necklace with one hand. It was not only a crucial tool assigned to them by Whis, but also a gift from Vegeta, imbued with profound significance. Regardless of its layers of meaning, she would not allow Frieza to lay his hands upon it. "What is this?" Frieza's smile remained, yet a hint of undeniable pressure seeped into his tone. "Merely a flicker of curiosity, Bulma. Or perhaps, does this ornament conceal some unspeakable secret?" The atmosphere grew tense once more. Trunks stepped forward, discreetly positioning himself in front of his mother, calmly stating, "This is simply a personal belonging of my mother's. It seems King Frieza is overly concerned with such trivialities." Frieza emitted a sharp laugh, gradually lifting himself from his hovering chair, his feet finally touching the plush carpet. With an elegant gait, he approached them, each step echoing against the collective heartbeat of the onlookers, an invisible pressure causing beads of sweat to form on Goten's brow. "A personal belonging?" Frieza halted before them, his crimson gaze scrutinizing the gemstone up close. No, I detect a very familiar, yet distasteful scent emanating from this stone." He tilted his head slightly, as if recalling something. "It is the scent of an angel. The angel of the 7th universe. Whis, correct? I have had the fortune of experiencing that power from a distance. I could never mistake it." His gaze turned fiercely aggressive, as though he sought to penetrate the gemstone, to see through Bulma and reach the core of the secret. Why would he imbue his power into a gem belonging to the Saiyan royal family? "What do you intend to do with it?" Frieza's seemingly casual inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. "Do not regard me with such eyes. I have no intention of killing you." Frieza chuckled derisively, then, with feigned interest, extended a finger, a crimson light gathering at its tip. "However, should you provoke my ire, who can say what may unfold? Chapter 43, en alliance?" With Frieza? Bulma feigned composure, retorting with a cold smile. "King Frieza certainly has a knack for jest. How could a gift for Vegeta possibly be linked to an angel? You must be mistaken. Whether you are mistaken or not, we both know the truth." Frieza's gaze shifted from the gemstone back to Bulma's face. "You need not be so anxious. I am currently not inclined to engage in the crude act of seizing the necklace." He deftly shifted the conversation back to the original topic. "Rather than this, I would prefer to discuss matters of collaboration with you." Frieza turned, pacing back to the enormous porthole, facing away from the assembly as he gazed out at the resplendent yet desolate nebula. "As I mentioned earlier, those self-proclaimed harbingers of oblivion have recently caused me considerable distress. They swarm like locusts across the cosmos, assaulting my planets, plundering resources, and obliterating several of my crucial research bases." Frieza's voice carried a hint of genuine vexation. "I have dispatched troops, yet the results were negligible. Their abilities are peculiar, capable of directly annihilating energy, rendering my soldiers as fragile as paper before them." He paused, allowing the gravity of his words to sink in. And you, he turned to face them, with shrewdness glimmering in his crimson eyes, though you may be feeble. You are among the few in this universe, aside from myself and those two Saiyans, who can confront them head-on. So, you wish for us to assist you in your endeavors? Goten bluntly exposed the underlying implication. Oh, come now, let's not phrase it so harshly, son Goku's offspring. Frieza chuckled, waving his finger dismissively. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. I am aware that you are searching for the Super Dragon Balls, and, fortuitously, I possess the precise location of one. Moreover, I can provide you with detailed intelligence regarding the harbingers of oblivion. This proposition is undeniably enticing. In exchange, he continued, I require your assistance with a task, one that even my elite forces find exceedingly challenging. What task? Trunks inquired warily. On your intended course, there lies a mining planet codenamed KB-9, which has been occupied by the minions of Oblivion, transformed into a significant stronghold. Frieza's tone turned grave, as it is guarded by one of their senior commanders, a being who refers to himself as the Annihilator Glaive. My 3rd and 5th assault fleets have attempted an offensive, yet they were obliterated by his bizarre ability to nullify all energy. Conventional energy attacks are nearly ineffective against him, resulting in substantial losses on my part. A flicker of genuine anger flashed in Frieza's eyes. However, you Saiyans are different. He looked at Goten and Trunks. You may indeed be the antidote to that capability. Thus, I require you to dismantle that stronghold and present Glaive's head before me. He casually added, consider it a testament to your prowess. I wish to see whether the progeny of Son Goku and Vegeta possess the merit to negotiate collaboration with me, Frieza the Great. This declaration veiled stark exploitation and a perilous trial within the guise of a seemingly amicable alliance. This is quintessentially Frieza's style. Should they succeed, Frieza would eliminate a significant threat without shedding blood. Should they fail, or even perish in their endeavors, it would serve to eliminate two formidable threats with exquisite precision. Regardless of the outcome, he remains an unequivocal victor, guaranteed to profit. The cockpit succumbed to an oppressive silence. Collaborating with Frieza is akin to courting peril with a tiger. No one harbors any illusions about the benevolence of this cosmic tyrant. Each of his propositions is invariably veiled in layers of insidious plots. Yet, did they possess an alternative? Bulma and Trunks exchanged a glance, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. How can we trust you? Bulma inquired, striving to secure the utmost benefits and assurances. The intelligence you speak of, who can discern its authenticity? What if the adversary is a monstrous entity beyond our capability to vanquish? And your intentions merely lead us to our doom? Ah, what a clever and cautious woman, Frieza remarked approvingly, nodding. Fear not, for I, King Frieza, have always conducted my affairs with a distinctive flair. He snapped his fingers. The commander, Call, immediately understood, presenting a datapad. This contains a portion of intelligence regarding the fortress, encompassing its defensive arrangements and our analysis of Glaive's capabilities. Consider it a deposit I bestow upon you. Frieza gestured for Call to hand the datapad to Bulma. She accepted it and swiftly scanned its contents. The information was exceedingly detailed, even accompanied by a few blurred yet harrowing battle images, appearing far from fabricated. As for the remaining intelligence and the coordinates of the Super Dragon Ball, a cunning smile danced upon Frieza's lips. When you return with your adversary's head, I shall graciously present it to you. Of course, to demonstrate my sincerity, I can arrange for some minor upgrades and maintenance for your ship. His words were meticulously crafted, offering both incentive and a fallback, ensuring that he retained the upper hand. Goten's mind raced with thoughts. This was a blatant scheme. Frieza had them cornered into compliance. He inhaled deeply and made his decision. Very well, we accept your terms. Oh, Frieza appeared somewhat taken aback by their prompt resolution. However, we have a condition of our own. Goten met Frieza's gaze, articulating each word with unwavering resolve. Do tell. Frieza observed the Saiyan descendant with keen interest. Until our mission is accomplished, you are forbidden from sending anyone, in any form, to disturb Earth. Goten's voice was soft, yet imbued with undeniable determination. Upon hearing this, Frieza paused momentarily, then erupted into a thunderous laugh. Oh, ha, ho, ho, ho. Ha, ha. He laughed so heartily that he nearly doubled over, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Son Goku's offspring, you are truly amusing. He wiped the corner of his eye. Do you believe you are in a position to negotiate terms with me? The laughter ceased abruptly, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the room in an instant. Goten and Trunks' faces turned pale, as though they were burdened by an immense weight, making even the act of breathing a challenge. This formidable power surpassed all adversaries they had previously encountered, and the notion of golden Frisia. Could it be that he had transcended that state? Yet in an instant, Frisia retracted his aura, as if all that had transpired was merely an illusion. Given your remarkable courage, I shall grant you this promise, he stated, donning a mask of feigned sincerity. Before I lose interest in Earth, my legion shall not set foot on that azure planet. This verbal assurance was feeble and fragile. It was the only concession Goten and his companions could hope to secure at this moment. Then, let us cooperate amicably. Frisia raised his goblet. Goten offered no reply, only regarding him with a cold stare. Subsequently, Colt led the others out of the parlor, arranging for them to temporarily reside in a lavish guest room. Meanwhile, the Hope was towed away to a designated repair area for what was termed an upgrade. As the door closed, severing all external surveillance, Trunks could no longer contain his outburst. Goten, how can we trust that scoundrel? This is nothing short of a trap. I'm well aware. Goten's expression mirrored his distress. But did we have any other options at that moment? If we had refused, we might not have even made it out that door. Calm down, Trunks, Bulma interjected. Moving to a corner of the room, she retrieved a capsule from her small bag and tossed it onto the floor. With a resounding pop, a sophisticated tent equipped with energy shielding capabilities unfurled instantaneously. Come in and converse. After confirming the tent's shielding functionality was engaged, Bulma continued, we must acquiesce to Frisia's terms. But we cannot trust a single word he utters. Mom, what do you mean? Trunks inquired. We shall turn his scheme against him. Bulma's eyes sparkled with wisdom. This is not a collaboration. It is an audition, or rather, a sacrificial offering. He feigns a request for our assistance, while actually presenting us with a challenge that he himself cannot surmount. This is an unequivocal test of strength. Should we prevail, it will demonstrate our worth for his continued exploitation. Conversely, if we fail and perish, it conveniently eliminates a significant threat in his eyes. Every possible outcome favors him. Bulma's incisive analysis swiftly calmed the two. So do we still proceed? Bra asked, her voice tinged with trepidation. We must, Goten declared resolutely. This is both Frisia's trap and our only avenue of escape. We must undergo this trial to earn our chance to advance. Indeed, Bulma nodded. She lifted her gaze, looking once more at Trunks and Goten. Thus, our strategy must be executed with utmost caution. We shall follow his script and dismantle that fortress. This serves both as a strategic delay and a test. We are probing the extent of Frisia's intelligence, discerning what is genuine and what he truly seeks from us, or rather, from his necklace. Chapter 44, The Might of the Legion. On the following morning, as the guests emerged from their quarters, Commander Colt stood outside like a frigid statue, awaiting their arrival. I trust you all rested well? He inquired, his expression impassive, yet his tone hinted at an imperceptible peculiarity. In accordance with the decree of King Frisia, we have conducted a comprehensive maintenance and upgrade on the New Hope prior to your esteemed guests embarking on their mission. We are ready for departure at any moment. An upgrade? Bulma immediately became alert. Indeed, Colt nodded slightly. King Frisia believes that your vessel was somewhat lacking in firepower and defense. To ensure the smooth completion of your mission, he generously employed the finest engineers from the Legion to implement some enhancements. This revelation left everyone in a state of bewilderment. They had contemplated numerous forms of surveillance and traps, yet they had never envisioned this almost benefactor-like gesture. Escorted by Colt, they returned to the vast hangar. The New Hope lay quietly in its designated spot, yet it was immediately apparent that something had changed. On either side of the hull, the previous particle cannons had been replaced with turrets that were more streamlined and aggressive in design, their muzzles pulsating with a ghostly blue energy aura, unmistakably Frisia's standard weaponry. The outer layer of the hull appeared to have acquired an additional gleaming metallic coating. What was going on? Goten stared at the transformed vessel, utterly confounded. One by one, they boarded the ship as the hatch slowly closed behind them. Bulma hurried to the captain's seat, her fingers dancing across the console as she summoned the complete structural diagram and energy circuit report of the ship. On the screen, lines of data refreshed, and Bulma's expression shifted from initial caution to one of incredulous astonishment. How is it, Mom? That bastard didn't install any bombs, did he? Bra asked anxiously. No. Bulma shook her head, her gaze complex as she scrutinized the data. There are neither listening devices nor explosives. Frisia actually upgraded the ship. The firepower output of the main cannons is at least 40 greater than our previous configuration. He even covered the hull with a layer of energy-conductive alloy, which should allow us to withstand a major impact at mid-range. What does he mean by this? Bra was equally perplexed. Why this sudden generosity towards us? This is hardly an act of goodwill, Goten interjected. Precisely, Bulma remarked, shutting down the data screen and leaning back in her chair. He equips us with weapons and provisions, compelling us to serve him with his own resources. Humph. Regardless of his intentions, since he has presented this opportunity to us, we shall accept it wholeheartedly. Bulma grasped the control stick anew, flames of defiance igniting in her eyes. It is precisely the moment to test the true prowess of Frisia's legion. The engine of A New Hope emitted a more resounding roar than ever before, gradually propelling the flagship into motion, accompanied by a subtle tremor. The stars outside were instantaneously transformed into countless radiant streaks of light. The New Hope swiftly morphed into a stream of brilliance, vanishing into the depths of the cosmos. According to the data provided by Frisia, planet KB-9 resides in an uncharted alien galaxy, with a journey time of approximately 6 hours. All right, everyone, we have 6 hours to prepare, Bulma announced as she set the autopilot. I need to analyze Frisia's intelligence thoroughly with Gak. Understood, Trunks nodded, turning to Goten. Let's go, Goten. Goten's eyes sparkled with the fire of battle. The two of them moved in unison towards the gravity training room within the ship. Since their adversary could nullify energy attacks, honing their physical strength and combat skills to perfection was their sole path to victory. As the door to the gravity chamber closed, Trunks set the gravity to 100 times normal. A deafening hum filled the air as an overwhelming pressure enveloped them, making the atmosphere feel as thick as viscous syrup. Goten and Trunks' bodies suddenly felt the weight, but they quickly adapted thanks to their formidable physique. Without a word wasted, they regulated their breathing and sprang into action. Their figures became two blurred shadows within the confined space, each collision resonating with the sound of steel striking steel. They deliberately refrained from utilizing any energy, relying solely on muscular explosiveness, neural response speed, and their honed combat techniques for offense and defense. The force of their punches sliced through the air. Their legs moved with the speed of lightning. As sweat left their skin, it was instantly pulled towards the ground under the oppressive gravity. This was the most primal, arduous training, capable of unearthing the fullest potential of their bodies. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, Bulma and Gak scrutinized the projected intelligence data, their brows furrowed with concern. Annihilator Glaive. Bulma spoke, referencing the name that had appeared in the Galactic Patrol's top-secret files a decade ago. Gak accessed the encrypted information on his personal terminal. He once destroyed one of our branches, and the dossier describes his abilities in 4 words: incomprehensible. This aligns with Frisia's intelligence. Bulma pointed to the analysis chart. His energy field could theoretically even distort space. Any energy entity entering the field would be forcibly dismantled. However, there's a blind spot in the intelligence. What is the range of this field? Is there a wind-up or cool-down time for activation? Frisia did not disclose any of this. He must have done so intentionally. Gak exclaimed in anger. That bastard wants Goten and the others to act as cannon fodder, to extract all the enemy's data. As the analysis progressed with palpable tension, the training continued in a sweat-drenched fervor. The 6 hours of travel quietly slipped by amidst their respective labors. As the door to the gravity chamber swung open once more, Goten and Trunks emerged, drenched and breathless. Yet their gazes were now sharpened to an astonishing degree. Meanwhile, Bulma and Gak had meticulously consolidated all the intelligence and devised several tactical plans. The New Hope gradually exited its faster-than-light travel, revealing a peculiar planet before them. This was KB-9, once a prosperous mining planet. It was now shrouded beneath a thick layer of dark red dust, reminiscent of rust. The atmosphere was thin and murky, with massive structures resembling iron fortresses scattered across the surface. My heavens, Gak gasped as he peered out the viewport, the sight confirming that this planet was lifeless. The radar scan indicated that the energy emissions from the surface fortresses were remarkably high, and unknown interference particles permeated the atmosphere, rendering our long-range communications entirely compromised. Bulma's voice resonated from the captain's chair, laced with gravity. It appeared the enemy had long since prepared for their arrival. Goten stretched his limbs, the soreness from training dissipating, replaced by a surge of invigorating strength. Shall we descend directly? He inquired. No, Bulma shook her head. Forcing a landing without understanding the enemy's capabilities would be too perilous. Let us first utilize this. She pressed a button, and a small launch bay opened on the side of the ship. A miniature drone, no larger than a hand and resembling a dragonfly, was propelled out, silently piercing through the atmosphere towards the largest fortress on the surface. The imagery relayed by the drone appeared live on the main screen. As the camera advanced, the details of the fortress became increasingly discernible. This was far from a typical structure. It resembled a colossal steel beast lying in repose upon the ground. Just as the drone was about to glide over a vast platform, a figure at its center captured everyone's attention. It was an exceptionally tall being, enveloped in dark purple crystalline exoskeletons. He bore no armor, merely standing there, arms crossed, as if awaiting something. "Is it the Annihilator Glaive?" Trunks murmured. At that moment, Glaive seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his head. His face bore no features, just a smooth crystalline surface. However, the instant he gazed in the drone's direction, an invisible wave of terror emanated, causing the screen to flicker with static. "Not good. We've been detected," Bulma exclaimed. In the next instant, Glaive raised a hand, targeting the direction of the drone. There was neither light nor sound, nor any indication of energy. Yet, the image on the screen instantaneously began to dissolve, as if immersed in potent acid, rapidly melting, distorting, and collapsing from the center outward. Finally, it descended into utter darkness. The signal was interrupted. Silence enveloped the cockpit. He merely lifted his hand, and Burama's voice quivered slightly. Just a fleeting glance had obliterated the stealth drone crafted by Bulma in a manner they could not fathom. It appeared that infiltration reconnaissance was no longer viable. Trunks inhaled deeply, his gaze solidifying with determination. They could only break through head-on. "I have a plan," Goten suddenly declared, his eyes shimmering with the fervent, destructive desire accumulated over 6 hours in the gravity chamber. Since he could annihilate energy, they would present him with a gift that could not be extinguished. Half an hour later, above the desolate surface of planet KB9, within the colossal steel fortress, a piercing alarm suddenly reverberated through the air. "Alert! High-energy objects detected approaching at high speed." Grafe abruptly lifted his head, the smooth surface of his mask turning towards the sky. The murky clouds were torn asunder, revealing a massive meteorite, over 100 meters in diameter and composed of countless discarded metals and rocks forcibly compressed, engulfed in flames, hurtling towards the core of the fortress. This was the physical sword of physics, fired with sheer brute force by Goten and Trunks as they had just exited their spacecraft into the planet's meteor belt. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Grafe merely raised his crystalline arm slowly. An invisible force field instantaneously expanded from him. The colossal meteorite, capable of flattening an entire city, halted abruptly upon contact with the force field. Then, in the astonished gaze of myriad void minions, the metals and rocks comprising the meteorite began to visibly peel away, disintegrate, and dissipate at a molecular level. There was no explosion, no shockwave. The meteorite, which had blotted out the sun, was silently erased from existence, as if it had never been there at all. What? Far away on the New Hope. Goten witnessed this scene, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. Even tangible matter can be disintegrated. Trunks' expression grew grave. At that moment, Grafe within the fortress slowly lowered his hand. Subsequently, an emotionless thought precisely pierced the minds of Trunks and Goten. "Found you, Saiyan rodents." Chapter 45, an opponent impossible to defeat. The cold, emotionless thought struck Goten and Trunks like an icy spear, sending a chilling wave through them. They had been discovered. Furthermore, in a manner they could not comprehend, their positions had been precisely locked onto. "Dreadful," Trunks muttered under his breath, casting aside all hesitation. He exchanged a glance with Goten. Since ambushes and tests had proven futile, only the most familiar and direct approach for the Saiyans remained. A head-on breakthrough. The figures of the two vanished in an instant, transforming into two golden streaks of light that tore through the murky atmosphere, hurtling toward the colossal steel fortress that loomed over the earth. Viewed from space, they resembled two diminutive golden meteors, trailing long fiery tails as they collided with the slumbering steel behemoth nestled upon the dark red soil. On the platform of the fortress, Glaive slowly lifted his featureless mask, as if he had foreseen their arrival. Faced with the fierce onslaught of the two, he did not move an inch, merely standing there in silent defiance. With arms still crossed over his chest, he adopted a posture as arrogant as that of a malevolent deity awaiting its sacrifice. Within the cockpit of the New Hope, the atmosphere was taut with tension. Trunks and Goten's energy readings surged rapidly. They were diving straight down. Jack's gaze was fixed intently on the imagery displayed on the screen. His voice now altered. Bulma remained silent, her tightly pressed lips and fingers flitting across the control panel betraying her anxiety. The main screen, through a high-magnification optical lens, had firmly locked its focus on the purple figure. This fiend, what manner of monster is he? Bra's hands unconsciously clenched tightly together, her knuckles whitening from strain. Her eyes dared not stray from the two golden points of light growing ever closer on the screen, her heart pounding like a drum. She had never witnessed Goten in such a resolute stance, a charge that risked everything. Too slow. A chilling thought echoed once more in the minds of Goten and Trunks. In the next moment, Glaive made his move. He simply raised his right hand and grasped at the air. A low hum reverberated. An invisible, terrifying wave of energy expanded outward from him, undetectable to the naked eye. As Goten and Trunks plummeted at supersonic speed, their bodies abruptly halted. As if they had crashed into an unseen wall composed of viscous glue, their speed plummeting. Was this a gravitational field? Goten gritted his teeth, struggling against the sudden pressure. No, something was amiss. Trunks, with his more extensive combat experience, quickly discerned the anomaly. This was not mere gravity. The surrounding space felt thick and viscous. Their movements were severely hampered, each action akin to swimming through the depths of the ocean while burdened by mountains, consuming several times the effort normally required. As they fought desperately against this unseen force, Glaive's figure appeared before Trunks like a specter. Too fast, so swift that even Trunks' dynamic vision could barely register his presence. There was no energy fluctuation, no warning of his breath. He simply materialized out of thin air. Trunks' pupils constricted sharply. The instincts honed from countless battles surged forth, prompting an immediate reaction. He roared, disregarding the viscous resistance of the space around him, drawing forth his long sword from behind with a single hand. Enveloped in golden flames, the blade transformed into a fierce arc of light, descending with great force towards Gleef's head. This strike embodied the full power of his Super Saiyan 2 form, capable of cleaving through a small asteroid. However, in response to this earth-shattering blow, Gleef executed a gesture that would forever be etched in Trunks' memory. He neither dodged nor blocked, but slowly extended two fingers. Just as the glimmering blade was about to make contact with his body, he effortlessly pinched it between his crystalline fingers. A faint sound, almost imperceptible, resonated as Trunks' formidable strike was abruptly halted mid-air. The blade mere half a meter from Gleef's helmet. What? The astonishment on Trunks' face was palpable. He could distinctly sense an unparalleled, terrifying force emanating from his sword, rendering his energy futile. The blade could advance not even a fraction further. Then, an even stranger phenomenon occurred. The segment of the blade caught between Gleef's fingers began to vanish. It neither shattered nor melted, but simply dissipated silently, as if an invisible eraser had entirely erased it from existence. Trunks watched in horror as his once proud sword disintegrated inch by inch, beginning from the tip, fading into nothingness. A chilling dread, rooted deep within his soul, seized his heart. Trunks. Meanwhile, Goten had finally broken free from the bizarre force field and charged forward with a roar. He concentrated all his strength into his right fist, golden flames blazing like a burning sun, delivering a punch imbued with explosive power towards Gleef's side. In the face of Goten's assault, Gleef did not even turn his head. He merely flicked his fingers, still pinching the blade. Clang! Trunks felt an irresistible force surge from the sword, as if he had been struck by a high-speed train, letting out a cry as he was sent flying, tumbling through the air before barely regaining his composure. The sword in his hand was now reduced to half its length. After completing this, Gleef turned leisurely, raising his other hand to meet Goten's furious iron fist. Goten's punch halted just a centimeter away from Gleef's cheek, as though it were obstructed by an invisible, indestructible barrier, unable to advance any further. Is this the annihilation field? Sweat beaded on Goten's forehead. He could distinctly feel the immense energy within his fist, capable of shattering mountains, rapidly being dismantled, absorbed, and rendered void by a mysterious force. Moreover, even the fierce gusts of air stirred up by his fists fell silent the moment they approached Gleef's body. It was as if an absolute realm of stillness and finality enveloped this individual. How feeble! Gleef's chilling thoughts echoed once more, and he thrust his palm forward with force. Goten felt an irresistible surge of power erupt instantaneously, a sweet taste filling his throat as he was violently hurled away like a kite severed from its string. Goten! Trunks steadied himself, his eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before him. In but a single encounter, one brother had his weapon obliterated, while the other was sent flying without even a brush against the opponent's form. This was no longer a battle, but rather a one-sided annihilation. How infuriating! The pride of the Saiyan race rendered Trunks incapable of accepting such defeat. He roared, discarding the remnants of his broken sword. His fists clenched tightly as he charged forward once more. "Wait, Trunks! Don't be rash!" Goten, from a distance, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Trunks transformed into a streak of golden lightning, unleashing a tempest of attacks upon Gleef. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, he exerted every combat technique he had mastered to the utmost. Yet, all was in vain. Each strike, no matter how swift or cleverly angled, ultimately disintegrated before an invisible force field that surrounded Gleef. It appeared as though an ordinary individual was futilely pounding against an unshakable, transparent wall. Futile. Gleef seemed to grow weary of the charade. At the instant Trunks aimed a flying kick at his face, he swiftly extended his hand, precisely grasping Trunks' ankle. Alarm bells rang in Trunks' mind as he attempted to retract his leg, only to find his ankle seemingly welded in place, immovable. The familiar, chilling sensation of annihilation began to emanate from his ankle. He watched helplessly as the combat boots he wore disintegrated at a visible pace, starting from the point of contact. Eaten. Soon after, it was his skin. An intense agony, as if countless ants were gnawing at him, surged forth, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from Trunks. No! Goten's eyes burned crimson as he recklessly charged back into the fray. On the New Hope, Bulma, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear, letting out a short gasp as she clamped her hands over her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. "Brother, Bulma, think of something. Please think of something." Gak was frantically pacing, desperate. Bulma's expression was equally grim, yet words eluded her. At this critical juncture, Glaive unexpectedly released his grip and delivered a kick to Trunks' abdomen, sending him flying through the air like refuse. Trunks tumbled across the ground for several revolutions before he could finally come to a halt. His right leg a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Glaive's chilling aura swept over everyone, his disdain palpable for their trivial antics that had begun to bore him. He slowly raised both hands, palms facing each other. A surge of energy, more terrifying and heart-stopping than any before, began to coalesce between his palms. The surrounding space visibly warped under the influence of this formidable power. What was he planning to do? Goten, gritting his teeth against the pain, rose from the ground to assist the severely injured Trunks, keeping a vigilant eye on the distant foe. They could all sense that Glaive was about to unleash his true power. In the next moment, the energy between Glaive's hands reached its zenith. However, his target was not Goten or Trunks, but rather the New Hope ship, situated tens of thousands of meters above. Chapter 46, The Last Pride of Earth's Sons. Glaive had accurately locked onto the New Hope vessel far above. Though the orb of distorted space between his palms was small, it emanated an aura of annihilation potent enough to send tremors through the cosmos. This was dire. Far aboard the ship, Bulma, almost simultaneously, sensed the deadly energy lock-on. Instantly, the alarm system was activated, its shrill beeping echoing throughout the cockpit. Warning: ultra-high-density energy attack detected. Target this ship. Estimated arrival in 3 seconds. Hurry! Activate maximum power energy shield. Bulma nearly shouted, her hands frantically pressing the controls. Jocko was paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the floor in a daze. Meanwhile, Bra stared blankly at the increasingly luminous dot on the main screen, her mind a blank slate. The shadow of death loomed over her with unprecedented clarity. On the ground, Goten and Trunks both perceived Glaive's intent simultaneously. His target was their mother. Trunks, filled with shock and fury, struggled to rise on his injured leg, stumbling precariously, almost falling again. In that instant, Goten's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. A flurry of memories flashed through his mind like a fast-forwarded film. Bulma's gentle smile as she prepared delicious meals for him, the sweat-soaked training sessions alongside Trunks, and Bra's face, perpetually puffed, yet revealing concern in unguarded moments. These individuals were his dearest friends and family in this world, the most cherished of bonds. An instinct born from the depths of his soul overwhelmed the agonizing pain in his body and the fear of the formidable adversary. Stop! Wu Tian gradually rose from the ground, his faint golden aura seemingly ignited by an intense fuel, surging explosively. Halt! A roar, not of this world, erupted from the depths of his throat. The earth beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, as golden waves of energy swept forth like a tsunami, scattering the dark red dust of the surface, revealing the black rock layers beneath. Gleef, poised to attack, hesitated momentarily, his smooth visor turning with newfound interest towards Wu Tian, whose aura had shifted dramatically. His eyes had turned a fierce crimson, and his sinewy muscles strained against his battle attire, threatening to burst. Fueled by rage, his power ascended at an irrational pace. With a sudden push, Wu Tian's legs propelled him, creating a massive crater in the ground. His form transformed into a dazzling bolt of golden lightning, not aimed at Gleef, but instead arcing skillfully to position himself between Gleef and the New Hope, forming a straight line. He intended to withstand a blow powerful enough to annihilate the battleship with his own body. Wu Tian, no! Trunks cried out hoarsely. On board the ship, Bra, through the viewport, saw that small yet resolute golden figure standing between the ship and certain death. Her heart felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, halting its rhythm. Wu Tian crossed his arms before his chest, channeling all his surging power into his limbs. Oh, a trace of intrigue flickered within Gleef's mind, an amusing little ant. Without hesitation, he thrust the orb of annihilation energy toward Wu Tian. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no blinding beam tearing through the sky. The condensed energy sphere morphed into a silent, distorted ripple, reaching Wu Tian at a speed surpassing light itself. Boom! An indescribable force slammed into Wu Tian's arms, as if the entirety of the universe had collided with him head-on. His battle attire, along with the skin and muscle beneath, disintegrated into primordial particles upon contact with the annihilation energy, vanishing without a trace. Following that, his bones. A piercing agony coursed through him like electricity. In that moment, Wu Tian felt as though his consciousness was on the verge of being obliterated. Yet he did not falter. He bit down hard, blood tears streaming from his crimson eyes. Armed with an unwavering resolve to protect, he braced against the annihilating assault. The golden aura clashed violently with the twisted force of annihilation, creating an extremely unstable energy singularity before him. Surrounding light was consumed, space was torn apart, emitting a mournful wail that sent shivers through the soul. The standoff lasted no more than 2 seconds. Ultimately, Goten's strength had its limits. Just as his arms were about to be utterly disassembled, he summoned the last vestiges of his energy and thrust his body upward with a fierce determination. That deadly wave of annihilation was narrowly evaded, passing just above his head, grazing the energy shield of the New Hope and shooting into the boundless depths of the cosmos. After accomplishing this feat, the golden aura enveloping Goten flickered and extinguished like a candle in the wind. He could no longer sustain himself. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he plummeted from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Goten, Trunks, dragging his injured leg, rushed forward and caught him in the nick of time. In his arms, Goten's limbs were a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, with stark white bones visible. He had succumbed to a profound unconsciousness. Were it not for the Scion's formidable vitality, he would have already been lifeless. A deathly silence reigned aboard the spaceship. Everyone was rendered speechless by the harrowing scene they had just witnessed. Bra sat on the ground, dazed, tears cascading like broken pearls, silently falling. Moments ago, it had been that seemingly simple-minded youth who had shielded them from a fatal onslaught with his own flesh and blood. Bulma's eyes were also misty with tears as she bit her lip tightly to stifle her cries. However, the battle was far from over. Gleef slowly lowered his hand, seemingly unfazed by the deflected attack. His gaze fell upon the unconscious Goten and the severely injured Trunks. This is where it ends, loyal hound sent by Frisia. He advanced step by step toward the two, each footfall echoing like the death knell in the hearts of everyone present. Trunks knelt protectively behind Goten, gasping for breath. His right leg had nearly lost all sensation, and his stamina was all but depleted. Yet, he persisted, propping himself up with the remaining half of his broken sword, refusing to yield in the slightest. Damn it! Trunks' voice was hoarse, yet his eyes burned with the ferocity of a lone wolf. Gleef paid no heed to his cries, continuing his leisurely approach. Regardless, the conflict was not yet concluded. As the prince of the Scions, he would never allow himself to falter before an enemy, especially after a comrade had sacrificed so much to create this opportunity for him. Drawing a deep breath, he prepared to burn the last remnants of his life force to launch a desperate charge. However, just as Gleef was within 100 meters of them, an almost suffocating sense of oppression thickened the air. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of beams of light, each a different hue and imbued with terrifying energy, descended like vengeful meteors piercing the night from the murky clouds above. These beams did not target Gleef, but rather struck precisely around the path he had been advancing on. Boom! Boom! Rumble! In a fleeting moment, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. A series of relentless, violent explosions unleashed plumes of dust and shockwaves soaring hundreds of meters into the air, forcefully carving an unfathomable chasm between Glaive and Trunks, momentarily obstructing his path. This sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of shock. Trunks, astonished, lifted his gaze towards the heavens. There, the thick, dark red clouds were violently torn apart by an unseen force, revealing a colossal aperture. A resplendent, regal-shaped, saucer-shaped spacecraft, exuding a commanding aura reminiscent of imperial majesty, descended slowly through the rift. That vessel was one Trunks would never forget until his dying breath. It was Frisia's flagship, a familia. Elegant yet chilling laughter echoed across the battlefield through the loudspeakers. The hatch of the spacecraft creaked open, revealing a figure of diminutive stature, yet impossible to overlook. Seated upon a hovering chair, surveying the chaos below with a lofty disdain, it was none other than Frisia. Chapter 47. The King Comes to the Rescue? Frisia's unexpected appearance plunged the battlefield into an eerie silence. The only sounds that lingered in the air were the hissing of dust settling after the explosions and Trunks' heavy breaths. Ah, how delightful it is to witness such a remarkable scene. Frisia drawled lazily, reclining in his levitating chair, his crimson eyes scanning the ravaged earth before settling on Glaive. A playful tone lacing his words. I had hoped to allow those two Saiyan monkeys to play with you a while longer to test your limits. Alas, they seem rather ineffective. His voice, though soft, reverberated throughout the area, each word dripping with the intrinsic arrogance of the Cosmic Emperor. Glaive halted, his faceplate turning to the sky where Frisia's flagship loomed, remaining silent. The most malevolent ruler in the universe was clearly not on his hunting list today. Frisia, Trunks bellowed, a mixture of astonishment and fury in his tone. Save some strength, will you? Your current abilities are truly a disgrace to Vegeta and Goku. Frisia's tone dripped with disdain as he replied, his gaze shifting to Trunks and the unconscious Goten cradled in his arms. A flicker of barely perceptible greed and astonishment crossing his features. He had observed Goten's near-death surge of power and his astonishing resilience against the annihilation energy through the flagship's remote monitoring, which had exceeded all his expectations. This son of Goku seemed to harbor a captivating, unknown potential that even Frisia found intriguing. Witnessing the eruption of this potential prompted him to reconsider his earlier strategy of treating them as mere fodder. Such valuable combat prowess could not be so easily squandered. At least, not until he had extracted every ounce of their utility. Well then, Glaive. Frisia descended gracefully from the heavens, his tone abruptly chilling. Your strength is indisputable, yet today, we need not forge an enduring enmity here. You must be aware that my legions span the cosmos. I trust you do not wish to instigate a war? As his words lingered in the air, a crimson glow began to emanate from his fingertips. In that moment, the aura of the Cosmic Emperor was laid bare. Gleef remained silent for a moment, and that cold intent resonated once more, this time transmitted directly to Frisia. Frisia, your arrogance will one day lead to your demise. Ah, fret not, Frisia replied with a smile, for today it shall not be I who faces annihilation. Gleef slowly turned away, truly relinquishing the pursuit, stepping back towards his iron fortress. He understood all too well that, in his current state, facing Frisia's entire legion offered no hope of victory. Their objective was never to engage in a full-scale war with Frisia. As Gleef withdrew, a potentially fatal crisis was momentarily brought to a close in an unforeseen manner. Frisia watched Gleef's retreating silhouette, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his crimson eyes. Soon after, a beam of light descended from the flagship, enveloping Trunks and Goten. Come forth, Frisia commanded with an undeniable authority. Your performance has barely met the standard. It is time we discussed genuine collaboration. Trunks gritted his teeth, humiliation flooding his heart. Yet, gazing at the barely conscious Goten in his arms, he ultimately refrained from resistance, allowing the beam to gradually pull them into the perilous and enigmatic flagship. On the New Hope, Bulma and the others observed this dramatic scene, their emotions a tempest of complexity. Bulma, what should we do now? Gak's voice trembled. Taking a deep breath, Bulma forced herself to regain her composure. She fixed her gaze on the screen, where Frisia's flagship was slowly sealing its doors, her expression transforming into one of unwavering determination. We must follow. Inside the medical bay of Frisia's flagship, the stark white was almost blinding. Various intricate instruments, previously unseen by Trunks, functioned with methodical precision. Goten lay quietly within the restoration pod, his body enveloped in a green healing liquid, countless tiny nanobots diligently repairing his nearly obliterated arms. Trunks, bearing lighter injuries, had regained mobility after a brief spray treatment and bandaging. He stood silently beside Goten's restoration pod, his countenance dark and foreboding. The door to the medical bay slid open without a sound. Bulma, accompanied by Bra and Gak, entered, guided by a soldier from Frisia's legion. Trunks. Upon seeing her son unharmed, Bulma felt a significant weight lift from her heart. Mom, Trunks nodded, though his gaze never strayed from the restoration pod. Bra's attention was immediately drawn to Goten, as she beheld the verdant liquid enveloping Goten's arms, where the stark whiteness of bones was gradually being shrouded by fresh flesh. Her eyes brimmed with tears. She hurried to the repair pod, extending her hand as if to touch the glass, yet hesitated mid-air, fearful of disturbing him. How is he? Bra's voice trembled imperceptibly. The medical technology of the Frisia force surpasses our expectations. Trunks murmured, there is no immediate danger to his life. But due to the peculiar energy that inflicted the injury, the restoration will take considerable time. Bulma moved to the other side of the repair pod. Gazing at the tranquil Goten within, reminiscent of a child, her heart a tumult of emotions. She reached out, gently caressing the cold glass cover, as though she could bridge the gap and touch the boy inside. This child. Bulma's voice was soft, imbued with compassion. He saved us. In that critical instant of life and death, Bulma had witnessed an unsettling calm and determination in Goten's eyes, one that belied his youth. This boy, unbeknownst to them, had matured significantly, and within him, Bulma discerned a familiar and comforting presence. Son, you know? Simultaneously, a wave of profound guilt surged within her. This was not merely concern for a companion, but a maternal ache for her own child. Beside her, Bra observed this poignant scene in silence. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Bra inhaled deeply as if to voice something, but at that moment, the door to the medical room slid open once more. Colt, the commander of Frisia's fleet, entered with a few guards, his expression devoid of emotion. He first glanced at Goten in the repair pod, before shifting his gaze to Bulma. Ms. Bulma, Colt inclined slightly, his demeanor respectful. Yet his tone was as frigid as steel. Lord Frisia requests your presence. Chapter 48, Bulma versus Frisia. Colt's emotionless voice shattered the brief warmth that had enveloped the medical room. Bulma withdrew her hand from the repair pod, turning sharply. Her previously gentle gaze, now sharp and vigilant. She subtly shielded Bra behind her. Frisia wishes to see me? She asked coolly. Am I to go alone? Indeed, Ms. Bulma. Colt maintained his bow. The Lord is awaiting you on the bridge. He has instructed that only you be invited. The unspoken implication was clear. It would be prudent for the others to remain here. Trunks immediately stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Bulma. Distrust etched across his face. What do you intend to take my mother? Colt lifted his gaze, his expression unchanged, replying in a monotonous tone. Lord Frisia merely wishes to engage in a comprehensive dialogue with Ms. Bulma, without the interference of others. Mom, please don't go. Bra grasped Bulma's garment. Shaking her head vehemently. Bulma, however, appeared remarkably composed. She gently patted her daughter's hand, signaling her to remain calm, and then turned her gaze towards Trunks, offering him a resolute look. It's all right. I will meet him. Bulma's voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable strength. At this moment, we find ourselves devoid of choices. Moreover, she paused, her eyes sweeping over Goten, who remained in slumber within the recovery pod. Certain matters must be addressed by me. She understood all too well that Frisia would never engage in a losing deal. He acted because Goten and Trunks had revealed a value beyond his expectations. And now, it was the time to determine how that value would be appraised. Take good care of Goten and Bra. Bulma finally instructed Trunks before following called out. The bridge of Frisia's flagship was as expansive as a small plaza. Beyond the immense, curved windows lay the profound and serene cosmos. Frisia stood with his back to the entrance, alone before the window, gazing into the nebula. Under Colt's guidance, Bulma entered. Lord Frisia, Lady Bulma has arrived. Yes. You may leave, Frisia commanded without turning, his tone indifferent. Colt bowed and exited silently, the heavy alloy door ceiling shut behind him, leaving Bulma and Frisia alone on the bridge. Ho ho ho, Bulma, it appears you are not overly frightened, Frisia remarked slowly. turning to face her with a facade of elegant yet insincere smiles. Thanks to you, I'm still alive, Bulma retorted defiantly, her arms crossed as she surveyed her surroundings. Speak, Frieza, she stated directly. What is the purpose of your elaborate efforts? I admire your forthrightness, Vegeta's woman, Frieza acknowledged with a nod. As a floating chair glided towards Bulma. My intentions are quite simple. He extended a finger. As I mentioned before, I wish to engage in a genuine collaboration with you. His crimson eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Previously, I regarded you merely as tools for clearing debris. However, I have changed my mind. The potential demonstrated by Goku's son has genuinely astonished me. Frieza's tone dripped with a condescending approval. Thus, I have decided to offer you an opportunity, one that allows for an equitable exchange with me, the cosmic sovereign, Frieza. Bulma smirked inwardly, yet maintained an impassive exterior. An exchange? What kind of exchange? Quite simple, Frieza snapped his fingers. Instantly, a vast star map projected onto the main screen behind him, marked by a conspicuous luminous point. This indicates the approximate location of the Super Dragon Balls currently known. Bulma's pupils constricted slightly. I can provide you with all the intelligence and resources necessary to locate this Dragon Ball, Frieza stated nonchalantly. What you need to do is eliminate those who oppose the Frieza Force. We will assist you in locating the Super Dragon Balls, and then you can use them to wish back Goku and Vegeta. Bulma immediately seized upon the logical inconsistency, commenting with a hint of sarcasm. Frieza, the Super Dragon Balls can only grant a single wish. Surely you cannot be so benevolent? Frieza erupted into exaggerated laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Ms. Bulma, you overestimate me. He wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes. How could I possibly squander such a precious wish on rescuing my two nemeses? Leaning slightly forward, his tone grew gravely serious. I have no interest in the wishes of the Super Dragon Balls. What I truly desire is the Dragon Ball from your planet. Earth Dragon Balls? Bulma was taken aback. Indeed, a flicker of barely perceptible fervor flashed in Frieza's eyes. Those small, convenient, and reusable orbs that can be summoned annually are my ultimate pursuit. Unfortunately, my subordinates have searched for so long without any leads. He shifted his gaze, fixing his intense stare upon Bulma. However, you, Bulma, possess the technology to create a Dragon Ball radar. Thus, I require you to fabricate one for me, to assist in locating the Dragon Balls on Earth. That is the essence of our deal. Frieza spread his hands, concluding, quite fair. Wouldn't you agree? Bulma fell silent for a moment before asking, what is your wish? Don't tell me you're still fixated on eternal life. Eternal life? Frieza scoffed dismissively. Such a mundane thing is no longer my aspiration. As for my wish, oh ho, he let out a cryptic chuckle, refraining from a direct answer, instead surveying Bulma with a scrutinizing gaze, slowly articulating, I cannot disclose the specifics. It is a rather personal, trivial wish, entirely unrelated to cosmic dominion or eternal life. His voice lowered, imbued with an undeniable authority, as if he were revealing a supreme secret. You need not know the particulars, Princess of Vegeta. Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly. You simply need to understand that this wish will not disrupt the cosmic order nor pose any threat to your planet. It will merely bring me a modicum of joy. Although Frieza did not explicitly state it, Bulma keenly perceived a hint of subtle unease in his otherwise carefully concealed demeanor. This wish, it seemed, was not as grand as he attempted to portray. Nevertheless, as Frieza had asserted, as long as this wish does not endanger Earth or the universe. The specifics were inconsequential to her. What mattered was that it was indeed a highly enticing bargaining chip. So what say you, Bulma? Bulma took a deep breath, swiftly recovering from her shock as her mind raced. Frieza's proposition struck at her only vulnerability, locating Goku and Vegeta. Moreover, this concealed personal desire he harbored provided her with a false sense of security, even more so than ambitions like eternal life or invincible power. Very well. Without much hesitation, Bulma nodded and said, I accept your terms. I can create a Dragon Ball radar for you, but you and your army must provide all necessary intelligence and resources. A wise choice. Frieza's triumphant laughter echoed throughout the empty bridge, as if he could already envision the perfect future where his little secret would come to fruition. To demonstrate my sincerity, Frieza snapped his fingers again. A soldier entered, carrying a tray upon which lay a data chip. This contains the precise coordinates of the first Super Dragon Ball. Rest assured this time, there will be no formidable opponent like Glaive to trouble me. He slid the chip across the table to Bulma, stating, consider this my advance payment. Bulma gazed at the small chip, fully aware that this perilous transaction had officially commenced. She slowly extended her hand and clutched the chip tightly within her palm. Pleasure to cooperate, Frieza beamed, his smile growing even more radiant. Chapter 49. The Star of Crystal Tears. As the heavy alloy door of the bridge silently closed behind Bulma, this fateful transaction, which would determine the destinies of all involved, was formally established. Clutching the still-warm data chip, Bulma returned to the medical room with a tangle of emotions. Upon the door opening, Trunks immediately approached her, while Bra and Gak cast anxious glances her way. "What happened, Mom? What did that guy Frieza say to you?" Trunks asked, his tone laced with suspicion. Bulma did not respond immediately. Instead, she stepped forward among them, opening her palm to reveal the small chip. "We made a deal with him." In the simplest terms, Bulma recounted everything that had transpired on the bridge, including Frieza's disinterest in the Super Dragon Balls and his true desire for the Earth Dragon Balls, as well as the personal wish he had deliberately concealed. Upon hearing this, the medical room fell into a prolonged silence. "Are you joking?" Trunks was the first to erupt, slamming his fist against the nearby wall with a dull thud. "He wants us to be his henchmen, to eliminate his enemies. And you are supposed to create a Dragon Ball radar for him? Mom, why would you agree to this monster?" As the son of Vegeta, Trunks' innate pride made it impossible for him to accept the current situation. "Trunks, calm down." Bulma's voice rose sharply, infused with undeniable authority. "Do you think I wanted this? But what other choice do we have to find your father and Goku?" Her gaze swept over her furious son and the equally bewildered Bra and Gak. "This was not the time for discussions," Bulma stated emphatically. "This is our sole opportunity. Frieza requires us to clear his obstacles, and we must leverage his intelligence and resources." Trunks' lips moved, yet he found himself unable to counter her words, for he recognized the truth in his mother's assertion. In the face of such an absolute disparity in power, they truly had no alternative. "What about that wish?" Bra inquired softly, "Is there really no danger?" Bulma shook her head, an odd expression flickering across her face, though she was unaware of the specifics. An instinct told her that his wish might be far more mundane than they had imagined. With that, she casually inserted the data chip into her portable tablet, quickly accessing the information contained within. "This is the location of the first Super Dragon Ball, situated near the Crystal Tear Star in the P5X galaxy." Frieza's intelligence indicated that the indigenous inhabitants there seemed rather unfriendly. Bulma lifted her head, her gaze resolute once more. "We cannot afford to debate any longer. Trunks, tend to your injuries and intensify your training. From this moment forth, you and Goten must strive to grow stronger at the fastest pace possible." Time slipped by silently. In the ensuing days, the group lived in a state of dependency aboard Frieza's flagship. Frieza indeed honored his promise. He arranged for Bulma and her companions to occupy luxurious quarters that spanned nearly half a floor, with dedicated attendants catering to their needs and meals provided to the highest standards. However, he simultaneously placed them under the strictest surveillance. Wherever they went, they were accompanied by guards, and every corner was laden with invisible monitoring devices. Aside from the medical bay and the temporary laboratory assigned to Bulma, they were prohibited from accessing any other areas of the ship. Bulma remained unfazed by this. She immersed herself in the laboratory, ostensibly designing a new Dragon Ball radar for Frieza, while secretly exploiting the database of Frieza's army. She feverishly analyzed every piece of information regarding the Crystal Tear Star and sought to decipher the flagship's central system. Every moment was dedicated to preparing for their impending actions and eventual escape. Trunks, on the other hand, channeled all his anger and humiliation into training. He almost locked himself in the gravity chamber, enduring rigorous training under hundreds of times the normal gravity, his golden aura never waning. Each time he collapsed from exhaustion, he would rise again after a brief respite. He was acutely aware that their collaboration with Frieza was nothing more than a fleeting illusion. When both parties ceased to be of value to one another, it would ultimately come down to strength. Meanwhile, Bra became a frequent visitor to the medical bay, almost daily sitting quietly beside Goten's recovery pod. Through the verdant restorative liquid, she could perceive Goten's arms regenerating at an astonishing pace, new skin enveloping the stark bones, while muscle fibers gradually reconfigured. She would linger here for extended periods, sometimes lost in thought, and, at other times through the glass enclosure, she would engage in trivial conversation with the unconscious youth within. For instance, she might mention how Trunks had once again exhausted himself in training, or how the food provided by the Frieza Force was utterly unpalatable. She was uncertain if Goten could hear her. It felt more akin to soliloquy. Until one fateful day, The flagship's intercom system abruptly resonated with the unfluctuating voice of Commander Colt. Ms. Bulma, the fleet will arrive at the target planet, Crystal Tier Star, in 30 minutes. At once, Bulma dashed out of the laboratory, and Trunks emerged from the training room, drenched in sweat. They reconvened on the Bridge of the Hope, where a magnificent celestial body, shimmering like the tears of the universe, hung serenely in the profound darkness beyond the vast viewport. This was a planet entirely composed of crystalline structures. Colossal clusters resembling mountains formed its continents, while liquid, iridescent substances coalesced into its oceans. The entire planet, illuminated by the star, refracted an ethereal glow, breathtaking in its beauty. This was Crystal Tier Star, and Gak was left in awe. The energy field within the planet was highly unstable, with a chaotic magnetic field. Bulma furrowed her brow. I detect a rather peculiar life signal. It appears to be symbiotic with the planet's crystals. Just then, a communication request from Frieza came through. His image materialized on the main screen, exuding an air of leisurely confidence. Ah, it seems you have laid eyes on that splendid glass orb, Frieza remarked with a smile. According to my intelligence, the Super Dragon Balls reside deep within the planet's core. Go forth, and do not disappoint me. The communication was swiftly terminated. Prepare for landing. Bulma immediately issued the command. Trunks nodded, turning to head towards the preparation room. However, at that very moment, an urgent alarm resounded. Beeps, beeps, beeps. A cacophony of shrill alarms erupted from the medical monitoring system at the rear of the bridge. Everyone was startled, turning in unison to look. On the main monitoring screen connected to Goten's recovery pod, the vital signs reflecting his life were soaring at an unfathomable rate. Heart rate, energy index, cellular activity, all had surpassed the red limit of the safety threshold. What is happening? Bulma exclaimed, her face paling as she rushed to the control panel. On the screen, the previously tranquil restorative liquid was now violently boiling, releasing countless bubbles. Lying at the very center of the restoration pod, Goten's arms, which had been utterly destroyed yet recently remade, began to emanate a striking golden radiance beneath his skin. An immense, almost overwhelming energy was awakening within his seemingly frail body, swelling with ferocity. Trunks, sensing this simultaneously familiar yet alien force, was filled with astonishment and disbelief. The brilliance intensified, as if a miniature sun were poised to explode within the confines of the restoration pod. Chapter 50. The Super Dragon Balls, The Battle for the Stars. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the bridge, tightening the hearts of all present. The system was overloaded. The temperature of the restoration liquid was spiraling out of control. The chamber pressure had surpassed 300% of the critical threshold. Bulma's fingers danced over the control panel in a desperate attempt to stabilize the situation. Yet the incessant red warning boxes flashing on the screen proclaimed her efforts futile. The energy surging from the pod had exceeded the limits of the equipment, akin to a star on the verge of collapse, madly collapsing inward. Mom, the pod can't hold on much longer, Trunks exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency. He could distinctly see fine spiderweb-like cracks beginning to form on the unyielding alloy walls. Bra, terrified, turned pale and instinctively hid behind her brother. Just as Bulma prepared to initiate the emergency depressurization protocol, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The reinforced glass observation window of the restoration pod shattered explosively under the force of the golden light. The boiling green restoration liquid surged forth, carrying countless shards of glass like a cascading waterfall. A figure, enveloped in resplendent gold, slowly rose from the chaos. As the luminescence receded, Goten's form was revealed. Yet, at that moment, he stood completely naked. A short gasp escaped not from Bulma, but from Bra. Her small face flushed crimson as she quickly turned away, covering her eyes with her hands. Bulma, on the other hand, maintained a semblance of calm, though the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Swiftly, she shed her white research coat and hurried forward. Honestly, what a time to cause such a commotion, she murmured under her breath as she draped the coat over Goten, enveloping him from head to toe. Goten appeared to be still in a daze from his awakening, blinking vacantly until the coat enveloped him. He did not cry, nor did he display the fear typical of a child. Instead, he simply stood there, his eyes wide open. What kind of eyes were they? Clear, serene, yet profound, as if harboring an ancient cosmos within. When Goten gazed at the others, there was no trace of childish innocence. Rather, his expression bore an otherworldly calm, as if he comprehended everything. Goten, how you feel? Bulma inquired, her scrutinizing gaze fixed upon him, her voice laced with cautious concern. Wukong blinked, and the profound aura that enveloped him faded instantly, restoring a semblance of youthful vitality. He adjusted his noticeably oversized jacket and offered Bulma a faint, somewhat frail smile. "I'm fine now, Aunt Bulma," he said, his voice still hoarse. "It's just that there seems to be something within my body that is rather unruly." No sooner had he spoken than a flicker of golden energy erupted uncontrollably from his shoulder, only to extinguish swiftly. His aura was alarmingly unstable. Trunks sensed that the energy within Wukong was akin to a pot of boiling water, surging tumultuously at times, yet retreating into silence unpredictably. As Bulma prepared to conduct further examinations on Wukong, her primary detector emitted a sharp, urgent beeping due to the recent energy outburst. Reflexively, she cast a glance at the screen, and her entire demeanor froze in disbelief. "How is this possible?" she murmured, her eyes fixated on the display. "Mom, what's wrong?" Trunks inquired. Bulma did not respond. Instead, she frantically operated the console as if possessed, mobilizing all the backup energy of the New Hope to execute a high-precision deep scan of the Crystal Tears star. Moments later, a stunning, three-dimensional star map materialized before everyone. The magnificent crystalline planet was peeled back layer by layer, revealing its internal structure. At its core, a colossal pentagram, radiating a soft orange glow, was imprinted clearly. Frieza was mistaken, or perhaps he simply failed to comprehend. Bulma's voice trembled with excitement. Turning to the bewildered onlookers, she declared the groundbreaking revelation. "The Super Dragon Balls are not located near this planet. This planet itself is the one-star Super Dragon Ball. What about the enemies Frieza mentioned?" Trunks asked with difficulty. "Those beings," Bulma pointed at the screen, "are likely the planet's evolved immune system, defending itself." After a brief moment of shock, Trunks' expression regained its determination. "Regardless of what it is, our objective remains unchanged," he asserted. "We must collect this Dragon Ball." "Indeed," Bulma nodded, lifting the necklace that hung around her neck. "Whis mentioned that when the Super Dragon Balls become visible to the naked eye, we can begin collecting them. But it seems that nothing has occurred thus far." Bulma attempted to channel her thoughts into the pendant, yet the sapphire remained unresponsive, lying motionless in her palm. Could it be due to the distance? Jack speculated. "We are still separated by the atmosphere." "No, that's not it," Bulma shook her head, refocusing her gaze on the three-dimensional star map, her mind racing. "Whis mentioned visibility to the naked eye. That is a rather ambiguous phrase. What we perceive now is merely a macroscopic image of the planet, rather than the essence of the Super Dragon Ball. It is akin to gazing upon a person and witnessing only their exterior, devoid of their soul." "Where's the true Dragon Ball?" Trunks inquired. Bulma's finger pointed to the very center of the star map, to a pentagram radiating an orange luminescence. "Here lies its core. I believe this necklace must make contact with the heart of the Dragon Ball to activate the collection mechanism." The group then comprehended that the challenge ahead offered no shortcuts. They were still required to land on the planet. "All right," Bulma swiftly commenced her briefing, distributing specialized communicators and life detectors to everyone. The landing plan remained unchanged. "Goten, your condition is unstable." "No," Goten interjected gently yet firmly, "I must go. I feel as though I know what to do." Ultimately, Bulma, gazing into his calm eyes, nodded in agreement. The New Hope slowly descended through an atmosphere composed of countless minute crystals, refracting a spectrum of dazzling colors. As the ship's hatch opened, all were awestruck by the spectacle before them. It felt as though they had entered the interior of a colossal gem. Beneath their feet lay a crystalline surface as smooth as glass, and in the distance loomed vast clusters of crystals, reminiscent of mountain ranges. The sky was devoid of clouds. Only higher, more massive crystals floated above, refracting the starlight into myriad brilliant beams, weaving a fantastical tapestry between heaven and earth. A peculiar energy pulsated through the air, reminiscent of a metallic hum. "This energy field is quite strange," Trunks remarked, furrowing his brow. "I cannot sense any life force. Are there no beings here? Be cautious," Bulma cautioned through the communicator. "My detector indicates that the energy flow of this planet differs fundamentally from any known life forms." Goten remained silent, crouching curiously to lightly touch the crystalline ground beneath him. A cool yet comforting sensation emanated from his fingertips, as if engaging in a silent communion with the planet itself. Following the coordinates provided by Bulma, they began their advance toward the core of the Dragon Ball. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the crunching sound of their footsteps on the crystalline surface. After traversing for about 10 minutes, the pulsating hum intensified. Trunks abruptly halted, scanning the vicinity with vigilance. "Something is approaching." No sooner had he spoken than countless distorted lights and shadows began to materialize on the ground and the walls of the crystal clusters surrounding them. Subsequently, figures composed entirely of pure crystal emerged from the crystalline structures. They bore humanoid outlines, their bodies crystalline in nature, with energy cores pulsating like beating hearts within. Crystal Guardians, Bulma whispered in astonishment. Silently and without a trace of breath, the Crystal Guardians approached the crowd with measured steps from all directions. "Bulla, mother, step back," Trunks shouted, his golden aura erupting as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed his energy towards the foremost Crystal Guardian, unleashing a powerful energy sphere. Perish! The golden orb, imbued with devastating force, struck the Guardian squarely in the chest. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, upon contact with the Guardian's body, the energy sphere was absorbed as if it had plunged into water, entirely engulfed by its translucent crystalline form. The Guardian's body radiated a blinding golden light as it absorbed Trunks' energy. Before Trunks could react, the Guardian raised its crystalline arm, aiming directly at him. In the next instant, a golden energy sphere, identical to the one Trunks had just unleashed, was reflected from its arm at a greater speed, hurtling towards Trunks with ferocity. What? Trunks' pupils dilated. Unable to evade in time, he hastily crossed his arms to shield himself. The ensuing explosion reverberated through the crystalline ground, sending Trunks staggering back several meters from the force of his own power. In disbelief, he stared at his arms, which throbbed with searing pain. How could this be? It reflected my attack back at me. Meanwhile, more Crystal Guardians had closed in, their smooth, multifaceted heads swiveling to face the crowd, glinting with a cold and menacing light. Chapter 51, Nullified Attacks. Regaining his composure, Trunks shook his tingling arms, his expression etched with incredulity. This was not merely an instance of his attack being thwarted. It was the unsettling realization that his strength as a Super Saiyan had been effortlessly absorbed and repurposed to harm him. This sensation was more perplexing than simply losing a battle of power. "Trunks, be careful." Bulma's warning echoed through the communicator, but it was too late. The encirclement was tightening. The silent Crystal Guardians seemed to have received a unified command, initiating their assault simultaneously. Their movements were devoid of complexity, executed with simplicity and efficiency. Some Guardians leaped high, transforming their arms into sharp crystalline blades that descended from above, while others glided swiftly across the ground like phantoms on ice, employing their shoulders and bodies to collide forcefully. "Curse it!" Trunks roared defiantly, charging forward once more. He abandoned ranged energy attacks, channeling all his strength into his fists and feet. If energy attacks could be absorbed, then he would shatter these glassy foes with the most primal of martial arts. His figure transformed into a golden streak amidst the ranks of the Guardians, moving with such speed that only a series of afterimages could be discerned. Bang! A powerful punch struck the chest of one crystalline Guardian with tremendous force. The sensation was not akin to hitting a living being, but rather like unleashing one's full strength against a plate of extraordinarily dense alloy steel. The overwhelming recoil sent a jolt of pain through Trunks' own knuckles. The Guardian that was struck revealed a distinct crack upon its crystalline chest, staggering back a step, its body swaying slightly. It was effective. This realization invigorated Trunks' spirit. However, before he could launch a second attack, the crack upon the Guardian's chest rapidly mended in a flicker of light, restoring it to its former state in an instant. Immediately after, its crystalline blade-like arm swept towards him with a rush of wind. Trunks hastily sidestepped to evade, yet another Guardian collided forcefully with his side. Ugh! He let out a muffled grunt, being thrust back several steps once more. This is troublesome. Trunks felt his heart sink slowly. These entities not only absorbed energy, but also possessed unimaginable physical defenses and rapid regenerative abilities. Their numbers continued to multiply from the ground and crystalline walls, seemingly inexhaustible. This was a battle of attrition with no hope of victory. "Aunt Bulma, cover me," just as Trunks found himself ensnared in a fierce struggle. Goten's voice suddenly rang out. He had, unbeknownst to Trunks, emerged from behind him, confronting another wave of Guardians. The oversized white lab coat he wore appeared somewhat comical in motion, yet his expression was remarkably composed. Unlike Trunks, he did not unleash a powerful aura. Instead, he contained his energy to the utmost degree. A crystalline Guardian charged at him, its sharp blade aimed directly at his face. In a split second before impact, Goten's body tilted at an astonishing angle. The lethal crystalline blade grazed past the tip of his nose, a gust of wind ruffling his bangs. His movements were devoid of any superfluous actions, as if calculated through countless iterations, achieving the most perfect evasion with minimal motion. Following this, Goten's footwork shifted gracefully, flowing like water into the blind spot of another Guardian's attack, effortlessly dodging the sweeping arm. Such a combat style was something Trunks had never witnessed in Goten. It was not the straightforward battle of strength and speed revered by Saiyans, but rather an intricate art of combat, emphasizing technique and perception. After successfully evading several attacks, Goten finally found an opportunity. He crouched low, drawing close to one Guardian's lower body, his right hand forming a blade, precisely targeting a point at the Guardian's knee joint. There, the flow of energy within the Guardian structure was at its most vulnerable. This aspect has yet to be deciphered, even by Bulma's instruments. However, Goten appeared to possess an instinctual understanding. With a sharp crack, the knee joint of a guard shattered upon impact. The off-balance guard collapsed with a thunderous crash, scattering into a myriad of sparkling shards. Yet, before the onlookers could rejoice, those fragments transformed into glimmers of light, merging seamlessly back into the ground. Moments later, an unscathed crystal guardian re-emerged from the very spot. This is futile. Goten swiftly retreated to Trunks' side, breathing heavily. They are part of this planet. As long as we stand upon this land, they are invincible. This statement extinguished the last flicker of hope within everyone's hearts. At this juncture, Trunks was already battered, the energy of the Super Saiyan rapidly depleting. Retreat. Trunks, take everyone back to the ship. Bulma's decisive voice resonated through the communicator. She had realized that with their current capabilities, they could not possibly triumph over these foes. No, we must eliminate them, Trunks shouted, bringing his hands together before his chest as a dazzling purple light began to coalesce. Mom, you all go ahead. I will hold them off. Gallic gun. He needed to create an escape route for everyone, even if it meant unleashing an energy attack that could be absorbed by the enemy. However, just as he was about to fire the energy blast, a hand gently rested upon his wrist. It was Goten. It's futile, Trunks. Goten shook his head, wisdom gleaming in his calm eyes. What you intend to do will only result in a needless expenditure of your strength. He lifted his gaze toward the seemingly endless army of guardians and then glanced at the distant ship, as if calculating something rapidly. Follow me. With that, he grasped Bra's hand and, to her astonishment, turned and sprinted toward a cluster of crystals in a direction entirely opposite to that of the ship. Goten, what are you doing? The ship is that way, Trunks exclaimed anxiously. Trust me. Goten's voice, though soft, carried a persuasive force. Trunks gritted his teeth and immediately shielded Bulma and Gak, following in Goten's footsteps. The Crystal Guardians promptly shifted direction, relentlessly pursuing them from behind. A few minutes later, Goten led the group into a narrow, crystalline canyon. The terrain here was exceptionally intricate, with massive crystal formations interlocking, limiting the Guardians' ability to charge as a collective force. Upon reaching the depths of the canyon, Goten suddenly halted, pointing to a massive suspended crystal overhead, as large as a house. Trunks, unleash your strongest power and strike there. In an instant, Trunks comprehended Goten's intention. No longer hesitating, he took a deep breath, channeling all of his remaining strength into his palms. Gallic gun. A dazzling torrent of purple energy surged skyward, not directed toward any adversary, but rather striking with precision at the colossal, suspended crystal. The Crystal Guardians instinctively yearned to absorb this immense power, yet they found themselves unable to ascend to such heights. With a thunderous roar, the gigantic crystal, under the impact of the ultimate brilliance, instantly became riddled with cracks before shattering with a resounding collapse. Tons of colossal crystal fragments cascaded down like a meteor shower, completely sealing the entrance of the gorge in an instant. The violent tremors caused the entire gorge to shake. As the dust settled, the pursuing army of guardians was entirely cut off from the collapsed gorge. Safety, albeit temporary, had been attained. Confirming this, Trunks could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form and sank to one knee, gasping for breath. Goten released his grip on Bra, his complexion somewhat pale. Look over there at the spacecraft, Gak suddenly exclaimed, pointing in terror toward another exit of the gorge. The group turned to see that, unbeknownst to them, a dense swarm of crystal guardians had materialized in the direction of the New Hope, completely surrounding the ship and severing their escape route. They were trapped. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so impulsive in landing. Bulma leaned against the crystal wall, her face displaying a rare expression of regret and helplessness. No, Aunt Bulma, this is not your fault, Goten reassured her softly. then turned his gaze toward the still-breathing Trunks. Trunks, I recorded every one of your attacks, just now. Aunt Bulma, I need you to retrieve all the combat data from earlier. Though perplexed, Bulma promptly activated her universal terminal, projecting the holographic images and data analysis of the recent battle into the air. Goten pointed to the moment when Trunks' energy blast was absorbed. Look here. He slowed the image down significantly, indicating the trajectory of energy flow within the Crystal Guardian's body. Trunks' energy, upon entering its form, did not instantly refract outward. It required a process of conduction and amplification. On the holographic projection, the data stream representing the energy raced through the Guardian's crystalline structure along a specific pathway before being emitted from its arm. During this process, Goten's finger pressed on a minute fluctuation in the data analysis graph. To handle such potent energy, the Guardian's structural composition generated an exceedingly subtle, high-frequency resonance. Resonance? Bulma's eyes widened with realization as she instantly comprehended Goten's implication. Seizing control, she deftly maneuvered her hands over the virtual keyboard, integrating, modeling, and analyzing all data. Minutes later, a brand new data model emerged before them. It was an exceedingly intricate graph of sound wave frequencies. I comprehended it. I comprehended it. The clouds of uncertainty dissipated from Bulma's face, replaced by an exhilaration akin to the discovery of a new continent. She pointed at the screen, her voice trembling with excitement. These crystalline sentinels resembled precision tuning forks, crafted from shimmering crystal. Their structural composition, while capable of conducting tremendous energy, also harbored a fatal vulnerability: resonant frequency. Bulma lifted her gaze, surveying the group, her eyes alight with wisdom and confidence. If we could emit a resonant frequency that perfectly matched their structural composition, we could, without any offensive action, induce them to self-destruct from within in an instant. Chapter 52. Bros Resolve. In the narrow crystal canyon, the atmosphere was stifling, nearly frozen in time. The collapsed boulders temporarily hindered the pursuit of the crystalline sentinels. Yet everyone understood that this was but a fleeting reprieve. Through the refraction of the crystal, they could still perceive the multitude of silent, undulating transparent figures outside, resembling a pack of patient hunters, awaiting their prey to emerge from captivity. Compounding their plight, the direction in which the Hope was docked had been thoroughly besieged by another battalion of sentinels. They were ensnared, caught in a dilemma, leaning against the frigid crystal wall. Bulma's expression bore an unprecedented gravity. She fixated on the intricate resonant frequency graph displayed on the universal terminal, her mind racing at a pace beyond its limits. The theory was established, yet the chasm between theory and reality loomed vast. She required a sufficiently precise infrasonic generator, stable high-energy output, and a complex frequency matrix. Yet in this canyon, surrounded by foes, she possessed none of these. Trunks sat cross-legged nearby, seizing every moment to recuperate his strength. His complexion remained pallid. The transformation into a Super Saiyan had drained him significantly, compounded by the hidden injuries sustained during confrontations with the Sentinels. Goten sat beside Bulma, quietly observing the data on the luminous screen, his youthful face etched with an unexpected intensity of focus. The previous display of deft avoidance and tactical command had nearly exhausted his mental reserves. Meanwhile, Bra stood at the opposite side of the canyon, silent. She regarded her brother, trembling slightly from fatigue, then glanced at her mother, whose brow was furrowed in concentrated thought, before finally looking at Goten, who, though often silent, consistently rose to the occasion in critical moments. An unfamiliar sense of helplessness enveloped her, akin to being submerged in icy waters. Once upon a time, in their warm and peaceful home on Earth, she was the beloved little princess, cherished by all. Her father was the proud Scion Prince, her mother the world's wealthiest and most brilliant scientist, and her brother the domineering CEO, as well as a super warrior. With them by her side, it seemed as though the sky could fall, and she would have no reason to worry. Combat, adventure, and crisis seemed distant from her reality. All she sought was shopping and the enjoyment of life. However, when she truly set foot in this frigid universe, witnessing her brother and Goten nearly perish on planet KB9, and personally enduring the recent despairing siege, she realized how misguided she had been. Her pride held no value here. Her identity offered no sanctuary. As her brother fought valiantly, battered and bloodied, and Goten risked his life to divert the enemy's attention, while their mother desperately sought a way out. The only thing she could do was cower in the shadows, trembling, becoming the very burden that needed protection. She loathed this feeling. She detested her own frailty and her helplessness. Brother Bra suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet resonant in the stillness of the canyon. Bulma raised her head from her thoughts, surprised to see her daughter. Bra slowly approached Trunks, and in the astonished gaze of her brother, she uttered with unprecedented seriousness, word by word, "Brother, teach me to fight." Trunks was taken aback. He had never anticipated that his pampered sister would make such a request. Bra, he assumed that the recent crisis had frightened her. "Don't say foolish things. Fighting is arduous and unsuitable for you. I will protect you." "Protect me?" Bra shook her head, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "Just like earlier, when you could barely hold on, yet still had to worry about protecting me." Her eyes swept over everyone present. With their father and Uncle Goku missing, the future held countless uncertainties. "I want to possess the strength to protect everyone, or at least myself." The girl's gaze transformed, shedding her usual softness and capriciousness, replaced by a resolute determination akin to burning bridges. That fervor moved Trunks deeply. He fell silent. As a brother, he wished for his sister to remain innocent and untouched by violence. Yet he understood that in this cruel universe, the absence of strength equated to vulnerability. This realization may have come late for Bra, but it had finally arrived. "Very well," Trunks said slowly, rising with solemnity and nodding. "I promise you, as long as we can escape this place, I will teach you. However, Bra, you must understand that as a descendant of Saiyan blood, once you embark on the path of training, there is no turning back." "I will not look back," Bra replied resolutely. Just then, Bulma, who had remained silent, also stood up slowly. "We will find our way out." Her face, previously marked by solemnity and helplessness, now radiated with that signature, confident smile. "A brilliant idea had just blossomed in my mind." Bulma stepped into the midst of the crowd and swiftly sketched a rudimentary structural diagram on the virtual screen. "Look," she inquired, "even though we find ourselves trapped here, what is our greatest advantage?" "The hope," Gak speculated. "Precisely." Bulma snapped her fingers. Though the guards encircled the ship, they seemed incapable of long-range attacks and lacked the knowledge to dismantle the ship's defense systems. In other words, the Hope is now our safest and most well-equipped rear base. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in her eyes. "My plan consists of 3 steps. The first step is cover. Trunks, I need you to muster your last reserves of strength and create another collapse at the opposite exit of the canyon, burying us completely once more." "What? Bury us again?" Trunks asked, bewildered. "Yes." Bulma pointed to the thick crystalline ceiling above the canyon. "If we block both exits, we can temporarily sever the guard's line of sight and perception, creating an absolutely secure, enclosed space for ourselves. The second step is infiltration. Gak, do you remember the miniature teleportation device I borrowed from the Galactic Patrol?" Gak's eyes widened in astonishment. "You mean that prototype which can only teleport short distances and has a 50% error rate?" "Exactly." Bulma smiled. "Though its range is limited, it is sufficient for transporting us from here to the Hope. I will perform an emergency calibration on its positioning system to minimize the error rate. The third step, and the most crucial, is counterattack." Bulma's finger landed decisively on the screen. "Gak, I need you to teleport back to the ship and enter the temporary laboratory I have set up in warehouse number 2. Then, using the materials available there and following the schematics I provide, assemble a subsonic pulse grenade capable of emitting a specific resonance frequency. With this, those indestructible glass orbs will shatter at the slightest touch." The entire plan was audacious, reckless, yet intricately interconnected and logically sound. Upon hearing it, hope rekindled in everyone's eyes. "All right, let's do this." Trunks was the first to respond. "Though the error rate remains high, I am willing to take this risk for the justice of the galaxy." Gak stood tall as well. The plan was immediately set into motion. Trunks, weary yet resolute, made his way to the opposite end of the canyon. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength and unleashed a powerful wave of energy toward the crystalline ceiling above. With a thunderous roar, an avalanche of debris cascaded down, sealing the exit completely. The light dimmed instantaneously, plunging the entire canyon into an abyss of darkness and silence, severing all ties with the outside world. Bulma promptly activated the illumination feature of her universal terminal, while simultaneously connecting the palm-sized, uniquely shaped teleportation device to the terminal, embarking on a tense calibration process. Time ticked by second. Though no sounds permeated the silence outside, everyone was acutely aware that the endless legion of guardians awaited just beyond. After an indeterminate period, Bulma let out a long sigh of relief. "Done." She carefully handed the calibrated transmitter to Gak, simultaneously inserting the pre-prepared data chip into his communicator. All the blueprints and important notes were contained within. Remember, our lives are now in your hands. Gak accepted the weighty device, solemnly saluting like a galactic patrol officer. Everyone, I promise to fulfill the mission. With that declaration, he pressed the activation button on the transmitter. A beam of blue light enveloped him, rendering his form transparent, ethereal. Teleportation. Commencing, his voice became fragmented. You must succeed. Before he could utter the final word, a flash of blue light enveloped him, and his figure vanished from sight. Chapter 53. The Power of Resonance. As Gak's presence, along with the last syllable, completely dissipated into the fleeting blue light, the canyon once again succumbed to an oppressive silence. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Each second was laden with uncertainty. Teleportation. Successful? Trunks forced himself to breathe steadily, yet his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Bra clutched her clothing, holding her breath, afraid to exhale. Even Bulma, usually so self-assured, merely crossed her arms, outwardly composed as she stared intently at her terminal, her fingers tapping the screen repeatedly, revealing her anxious heart. Suddenly, a crackling sound disrupted the stillness. Bulma, can you hear me? It's Gak. After a sharp burst of static, Gak's voice, tinged with both panic and triumph, finally emerged from the terminal speaker. We did it. Bulma and Bra nearly shouted in unison. Where are you now? What's the situation around you? Bulma immediately inquired. A rustling sound followed, accompanied by Gak's complaints. I'm not sure. It's very dark, and I seem to be surrounded by a lot of soft things. Goodness, is this your spare underwear, Bulma? Wait, why did the teleportation land me in a clothing storage locker? Silence. Bulma's face flushed as she shouted into the communicator. This is not the time for such discussions. Head to warehouse number 2. The data chip contains the laboratory's password and emergency power instructions. Start working according to the blueprints. Immediately. Yes, yes. Gak's voice echoed through the communicator, accompanied by the sounds of his frantic rush. The lengthy wait commenced. To gather strength, Trunks refrained from further conversation, closing his eyes to enter a meditative state, feeling the inexhaustible energy within him replenish. Bulma, on the other hand, embarked on her inaugural combat lesson, under Trunks' simple guidance. She mimicked her brother's posture, sitting cross-legged as she endeavored to listen to the internal whispers of her body, sensing the power that flowed from her Saiyan lineage. Goten remained motionless, maintaining his original position, quietly leaning against the crystalline wall. Unlike Trunks, he did not meditate. Instead, his head tilted slightly, his dark eyes unfocused, as if straining to hear something. He was attuned to the sounds of the planet. The peculiar, metallic hum of energy pulsations became increasingly clear in the isolation from the outside world. It resonated like the breath of this crystalline planet, steady, ancient, imbued with an ineffable rhythm. Goten seemed capable of grasping a faint emotion within that rhythm. Was it solitude? Just as he fell into contemplation, the entire gorge shook violently without warning. Crystalline dust cascaded from the overhead rock wall. Not good. Bulma's expression shifted. The guards outside were assaulting our rock wall. They discovered us. She immediately connected with Gak. Gak, what is the status? We're running out of time. Almost there. Just one final step. But the plasma welder lacks sufficient energy to fuse the alloy shell. Gak's anxious voice came through. Abandon the welder. Bulma's mind raced as she opened storage compartment number 3, retrieving the potent neutron ray I hadn't finished using last time. Use that. But the manual states it requires at least 8 hours to solidify. Forget the manual. Just mix it with the T09 catalyst I have. It will absolutely solidify harder than the alloy within 30 seconds. Another violent tremor shook the area, revealing faint cracks in the mountain wall. 30 seconds stretched into what felt like a century. Finally, a relieved cheer from Gak resonated through the communicator. Done? Bulma, I completed it. A total of 12 sonic pulse grenades. Excellent. Bulma's spirits soared as she immediately loaded them into the ship's drilling launch bay, targeting our current coordinates. Hurry. Shortly thereafter, a faint mechanical drilling sound approached from a distance. A section of the crystalline wall beside them suddenly cracked open, revealing a ground probe containing a silver metal briefcase that emerged from the rocks. The counterattack weapon had arrived. Trunks abruptly opened his eyes, golden energy flaring once more. He approached the massive boulder blocking the gorge's entrance, took a deep breath, and concentrated his restored power into a single point. With a thunderous roar, a golden energy beam erupted, shattering the obstructive boulder into countless particles. The blinding sunlight, along with the infinite expanse of the crystalline ocean outside, flooded back into everyone's sight. Once again, they were encircled by that silent, despairing net. Yet this time, there was no fear in anyone's eyes. Brawl, Goten, onward. Trunks commanded as he opened the suitcase and distributed grenades resembling metallic discs to the two. Mom said, "These have an effective range of 50 meters. Remember, just throw them. But don't stand too close." After offering his advice, he glanced at Goten, and the two shared a knowing nod. "I'll go left, you take the right." Targeting the spaceship, let us break through. At Trunks' command, the two transformed into streaks of light, charging into the midst of the defenders. A crystalline guardian raised its crystalline blade and struck down at Trunks. Unflinching, Trunks seized the moment and hurled a pulse grenade forcefully at its feet. Buzz! No explosión, no flames. Upon landing, the pulse grenade emitted an invisible, inaudible subsonic force field that silently expanded. An uncanny scene unfolded. Within a 50-meter radius of the grenade, all the crystalline guardians froze as if a pause button had been pressed. Their internal energy cores flickered erratically, and their translucent bodies were suddenly covered in a web of fine cracks. The guardian, poised to strike, saw its surface sheen rapidly dull, rendering it as rough as frosted glass. An opportunity. Without hesitation, Trunks unleashed a golden-tinged punch, crashing it forward with immense force. Crack! A resoundingly crisp shatter echoed. The once indomitable foe that had caused his fist's pain now shattered effortlessly under his iron fist, reduced to countless fragments. "We did it!" Brock gasped in astonishment from behind. "No time to dawdle. Keep moving." Bulma shouted as she picked up a grenade and hurled it into the next area ahead of them. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously. This was an unprecedented confrontation. Bulma and Gak, on the communicator, coordinated the throwing of the pulse grenades to clear the area, creating a safe zone where the enemies were temporarily vulnerable. Meanwhile, Trunks and Goten, within these zones, utilized their most efficient strikes to dismantle the once insurmountable foes into mere shards. Their momentum was unstoppable. The previously despairing, boundless crystalline army now crumbled like dust. Soon, they broke through the encirclement and successfully arrived at the entrance to the planet's core, a vast chasm marked on the map by Bulma, emanating a soft glow and seemingly bottomless. At the very moment they stepped upon the edge of the chasm, all the pursuing crystal guardians ceased their advance. They no longer attacked, but instead turned around, forming a silent line of vigilance around the chasm, resembling a group of loyal sentinels guarding their sacred ground, forbidding anyone to take another step forward. A potent energy field, stronger than any pulsation they had previously encountered, surged from the depths of the chasm. This energy was ancient, majestic, yet not malevolent. Just as the group was engulfed in uncertainty, the entire chasm began to tremble violently. The once gentle light emanating from the abyss suddenly intensified into a blinding brilliance. A colossal figure, so immense it was suffocating, began to rise slowly from the depths of the earth. It dwarfed any of the crystal guardians they had seen. Its form no longer merely humanoid, but instead composed of countless interlocking multifaceted crystals, resembling a living, moving mountain of crystal. Its head was adorned with a magnificent crystalline crown, with countless rays of light swirling within. It possessed no eyes, no mouth, yet when its gaze swept over the crowd, an irresistible air of authority descended upon their minds. "It appears to be the leader of those outside," Bulma murmured, her expression turning gravely serious. "The King of Crystals. This is the true will and guardian of this planet." However, just as Trunks instinctively assumed a combat stance, believing a fierce battle was inevitable, a grand yet crystal-clear voice resonated not through the air, but directly within the depths of their minds. "Intruders, declare your purpose for being here." Chapter 54. The Lament of the Planet's Guardian. The voice did not belong to any known language, yet each individual comprehended its meaning with clarity. It resonated like the harmonious chorus of stars, yet was as clear as a whisper at their ears. Purpose. Trunks gradually lowered his defensive posture, though his top muscles remained unyielding. He inhaled deeply, poised to respond on behalf of the group. Yet, a figure stepped forth before him, standing in front of everyone. It was Goten. "We have come here to seek the Super Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish." Goten raised his head, gazing up at the mountainous king of crystals. His voice calm and clear, devoid of fear. "Our father has been taken by a mysterious black hole, and we require the power of the Super Dragon Balls." The radiant crown of the Crystal King flickered momentarily. The grand voice resounded once more in their minds, but this time it seemed to address Goten alone. Insignificant life. Upon you, there exists a sin of sorrow, yet also one of hope. The voice faltered momentarily, as if it were attentively sensing something. Nonetheless, I perceive no malevolence within you. What? Wu Qian was bewildered. The king of crystal skeleton offered no explanation, instead slowly raising its colossal arm, composed of myriad crystals. As it moved, the surrounding space exhibited a subtle distortion. In the palm of its hand, a three-dimensional star map, fashioned from pure particles of light, gradually unfurled. One by one, illuminated coordinates connected to form a resplendent band of light traversing the cosmos. Ultimately, the end of this luminous trail focused upon a cerulean, exquisitely beautiful planet. Earth, our Earth, Bulma exclaimed. In the distant antiquity preceding the birth of that celestial body, the voice of the king of crystal skeleton, imbued with an ancient melancholy, recounted. Our creator, the dragon god Salama, journeyed here, sowing the seeds of life, which ultimately gave rise to what you now refer to as the Seven Dragon Balls. Our lineage emerged from the very first of these spheres, a singular planet. Our mission is to serve as guardians of this Dragon Ball. Its gaze once more fixed upon Wu Tian. Tell me, insignificant life, your stated wish, aside from rescuing your companions, does it harbor any ulterior motives? Perhaps conquest? Or destruction? No, Wu Tian replied, his answer simple yet resolute. He gazed directly into the eyes of that towering presence, his expression as clear as day. He paused, a hint of childlike sincerity, starkly contrasting with the ferocity of battle, gracing his small face. If possible, I wish to return home joyfully. Home, the king of crystal skeleton echoed, the radiance atop its crystalline crown softening to an unprecedented gentleness. In that moment, it seemed to glimpse another distant figure within Wu Tian, a soul equally pure, a wish equally simple. Understand. In the grandeur of its voice resided a hint of relief, a touch of solace. The king of crystal skeleton turned its gaze towards all present, its majestic voice imbued for the first time with a tone of supplication. To those with pure hearts, and your companions, I beseech you to listen. We, the crystal skeleton tribe, are a manifestation of the power of the Dragon Balls. Our existence is intricately linked to this primordial orb. Should you seek to take the Dragon Ball, my kin and I shall dissolve into ephemeral light, returning to the essence of the Dragon Ball along with this planet. This is both our destiny and our honor. Gradually, inclined its noble, crown-like head towards the crowd. We are willing to entrust the power of the origin orb to you, with but one request. After fulfilling that noble wish, may you treat this power with kindness. Please commence the ritual, allowing us to fulfill this final mission. The entire chasm fell into silence. No one anticipated that the so-called ultimate battle would arrive in such a manner. This is not merely a battle, but a solemn and sacred entrustment and legacy. Trunks fell into silence, his fists clenching and relaxing, his heart a tumult of emotions. Bulma removed her glasses, gently wiping the moist corners of her eyes, deeply moved by the loyalty and mission that has persisted for billions of years. Yet they both understood that they must accept this plea. The Super Dragon Ball represents the hope of rescuing Goku and Vegeta. Goten nodded, taking a few steps forward to stand closest to the King of Crystals. He could feel the pure and immense energy gently calling out to him. Bulma, suppressing her emotions, stepped forward as well. She cradled the necklace bestowed upon her by Whis, ready to embrace the sacred moment. The energy of the entire planet began to converge towards the chasm at its core. The King of Crystals started to emit an increasingly brilliant radiance, as if it were on the verge of transforming into a new star. It was sacrificing itself, unreservedly releasing the dragon power of the entire planet. The ritual was nearing completion. However, at that very moment, in the sky, aboard the Frisia flagship, a vessel that embodied death, a minuscule yet intensely concentrated purple point of light suddenly ignited, a destructive energy attack, imbued with the utmost malevolent intent, pierced through the atmosphere like a divine spear of retribution, striking with a speed that surpassed all human reaction limits, precisely targeting the King of Crystals as it burned itself. Boom! In that instant, it felt as though the entire planet had lost its voice. There was no violent explosion, only the pure annihilation of light and energy. That slender beam of death, upon contact with the sacred energy of the King of Crystals, unleashed an unimaginable corrosive force, completely erasing its burning soul and will from the core, shattering it. The colossal body of the King of Crystals began to decompose rapidly, like a sand sculpture eroded away. Starting from its head, its gentle and resplendent light was replaced by a violent, destructive purple-black energy. In a mere moment, the Great Guardian, who had upheld its mission for billions of years, did not even have time to emit a cry of despair before transforming into a cloud of crystalline dust, silently dissipating into the air. No, Goten let out a heart-wrenching scream, unable to believe the events unfolding before him. Bulma stood frozen in place, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she held the necklace. At that moment, the earth began to violently collapse and tear apart. A massive orange crystal, inscribed with a vivid red pentagram, broke through the planet's crust, exposed to the air. That was the Super Dragon Ball, the true essence of the planet. The necklace around Bulma's neck, sensing the presence of the Dragon Ball's essence, emitted a dazzling light, a powerful, irresistible attraction emanating from it. The planet, vast as it was, seemed to lose all mass and volume before this force, beginning to distort and shrink into an orange torrent that spanned the heavens. It was entirely absorbed into that small miniature pendant. When all radiance faded, the once beautiful crystalline planet had utterly vanished, leaving only the main characters standing atop the crust, bereft of the planet's core. Around them lay the cold, desolate expanse of the universe. In the profound silence of death, the image of Frieza, adorned with his trademark smirk, appeared on the external screen of the New Hope. "Ah, splendid work, Bulma-san, and my little monkeys," he remarked, seemingly oblivious to the fury of the gathered individuals. His tone languid and mocking. While the self-sacrifice of that guardian was indeed touching, it was far too slow and quite bothersome. "Thus, I'll lend you a hand. No need for gratitude." Chapter 55, Frieza's Dispatch, Orders, and Conquest. Frieza's flippant voice pierced through the cold screen, striking at the softest, most infuriated depths of their hearts. Bulma trembled slightly, her anger overshadowing her sorrow. She fixed her gaze on that loathsome visage on the screen, her nails nearly embedding into her palm. Beside her, a terrifying aura rose uncontrollably. Goten's eyes, consumed by rage, reflected nothing but icy malice. "Frieza!" A roar that shattered the silence of the cosmos erupted as Trunks vanished from his position, transforming into a golden meteor aimed directly at that colossal flagship. He intended to obliterate that scoundrel along with his accursed vessel. However, before he could soar far, a beam of energy shot forth from the belly of Frieza's flagship, precisely locking onto the rapidly moving New Hope. An overwhelming force surged forth, binding not only the ship but also Trunks and the others flying outside, rendering them immobile. Goten remained silent, quietly suspended in the air, gazing at the remnants of the once beautiful planet, sensing the last vestiges of goodwill from the Crystal King dissipate into the cold void of the universe. His expression was devoid of emotion, neither anger nor sorrow gracing his face. Yet beneath this near-numb tranquility, something far deeper and colder began to coalesce within the depths of his soul. The journey back to the flagship was suffused with a stifling silence. Upon stepping onto the frigid metallic floor and entering Frieza's chamber, they were greeted by the leisurely demeanor of the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza reclined upon his throne, flanked by his loyal aide, the icy calm Cult, and several other formidable high-ranking officers standing like statues at his sides. "Why?" Trunks could no longer contain himself. He fixed his gaze on Frieza and exclaimed, "That guardian promised to hand over the Dragon Balls to us. Why must you take such unnecessary actions?" "Unnecessary actions?" Frieza chuckled, as if he had heard an amusing jest. "Have you elevated your importance too highly?" He rose from his throne, descending the steps with the elegance of a nobleman strolling through his palace. "A heartfelt final request? What a waste of time. My time is precious and cannot be squandered on listening to an eon-long report of your endeavors." He halted before Trunks, narrowing his eyes slightly, as a glint of cold light flashed within his crimson pupils. "You must always remember this. Your presence here, and your ease in obtaining the first Super Dragon Ball, is not due to your efforts, nor a gift from any guardian, but because I have permitted it. You bastard." Trunks' patience reached its limit. He clenched his fist tightly. The golden aura enveloped in blue lightning surged once more. Just as he was about to strike, a shadow darted from beside Frieza, positioning itself between the two. It was Cult. Lord Frieza need not concern himself with such brutish conduct. Cult's voice was as cold and emotionless as his demeanor. He raised his right hand, aiming it at the tempestuous energy of Trunks. The white armor on his arm suddenly split apart, transforming into a particle cannon that shimmered with dangerous energy. Without any flourish, a precise and lethal energy beam responded to Trunks' wrath. Trunks' pupils narrowed as he roared, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. Boom! The energy beam struck his arms with tremendous force, unleashing a violent explosion of light and heat. The powerful impact forced him to stagger back several steps, leaving charred marks on his crossed arms. But it was not over. Not yet, Colt declared coldly. The armor on his left arm morphed as well, revealing a dense array of firing mechanisms beneath. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of miniature energy needles shot toward Trunks like a torrential downpour. These energy needles were not only incredibly swift, but also followed erratic trajectories. Trivial tricks. After a brief moment of shock, Trunks rapidly regained his composure. As a seasoned warrior, the might of Super Saiyan 2 erupted within him. His aura expanded like a storm, forming a visible golden barrier that deflected all the energy needles. Seeing his ranged attack rendered ineffective, Colt decisively retracted his weapon. With a slight exertion of force, he propelled himself toward Trunks in a straight line, his right hand transforming into a blade aimed directly at his throat. His movements were bold and powerful, brimming with intensity. Clang, clang, clang. The two figures within the expansive hall transformed into streaks of dazzling light, colliding swiftly with gold and white intertwining. For a moment, they appeared evenly matched. However, as time progressed, the relentless assault from Colt began to show signs of impatience. The seasoned Trunks, keenly perceptive, caught a fleeting glimpse of this momentary flaw. In the instant they separated after a fierce exchange of blows, Trunks seized the brief opportunity, choosing not to retaliate, but rather to retreat abruptly, widening the distance between them. Colt, momentarily taken aback, instinctively sought to pursue once more. At that moment, Trunks raised his right hand high during his retreat. Get back! Accompanied by a fierce shout, Trunks unleashed a powerful palm strike, the force transforming into a swirling torrent of energy that descended upon Colt. The speed of this attack was staggering, and the proximity left no room for evasion. Yet Colt remained composed, instantly crossing his arms defensively before him, activating the maximum capacity of his combat armor to form a faint purple energy shield. Boom! The terrifying explosion of energy unleashed a formidable shockwave, sweeping outward and sending the high-ranking officers standing by into disarray. Only Frieza, seated upon his throne, remained utterly unmoved throughout the chaos. As the brilliance of the energy dissipated, Colt's figure emerged from the haze. Though still standing, he appeared quite disheveled. His once sturdy combat armor was now riddled with cracks, and the gauntlets on his arms were entirely shattered, emitting wisps of smoke. He had been defeated. Coughing and gasping for breath, Trunks too was visibly exhausted. The state of Super Saiyan 2 gradually faded, reverting to his ordinary golden-haired form. The toll of that battle had been immense. Raising his gaze, he glared at the nonchalant figure upon the throne, poised to speak again. Suddenly, a barely audible sound, akin to fabric tearing, punctuated the air. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Trunks, in disbelief, lowered his head to discover that a slender, nearly invisible red energy beam had pierced through his right shoulder blade, creating a gaping wound. Trunks! Goten's heart ached with despair, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before his eyes. He had anticipated Frieza might strike, but never expected the assault to come so swiftly. There was no searing pain, only a fleeting numbness and a rapid drain of strength. Trunks' golden hair faded, reverting to its original purple hue. Unable to support his body any longer, he collapsed to one knee, blood finally gushing forth from a small wound. This is merely a slight reprimand for your unreasonable actions. Frieza's cold voice echoed as he slowly rose from his throne. He stood before the trembling Trunks, whose strength was waning due to blood loss, gazing down at him as one might regard a defenseless insect. Do not forget, your continued existence is predicated on your utility to me. Now, the game has come to an end. Frieza straightened, a disingenuous smile returning to his face, indicating that it was time to discuss serious matters. In exchange for assisting you in acquiring the first Dragon Ball, I require your aid in resolving a rather troublesome issue. With a wave of his hand, the main screen in the throne room instantaneously displayed a war-torn, ochre-hued planet, Planet Razo. Your mission, Frieza declared, is to set foot on that planet and eradicate all opposing forces. A profound silence enveloped the room. Among those present, Goten, Bra, and Gak were particularly astonished by Frieza's demand. Frieza, do you truly believe we would annihilate lives for you? Goten retorted, clenching his fists. I merely believe you have no superior alternatives. Frieza's signature laughter echoed once more. You may choose to act as temporary enforcers for my legion, or perish at my hands. Your decision. Upon hearing this, Bulma closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, and when she reopened them, her gaze was imbued with a chilling calmness. "We accept," she managed to utter through gritted teeth. "Ha ha ha, a wise choice." Frieza resumed his seat upon the throne, his demeanor returning to one of nonchalance. "Of course, I shall not leave you to fight alone." He gestured toward his capable subordinate, Colt, who had just risen from the ground. "You will lead the Third Fleet, escorting our allies and ensuring they receive all necessary support." "At your command, Lord Frieza," Colt replied dutifully. "Excellent." Frieza snapped his fingers. "Now let us commence. I eagerly await news of your victory from Planet Razzo." In the medical bay of the New Hope, Trunks lay within a healing pod, the wound in his shoulder slowly mending under the infusion of green restorative liquid. Meanwhile, the others stood in silence within the command room, gazing out at the vast fleet that monitored them, the atmosphere laden with despair. "Aunt Bulma, we truly have no choice," Goten remarked, looking at her, as if anticipating her response. Amidst the oppressive silence, Bra, who had remained quiet until now, gradually approached the star chart, her gaze fixed upon the planet named Razzo. After a moment, she lifted her head to survey the Frieza fleet, resembling a pack of sharks in formation. In her dark eyes, there was neither despondency nor fear, only an unsettling calmness that belied her youth. "Mother, this may be an opportunity, a chance to break free from Frieza's grasp." Chapter 56, Journey to Planet Razzo. Bra's voice was not loud, yet amidst the suffocating silence of despair, it resonated like a bolt of lightning piercing the inky darkness, distinctly reaching every ear present. Bulma abruptly turned her head, incredulity etched across her features as she gazed at her daughter. In that moment, Bra's countenance bore none of her usual petulance or defiance, nor the fear that often accompanied crises. In her blue eyes, mirroring her mother's, a spark of illumination flickered. An opportunity? Goku was the first to voice his doubts, casting a glance at the ironclad warships beyond the viewport. "Miss Bra, we are like birds confined in a cage. I see no opportunity here." Bra disregarded him, continuing to gaze at Bulma, articulating her thoughts with clarity. On Frieza's flagship, we could never escape his watchful gaze. Yet now he has sent us away. She pointed a finger at the distant destination marked on the star chart. "He has dispatched us to a place that even he finds troublesome, rife with rebellious forces. This is tantamount to him crafting an environment for us, far removed from his domain, where potential allies may exist." Her words left everyone momentarily speechless. "But it's too dangerous," Goten murmured, his eyes fixed on Trunks, still recuperating within the medical pod. "That fellow named Colt possesses formidable strength, and he commands an entire fleet. Our objective cannot be mere escape," Bra interjected, articulating a bolder, even audacious conclusion. "Instead, upon our arrival at Planet Razzo, we must devise a way to unite with the indigenous inhabitants and, with thunderous force, utterly annihilate Colt and his Third Fleet." The command room fell into an unprecedented silence. Bulma gazed deeply at her daughter, and after the initial shock, a sense of comfort and pride gradually surfaced in her eyes. Perhaps it was a trait inherited from her lineage that, in the face of dire circumstances, had finally awakened. She stepped forward, gently resting her hand on her daughter's shoulder, then surveyed everyone present. This plan is not entirely devoid of possibility. As the intellect of the team, Bulma's voice instantly lent a measure of realism to this audacious proposal. "However, we must convene a meeting, a covert operation conference, solely among ourselves." Half an hour later, the rapid recovery process within the medical pod concluded. Trunks emerged, his expression grim, but his injuries had healed. In the circular briefing room aboard the New Hope, designated with the highest level of confidentiality, everyone gathered around the table, their gazes fixed upon Trunks. As the only one who had faced the enemy directly, his perspective was invaluable. "That fellow named Colt," Trunks recalled the details of the battle, his voice heavy with thought. "I estimate his strength to be comparable to that of Ant 18. However, the combat armor he donned proved to be quite formidable, significantly augmenting his strength and speed, and even capable of instantaneously transforming into weaponry. Did you not ultimately emerge victorious?" "Inquiret, a narrow victory," Trunks replied, shaking his head, candidly acknowledging that while Super Saiyan 2 could suppress him, my strength is not limitless. Should the battle persist, the outcome remains uncertain. One thing is assured, there are undoubtedly numerous elites within the Frieza Force who rely on advanced technological armor in combat. This statement cast a shadow over the flicker of hope that had just ignited, plunging the group into silence once more. Then, Does that not diminish our chances even further? Got fojed, somelhat unjertain. No, came a reply from Goten. He rose and approached the holographic projection at the center of the briefing room. Trunks speaks of one-on-one combat. We ought not to confine our thinking to such a narrow scope. I have observed the combat style of the Frieza Force on many occasions. They rely on formidable technology, meticulous formations, and overwhelming firepower. They are powerful, yet they possess vulnerabilities. His finger traced the spaces between the fleet's escort ships. Their might is largely predicated upon the Frieza Force's support. Once we strip away the fleet's firepower, disrupt their formations, and incapacitate their armor's energy sources, their individual strength will wane. Goten raised his gaze to Bulma. Aunt Bulma, which is superior, Frieza's technology or yours? This question struck at Bulma's pride. With a huff, her confident smile returned. In terms of heavy artillery, perhaps not as formidable, but I do have quite a few small inventions that could prove invaluable. That is the crux. Goten's eyes brightened. We need not confront them head-on. What we require are allies, those indigenous inhabitants of Planet Raz who have long engaged with the Frieza Force and are familiar with their combat tactics. They can assist us in creating opportunities and disrupting the enemy's deployments. Then, Aunt Bulma, you can devise ways to incapacitate their weaponry and armor systems from within. Finally, Goten's gaze returned to Trunks, the flames of vengeance burning brightly in his dark pupils. Trunks, and I shall take responsibility for confronting called head-on. His discourse, marked by clarity of logic and defined roles, dispelled the fog of uncertainty that loomed over those present. Indeed, Goten, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. I see your father's spirit in you. Of course, the younger version. Utilizing our strengths to exploit the enemy's weaknesses. Precisely, that is the essence of clever warfare. Gut exclaimed, excitedly slapping his thigh. Trunks regarded Goten with astonishment, realizing that the childhood companion he had known had matured to such an extent. He clenched his fists tightly, flanked by Bulma and Bra. Indeed, these are the family members he was determined to protect at all costs. I agree, Trunks declared resolutely. His gaze shifted to Goten and Bulma, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented determination. Right here on planet Razo, we shall forge our own path to freedom. The spacecraft continued its journey. Outside the viewport, Kult's Third Fleet circled them like loyal hounds, enclosing them in an unyielding grip. Unbeknownst to them, aboard this inconspicuous little ship, a group they deemed prisoners and mere tools had quietly reached a consensus. It was a declaration of war so bold and audacious that it could rattle the very fabric of the galaxy. Chapter 57, Clouds of War. After an interminable journey through hyperspace, they finally reached their destination. As the engine of the New Hope emitted a gentle resonance before ceasing its roar, the distorted light outside the viewport transformed into the profound stillness of the true universe. Kult's Third Fleet, like a colossal celestial prison, silently completed its formation around the New Hope. Dozens of menacing warships emblazoned with Frieza's insignia aimed their cannons outward, targeting the solitary planet that floated in the near distance. That was Planet Razo. Viewed from space, it appeared as a lifeless, ochre sphere, its surface marred by numerous craters and charred radiation scars. Some wounds were evidently fresh, as colossal craters still emitted wisps of smoke, silently testifying to the recent ordeal it had endured. Yet, amidst this seemingly dying planet, signs of tenacious life persisted. Among the scorched earth, distinct and orderly geometric lines of artificial structures remained visible, alongside faint flickers of energy points on the planet's dark side. Within the command room of the New Hope, a heavy yet efficient silence had prevailed since their previous clandestine meeting. Bulma sat before the main console, her fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard. She deftly infused a portion of her computational power into the vast public scanning network of the Third Fleet, surreptitiously siphoning off all publicly available intelligence painstakingly gathered by Frieza's forces. The situation was far more precarious than Frieza had suggested. Furrowing her brow, Bulma projected a process dataset onto the central holographic display. Look here, she gestured towards the flickering energy points on the planet's surface. These are not cities, but rather clusters of independent underground fortresses, each equipped with formidable energy shields. The Frieza army's orbital bombardments have been nearly nullified by these shields. On the hologram, trajectories of red lines representing bombardment paths collided with an invisible light blue barrier upon reaching the planet's atmosphere, their potency significantly diminished. The technology of the Razoshans is remarkably advanced, particularly in terms of their defensive capabilities, as assessed by Bulma. They have abandoned their feudal surface cities, relocating all their living resources and industrial infrastructure underground. This mode of combat is one in which Frisia's army is utterly inept. Trunks gazed at the scarred planet, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The notion of a populace-turned soldier retreating underground in defiance inevitably reminded him of another Trunks, that despairing future. At that moment, a potent communication request, saturating the entire public frequency, emanated from Cult's flagship. Soon, the coldly calculated propaganda of Frisia's forces, accompanied by a voice rife with arrogance and impatience, reverberated through the void. It was Cult addressing all the primitive beings on Rezosh. His tone was devoid of emotion, as if he were merely reciting a predetermined death notice. The patience of Lord Frisia is finite. Now, on behalf of the illustrious Frisia force, I deliver to you an ultimatum. From this moment forth, you have one day to contemplate whether to relinquish your weapons, open the gates of all underground fortresses, and unreservedly welcome your new masters. You must choose between preserving your lives or being reduced to cosmic dust along with your obstinate, worthless, filthy planet. The countdown begins now. The communication abruptly ceased, leaving a simple yet brutal proclamation hanging in the air. The ominous clouds of war indisputably enveloped this starry expanse. Damn it, Bulma muttered under her breath. They intend to annihilate this planet completely. First, they attempt to bribe, then to conquer, and ultimately, to obliterate. This is the most frequent tactic employed by Frisia's army. Gak sighed, speaking with a hint of helplessness. This action grossly contravenes Article 3 of the Galactic Protection Act. Feudal, Gak, Bulma interrupted. I believe we should be able to reach out to the indigenous inhabitants of that planet. All eyes turned toward Bulma, as this was the pivotal aspect of their previous strategy meeting. However, how could they establish contact? Every move they made was under the vigilant watch of the Third Fleet. Any communication attempt would be detected instantaneously. Observing the gravity on everyone's faces, Bulma suddenly wore a sly smile. Come closer, she beckoned, urging them to huddle around. Lowering her voice to a whisper only they could hear, she continued, I can see that it is indeed challenging for us to maneuver beneath their radar. However, she glanced at Bra, who was attentively listening, her eyes glinting with approval. What if, just for a few minutes, their radar were to collectively go blind? Blind? Trunks questioned, perplexed. Indeed blind. Bulma's lips curled into a confident arc days prior. I had used the pretext of creating a Dragon Ball radar to continuously infiltrate their network system with a sophisticated virus. As she spoke, she brought up an intricately layered interface of program code. This minuscule entity would not trigger any alarms nor damage their system. Its sole purpose was to lie dormant within the Frisia force's detectors, akin to a sleeping seed. Now, she turned to Bra, stating, it is your turn to operate this. My daughter. Bulma connected a subport of her multifunctional capsule terminal to the console before Bra. Bra, her tone imbued with unprecedented seriousness. I need you to accomplish this task. The moment the assault craft departs, I will send you the activation signal. You must then join me in activating the virus. Once successful, all detection radars of the Cult fleet will succumb to a 3-minute network signal blockage, granting us a brief yet absolute safe window of invisibility. Me? Bra was taken aback, utterly unprepared for her mother to entrust her with such a monumental responsibility. Indeed, Bulma affirmed, her gaze unwavering. This requires the collaboration of the two of us. Bra, momentarily stunned, nodded vigorously, leave it to me, Mom. Time slipped away, second by second. Planet Raza rotated slowly in its orbit, vast shadows gradually engulfing its war-torn lands. In the hangar of the Hope, Goten and the others had donned lightweight combat suits, ready to enter the landing pod. Remember, Bulma cautioned after conducting the final checks. The stealth window I can secure for you will last no more than 3 minutes. This time must suffice for you to accelerate beyond the surveillance perimeter and reach the edge of the planet's atmosphere. Once you breach the defenses, immediately use the planet itself as cover to find a suitable landing site. Don't worry, Mom, Trunks assured, nodding solemnly. All communications will be conducted through encrypted channels. Stay safe. Bulma stepped forward, gently embracing Trunks and Goten. If negotiations fail and you are attacked as enemies, do not hesitate. Retreat immediately. Do you understand? Goten and Trunks exchanged a glance, both nodding emphatically. Time's up, Goten murmured, glancing out the porthole at the Cult flagship, a silent steel behemoth still slumbering in the darkness. Mom, we are ready. Brah, I'm counting on you. With that, The three boarded the assault craft. The hatch slowly sealed, propelled by silent air pressure. Wait. A gentle voice resonated from within the Hope. Goten turned back to see Bra gazing at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Will you return? Time seemed to stand still. Trunks cast a peculiar glance at his sister before shifting his gaze to Goten. Meanwhile, Gak wore a mischievous grin, urging him to hasten towards the landing pod. Don't worry. Goten beamed a radiant smile and waved at Bra before turning to leave. Alright, Bra. I trust your brother and the others will return safely. Now it's our turn. Bulma inhaled deeply and returned to the control console, her finger hovering over a red virtual send button. Bra now. Bulma pressed the button decisively, unleashing an activation signal that transmitted at the speed of light. Almost instantaneously, Bra's hands became a blur over the virtual keyboard, her gaze intensely focused. In an instant, she captured all the awakening nodes amidst the myriad of codes. Then, with a hum, an invisible torrent of data surged forth from the New Hope, coursing through the countless data links it had previously infiltrated, flooding into the control center of the cult Third Fleet. At that moment, within the flagship's bridge, all the detection screens erupted into a chaotic flurry of static, accompanied by piercing crackles. The alarm from the main computer echoed throughout the bridge. Report. Unidentified strong signal interference detected. All radars have failed. What is happening? Just as they scrambled to diagnose the issue, the New Hope, bearing the weight of hope, had already disembarked. Goten and the others surged forward with maximum thrust, becoming an elusive streak of light as they plunged into the profound and vast shadow of Planet Lazo. Thus commenced a covert incursion that would determine the fates of multiple civilizations. Chapter 58, Warriors in the Jungle. The pitch-black landing pod, akin to a silent meteor, sliced through the tenuous atmosphere of Planet Lazo, laden with ionized dust. The violent impact pressed the three of them firmly into their seats. Trunks, gripping the control stick, expertly maneuvered to narrowly evade a concealed anti-vehicle energy field hidden beneath the clouds, precariously descending into a dense primordial jungle. Having successfully landed, Gak unfastened his seatbelt and slumped in his chair, realizing the defense systems here were far more intricate than reported. Trunks shut down the engines, and the heart-stopping howls outside the pod vanished, replaced by a symphony of unfamiliar calls from unknown creatures. It was a vibrantly alive sound, in stark contrast to the desolation and scars this planet exhibited in space. As the hatch slowly opened, a wave of damp air, mingled with the earthy aroma of peculiar plants, enveloped them, so rich it was almost overwhelming. Goten was the first to step outside, inhaling deeply. He could feel the wild, untamed energy of nature pulsating throughout the jungle. Stepping into this realm was akin to a fish returning to its aquatic home, invigorating every cell within him. Before him lay a surreal world, where colossal mushroom-like fungi with canopies spanning several meters cast a shadow overhead. On the undersides of these caps, clusters of crystals emitted a faint blue glow. Sturdy vines coiled around towering trees like giant pythons, their surfaces glistening with a mercury-like sheen. In the air floated luminescent spores, the size of fireflies, transforming the dim, primordial jungle into a dreamlike spectacle. How beautiful! Wu Tian couldn't help but whisper, memories of the tearful eyes of Bulma before his departure surfacing in his mind. He mused that if she were here, she would surely be enchanted by this marvelous scenery. Yet, beauty aside, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if unseen eyes were watching them. Trunks, following closely behind, felt the instinct of a warrior awaken within him. From the moment he stepped out of the cabin, he sensed an icy gaze pervading the surroundings. This jungle, seemingly tranquil, concealed hidden perils. Unknown energy reaction detected. 11 o'clock direction, canopy level. Gak exclaimed quietly, glancing at his wrist. His Galaxy Patrol multifunctional detector displayed a faint red dot flickering on the screen. Trunks' expression sharpened as he instinctively looked up. However, at that very moment, the true threat emerged from beneath their feet. Without warning, the soft earth erupted, and a shimmering energy net, crackling with electricity, sprang forth from the ground, enveloping them in an instant. What? Gak cried out in alarm. Trunks reacted swiftly, disregarding the seemingly perilous net. Instead, he unleashed an energy blast towards the empty space on his left. Boom! The energy blast struck the trunk of a massive tree, sending shockwaves that revealed a figure clad in an optical camouflage combat suit, almost blending seamlessly with the environment. It turned out Gak's detector was accurate. The elevated alert was genuine, but the real threat stemmed from the ground traps. The energy net, which had erupted from below, was torn apart by Wu Tian's ki wave, allowing the trio to escape with ease. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the first assailant's position was revealed, the entire jungle seemed to awaken in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The luminous vines around them suddenly blazed with blinding light, akin to hundreds of flashbangs detonating simultaneously, leaving the unsuspecting trio momentarily blinded. In the next moment, chilling sounds of slicing air surged from all directions. Dozens of darts coated in paralyzing toxins, along with sticky gel balls capable of ensnaring their targets, rained down upon them like a torrential storm, seizing the opportunity while their vision was obstructed. How infuriating! Trunks, harnessing his instinctive combat prowess, unleashed a formidable aura that formed a protective shield, successfully deflecting most of the attacks. However, several gel spheres struck his battlesuit, rapidly hardening and significantly hampering his movements. Gak was in a more precarious situation, ensnared by a gel sphere that immobilized him against the ground, leaving him to futilely fire his weapon. Goten fared somewhat better, his body darting through the hail of bullets with ghostly agility, narrowly evading all assaults. Their attacks are not linear. Goten's voice remained calm as he relayed crucial information to Trunks and Gak, illuminating their adversary's tactic of utilizing the rebound plants within the jungle to alter their attack trajectories. As the blinding light dissipated and visibility returned, the assailants had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed at all. The surroundings returned to a deathly silence, with only the damaged flora, ravaged by energy blasts and ki waves, slowly beginning to mend itself. These foes are exceedingly cunning. Trunks forcefully tore away the now hardened gel from his body, his expression darkening. They resembled insects ensnared in a vast spider's web, while those adept hunters lurked in the shadows, methodically wearing down their patience and stamina. They eschewed direct confrontation, instead transforming this peculiar jungle into a colossal and lethal weapon. Here they come again. Goten suddenly called out sharply. This time, the threat emerged from the sky. The massive umbrella fungi began to tremble violently. Countless hard crystals, pulsating with an eerie blue luminescence and the size of fists, descended like a torrential hailstorm. This is relentless. Trunks finally lost his patience. Being subjected to this passive bombardment rendered his proud strength and speed utterly ineffective, let alone any meaningful communication. He needed to break this deadlock. Goten, come on my side, he bellowed, no longer hesitating. An unprecedented, violently radiant golden aura erupted from within him. His golden hair stood on end, and the tremendous energy distortion warped the very air surrounding him, crackling with azure lightning. Super Saiyan 2. Trunks did not emit any energy waves nor direct his assault towards any particular target. Instead, he channeled this peak power into a pure, unyielding wave of energy. With a thunderous roar, a cataclysmic shockwave, potent enough to flatten the entire jungle, radiated from him in all directions. The crystalline hail disintegrated into dust upon contact with the shockwave. The towering umbrella fungi were uprooted, luminous vines shattered inch by inch, and the hardened ground was forcibly upheaved, obliterating all hidden, dormant traps in that singular moment. All the warriors of the Lazo resistance, cloaked in optical camouflage and hidden in the shadows of the jungle, were suddenly swept away by an overwhelming force, crashing heavily against distant tree trunks. The entire jungle fell into a suffocating silence, rendered mute by this cataclysmic power. As the Lazo fighters struggled to rise, their faces filled with horror, they gazed upon the figure bathed in golden lightning. They had never envisioned that a single life could unleash such pure and terrifying energy. It was a divine might, transcending the boundaries of their technological comprehension. A profound dread seeped into their bones, eclipsing any semblance of combat spirit. Yet, Trunks, the one who had unleashed this force, made no move to pursue. He merely hovered in midair, slowly extending his hands. This gesture, a universal sign of goodwill indicating disarmament, conveyed his intentions. He looked at the terrified eyes and declared once more, "Please cease. We are not here to invade you." After speaking, he gradually reigned in his overwhelming power. The destructive blue lightning faded, and the golden aura gently receded into his being. His hair returned to its original violet hue, and he softly descended to the cracked ground. From a god of destruction to an unarmed youth, this stark contrast in power was more profound and persuasive than any pale words could convey. In the jungle, while the Lazo warriors still aimed their weapons at him, their fingers trembled slightly on the triggers. Amidst this heavy silence, a calm, clear female voice emanated from the highest broken branch overhead, shattering the stalemate. It was a rather amusing way to communicate, nearly toppling the entire forest in her attempt to call for a halt. Everyone instinctively raised their heads. There stood a figure, seemingly there all along, quietly observing this farce. She was clad in sleek, deep blue armor, her shoulder-length gray-white hair swaying gently in the aftermath of the shockwaves. In her profound purple eyes, there was no trace of the other warrior's fear, only an unfathomable calmness and scrutiny. Her gaze coldly swept over the disheveled Gak and the sincerely earnest Goten, ultimately landing like a sharpened blade on Trunks, who had just exhibited overwhelming power and was now utterly defenseless. Frisia's lackey has learned a new trick, she remarked, her voice icy and devoid of any emotion, echoing through the desolate jungle. Now, explain your actions. Chapter 59. The front line of the resistance. Leader Vishna makes her entrance. The cold muzzles of the guns remained unwavering. After that female voice shattered the stillness of the jungle, it transformed into a more grave standoff, poised to erupt at any moment. Trunks furrowed his brow, staring at the excessively calm figure above. He had not anticipated that after witnessing the might of Super Saiyan 2, the leader of his adversaries could remain so composed while aiming a weapon at him. Not a flicker of emotion crossed her expression. "We are not Frisia's lackeys," Trunks replied, striving to infuse sincerity into his tone rather than provocation. The fact that his opponent had not opened fire immediately indicated that a dialogue was still possible. In this universe, no one could command us. Oh, the female commander's lips curled into a barely perceptible, frigid smile. Then what business do you, who have arrived at our final stronghold aboard Frisia's standard landing craft, have here? Sightseeing? This remark struck at a flaw they could not evade. Trunks found himself momentarily speechless. He could hardly admit, "We were sent by Frisia to conquer you, but now we wish to defect." That would sound far too much like a clumsy, insulting trap. In the midst of this brief silence, the female commander vanished from her perch atop the debris like a phantom. In the next instant, she appeared mere inches away from Trunks, moving with a speed that nearly defied the limits of perception. The distance between them was less than half a meter, and the muzzle of her particle rifle was no more than 2 centimeters from his brow. A chilling metallic aura accompanied a hint of botanical fragrance. Though her power paled in comparison to his, her audacity and swiftness were enough to instill fear. "Well, aren't you quite handsome?" Her deep violet eyes appraised Trunks unabashedly, tinged with a playful scrutiny. "Such a pity you serve Frisia." The sudden close-quarter intimidation and provocation caused Trunks, caught off guard, to feel a slight flush on his cheeks. He forced himself to remain calm and retorted, "We have said, we are not." At that moment, 2 more shadows appeared behind Goten and Gak. Moving with the same astonishing speed, their cold blades pressed against the vulnerable skin of their throats. The entire sequence unfolded with lightning speed, perfectly synchronized, instantly shifting the balance of power. Gak, terrified, raised his hands, while Goten remained as tranquil as still water. Now, the female commander's voice rang out once more. "I will give you 30 seconds to organize your thoughts. If your answer does not satisfy me, I will not hesitate to put a hole through that handsome face of yours." Trunks took a deep breath, understanding that any attempt at resistance would irreparably frack. However, he remained unaware that Trunks was gazing intently into her eyes as he articulated each word with precision. "Our ultimate aim is to rid ourselves of Frisia." In the commander's eyes, a flicker of tumultuous emotion surfaced, albeit imperceptibly. She appeared to be savoring the word hatred before emitting a cold, self-deprecating laugh. Acknowledging that Frisia had indeed established far too many adversaries across the cosmos. "Your words are quite moving," she conceded, but then her tone shifted. "Yet, words are the most inexpensive of commodities." With that, she withdrew the barrel of her weapon and retreated a step, though the intangible pressure remained palpable. "Your strength is formidable. That golden, spiky hair transformation is truly astonishing. Why should I believe that your power will not ultimately direct itself towards us, just as Frisia's fleet did?" This question struck at the very heart of their conflict. At that moment, Goten, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, capturing everyone's attention. Though a cold blade pressed against his throat, his demeanor was devoid of tension, as if the knife were merely an illusory specter. For this entity would not lie. Goten slowly opened his palm, revealing a radiant white energy emanating from it. "I can feel it," he murmured, his gaze transcending the immediate adversary and delving into the depths of the jungle, as if able to penetrate the soil and rock to reach the planet's core. "This planet is alive?" isn't it? It can sense pain and joy. In an instant, all the warriors of the Razos, including the female commander, exhibited slight contractions in their pupils. Symbiotic consciousness. This was the greatest secret of the Razos, the foundation of their unity with the planet in battle. This secret had never been divulged to outsiders. Yet, it was now articulated by this seemingly innocuous youth. Our goal, Goten continued, lifting his energy slightly higher, is to save our loved ones, which aligns completely with your own. The female commander regarded Goten silently, offering no words. However, the blade against Goten's neck gradually withdrew. The warrior holding him captive cast a questioning glance towards their commander. The atmosphere fell into a peculiar stalemate. After a considerable pause, she gestured for her subordinates to lower their weapons. "Follow me to the base," she finally spoke, her tone still calm, yet lacking the hostility it previously bore. "At the very least, you have earned the right to share the entirety of your story." With that, she took the lead, guiding them deeper into the jungle shadows. Trunks exhaled in relief, ready to follow. Yet, as the female commander brushed past him, she abruptly paused. Without turning, she leaned in, her voice low and laced with intrigue. Just loud enough for the two of them to hear. "By the way, let me first tell you my name. I am Vishna." Upon finishing her words, she seamlessly vanished into the dark embrace of the forest ahead, her grace reminiscent of a lithe cheetah. Only Trunks remained rooted in place, a faint blush still lingering on his face. "Hey, come on." Gak nudged him gently from behind. "Oh." Trunks, snapping back to reality, cleared his throat and hurried to catch up with the group ahead. Chapter 60. Bulma's battle plan beneath a towering tree so immense that it would require dozens to encircle it. Vishna pressed a remarkably concealed switch nestled among the gnarled roots. With a deep rumble, a massive gate camouflaged as tree bark silently ascended, revealing a metallic corridor aglow with soft, inviting lights. This was one of the entrances to the underground base of the Razosian Resistance. Within, the base was far more expansive and bustling than Goten had envisioned. The broad corridors were filled with fully armed patrols and swiftly gliding hover transports. Beneath the vast dome, the area was brilliantly illuminated, resembling a fully operational underground city. Civilians, warriors, and researchers, all surviving Razosians, coexisted here in orderly harmony. The three of them were escorted directly to the highest command center of the base. Here, several high-ranking Razosians had already gathered. Besides Vishna, a robust one-eyed officer with a red electronic eye sat beside the main seat, along with an elderly scholar clad in a white lab coat and equipped with multifunctional analytical glasses. They regarded the unexpected visitors with expressions mirroring Vishna's wariness. "Vishna," the one-eyed officer intoned in a deep voice, laced with hostility, "I fail to understand why you have brought Frisia's lackeys to our most sacred ground." Hawk, another oddly featured man, adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly. "Let us first hear what they have to say. Guests who can sense the pulsations of our home planet warrant a few minutes of our time." Vishna paid no heed to their debate and simply gestured for Trunks to begin. Thus, Trunks recounted how they had encountered Frisia and been coerced into participating in the conquest of Razos. He narrated the entire process up until their decision to ally with the Razosians in a united front against Frisia, leaving nothing unspoken. In the command center, silence reigned. Long to hear a pin drop. The expressions of the Razosian leaders grew increasingly grave as Trunks' story unfolded. The tale sounded too fantastical. A group sent to annihilate them, now professing a desire to become allies? Was this merely another insidious scheme orchestrated by the demon Frisia? Such is the situation, Trunks concluded, meeting the skeptical gazes of all present with unwavering composure. "We have fallen into Frisia's trap. Rebellion is our only escape, and you are our sole potential allies in this dire predicament." A remarkably eloquent intruder, utterly absurd. Hawk slammed his hand on the table, his electronic eye glowing ominously. "What reason do we have to trust you?" The infamous Frisia is well known for his mastery of deceit and lies. Just as Trunks prepared to retort, Vishna raised her hand to silence him. She approached the head of the conference table, her violet eyes sweeping across the assembly before finally resting on Trunks. "Trunks." She uttered his name for the first time, her tone devoid of mockery, imbued solely with an icy calmness. "The power you exhibit is sufficient to obliterate our planet. This we acknowledge. However," she leaned forward, her hands braced against the table, her purple pupils reflecting Trunks' figure. "Can you, and your companions alone, fend off the dozen warships poised for attack in orbit? The Frisia Forces fleet, along with its unfathomably powerful warriors, your strength, no matter how formidable, cannot simultaneously annihilate an entire armada. This was precisely what Bulma had emphasized from the outset. We must not engage in direct confrontation with the fleet. Thus, Trunks conceded, we require your assistance. Not merely your base and cover, but more critically, your technology. My other companion is the true linchpin of this operation. He gestured toward the inconspicuous communicator on his wrist. My mother is a top-tier scientist and strategist. At this very moment, she is aboard the mothership, monitoring Cart's communications in real time and analyzing their every move. If you are willing to ally with us, she will share all our data and collaboratively devise a battle plan. A scientist hiding on a ship? Hawk did not disguise his disdain, scoffing derisively. We, the Rizosians, do not trust those who cower behind screens. Only warriors can lead us to victory. Silence, Hawk. It was the chief scientist who interrupted. Elder is my name. The elder scholar stepped forward, adjusting his glasses, a spark of intense curiosity and excitement igniting in his eyes. Young man, you mentioned sharing data? His gaze fixated fervently on Trunks' communicator. Can your companion break through the united blockade of the Third Fleet to relay information to you isolated on this planet? He emphasized, as far as I know, this is nearly impossible. We have made numerous attempts prior. Elder's words awakened everyone. Indeed, how had this communication penetrated the stringent signal jamming surrounding the planet? Trunks nodded. My mother has always accomplished what others deemed insurmountable. At that moment, Vishna's gaze subtly shifted. Connect the visuals, she calmly instructed. Let me see what kind of individual your mother, that super genius strategist, truly is. 15 minutes later, under Elder's direct operation, a large holographic screen gradually ascended in the command center. After a brief fluctuation in the signal, the radiant and striking figure of Bulma appeared before everyone. Hello. She gently waved her hand in greeting. Greetings to you all. I am Bulma. The words Frisia's lapdog echoed in the air, and particularly for Hawk, who had anticipated a middle-aged woman. He struggled to suppress a laugh, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Little did he expect such a beautiful woman to be among Frisia's ranks. He mused silently, adding to himself that she was also quite foolish. Vishna paid no heed to his mockery, directing her gaze towards Bulma. Her cold voice, however, was aimed at Trunks. Your mother appears younger than I had imagined. Yes, indeed, Trunks replied somewhat awkwardly. Excellent. Vishna stepped forward, officially taking the lead in this interstellar conference. Bulma-san, since you claim to be an expert, I must ask you. In 23 hours, Cult's ultimatum will expire. What strategy do you propose to ensure our survival and victory in this battle? The relaxed expression on Bulma's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a powerful confidence and focus, her aura transforming entirely. A strategy? Certainly. With a delicate swipe of her finger across the virtual keyboard before her, a complex star map materialized, superseding her image for all to see. But there is only one. On the star map, the planet Razo was surrounded by Cult's Third Fleet, with a red warning line marking every firepower dead zone. Behind the fleet lay an expansive asteroid belt. The greatest advantage of the Frisia army is their dominant fleet. We cannot engage them in space, she asserted. We must lure them down from the skies to fight on the ground. You mean an assault on land? Hawk furrowed his thick brows. We have clashed with them on the surface for 3 long years, with victories alternating. How do we deceive them? At the cost of our soldiers' lives? As bait. Certainly not. Bulma shook her head. What we need to deceive is the largest and most arrogant fish in the school. Her finger landed heavily on the flagship icon of Cult at the center of the fleet formation. Their high-ranking commander is called Cult. Everyone held their breath, taken aback by her audacious and nearly mad proposal. Luring an entire fleet's commander to land personally? How could such a thing be possible? As if reading their doubts, Bulma continued. Cult has been ordered to assist in our operation to annihilate your planet. This is a direct command from Frisia, and he dares not defy it. The plan is quite simple. Her voice became clear and powerful. Step 1. Trunks and Goten will act as bait, deliberately exposing their whereabouts, while you merely need to coordinate to engage in battle. For instance, like this. As she spoke, she casually played a recording of Trunks transforming into Super Saiyan 2, an apocalyptic spectacle that made Hawk's eyelids twitch with every frame. When Colt received the alarming intelligence of a massive energy surge on the surface and the Saiyans spiraling out of control, one could only surmise his reaction. Bulma inquired. Chief Scientist Elder adjusted his glasses, instantly comprehending. There was over a 90% chance he would personally lead an elite force to the scene. Absolutely correct. Bulma snapped her fingers. And our opportunity lies here. Her hand glided across the star map, finally resting on an unassuming asteroid belt. She turned to Elder and posed a question that made his eyes widen in disbelief. Dr. Elder, may I inquire if your planet possesses technology capable of remotely incapacitating an entire fleet's electronic systems with an EMP weapon? The conference room fell into a profound silence. All the Rezonians regarded Bulma with expressions akin to that of observing a monster, contemplating the unimaginable that this Earth woman had so casually articulated. After a lengthy pause, Elder's voice, trembling with suppressed emotion, shattered the stillness. Yes, we refer to it as the stasis spear. Originally designed for planetary terraforming, it can theoretically unleash an electromagnetic pulse covering the entire airspace, but its energy demands are excessively high, and it requires a lengthy charging period. How long is that charging period? Bulma pressed. With precise calculations, Elder summoned a data panel, his brow furrowed. From initiation to launch, at the fastest, it requires half a day. Half a day, Vishna echoed this figure, her breath quickening for the first time as she grasped the implications. This left an extraordinarily precious window of less than a few hours. All eyes eventually turned to Vishna, awaiting her final verdict. Bulma's holographic image also silently regarded her, having written the script, but leaving the decision of whether to perform in the hands of the other. At last, Vishna broke the silence. She slowly raised her hand, connecting her communicator to the public channel, broadcasting throughout the entire base. She looked at Bulma on the screen and, with an unprecedented resolve, issued her command. Dr. Elder, activate the stasis spear. Chapter 61. Lure the snake out of its hole. The moment Vishna's command resonated through the public channel, the war machine that had long been lying in wait for survival awakened with astonishing efficiency. Countless engineers clad in dark work attire surged from their posts, racing towards the energy core located deep within a base. Hovering transport vehicles whizzed by, laden with high-purity energy blocks along designated tracks. The air began to fill with a faint scent of ozone. That distinctive aura is characteristic of immense energy being activated. Doctor, I require you to integrate the predetermined trajectory parameters of the stagnation spear into my control console. Bulma's holographic image remained unwavering, her gaze intently fixed on Elder. Its launch must be perfectly synchronized with my signal, with an allowable error of no more than 0.1 seconds. No issue. Elder is currently fully operational, his fingers dancing over the data panel, his eyes gleaming with the exhilaration of a worthy adversary. The data link is being established. Please grant the highest access permissions. Meanwhile, although Hawk harbored doubts regarding the collaborative approach of this plan, as a soldier, he dutifully obeyed Vishna's commands. First to third assault teams, immediately proceed to the pre-designated positions in the A7 to A9 jungle area. This is expected to be the zone of the most intense energy explosion. Your mission is to coordinate with those two youngsters and perform this act splendidly. He bellowed into the communicator. Remember, our objective is not to inflict harm, but to sow chaos. Utilize all the flashbangs, smoke grenades, and those ostentatious energy detonation devices you can find. Within the command center, the flow of information refreshed like a cascading waterfall, directives being issued with remarkable swiftness. Amidst this tense atmosphere, one individual appeared somewhat out of place, Vishna. After delivering the most crucial orders, she fell silent, merely crossing her arms and leaning against the wall, her deep violet eyes fixated motionlessly on Bulma on the screen. Her gaze bore scrutiny, tinged with a hint of curiosity she herself was unaware of. Your mother, she suddenly spoke, her voice low yet distinctly audible to Trunks, who was preparing to depart on his mission. Has she always been this way? Trunks paused, following her gaze to the image of Bulma on the screen, a blend of pride and resignation gracing his features. Yes, he replied, regardless of the past or the future, no matter how dire the situation. She always manages to find that singular, seemingly impossible breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Vishnu remained largely unresponsive, yet Goten was stirred. Indeed, whether in the past or the future. At that moment, he recalled the world ravaged by Zamasu and Black Goku, where she persevered to construct a time machine, embodying human ingenuity that rivaled the divine. Bulma, if there were to be a female protagonist in the saga of Dragon Ball, it could only be her. She approached war as a complex mathematical problem to be solved. Vishnu offered her assessment, her tone ambiguous. Perhaps, Goten remarked, shrugging as he glanced at Trunks. We should be on our way. With that, he and Trunks swiftly exited the command center, guided by a Lazo warrior, now ready to play the pivotal role of bait in this grand spectacle. Vishnu watched them depart, her gaze once again settling upon Bulma. The seemingly delicate woman was currently engaged in a rapid exchange of data with Elder. An array of unfamiliar technical jargon flowed effortlessly from her lips, showcasing a depth and breadth of knowledge that left even the most esteemed scientist of Razoth, Elder, struggling to keep pace. Trunks, Vishnu murmured softly to the empty corner, as if in soliloquy, perhaps you truly can bring salvation to this planet. Time trickled away, second by second. On the surface of Razoth, within the abyssal jungle, only 30 minutes remained until Kult's final ultimatum would be enforced. This region was one of the most energetically vibrant areas of Razoth, where enormous luminescent flora and entwined vines formed a natural, intricate labyrinth. The assault team led by Hawk had laid a meticulous trap here, with countless sensor bombs disguised as plants and energy disruptors lying in wait like slumbering serpents, poised for their prey. In the heart of the jungle, amidst a relatively open space, Trunks and Goten stood side by side, gazing up at the sky, shrouded by the shadows of Frisia's fleet. Goten, are you feeling anxious? Trunks suddenly inquired. A bit, Goten replied candidly, scratching his head. But thinking about Bra waiting for my return makes me fearless. Wait, when did my sister become so close with my best friend? Trunks paused at the mention of her name, then let out a resigned smile. I must ask about this when I return. Enough overthinking, Trunks admonished himself, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Are you ready? Mom should signal us soon. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the communication devices on their wrists emitted a soft chime simultaneously. It was a single-word command from Bulma. Commence. Exchanging a glance, Trunks and Goten dispelled any lingering hesitation. Two distinct yet equally formidable energies erupted from within them, shaking the very earth beneath their feet. Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2 first, soaring into the sky like a gleaming sword, instantly tearing through the clouds above. Following closely, Goten ascended into Super Saiyan form as well. These colossal sources of energy, too powerful to be overlooked by any instrument, manifested suddenly upon the surface of Razoth. But that was not the end. Goten to the right. Got it. In perfect synchronization, the two turned simultaneously, unleashing devastating Kamehameha waves and ultimate flash into the depths of the jungle, targeting the previously vacated no man's land with ferocity. With a thunderous roar, a colossal mushroom cloud, over 100 meters in diameter, surged skyward from the horizon. A terrifying shockwave obliterated all the colossal trees within a radius of several kilometers, causing the earth to tremble violently, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 10. This immense devastation, orchestrated by the collaboration of two individuals, precisely transmitted a signal to the observers in the cosmos. Concurrently, aboard the flagship of the Third Fleet, the Ice Demon, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the command deck. Report. Two sources of ultra-high-intensity energy reactions detected in the A7 sector of Planet Lazo. Combat power readings have surpassed our detection limits. Energy signature analysis confirms it is the Scions. An operator reported, drenched in sweat. In the center of the command deck, Lord Kult opened his violet eyes slowly. He gazed at the main screen, where two golden energy columns soared into the sky, accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion, a look of scorn unmistakably gracing his face. It is them, he remarked coolly. It appears they have engaged the natives in battle. With that woman in our possession, they surely would not dare to betray Lord Frisia. Lord Kult, an aide stepped forward to inquire, should we proceed with orbital bombardment to completely eliminate the target area? Eliminate? Kult scoffed, as if he had heard a jest, his cold laughter echoing. Lord Frisia desires an intact planet. Do you fools wish for Planet Lazo to be annihilated? He gradually rose from his throne, his towering figure exuding an air of intimidation. Seizing this planet is the finest opportunity for me to prove my worth to Lord Frisia. His eyes glimmered with avarice and pride. This achievement would elevate his standing within Frisia's ranks. Transmit my orders, he commanded loudly. First and second elite assault teams, board the ships. Prepare for ground operations. I shall descend personally and crush any ants audacious enough to defy Lord Frisia. But my lord, the aide attempted to advise. As per regulations, the flagship commander cannot leave the ship lightly. Silence. Kult spun around abruptly, a terrifying aura emanating from his eyes, causing the aide to immediately fall silent. Here, I am the regulation. All forces advance. With his command, the enormous hatch beneath the flagship slowly opened. Several menacingly designed assault ships detached from the mothership, hurtling towards the epicenter of the energy explosion on planet Lazo at astonishing speed. In the command center, observing the screen where the icon representing Cult's flagship split off a squad racing towards the planet, the hearts of all senior officials of planet Lazo soared into their throats. He has taken the bait. Elder's voice trembled slightly with excitement. However, Bulma's expression bore no trace of joy. Her demeanor remained grave, her mind racing with calculations. No, it is not sufficient, she stated calmly. Though the snake's head has emerged from its den, the body remains within. Our stasis spear possesses only a single strike capacity. We must ensure it incapacitates his entire fleet. Vishnu nodded, taking the lead as he calmly issued orders into the communicator. Hawk, proceed as planned. Give them a surprise. In the jungle, the assault ship that Cult commanded descended like a sovereign upon the scorched earth ravaged by Trunks and Goten. As the hatch opened, Cult, clad in white battle armor and accompanied by his elite guard, emerged slowly. He gazed at the two distant golden figures, still radiating formidable energy. A cat-and-mouse grin spreading across his face. The game is over, little monkeys. Suddenly, from the seemingly intact layers of the surrounding jungle, hundreds of concentrated energy beams shot forth. These beams did not originate from a single direction. Instead, they formed an intricate web of crossfire, locking them firmly in place. The Razo assault team, led by Hawk, launched their ambush at the very moment Cult landed. What? Cult's guards were caught off guard and immediately activated their energy shields for defense. The sounds of explosions and the thunderous clash of energy reverberated throughout the battlefield. Primitive creatures of Razo. Cult observed the fearless resistance fighters with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, which swiftly morphed into utter disdain. A trap? A swarm of oblivious insects. Very well. He licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. Let's dispose of you vermin, along with those two monkeys. However, before the holographic screen, Bulma's face suddenly blossomed with a radiant smile. Caught you, she whispered, then pressed the long-prepared red launch button. Almost simultaneously, she instructed Elder through the communication channel at lightning speed. Now, launch. Chapter 62. Counterattack the Spear of Advance. At that very moment, as Bulma's clear and resolute command perfectly coincided with the launch order from the underground command center of Razo, with a mere 0.001 second discrepancy, the entire planet trembled. Deep within the core of the planet, the colossal device, named the Stagnation Spear, awakened. Energy, vast enough to alter the planet's ecology, was compressed, guided, and ultimately coalesced into a pure white energy column over 100 meters in diameter. It tore through the base's dome, pierced the thick crust, and, in an unstoppable manner, broke through the atmosphere, precisely targeting the already locked space. Inside the command center, everyone instinctively held their breath. On the main screen, the dozens of red dots representing Cult's third fleet flickered and extinguished one by one as they were swept away by the celestial white spear. Like candle flames snuffed out in silence. There were no explosions, no flames. Only an eerie stillness remained. Upon the orbit, those once mighty star destroyers and assault vessels now stood powerless. The lights on the bridge extinguished, the energy shields dissipated, and the engines fell silent. They transformed into a fleet of steel coffins, adrift in the cosmos, slowly and chaotically rolling under the pull of celestial bodies. Bulma's plan had succeeded. It worked. Dr. Elder's voice trembled with excitement. We truly did it. Yet, no joy graced Bulma's countenance. Her gaze was fixed intently on another screen, displaying real-time footage of the battlefield below. She understood that the most perilous moment had only just begun. Attention, all ships. Follow my orders, move to the ground. Carl's command, filled with brutality and delight, was abruptly cut short. The flagship communicator on his wrist emitted a harsh, crackling sound before falling silent. The clear response from the bridge turned into a cacophony of chaos. The unbreakable bond between him and the fleet was severed by an incomprehensible force. Carl frowned, an ominous premonition rising within him. He lifted his head, awaiting the orbital cannon fire that could raze the jungle to the ground. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Nothing transpired. In the sky, only the murky clouds lingered, enveloped in a deathly silence. In that moment, Carl finally comprehended. This was a trap, a colossal snare aimed squarely at him and the entirety of the Third Fleet. That Earth woman, those Saiyan monkeys, and this horde of subterranean rodents have been orchestrating a performance from the very beginning. Carl initially chuckled softly, his laughter laced with disbelief and astonishment. Gradually, his mirth intensified, becoming increasingly frenzied, ultimately erupting into a thunderous rage that echoed across the battlefield. You dare play me? You wretched insects! Boom! An unprecedented surge of violet energy, far more potent than before, erupted explosively from within him. The violent shockwave hurled his surrounding guards aside, and the earth cracked beneath him. His eyes, now a vivid crimson, reflected the humiliation of being deceived, obliterating the last vestiges of rationality befitting a fleet commander. He yearned only to shred everything before him into oblivion. Since the fleet was rendered useless, he sneered, pressing a blood-red button on a device at his waist. Let you experience the true terror of my elite guard. Frenzy mode, activate. The instant the command was issued, all elite soldiers of Karl's guard on the battlefield trembled violently. Their pupils lost focus, turning a blood-red hue, while their muscles swelled like inflating balloons, splitting their armor apart. From their throats erupted a feral roar, unlike that of any human, while the energy emanating from their bodies doubled in intensity within mere seconds. Open fire. Block their advance. Hawk bellowed into the communicator, and the warriors of Razo immediately concentrated their fire. Yet, the energy beams that had previously been effective now merely grazed the frenzied soldiers, leaving only faint scorch marks as if they were mere tickles. A frenzied soldier, undeterred by the concentrated fire of 3 Razo warriors, charged towards them with a savage ferocity. His colossal fists shattered their energy shields effortlessly, reducing both men and their equipment to mere pulp. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Hawk's defenses began to crumble before these relentless, death-defying beasts, and the casualty figures on the command center screen surged alarmingly. Trunks, you cover left, I'll take right. Attack! Goten decisively commanded, recognizing that any hesitation now would be fatal. Understood, Trunks replied without hesitation. The two ceased to hold back, instantly elevating their energy to its peak. With a thunderous roar, their combined power distorted the very air around them. You're seeking death. Colt, witnessing their transformation, was the first to charge, targeting the seemingly weaker Goten. Your opponent is me, Trunks declared, standing his ground to confront the oncoming threat. The clash erupted with a series of explosive impacts, their fists and feet creating a myriad of afterimages in midair. Each collision unleashed visible shockwaves that ripped through the ground beneath them. Meanwhile, Goten danced like a specter among the frenzied soldiers, employing a nimble fighting style that contrasted with Trunks' more forceful approach. He adeptly dodged and weaved, searching for chinks in the enemy's armor. There, in an instant, he materialized behind one of the frenzied soldiers, delivering a precise knife-hand strike to the unguarded nape of the foe's neck. The massive form of the soldier stiffened before collapsing to the ground. The battle between Trunks and Colt intensified. Though Colt held a slight advantage in raw power, Trunks utilized his superior combat skills and speed to engage in a fierce stalemate. Well done, Goten, Trunks shouted amidst the chaos. Their teamwork was seamless, with Trunks drawing the fiercest fire while Goten swiftly dispatched the lesser foes, alleviating pressure on their forces and allowing Trunks to unleash his full potential. You've let your guard down. Colt seized a fleeting opening and delivered a powerful punch to Trunks' abdomen. Ugh, Trunks grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he reacted swiftly, using the force of the blow to flip backward while conjuring a high-density energy sphere, which he hurled towards Colt's feet. The explosion momentarily obscured Colt's vision in a cloud of dust. Meu. At long last, the long-awaited Goten seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A robust blue beam of light, striking from the other side of the smoke and dust at an unconventional angle, slammed forcefully into Colt's back. Even in his frenzied state, Colt, caught entirely off guard, let out a pained roar as he absorbed the blow. The armor on his back shattered, leaving behind a vast expanse of charred wounds. Well executed, Trunks praised, appearing before Colt in an instant, unleashing a tempestuous flurry of strikes. For a moment, the tide of battle seemed to shift under the combined might of the two. Within the command center, Vishna's fists relaxed slightly, though her brow remained furrowed. On the bridge of the New Hope, Brawl watched the screen displaying the harmonious figures, her tense demeanor easing just a bit, even feeling a flicker of pride. However, this optimism did not endure for long. On the battlefield, a thoroughly enraged Colt let out an inhuman, elongated howl, his violet aura surging once more, while the grotesque wound on his back visibly healed at an astonishing rate. This is bad, Bulma thought, her expression darkening as she observed the escalating energy readings. It seemed that in this state, their foe felt no pain, possessed formidable regenerative capabilities, and appeared to have no concept of physical exhaustion. Though Trunks and Goten could temporarily suppress him, their stamina was finite. Once their energy waned, they would be met with the relentless and brutal assaults of a frenzied enemy. This was a war of attrition destined for defeat. A sense of helplessness once again engulfed Bra like icy waters. Her small hands gripped the armrests of her seat tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. No, that's not right. She suddenly lifted her head, the image of a spoiled young lady being replaced by an unprecedented determination. She could not fight, yet she was not entirely powerless. Bra unbuckled her safety belt and rushed to the main communication console. Mom. Her voice trembled slightly, but was imbued with undeniable resolve. Bulma, overwhelmed and frazzled, replied without turning her head, Bra, don't cause trouble. I'm currently. Let me go. But I interrupted her. Bulma paused, finally turning to regard her daughter as holographic image. What did you say? I said, let me go. Bra's gaze burned like an inferno. I cannot battle like Goten and my brother, but I can help alleviate the pressure on Hawk's team. No. Bulma rejected vehemently, without a moment's hesitation. That is far too dangerous. You have no idea. I do. Bra's voice, for the first time, overshadowed her mother's. I know it's dangerous. I also understand that I might die if I go. But I cannot just sit here, helplessly watching him. Her words momentarily faltered. The word he slipped out effortlessly. Bulma gazed at her daughter, observing her eyes, which were red and brimming with anxiety and determination, and suddenly fell silent. Mom. Bra's voice softened, tinged with a hint of pleading. Please, let me go help him. Chapter 63. For Bra, the guardian of the Kamehameha. Mom, I beg you. Let me help him. Bra's voice echoed in the silence of the New Hope's bridge. Bulma remained silent, her gaze fixed on the screen displaying her resolute daughter. And in that moment, she seemed to glimpse her younger self. That unwavering tenacity and courage for the sake of friends, willing to risk everything. Reason told her that this was the most foolish decision. Allowing an inexperienced daughter to pilot an unarmed craft into a battlefield akin to a meat grinder, where the chances of survival approached zero. Yet emotionally, she understood her daughter's feelings all too well. The agony of witnessing the most important person in front of her fall into despair while feeling utterly powerless was enough to shatter anyone. No, she finally concluded, reason prevailing. As the commander of this operation and a mother, she could not issue a command tantamount to suicide. Bulma's voice regained its calm, imbued with undeniable authority. I shall reiterate, this is not a trivial matter. Should you proceed, you will only distract them and become a burden. I'm not a burden, Bra exclaimed, her voice rising, her small frame trembling with excitement. Hawk's forces were being slaughtered, and her brother along with Goten were being held back by Colt. The situation was at an impasse. What was needed now was not sheer strength, but a variable capable of breaking the deadlock. And I am that variable. In that moment, she was no longer the spoiled young lady, but a strategist with clarity of thought and precise judgment of the battlefield. Even Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Just as the mother and daughter were at an impasse, a breathless voice suddenly emerged from Bulma's private communication channel. Let her go, Bulma Annie. It was Goten. Amidst his struggle with the frenzied soldiers, he had been subtly monitoring the situation on the bridge. I believe in her, and if any danger arises, I will protect Bra with all my might. Goten's voice was somewhat muffled, yet resonated clearly in Bra's ears. Bra's cheeks flushed instantly. Who asked for your belief? You fool. I merely wish to contribute. Upon hearing Goten's words and witnessing her daughter's reaction, what more could Bulma say? With a resigned sigh, a flicker of pride flashed in her eyes. Perhaps the children had indeed grown up. Permission to launch granted. Ultimately, she relented, though her tone remained gravely serious. Blah, remember, your sole mission is to distract and draw attention. Under no circumstances should you approach that monstrous cult. If any danger is detected, retreat at full speed. Do you understand? Understood. Bla's response was crisp and decisive. In the next moment, she had turned and sprinted towards the hangar. Minutes later, the bottom hatch of the New Hope silently opened, and a sleek, silver shuttle emerged, reminiscent of a nimble swallow, gracefully detaching from the mothership and tracing an elegant arc through the air. Inside the cockpit, Bla's expression was one of unprecedented focus. She deftly manipulated the control stick, maximizing the shuttle's engine power. The particle thrusters at the rear emitted a soft blue flame. Her personal craft, akin to a streak of silver lightning, tore through the clouds, racing towards the tumultuous battlefield below, where cannon fire raged. What is that? On the ground, Hawk, struggling to hold his position, was the first to spot the rapidly approaching unidentified object. Before he could issue a warning, the silver shuttle executed an astonishing low-altitude flyby, soaring over him and his troops. Almost immediately, several energy disruptor grenades ejected from the shuttle's rear. Though non-lethal, these grenades released an intense flash and a piercing noise upon landing, successfully diverting the attention of several frenzied soldiers nearby. Those creatures, driven solely by their combat instincts, immediately abandoned their assault on the Lazo warriors, charging towards the trajectory of Bulla's flight. Observing this, Bulla's lips curled into a slight smile. She yanked the control stick sharply, causing the shuttle to ascend vertically, skillfully evading a barrage of pursuing energy beams, then executed a tight turn ahead towards another area of fierce conflict. The already precarious Lazo defensive line was granted a much-needed reprieve. "Well done, girl." Hawk couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration over the communication channel. "Oomph. My piloting skills are second to none in the universe." Bulla replied with pride, her focus unwavering on the controls. High above, Call, engaged in combat with Trunks, also took note of Bulla's presence on the ground. "Another one of your clever tricks," he sneered, a flicker of brutal malice in his eyes. For such pests that disrupted his enjoyment, he had but one method of dealing with them: total annihilation. With a surge of power, he forcefully pushed Trunks back, then, without granting any chance for a response, turned to aim his palm at the silver shuttle hovering low in the distance. The insect, a wave of purple energy, far more ferocious than his previous attack on Trunks, erupted forth. The force contained within that wave was capable of erasing a mountain from the map. "Blah! Get out of the way!" Trunks' eyes widened with desperation. He yearned to advance and obstruct the impending threat, but was ensnared by two ferocious, death-defying soldiers, rendering him utterly immobilized. Within the cockpit, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the expanse, signifying energy lock-on. Bulla beheld the rapidly enlarging purple beam, akin to a torrent of death, and her mind went blank. It was too swift, too potent. There was no evading it. Her delicate visage drained of color in an instant. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a golden figure appeared as if by teleportation, without warning, directly in front of the silver shuttle. It was Goten. He had forsaken all adversaries on his side, utilizing every ounce of his speed to position himself before Bulla. Confronted with the annihilating onslaught, Goten's gaze exuded an unparalleled calm. A resplendent blue orb of energy swiftly coalesced in the palm of his hand, its brilliance eclipsing the golden aura surrounding him. Now, just as Kalt's purple energy wave was about to strike Bulla's shuttle, a blue beam erupted forcefully from Goten's hand. The two forces of destruction collided midair, unleashing a blinding sphere of light at the point of impact. A terrifying energy storm surged outward, tearing the jungle below asunder once more. The purple and blue beams formed a stalemate in the sky. What? For the first time, disbelief flickered in Kalt's eyes. A mere scion could thwart his full-strength attack while in a berserk state. Goten gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body trembling. The opponent's might was overwhelmingly tyrannical, the blue beams steadily being pushed back by the purple torrent, inch by inch. Inside the shuttle's cockpit, Bulla had ceased her screams, her small hands clenched tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed unwaveringly on the not-so-wide but rock-solid silhouette before her. "We cannot lose. Absolutely, we cannot lose." A fierce glint flashed in Goten's eyes. His stamina was depleting at an alarming rate. He understood this was his singular opportunity. "Is this it? No. Return, please." With a desperate roar, Goten poured every last ounce of strength within him, along with his unwavering resolve to protect those behind him, wholeheartedly into the blue beam. The once faltering blue beam erupted with a dazzling halo at its forefront. Its size remained unchanged, yet the energy within underwent a profound transformation. The deep blue energy torrent began to reverse, voraciously consuming the purple wave, propelling it back towards its source, Kalt. "No, it cannot be." Cardi's eyes widened in terror as he sought to evade the impending doom, yet he found himself utterly ensnared. Helplessly, he watched as the cerulean shockwave, embodying the entirety of the youth's resolve, consumed his energy, ultimately drowning his astonished and fearful expression. In that moment, the world was enveloped in pure blue. As the brilliance faded, Cardi, along with the sinister aura that clung to him, vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. The last adversary had been vanquished. Victory was claimed. Trunks murmured to himself, collapsing weakly to his knees. High above, the golden figure that had wrought this miracle finally exhausted its last vestige of strength. The golden aura gradually dissipated, and Goten reverted to his ebony-haired form, his body slackening like a kite severed from its string, plummeting helplessly from the sky. Goten! Bra instantly regained her composure. Without a moment's hesitation, she thrust the control stick forward. The silver spacecraft surged downward like an arrow released from a bow, descending at breakneck speed. Just as Goten was on the brink of crashing to the ground, the spacecraft deftly glided beneath him, securely catching his falling form. Bra immediately activated the autopilot and dashed from the cockpit, her gaze fixed on the boy lying motionless on the ground, tears cascading down her cheeks. She knelt slowly, cradling Goten's head gently in her arms. Chapter 64. The Liberation of Planet Razo. The silver spacecraft hovered silently, suspended several meters above the ground. The hatch was firmly shut, isolating them from the chaotic cacophony of roars and explosions that still echoed from the battlefield. Inside the rear compartment, only Bra's quiet sobs broke the stillness. She sat on the cold floor, tightly embracing the unconscious boy who had succumbed to exhaustion. Goten's head rested on her lap, his disheveled black hair splayed out, and the face that usually bore a gentle smile was now pale, devoid of any color. Bra's tears fell, one after another, silently soaking Goten's clothing. She was at a loss for the reason behind her tears. Was it fear or regret? Perhaps it was the indescribable emotion of having given everything to protect him. All she knew was that she had never felt such intense loathing for her own helplessness. That insufferable, foolish boy, she choked out, her voice barely audible, as she repeatedly scolded him under her breath. On the battlefield, Cardi's disappearance did not immediately quell the chaos. The soldiers of the elite guard, stripped of their reason by madness, continued their relentless assault, undeterred by their commander's demise. They functioned like programmed machines of destruction, relentlessly attacking every living being that moved before them. Hold the line. Stand firm. Hawk, with a wounded arm, barely repelled an oncoming berserk soldier with his energy rifle. However, his defenses continued to crumble. Trunks knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The intense battle against Colt and his frenzied guard had drained the energy of his Super Saiyan 2 form. He gazed at the relentless, pain-ignorant monsters, a flicker of despair surfacing in his eyes for the first time. Was Planet Razo doomed to succumb to this calamity? Yet, just as everyone believed the fight would persist until the last man fell, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A berserk soldier, poised to strike a Razo warrior with a raised fist, suddenly stiffened. The brilliance in his blood-red eyes swiftly faded. In an instant, his massive frame collapsed to the ground, as though all his bones had been extracted, rendering him utterly motionless. This was merely the beginning. Like the first domino in a chain, one by one, berserk soldiers fell in the same manner, without warning. In a matter of mere seconds, those once fearsome and invincible creatures lay lifeless upon the ground. The battlefield fell silent in astonishment, restored to peace. In the command center, Vishna furrowed her brow while observing the bizarre scene on the screen. What is happening? She inquired. It's the control signal source. Dr. Elder adjusted his glasses, his tone revealing a sudden epiphany. The berserk state requires a continuous signal to be sustained. The moment Colt was eliminated, the device serving as the signal source was completely destroyed. Understanding dawned. Following a brief silence, the command center erupted in thunderous cheers. We have won. We have triumphed. The people of Planet Razo, after enduring a prolonged despair, finally welcomed their victory. On the bridge of the New Hope, Bulma let out a long sigh, her entire being feeling drained as she leaned back in her chair. Yet, rest was not an option. She immediately connected to her daughter's private channel. Bra, land immediately. Bring Goten to meet Trunks and Hawk. Goten's condition was perilous. He required a senzu bean without delay. Bra, upon hearing her mother's words, wiped her tears in a daze and nodded vigorously. The silver shuttle descended slowly. How is Goten? Trunks asked, his voice hoarse. He is still alive, Bra replied, her voice thick with emotion, but the situation is dire. No more talking, hurry. Bulma's voice crackled through Trunks' communicator. The senzu beans are on the ship. I'll be there shortly. The mention of the senzu beans reignited hope in Trunks and Bra's eyes. Indeed, they still possessed the senzu beans. Moments later, the colossal vessel, known as the New Hope, descended gracefully upon a relatively flat expanse of land, propelled by a powerful gust of air. As the hatch opened, Bulma emerged first, clutching a small, green bean in her hand. She raced towards the others with remarkable speed. Bra, hurry, let him consume it. Bra nodded in agreement, gently prying open Goten's mouth and carefully placing the diminutive bean inside. The instant it entered his mouth, the bean transformed into a warm surge of energy that coursed through his entire being. Goten's pallid complexion began to regain its color at a visibly rapid pace. The minute wounds inflicted upon him by the violent energy were swiftly mending. More importantly, his nearly depleted energy, akin to a parched riverbed receiving life-giving rain, began to replenish at an astonishing rate. Within mere seconds, the boy, cradled in Bra's arms, fluttered his eyelids. Gradually, he opened his eyes, initially clouded with confusion. But clarity returned as he recognized the one holding him. "Bra," he instinctively murmured, his voice still faint. "You big fool," Bra exclaimed, unable to contain herself as she lightly punched his chest, her tears flowing once more. But this time, they were tears of joy. "What?" Goten, bewildered by the sudden gesture, propped himself up only to realize he had been resting on Bra's lap. His face flushed instantly, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Is everyone all right? Thanks to you. We're all fine," Trunks sighed in relief, a genuine smile gracing his face. The surrounding warriors of the Razos star-gazed in astonishment at this miraculous scene, utterly baffled by how such a tiny being could restore a near-death individual to vitality. The elation of survival dispelled the last remnants of gloom from the battlefield. The entire underground base of Razos Star erupted in unprecedented celebration, in honor of this hard-won victory and to express gratitude for Bulma and her companion's life-saving efforts. Queen Vishnu resolved to host a grand banquet that very evening. Inside the banquet hall, illuminated by bright lights, the grateful citizens of Razos Star unveiled their cherished food and drink, sharing the joy of triumph with their heroes. Goten naturally became the center of attention, as countless Razos warriors took turns raising their glasses to him, expressing gratitude for his salvation of their planet and homes. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the feast, Bulma and Dr. Eldar quietly slipped away. They did not partake in the revelry. Instead, accompanied by several technicians, they ventured into the hangar housing the remnants of the cult assault ship. The signal jamming device was activated, and the reverse tracking program commenced its scan. Bulma methodically issued commands. "Do you truly believe we can uncover the clue to the elusive Super Dragon Ball amidst this heap of scrap metal?" Dr. Elder questioned skeptically. The Frisia Forces database is undoubtedly one of the most advanced encrypted databases in the universe. Bulma smiled confidently, asserting that a commander of cult's caliber must possess something we desire aboard his private vessel. Moreover, her gaze sharpened as she added, "I am particularly intrigued by the distress signal device on his wrist." Time ticked away. Just as the celebration reached its zenith, with everyone rejoicing, Elder's personal terminal suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the screen, his expression shifting dramatically, and leaned in to whisper a few words to Bulma. She nodded, and the two discreetly exited the hangar, returning to the festivities. Bulma approached Vishnu, who was engaged in conversation with Trunks. "Trunks, I believe we have a plan for our next steps." With that, she activated her personal terminal, projecting a holographic image onto the space before the trio. It was a star map, a navigational log encompassing several star systems. At the end of the log, an unknown planet emitting peculiar energy fluctuations was highlighted in red. "This is Vishnu's pupils dilated slightly, the navigation log of Cult's flagship." Bulma explained, "We discovered an encrypted folder deep within the database. It was a gift he originally intended for Frisia. The energy fluctuations detected on this planet." She paused, her gaze sweeping over Goten and Bra, who had approached upon hearing the commotion, "are in perfect alignment with the frequency of the first Super Dragon Ball we found." The entire banquet hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on the star map. They had found the clue to the second Super Dragon Ball. As everyone rejoiced over this monumental news, Goten keenly observed that Bra's expression seemed somewhat amiss, though her eyes reflected joy as she gazed at the star map. A more profound sense of disappointment was unmistakable. Quietly, she withdrew from the jubilant crowd, stepping onto the terrace outside the banquet hall, staring into the distance at the war-torn landscape, lost in thought. Memories of the battlefield flooded back, reminding her of the helplessness she felt when she could do nothing. Even when she piloted the shuttle into the fray, it was ultimately Goten who risked everything to save her. The chasm between her and them felt insurmountable. A faint sound of footsteps approached from behind. Who could be here, braving the chill? It was Goten. He held 2 glasses of juice, offering one to her. "Humph." Bra pouted, but did not refuse. She accepted it. The two fell into a moment of silence, gazing quietly into the distance. After a long while, Goten finally spoke softly. "Are you still feeling disheartened about what happened during the day?" Chapter 65. The Primal Hunt. A grand festival. The night breeze on the terrace was particularly refreshing, dispersing the lingering heat from the banquet hall. Goten's question was direct, leaving Brahm momentarily at a loss for words. She turned her head away, observing the deep contours of the jungle under the night sky, stirring her juice with a straw, producing faint sounds as if to mask her true emotions. No, ultimately, she stubbornly denied it, her voice a few notes lower than usual. Goten smiled, choosing not to expose her little facade, leaning against the cool metal railing. He mirrored her posture, directing his gaze towards the war-torn land. You were very brave during the day. He suddenly spoke, his voice soft, yet clearly reaching Bra's ears. Bra halted her stirring, turning to look at him in bewilderment. If it weren't for you piloting the shuttle and drawing the attention of those frenzied soldiers, Hawk and the others' defense would have collapsed long ago. Goten did not look at her, but continued to gaze into the distance, as though stating an objective fact. You bought us the most precious time. He paused, then turned to meet Bra's gaze, his expression uncharacteristically serious. There are many ways to fight. Battling with wisdom and courage is far more commendable than merely possessing strength. In that moment, there was no hint of jest in Goten's eyes. That sincere acknowledgement made Bra's heart race inexplicably. She had never imagined that her seemingly reckless and impulsive actions would receive such praise, especially from this often oblivious fellow, who spoke so earnestly. Bored, a wave of heat surged to Bra's cheeks. She felt her face must be flushed, hastily turning away, leaving Goten with a beautifully contoured profile. I just didn't want to see my brother struggling alone, she emphasized, as if that would make her actions seem more reasonable. Yes, I understand, Goten replied, gently with a smile, not pressing further. He knew some things were best left unsaid. Just as the atmosphere grew subtly charged, a voice laced with amusement came from the doorway. Am I interrupting something between you two? Vishna appeared on the terrace, leaning against the doorframe with a knowing smile. Not at all, Bra immediately retorted loudly. All right, let us get down to business. Vishna approached with an air of grace, her playful demeanor retracting as her expression turned earnest. Trunks seemed to sense the commotion and emerged from the banquet hall. I was aware that everyone was eager to embark on a quest for the elusive Super Dragon Ball. Her gaze swept across each individual present. However, before we set forth, as the leader of the people of Razos, and as a friend, I hope you will partake in a special event we are hosting tomorrow. A special event? Trunks inquired with curiosity as he joined the gathering. Having endured such a harrowing battle, he was intrigued by what other activities Razos might hold. A flicker of ancient and sacred pride illuminated Vishna's eyes as she pronounced each word deliberately. It is our grandest traditional festival, the Primal Hunting Festival. At dawn the following day, before the first rays of sunlight pierced the Earth's rocky layers, the group was roused by Hawk. Under the guidance of Vishna and Hawk, they ascended via a high-speed elevator into a pristine underground forest. The air here was more humid, imbued with a wild blend of earthy aromas and vegetation. Crystals embedded in the overhead rock layers simulated the cycle of day and night, casting a gentle, non-dazzling light. Towering ferns enveloped the space, while the distant calls of unknown creatures resonated in the air. Remarkable, Goten exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. He could distinctly sense that the life energy in this realm was far more potent than that of the battlefield beyond. The hunting festival was not merely about slaughter. As they walked, Vishna elaborated on the festival's rules, emphasizing the need to test our warriors' teamwork and reverence for this planet. Our targets would solely be ferocious predators whose overpopulation threatened ecological balance, and we were to locate certain designated plants of special medicinal value near their nests. Soon, the hunt commenced. The group was divided into smaller teams, with Trunks, Goten, and Bra naturally placed in the core team alongside Vishna and Hawk. Trunks quickly demonstrated his overwhelming prowess. To the right, at 3 o'clock, 3 armored rhinos are destroying the water source, reported a Razos scout. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Trunks had transformed into a golden streak, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, a series of heavy thuds and the anguished cries of beasts echoed from afar. When the group arrived, they found 3 colossal creatures, comparable in size to armored vehicles, sprawled on the ground, each bearing a distinct fist imprint on their foreheads. Trunks casually brushed off his hands, rejoining the team as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, eliciting waves of awe and applause from the surrounding Razos warriors. Meanwhile, Goten displayed an entirely different talent. Leader, the tranquil herb we seek typically flourishes in the habitat of the wind sound bats, yet the ultrasonic waves emitted by these creatures disrupt our detection equipment. A herbalist remarked with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian closed his eyes, instead of attempting to sense the essence of those beings. He calmed his mind and attuned himself to the breath of the entire forest. That extraordinary connection with the Lazo star resurfaced in his heart. Moments latte. He opened his eyes and pointed to a seemingly unremarkable waterfall, declaring behind that. Hawk, skeptical yet intrigued, sent someone forward, and indeed, within a damp cave behind the waterfall, they discovered a multitude of wind-sound bats hanging upside down, along with the faintly glowing, tranquil herb they guarded. This almost prescient ability sparked a glimmer of excitement in Dr. Elder's eyes, as if he had unearthed a rare research specimen. With Trunks responsible for combat and Wu Tian for navigation, the team's progress was remarkably smooth. Be cautious. Just as the team traversed a muddy swamp, Bulla, lost in her thoughts, was jolted awake by Wu Tian's urgent shout. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, her arm was forcefully yanked backward. Almost simultaneously, the seemingly innocuous mossy ground ahead erupted with a massive mouth, snapping shut with a deafening crack that sent chills down their spines. It was a swamp crocodile, perfectly camouflaged as part of its environment. Had it not been for Wu Tian's timely warning, the consequences would have been dire. That terrified me, Bulla exclaimed, her face draining of color as she repeatedly patted her heaving chest, her heart racing uncontrollably. This sudden assault halted the entire team, prompting everyone to immediately assume defensive stances, warily scanning their surroundings. Such camouflage creatures emitted almost no detectable energy fluctuations, making early detection exceedingly difficult. Trunks furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Taking a deep breath, Bulla reached into her versatile waist pouch and retrieved a palm-sized silver spherical device. This was the most complex of the many toys she had persuaded Bulma to create for her before their journey. Amidst the curious gazes of her companions, she confidently pressed a button on the device. The small sphere immediately levitated into the air, projecting a soft, blue, grid-like scanning beam that swept gently across the expanse of the swamp like ripples on water. Soon, the wrist-mounted screen connected to the device displayed a real-time, three-dimensional map of the swamp. On the map, several inconspicuous red dots were slowly moving. Within a 300-meter radius ahead, 5 creatures remained in a state of ambush. Bulla observed the screen, calmly and clearly reporting the precise numbers and positions. Everyone stared at her and the unassuming little sphere in awe. Is this a multifunctional life response and energy detection device? Dr. Elder nearly rushed over, his eyes brimming with fascination for technological creations. Not merely that, witnessing the astonished expressions of those around him, the shadows in Bra's heart dissipated entirely. He proudly lifted his chin, demonstrating his ability to filter environmental interference and specifically detect the faint energy radiations emitted by certain plants. Unter Bra's precise guidance, the team deftly navigated through the treacherous territory, evading the lurking swamp crocodiles without incident. Ultimately, they succeeded in locating within the depths of a hidden cave, shrouded in vines, the legendary plant known as the Bloom of Light, which emanated a gentle glow in the darkness, as if it possessed life itself. Mission accomplished. That evening, the bonfire for the celebration blazed anew in the open space outside the base, grander than the previous day. Vishnu raised a cup crafted from special metal high above, the clear sound resonating across the gathering. To our heroes, and to the rejuvenation of our homeland. Cheers! Cheers! In the deafening tumult of joyous cheers, the people of Rezo Star exuberantly expressed their elation at their survival. As the banquet progressed, Vishnu, holding her cup, navigated through the reveling crowd and approached Bulma, who was engrossed in a discussion with Elder regarding the engine structure of A New Hope. We are profoundly grateful for all that you have done for Rezo Star. This kindness we cannot repay, she stated solemnly, her gratitude evident on her face. This is but a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. With a wave of her hand, 2 robust Rezo Star warriors promptly brought forth a massive metal chest. As the chest was opened, a dazzling radiance compelled those nearby to instinctively squint. Inside, meticulously arranged, were high-purity energy crystals, gleaming with a spectrum of colors, harvested from the depths of Rezo Star's core. The immense and stable energy contained within these crystals was sufficient to enable the New Hope to embark on long-distance warp travel. With these, your next journey will surely be far smoother, Vishnu smiled. Bulma gazed at the exquisite energy crystals, genuine delight illuminating her eyes. This indeed was the most timely provision they could have received. The atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith as Bulma's gaze swept over Trunks and Goten. At last, her voice softened, tinged with a hint of reluctance, as she gently declared, "Let us set the moment of departure for tomorrow morning."